energy, Lu Qing's divine soul power, sensing that faint breath of will, had an epiphany. Yet this breath was still very weak, and its impact on the world wasn't significant. Martial artists with weaker cultivation wouldn't be able to detect these changes. Only powerful cultivators like Lu Qing and the Elder Doctor, who had sufficiently strong divine soul power, could perceive the intricacies within. However, that was all they could do. They were not yet able to absorb and refine this mysterious energy. Lu Qing's qi acupoints were not opened, preventing him from inducing energy into his body. As for the Elder Doctor, he didn't possess the cultivation method necessary to refine this mysterious energy. Now that the spiritual energy has truly started to awaken, perhaps I should find an opportunity to teach a qi refining method to master, Lu Qing thought silently. His master was an innate realm expert, whose qi acupoints had long been opened. In the path of cultivation, to be a step ahead was to be steps ahead. If he could master the method of refining spirit energy, perhaps his cultivation could take a qualitative leap. While Lu Qing was considering this, suddenly, his heart and spirit sensed a slight disturbance. Upon probing, he discovered that the disturbance came from the Kingfang qi bag at his waist. Do you want to absorb this world's spiritual energy? Lu Qing felt the vibrations from the Kingfang qi bag and was surprised, but he quickly understood. Indeed, his qi acupoints were not open, so he temporarily couldn't absorb and refine spiritual energy. But being a spiritual artifact, the Kingfang qi bag didn't have such limitations. Immediately, Lu Qing's will stirred slightly, activating the restrictions within the Kingfang qi bag. Suddenly, an invisible suction emerged from the Kingfang qi bag, drawing the strands of extraordinary energy from the surrounding world into the bag. Inside the carriage, the Elder Doctor, who was also sitting cross-legged and closed-eyed, sensing the changes of the world, noticed this pull and opened his eyes. However, when he realized that this change was emanating from Lu Qing, he simply smiled faintly and no longer paid attention, closing his eyes again to sense the world. He had long become accustomed to the extraordinary events that often occurred around Lu Qing. Regarding these events, he never probed. Unless Lu Qing took the initiative to explain otherwise, he wouldn't even ask. Because Lu Qing and the Elder Doctor were both immersed in their cultivation, the horse carriage thus advanced quietly and slowly. Several days of heavy rain did not turn the road muddy. Aside from the soft and rotten surface, there weren't too many other issues. But the carriage that Lu Qing and the others were riding had been specially made for the Wei family at great expense. Such road conditions were not a challenge for it. The carriage traveled along the official road, and gradually there were signs of habitation around. Elder Doctor, I just asked around up ahead is Kingfang town. Shall we go in? Ma Gu said. The Elder Doctor pondered for a moment and replied, let's go in. We've consumed quite a bit of our supplies in the past few days and need to replenish them. In the Taoist temple, since Fang Tao and the others had lost their luggage, the food and drink for the past few days had been shared from Lu Qing's supplies. Therefore, the life necessities carried on the carriage were depleting quickly. Without replenishing them, it was feared that they wouldn't last for many days. Yes, Ma Gu responded, steering the carriage toward the town. Amidst the pitter-patter of the horses' hooves, it didn't take long for Ma Gu to see a town appearing ahead. Just as he was about to lash the whip and hurry the carriage forward, he saw several people ahead running toward him in panic, stumbling and glancing back as they came. Whoa, seeing the carriage about to collide with the people, Ma Gu quickly pulled the reins tight and stopped the vehicle. He then barked at the few who were knocked to the ground. Are you out of your minds? Didn't you see the carriage here? Master, what's going on? Wei Ziyan poked his head out from inside. Nothing much, just a few ruffians not watching where they're going, nearly ran into the horse. Ma Gu said irritably. Is everyone unharmed? Asked the Elder Doctor. Yes, I pulled the reins in time they weren't touched. The Elder Doctor looked toward the people who had fallen to the ground and saw them panting heavily, drenched in sweat. With expressions of sheer panic, he thought they were scared by the near collision. Just as he was getting down to check, he saw them bounce up from the ground and run back in the direction they came from. One of them, as he ran, kept shouting back, "Old folks, you should run too. There's a group of bad people in the town murdering and slashing at will. If you don't run now, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble too. People are killing indiscriminately in the town." The Elder Doctor's expression changed abruptly, and he quickly looked toward the town. Before he could see clearly, a cold voice echoed, "You little wretch, where do you think you can run to? Your masters and fellow disciples have been captured. Do you think you alone can escape? If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, maybe I'll consider letting you suffer a little less." At the same moment, a figure was running from ahead, staggering awkwardly, a figure that Lu Qing and the others found quite familiar. It's Sister Xiao. Little Yan's eyes were sharp, and she was the first to recognize the person and called out. Lu Qing and the others had also recognized her. It was the woman named Zhao Kenlin, who was one of Fang Tao's disciples and had spent several days with them in the Taoist temple. However, in just over an hour since they had last seen her, Zhao Kenlin's appearance had drastically changed. Not only was her hair disheveled, but she also had several bloodstains on her body. Her weapon was gone, and she was clutching her shoulder, running unsteadily. Behind her, there were more than a dozen figures chasing. The cold voice belonged to a middle-aged man in gray up front. Hearing little Yan's childlike voice from ahead, Zhao Qianlin looked up, initially overjoyed, but then remembering what her master had told her, her face changed, she bit her lip, and darted into the woods by the roadside. "You wretched girl, you're given an inch and you take a mile." The man in gray originally was enjoying the hunt, watching Zhao Qianlin's desperate attempts to escape, seeing that not only did she ignore his words, but also was attempting to flee through the nearby woods. His facial expression suddenly darkened. He took a bow from someone nearby, drew it, and shot an arrow aiming straight for Zhao Qianlin's knee. The arrow's flight was quick and fierce. Although Zhao Qianlin heard the sound of its approach, she was already too drained to dodge. As the arrow was about to penetrate her knee, a look of despair appeared in Zhao Qianlin's eyes. Clang! However, at that moment, a crisp sound rang out. The arrow that was supposed to pierce Zhao Qianlin's knee was suddenly deflected by something unseen, veering off course and narrowly missing her leg before plunging into the ground nearby. "Who's there?" The man in gray saw his once sure shot thwarted. He immediately darkened in complexion, turning his gaze upon the carriage up front. The man in gray fixed his gaze grimly on the carriage, his tone chilly. The man in gray was no fool. Although he hadn't seen how his own arrow had been deflected, there was no one else on this official road except for the carriage ahead. Moreover, he had clearly heard the little girl on the carriage call out, "Sister Xiao." Clearly, they were acquainted with the wretched girl in front of him. So as he questioned them, he also secretly gestured to his followers to slowly encircle them from the front. Lu Qing and the others naturally noticed the man in gray's subtle movements, but they were unconcerned. Ma Gu rushed to Zhao Qianlin, who had collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. "Miss Xiao, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Zhao Qianlin's face showed both relief from surviving danger and anxious concern. "Mr. Ma, you shouldn't have saved me. These are disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect who are after us. By saving me, you'll provoke their wrath. It's okay, you still have injuries. Let me help you over and have my elder examine you first." Ma Gu was not panicked, simply helping Zhao Qianlin up and walking directly towards the carriage, courting death. Seeing that the other party not only didn't respond, but also dared to take the wretched girl away right in front of him, the man in gray was furious. Without a second word, he drew his bow again and shot an arrow straight at Ma Gu's back. Ding. Ma Gu did not move his body. One hand supported Zhao Qianlin, and with his other hand, he somehow drew his saber and deflected the arrow. Seeing Ma Gu so effortlessly deflect his own arrow, the man in gray's gaze sharpened. He could sense that Ma Gu's cultivation was not as high as his, merely at the muscle-bone realm. However, his saber technique was exquisite otherwise. It would have been impossible to so casually break his arrow technique. After deflecting the arrow, Ma Gu continued without stopping, helping Zhao Qianlin back to the carriage. Elder Dr. Chen, Mr. Liu. That morning when they had departed, they had confidently bid farewell, not expecting that in a blink of an eye, they would be rescued by the elder again. And this time they had even implicated the elder, who would now suffer the wrath of the Flowing Cloud sect. "Don't talk now, let me check your injuries." After checking, he found 3 severe cuts from a blade on her body and on the waist, another on the abdomen, and one on the shoulder, each deep enough to see the bone. It was truly remarkable that she had managed to run here without collapsing sooner. "First, take this medicine." The elder doctor placed a blood-replenishing elixir into Zhao Qianlin's mouth. Then he said to Little Yan, help Sister Xiao inside and dress her wounds with antiseptic medicine." Zhao Qianlin was a woman, and it was not appropriate for Lu Qing and the others to apply medicine to her. Fortunately, Little Yan had also learned quite a bit of medical knowledge from the elder doctor over the past 2 years, and she understood how to dress simple wounds. "Understood." Little Yan responded softly, moving forward to assist Zhao Qianlin. "Old Dr. Chen, it won't do. You should leave quickly. These people are incredibly cruel just now in the town. Nearly half were killed by them. They are animals, even worse." Before Zhao Qianlin could finish speaking, the elder doctor interrupted her. "Are you saying the people in the town ahead were killed by them?" Zhao Qianlin said with grief and anger, "Yes, we arrived at the town this morning, intending to purchase some supplies, only to discover that these disciples from the Flowing Cloud sect were causing havoc in the town. Initially, our master was leading us to hide until they left. Unexpectedly, because a stall owner complained a few times, not only did they smash the whole stall, they also killed the stall owner's family, not even sparing the children. Senior brother Dashi couldn't stand by and immediately jumped out to fight them. Later, we couldn't withstand these villains, and they captured all our masters. I was the only one, under the final desperate fight by our master that opened a gap, who luckily escaped. Old Dr. Chen, these people are demons. Once they started killing, they began looting the town. Anyone who resisted was immediately chopped down. Extremely cruel." Listening to Zhao Qianlin's weeping complaint, the elder doctor's face also turned increasingly grim. Lu Qing, seeing this, knew that his master was truly angry. He immediately pushed his sister. Little Yan, you take Sister Xiao inside first to dress her wounds. Zhao Kenlin initially wanted to refuse, but upon meeting Lu Qing's gaze, she couldn't help but swallow her words and obediently followed little Yan into the carriage. Sir, is what Miss Zhao just said true? After Zhao Kenlin entered the carriage, the elder doctor looked towards the slowly approaching man in gray. So what if it is? The man in gray saw his subordinates surrounding them and the carriage had no route to escape, and he sneered. He had also noticed that this sudden appearance of the carriage contained only 4 or 5 people. Aside from the man who had just slashed his arrow, the others were not strong. The old man obviously did not need to be mentioned, as he had no Qi blood power at all. The remaining 3 were a little girl, another barely entered Qi blood realm, and the only capable one who had the strength of the muscle bone realm, carrying an iron staff. 2 in the muscle bone realm and a few frail and ill ones dared to meddle in the affairs of the flowing cloud sect. The man in gray's heart overflowed with a killing intent, and cruelty showed in his eyes. He was already thinking about how to torture these people. I've heard that the flowing cloud sect is a renowned great sect in Yunju. Why would you commit such cruel acts, not only seizing people's wealth but also annihilating their families? Don't you think that's overboard? The elder doctor said sternly. Our flowing cloud sect does not need to explain our actions to others. The man in gray sneered repeatedly. Old fellow, since you also know our flowing cloud sect's reputation and still dare to obstruct us, I see you are really sick of living. Men, capture them, don't kill them just yet. I want to properly torture them first before killing them. Yes, elder. The disciples from the flowing cloud sect who came along upon hearing this all revealed cruel smiles, holding their weapons and rushing towards the carriage, seeking death. Ma Gu, upon seeing this, glared with wide eyes, drew his war saber, and burst out with Qi blood power, stepping forward with a sweeping thousands of army saber strike. Boom. Under Ma Gu's full force, the power of this strike was fierce, instantly forcing back all the attacking disciples from the flowing cloud sect. With one strike forcing back a dozen men, Ma Gu felt a surge of pride, took another step forward, and slashed again. This strike, aimed directly at a retreating disciple of the flowing cloud sect with the force of splitting a mountain from top to bottom. The fierceness of the saber strike terrified the disciple from the flowing cloud sect, his courage breaking, and in his panic, he only managed to raise his weapon before his body shook violently, spitting blood, struck by Ma Gu even with the weapon in between. Resolving one opponent with one strike, Ma Gu did not pause. His body shot forward, aiming directly at the remaining disciples of the flowing cloud sect, intending to take on more than a dozen disciples of the flowing cloud sect by himself. This scene not only did it boil Wei Xian's blood upon watching, but even Zhao Kenlin, upon hearing the commotion and sticking her head out from the carriage curtains, was stunned as well. On the Imperial Road, Ma Gu was engaged in heated battle, alone with his saber, against over a dozen disciples. Surprisingly, with his own saber technique, he forced the group of disciples into constant retreat. This scene not only made Wei Xian's blood boil, but also left Zhao Kenlin flabbergasted. She could never have imagined that this slightly lean figure, who during his days hiding from the rain at the Taoist temple, either chopped wood or tended to horses or kept to himself, possessed such formidable martial arts prowess. He was able to face over a dozen disciples from Flowing Cloud sect all by himself. One should note that among those disciples, several were of the same realm as Ma Gu, having also achieved great success in the muscle bone realm. Yet under Ma Gu's saber technique, they seemingly couldn't withstand his attacks. It was incredible. Old Ma's mountain and sea saber technique is quite well practiced. It has a bit of Senior Wei's essence already. Given time, he may well reach the Grandmaster level. Lu Qing gave an approving look when he saw Ma Gu's saber technique. Ma Gu was currently using the mountain and sea blade, a technique taught to him by Wei Shanhai. It was a technique of Grandmaster level that Wei Shanhai himself had created and perfected before stepping into the innate realm by integrating all he had learned. As Wei Xian's master, Ma Gu had been living in a separate residence of the Wei family for the past 2 years, guiding and supervising Wei Xian's cultivation. Wei Shanhai often stayed in the residence for short periods, and upon seeing Ma Gu's diligence, would teach him his once famous saber technique on a whim, and he would occasionally offer him pointers. Sometimes, when Lu Qing saw Ma Gu practicing his saber skills, he would share his insights as well. Under the tutelage of these 2 sword Dao grandmasters, who had both grasped the sword intention, Ma Gu's saber technique had made leaps and bounds over the past 2 years. He was not too far from reaching the Grandmaster realm of the harmony of strength and gentleness, meticulous and profound as it was in saber skill. Because of this, he was able to fight back the group of over a dozen Flowing Cloud sect disciples with just himself and his blade. Dr. Lu, let me help my master too. Seeing his master look so formidable, Wei Xian, who was watching at the side, felt his blood surge and was itching to get involved. Lu Qing pondered for a moment. The Wei family had brought Wei Xian along precisely for this kind of experience. Now was undoubtedly a great opportunity. He nodded, go ahead, but be careful. I know. With Lu Qing's permission, Wei Zion immediately became excited. Reaching behind, he pulled out 2 short sticks he had been carrying on his back, joined and twisted them with both hands, turning the 2 pieces of steel into one long staff. Master, I'm here to help, Wei Zion called out as he leapt into the battlefield. His staff, swift as a shooting star, aimed for the head of a flowing cloud sect disciple wielding a sword. That disciple, initially seeing Wei Zion as just a young boy and underestimating him, showed a ruthless glint in his eyes upon the attack. Forcing out a flurry of sword shadows, instead of retreating, he advanced towards Wei Zion, intending to strike him down in one go and disturb Ma Gu's state of mind. He had heard quite clearly a moment ago, this youngster with the staff calling Ma Gu master. If he could kill him or even injure him, Ma Gu would surely be thrown into disarray. Then his formidable blade technique would inevitably show a flaw. Despite this being Wei Zion's first true combat experience, he did not panic when facing the dazzling sword shadows of the enemy. With a laugh, he shook his iron staff slightly, and a sudden burst of staff shadows enveloped the sword-wielding disciple from Flowing Cloud Sect. The overpowering force of the heavy staff technique instantly broke through the opposing sword shadows, followed by a continuous succession of strikes, with one blow landing squarely on the chest of the Flowing Cloud Sect disciple. Wei Zion's iron staff, weighing dozens of pounds, combined with his powerful strength, was simply too much for the young disciple who had just entered the muscle-bone realm to handle. His chest caved in, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed limply on the ground. One-breath stick technique. This revamped stick technique by Lu Qing had been completely handed down to Wei Zion after he stepped into the muscle-bone realm a year ago. Over the past year, he had cultivated it to a state of utmost proficiency. This was the first time he wielded it against enemies, and to his surprise, he had achieved a significant feat, slaying an opponent of the same realm. Master, let's face the enemy together. With a successful strike boosting his confidence, Wei Zion called out and spurred his stick technique into action, twirling like a dancing dragon, pushing back several opponents in front of him to join forces with Ma Gu. Good, let's fight the enemy together. Ma Gu, seeing his disciple's valiant performance, was greatly delighted. He laughed loudly and once again swung his blade forward. With Wei Zion covering for him, Ma Gu no longer had to worry about his back. His saber technique became even more ferocious and within moments had injured 3 more disciples from the Flowing Cloud Sect. Altogether, 5 disciples from the Flowing Cloud Sect had fallen, leaving fewer than 10 able to fight. As strength ebbed and flowed, the united front by master and disciple Ma Gu became even more organized, pressuring the remaining disciples of the Flowing Cloud Sect. This scene was a continuous surprise for Zhao Kenlin. She had never expected that on old Dr. Chen's side, not only was Ma Gu so formidable, but even the usually quiet and servant-like Wei Zion also possessed such astonishing strength. It was completely beyond her expectations. She remembered how she had just been persistently urging the elder doctor to flee, and her face burned with embarrassment. It turned out she was the one with a shallow understanding, having failed to see that the coachman and the servant by the elder doctor's side were in fact such high-level martial artists. No wonder their composure that day when her master mentioned they were being pursued by the Flowing Cloud Sect. They had such a reliable force to count on. A bunch of useless trash. Seeing more than 10 disciples he had brought under suppression by 2 individuals on the opposite side, even suffering casualties, the man in gray's expression turned remarkably ugly. Inside, he was seething with rage. These 2, Ma Gu and Wei Zion, only showed muscle-bone realm cultivation. Even if they had formidable martial arts and techniques, among the more than 10 disciples he brought along, all were also muscle-bone realm martial artists. A few of them had cultivation no lesser than Ma Gu, having reached the great achievement of sinew and bone. Yet under such a disparate comparison of strength, his own people failed to overcome the opposition instead. They were slain by the enemy. How could he maintain face? His face smeared with a ruthless look. The man in gray once again raised his bow and arrow. However, just as he was about to shoot Ma Gu and his disciple from the shadows, he suddenly felt an intense chill rise from his heart. The man in gray stiffened. Following the direction of the chilling sensation, he turned his head stiffly. There he met a pair of tranquil eyes. If I were you, I'd choose to put down that bow and arrow, Lu Qing said indifferently. The man in gray stared at Lu Qing, the chill enveloping his entire body. At this moment, how could he not realize that Lu Qing, seemingly of low cultivation and harmless, was actually a terrifying being? Otherwise he, a strong practitioner of the internal organ realm, would never tremble instinctively just from the other's gaze. He had hit a snag. Although he did not understand why the seemingly young Lu Qing gave him such a terrifying feeling, the man in gray trusted his martial artist intuition, honed through countless trials and ordeals. The group before him wasn't simple passers-by that he originally thought could be easily squashed, but were instead disguised so as to consume the tiger, appearing weak yet concealing a fearsomely powerful existence. Escape. Realizing this, the man in gray made an immediate decision. He cast aside his disciples still in combat, wove a series of movements, and directly employed his movement technique to flee backward. He had chosen to flee without fighting. The sudden change of events came without warning. No one expected that the gray-clothed man, who until then had been merely watching from the sidelines, would suddenly run away. Not only was Ma Gu, who had always been on guard, taken aback, the disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect were even more astonished, because they knew that once they were defeated, the elder would truly take action. By then, even if Ma Gu were formidable, he would surely be no match. The gap between the internal organ realm and the muscle-bone realm could not be bridged by saber technique alone, but now the elder had fled without fighting. For a moment, the disciples of Flowing Cloud sect still in combat found it unacceptable. Think you can get away? Lu Qing let out a light chuckle, his fingers flexed and flicked. With a whistling sound, a pebble tore through the air, heading for the already fleeing gray-clothed man dozens of feet away. In an instant, it had reached his back. The fleeing gray-clothed man felt an extreme sense of danger rise in his heart, and with no time to think, he violently threw himself to the side in a roll, narrowly avoiding the pebble. Boom! The pebble struck the ground of the official road, and the tremendous force blasted a crater in the earth. The gray-clothed man's pupils contracted sharply. A mere pebble had such devastating power. If it had hit his body, what then? However, before he could feel relieved, the next moment his body suddenly trembled, and in disbelief, he lowered his head to look at himself. Then he saw that his chest had been pierced by a large hole, running front to back, his heart already shattered to pieces. And at this time, the second whistling of air currents only then reached his ears. The gray-clothed man raised his head, his eyes full of incredulity as he looked at Lu Qing. With a feigned attack, your hidden weapon skill has reached such a level that the stones you throw are faster than sound. You are definitely not just in the Qi blood realm. Such hidden weapon mastery, even a true grandmaster of hidden weapons would be no better than this. Who on earth are you? Although his heart was destroyed, the strong life energy of the internal organ realm meant that the gray-clothed man did not die immediately. With his last breath, he struggled to understand Lu Qing's true identity, for without this knowledge, he would not rest in death. A man about to die need not ask so many questions. Lu Qing, however, had no interest in answering a scoundrel's questions. He flicked his finger again, and another pebble flew out, piercing through the gray-clothed man's brow. Struck by this fatal blow, the gray-clothed man could no longer hold on. His body shook violently, and he fell backward onto the ground, lifeless. But before dying, his wide-open eyes conveyed his inner unwillingness and fear. Elder, seeing an elder with small success in the internal organ realm die like this, and even more so by a few seemingly ordinary pebbles, the remaining disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect couldn't help but be terrified. Their courage shattered, and the look in their eyes as they turned to Lu Qing was filled with horror. Had it not been for Ma Gu and his disciple keeping them firmly in check, unable to break free, they would have fled in all directions immediately. But with their minds in turmoil, the will to fight of the Flowing Cloud sect disciples inevitably plummeted, and the martial arts they wielded became disorganized. Such a glaring opening was naturally not missed by Ma Gu and Wei Zion. Their deadly moves came in quick succession, and like slicing up vegetables, they killed all the remaining Flowing Cloud sect disciples. Everything happened in just a dozen breaths, and when the official road returned to calm, it was covered with corpses and soaked with blood. Looking at this tragic scene, old Dr. Chen merely sighed and said nothing more. Although he disliked taking lives, he knew that for these Flowing Cloud sect disciples, who would slaughter even ordinary civilians and not spare even children, counseling was futile. Only killing could stop the killing. As for Zhao Kenlin, she had long been completely stupefied. She stared blankly at the corpses scattered on the ground. Somewhat in disbelief, those Flowing Cloud sect disciples, who had brought her endless despair with their ferociousness, had actually been slain cleanly by Ma Gu and his companions in the blink of an eye. One must know, those were over a dozen martial artists of the muscle-bone realm, especially that man in gray clothes, who was an even more powerful martial artist of small success in the internal organ realm. Even her master had previously been wounded by his sword, yet just now he had been killed by the young Master Lu with only 3 pebbles. Such an unimaginable scene made Zhao Kenlin somewhat doubt whether she was dreaming. Ha ha ha, young master, your skill with hidden weapons has improved again. Even martial artists of the internal organ realm can hardly withstand a single pebble from you. Ma Gu, who had wiped out the enemies without a single scratch, laughed heartily. You all did well too, especially Zai, and if Senior Wei knew about this, he would most certainly be very comforted, Lu Qing said with a smile. Wei Zion praised, felt a little embarrassed and lowered his head. However, his grip on the iron staff tightened a lot. At the same time, he was also very excited in his heart. This was his first true battle against enemies, and it made him realize that he indeed had become much stronger than before. Little Yan, have you dressed Sister Zhao's wounds? The elder doctor asked at this moment. Wrapped up, little Yan's voice came from inside the carriage. Then good, Ah Ching, get ready, we're going to the town. Yes, master. Lu Qing and the others moved the corpses blocking the road, and the carriage started moving again. As for those bodies, they could only be left behind for now. Elder Dr. Chen was worried about the townspeople and had no time to waste on handling the corpses. Elder Dr. Chen, are we going to the town? At this point, Zhao Kenlin had also come back to her senses and asked excitedly. At this moment, she knew very well that Elder Dr. Chen's party were profoundly skilled, appearing ordinary but in fact were unimaginably strong. Indeed, Miss Zhao, did you not say that the Flowing Cloud sect's disciples were rampantly slaughtering in town? We must go to stop them. Elder Dr. Chen nodded and said, Please, Elder Dr. Chen, save my master and my fellow disciples too. They have been captured by the Flowing Cloud sect's young sect master and must have suffered a lot already. If we're too late, I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on, Zhao Kenlin pleaded. Of course, we have a rather good relationship with Manor Master Fang, and we naturally wouldn't stand by and watch him suffer. Lu Qing then asked curiously, is the young sect master of the Flowing Cloud sect also in town? Yes, that madman not only came after us personally, but also brought a large group of Flowing Cloud sect disciples. Originally, while we stayed at the Taoist temple these past few days, the disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect were also staying in the town to avoid the rain. After leaving the Taoist temple, we intended to buy some food and clothing before continuing on our journey, but to our surprise, we ran into them. Young Master Lu, this young sect master of the Flowing Cloud sect, is a madman. He didn't kill us immediately because he wanted to torture us slowly first, to satisfy his appetite for cruelty. We were hiding on the side and could hear clearly why those Flowing Cloud sect disciples were wildly slaughtering the townspeople. It's because they felt that during the days they were sheltering from the rain, the townspeople didn't treat them well enough, and they had long decided to teach them a lesson. Then their so-called lesson is to kill the people directly. The expression on Lu Qing's face became somewhat somber. Exactly, senior brother Dashi couldn't bear it and rushed out to fight with them. Lu Qing looked toward the town and stopped talking, but Zhao Kenlin felt an inexplicable chill spread throughout her body. She was not the least bit scared. Instead, her heart stirred with excitement. She also looked toward the town with determination on her face and silently thought, Master, junior sister, hold on a little longer. I'm bringing Elder Dr. Chen and the others to rescue you. Due to the urgency, Ma Gu this time did not drive the carriage leisurely but whipped the horses and hurried the carriage along quickly. Soon they arrived at the town's entrance. Then before even entering, Lu Qing and others already smelled a strong scent of blood. Several corpses lay at the entrance of the town, decapitated and gruesomely dismembered. The elder doctor nodded slightly, his face growing cold. Let's go in. The carriage clattered its way into the town. Kingfang town at this time was a site of tragedy. The large town was silent, not a single person in sight, with only bodies lying strewn across the streets. Splashes of red blood were everywhere, some already darkening. Such a scene, akin to hell on earth, only made the elder doctor's face grow increasingly grim. Fortunately, he could sense that within the houses on both sides of the street, there were still many living people, all hiding in corners, afraid to emerge. Knowing that those Flowing Cloud sect disciples hadn't truly slaughtered the whole town, his heart relaxed a little. But the elder doctor's expression remained severe as his gaze fell upon the tallest building in town, his eyes icy and sharp. His innate realm divine soul sensing told him that the Flowing Cloud sect disciples had not left, they were still in the town. Elder Doctor, that's the town's only tavern, Kingfang Building, Zhao Kenlin explained. Let's head over there, the elder doctor said indifferently, but Lu Qing knew that his master was truly enraged this time. The carriage immediately made its way in that direction. Approaching Kingfang Building, they could hear the sound of whipping from inside, along with bursts of arrogant laughter. Ha ha, scream, let's see you scream now. Aren't your bones tough? How come you can't bear it after just a short whipping? You should know your master took well over 100 lashes and never passed out, and those two junior brothers of yours also withstood dozens before succumbing and fainting. How come you're so useless? A brash voice echoed from inside the building. Strangely, though, there were sounds of whipping but no screams of agony. Very well, tough one, huh? Guards, bring out that wretched girl. Let's see if he can still play mute when the little sister he treasures most is being desecrated before his very eyes. The arrogant voice rang out again, and several screams followed. At the same time, an utterly enraged roar erupted. Scoundrels, let go of my junior sister. Let go of Ru-er. A feeble voice was also shouting. Elder Dr. Chen, that's my master, senior brother Dashi, and my junior sister. Zhao Kenlin's face turned pale upon hearing this. Ma Gu, the elder doctor called sternly. Understanding the cue, Ma Gu cracked his whip and instantly sped up the carriage. Naturally, such commotion drew attention. At the entrance to the tavern, two disciples from the Flowing Cloud sect guarding the door saw a large carriage charging towards them and immediately drew their weapons, yelling, "Stop, who are you? Don't stop and we'll cut you down. Nonsense." As Ma Gu brought the carriage to an abrupt halt before Kingfang Building, he He took advantage of the forward momentum, leaping out with a long sword, not even drawn from its sheath, merely tapping twice with the scabbard, and the two guarding disciples' chests collapsed, spurting blood as they crashed into the tavern. Being assigned to guard the door meant these disciples weren't highly skilled in their cultivation, and with Magu's current strength, he dispatched them effortlessly with a couple of strikes. Who goes there? This abrupt development naturally alarmed the people inside. People immediately wanted to step out to see what was happening, but just as two disciples tried to emerge, Magu kicked out twice in rapid succession, sending them flying back before they could properly look, crashing with a din as they likely knocked over numerous tables and chairs. Amidst the successive disturbances, a sudden silence fell inside the building. Within this silence, Lu Qing and his companions stepped into the tavern. As soon as they entered, they saw a figure tied up with hands behind his back, bloody throughout, not a single part of his body unharmed, lying weakly on the ground yet still wearing an expression of rage. Beside him, another figure covered in whip marks stubbornly stood. Facing him, a young man with a delicate and sinister face, dressed lavishly, was holding a similarly bound girl. In the corner lay a pile of 7 or 8 corpses. Judging by their attire, they were likely the tavern's owner, the cook, and the waiters. But among them there was one small figure that made Lu Qing and the others' eyes narrow. Master, senior brother Dashi, junior sister. Zhao Kenlin cried out in grief. The weakened figure on the ground was indeed Fang Tao. Junior sister Kenlin, you were captured too. Upon seeing Zhao Kenlin, Dashi was first shocked, and spotting Lu Qing and the others, his expression changed drastically. Did you drag Elder Dr. Chen into this? Sister, Mr. Lu, Elder Chen, Fang Ru also cried out. Fang Tao, we meet again, Lu Qing nodded. Elder Chen, young Master Lu, were you also captured? Fang Tao looked astonished. Master, no, Elder Dr. Chen came to rescue us. Zhao Kenlin yelled, to rescue us. Fang Tao seemed incredulous. Quickly realizing, he urgently called out, Elder Chen, these people are very formidable, please go, don't worry about us. You think you can leave after killing people from our flowing cloud sect? At that moment, the sinister youth's chilling voice rose. So it's you, you little wretch, who found others to come to your deaths. The man who was holding Fang Ru looked at Zhao Kenlin with a cruel smile on his face. But he quickly sensed something was amiss. Not right, you're here, what about Elder Hong? They are dead, Magu said coldly. You must be that so-called young sect master of the flowing cloud sect. Right, let go of that girl in your hands, and perhaps we might let you suffer a bit less. Lu Qing ignored the effeminate youth's words and focused his attention entirely on a man behind him, 3 steps back, who was short and stout but muscular with disproportionately long arms, resembling a gorilla. The short, burly man felt Lu Qing's gaze, lifted his eyelids, and gave him a cold look. What, Elder Hong is dead? The disciples of the flowing cloud sect around Lu Qing were shocked to hear this. After all, Elder Hong was one of the top 3 strongest in the inner organ realm among them. The strength of these people in front of them, able to kill him, must be extraordinary. All the disciples of the flowing cloud sect immediately looked at Lu Qing and his companions with heightened wariness. Even that short, stout man appeared unmoved but somewhat surprised. Interesting. Hearing that Elder Hong and the others were already dead, the effeminate youth was shocked, but he quickly smirked again. So even Elder Hong fell at your hands, no wonder you dare to come here for a rescue, thinking you have something to rely on. I just wonder what your reliance is, whether it's you 2 green kids, or this old man, or the fellow with the knife, or perhaps. The effeminate youth scrutinized Lu Qing and his companions one by one, and when his gaze landed on little Yan holding little Li, his eyes suddenly shone with bright light. There is such a spirited and adorable girl in the world. The eyes of the effeminate youth, fixating on little Yan, displayed a disturbingly lascivious glare. The evil in that gaze scared little Yan into hastily hiding behind Zhao Kenlin. You've done well, bringing such a fine girl, just hand her over to me. Play nice, and perhaps I might consider forgiving you for challenging the flowing cloud sect. Before the effeminate youth could finish speaking, a piercingly cold, murderous intent suddenly filled the hall, making everyone's body stiffen, chilling them to the bone. Even the burly man was no exception. What did you just say? Lu Qing's voice rose, brimming with deadly chill. Be cautious, young sect master. The previously calm burly man, like a wasp stung on its tail, suddenly jumped up, guarding in front of the effeminate youth with raised palms, his face filled with caution, staring at Lu Qing. At that moment, the effeminate youth regained his senses. Despite being shocked by the intense killing intent Lu Qing could exude, seeing the burly man in front of him returned a sense of security to him. Looking at Lu Qing, he unleashed a cruel smile. I said, if you hand over that girl, boom. The effeminate youth was cut off mid-sentence. As the floorboards under Lu Qing's feet burst apart, he lunged forward. Sir, let's talk this over. The young sect master didn't mean that. The burly man, sensing the overwhelming aura unleashed by Lu Qing, was terrified and started shouting. Get lost. However, what answered him was Lu Qing, who had already pounced forward, delivering an extremely fierce punch. This boxing, feeling the punch from Lu Qing, overwhelming like a collapsing pillar, the burly man's heart trembled and his eyelids twitched. despite not understanding how Lu Qing, who had earlier seemed to only have the strength of the Qi blood realm, could unleash such a terrifying force. But the burly man knew it was too late to say anything now. Lu Qing's punch was too terrible if he couldn't catch it, not just him, but even the young sect master behind him would be blown to death with one punch. At this critical moment of life and death, the burly man unleashed all his potential, his Qi blood bursting forth. His already robust arms swelled in an instant, their color turning a deep red and doubling in size, acting like two iron gates dead set on shielding his front, securing every vital spot on his body. His feet gripped the ground even more firmly, shattering the floorboards as they dug in deep, solidifying his stance in the strongest defensive posture to block Lu Qing's formidable punch. Seeing the odd transformation of the short and stocky man, Lu Qing's expression remained unchanged, still stern. Even he couldn't be bothered to change his move, and just like that squarely, he smashed a punch onto the short and stocky man's arms. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Qing's fist, without any fanciness, collided with the arms of the short and stocky man. Then they saw, when Lu Qing's fist slammed into the arms of the short and stocky man, almost instantaneously, the short and stocky man's arms twisted and deformed, completely broke and no longer could protect his open stance, as Lu Qing's fist drove straight through, slamming into his chest. Boom. With a solid punch, Lu Qing's power, without any reservation, erupted onto the body of the short and stocky man. Because of their height difference, Lu Qing had used a downward force with this punch. What resulted was that the short and stocky man was not blown away by the punch, but was firmly nailed, in place. Under the surging power unleashed, the spot where the short and stocky man stood sunk in directly, and the powerful shockwaves utterly ravaged the wooden floor of the entire tavern hall. As for that short and stocky man, having endured Lu Qing's terrifying punch, he was already beyond recognition and had died completely devoid of breath. Silence, utter silence. Everyone in the tavern, wide-eyed and horrified, stared at the scene, including Fang Tao and his disciples, who were completely stupefied. They couldn't believe that Lu Qing, filled with a murderous aura, resembling a demon, was the gentle and amicable youth who had been chatting and laughing with them in the past few days. Elder Qiu is dead. The effeminate young man who had been thrown to the ground by the shockwave dumbfoundedly looked at the deep pit, at the twisted corpse of the short and stocky man. He couldn't accept that Elder Qiu, who had the strength of a martial arts grandmaster and ranked among the top 5 elders in the entire Flowing Cloud sect, couldn't even catch a single punch and was killed by that youngster. Thump, thump, thump. In the haunting silence, Lu Qing took steps toward the effeminate young man. Standing before him, towering above, he looked down at him indifferently. Say that again, what were you planning to do just now? The effeminate young man shuddered back to his senses. Looking at Lu Qing standing before him, feeling the dreadful killing intent emanating from him, he yelled loudly and hastily scrambled backwards. Someone come quickly and protect me, sect young master. Several disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect instinctively moved forward. But the next moment, with a flick of Lu Qing's fingers, a few hissing sounds later, those few disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect had all been struck through the forehead and slumped dead on the spot. Such brutal methods instantly petrified the remaining disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect, leaving them frozen in fear, not daring to move again. Under the fearful gazes of numerous Flowing Cloud sect disciples, Lu Qing continued walking towards the effeminate young man. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I am the young sect master of the Flowing Cloud sect. My father is the sect master of the Flowing Cloud sect. My grandfather is the supreme elder of the Flowing Cloud sect. If you dare to touch a hair on me, my grandfather will never let you off. As Lu Qing steadily approached, the effeminate young man, now cornered against the wall with no escape, screamed wildly. His originally neat and luxurious clothes, from the earlier tumbling and scrambling, were already stained with blood and dust, disheveled and looking like a beggarly ghost. Gone was any trace of his previous unrivaled, arrogant demeanor. However, his threats couldn't make Lu Qing pause even half a step. Walking slowly up to the effeminate young man, Lu Qing looked at him coldly, slowly lifting his foot. Feeling the killing intent radiating from Lu Qing, the effeminate young man knew that Lu Qing would not let him go. His face revealed a look of deep resentment, staring fixedly at Lu Qing. You lowborns dare to kill me. My grandfather is an elder of the innate realm. If I die, not just you, but even your family members, your clan, and even everyone in this town must be buried with me. Bang! Amidst the cursing of the effeminate young man, Lu Qing stamped down, directly smashing his head into his chest, resulting in his instant death. In the tavern, there was dead silence. Seeing Lu Qing stomp the effeminate young man to death, all the surviving disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect trembled in their bodies. Fang Tao and his disciples were similarly scared out of their wits. Even Ma Gu and Wei Zion were somewhat taken aback, startled by the killing intent emanating from Lu Qing. However, they also knew why Lu Qing was so enraged. Little Yan was Lu Qing's Achilles heel, and the fact that the young sect master of the Flowing Cloud sect dared to speak disrespectfully to her and harbor such filthy thoughts was no different from seeking death. Not to mention the tragic circumstances they had encountered along the way had already accumulated a lot of anger in Lu Qing. It would have been abnormal if he didn't want to kill him. It was just that the cruel methods chosen by Lu Qing caught them off guard. After all, little Yan was still there. Fortunately, little Yan's eyes were covered up in time by the elder doctor otherwise. Who knows whether the little one would have nightmares tonight. Looking at the disfigured, effeminate young man, all the Flowing Cloud sect disciples started to shake. They were filled with immense fear in their hearts. Not only were they shaken by Lu Qing's ruthlessness, but they also knew that with the death of the young sect master, the Flowing Cloud sect would experience an upheaval. The sect master and the supreme elder would definitely fly into a rage, and the whole of Yunju would be thrown into turmoil because of this event. And these disciples who had followed him, failing to protect the young sect master, were sure to bear the brunt of that anger. Thinking about the sect master's authority and methods within the sect on normal days and the supreme elder's harshness, the hearts of all the surviving disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect trembled. But soon they didn't have to worry about this problem anymore, because Lu Qing had no intention of sparing them. After crushing the effeminate young man underfoot as if crushing an insect, Lu Qing turned his gaze towards the remaining disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect. Snap! Swept by Lu Qing's dispassionate gaze, the remaining disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect shuddered. Those with weaker willpowers immediately fell to their knees. Young hero, spare our lives, please. All of this has nothing to do with us. It was the young sect master who ordered us. We were simply following his commands. Yes, young hero, we had no choice. If we didn't follow orders, we would be the first to die. We implore the young hero to Judge Weisler spare us this once. We dare not do it again. Looking at the Flowing Cloud sect disciples kneeling and begging for mercy, weeping bitterly, Lu Qing's facial expression did not change in the slightest. She even started shouting angrily, "Bullshit. You scoundrels, when you were slaughtering those innocent villagers earlier, how loudly you laughed. We heard everything clearly from the sidelines. Young Master Lu, these dogs are not human, don't let them deceive you." The pleading disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect froze. "I'm asking you, what's the deal with that little girl over there?" Lu Qing spoke faintly, his tone cold and icy. The few disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect were shocked, wanting to fabricate an excuse, but upon seeing Lu Qing's indifferent gaze, somehow their hearts felt a chill. It was all the young sect master's doing. He has a hobby of toying with young girls. That girl is the granddaughter of the tavern keeper. Today, the young sect master saw her, and then the voice of the talking Flowing Cloud sect disciple grew lower and lower, but the content of his words was enough to make one's blood run cold. A beast simply not human. Monster. Zhao Kenlin and Fang Ru were the first to curse out loud. Ma Gu and others showed faces filled with anger. Even the elder doctor had a hint of evil chi on his face. A scum like this could actually become the young sect master. Does your Flowing Cloud sect not supervise and discipline your heirs? Lu Qing said coldly. The young sect master is the sect master's son and the supreme elder's great-grandson. Who would dare to restrain him? Young hero, it was the young sect master who ordered us to kill the people of the town. The young sect master has always been capricious, cruel, and bloodthirsty. Anyone who disobeys his will would be tortured by him in madness. Cutting off hands and feet is a trivial matter. A more severe punishment would even affect our families. We really didn't dare to disobey. Please, young hero, give us a chance to reform. The remaining disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect once again started kowtowing to Lu Qing. You want a chance, but who gave those dead villagers outside another chance to live? Lu Qing looked at the disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect whose foreheads had been broken from kowtowing, their faces showing a trace of mockery. Scum like you don't deserve to live at all. Not to mention giving you a chance at life. Allowing you to die easily would be my greatest act of mercy. Run. Kneeling disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect, upon hearing the first half of Lu Qing's words, already felt a sense of foreboding. By the time they heard everything, they were even more horrified, and immediately someone bellowed. All the disciples began to scatter and flee. In an instant, more than a dozen disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect started escaping in all directions, rushing toward the tavern's doors and windows. Those with a quick wit even went straight for the injured Fang Tao and others, intending to take them hostage. Figures, a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Lu Qing wasn't surprised at all by these actions. As the Flowing Cloud sect disciples were fleeing, he too produced a handful of pebbles in his hand. Swoosh! With a flick of Lu Qing's wrist, a dozen pebbles scattered in the air like a celestial maiden dispersing blossoms, flying in all directions. Then, with muffled thuds, sprays of blood splattered everywhere. All the fleeing Flowing Cloud sect disciples, almost at the exact same time, staggered, then either fell or plunged to the ground, smashing many of the tavern's tables and chairs. On closer inspection, they were taking more breaths out than they were taking in. They had been killed by Lu Qing in an instant, with an inconceivable hidden weapon technique. One of the corpses happened to fall right in front of Fang Ru. seeing the head of the flowing cloud sect disciple punctured by a pebble with a slow leak of red and white matter, the young girl couldn't help but scream. She had originally been captured by the androgynous young man, but Lu Qing's punch that killed the stocky man was too shocking for the heart. Under the strong shockwave, the androgynous young man was only thinking of dodging to save his life, and as a result, Fang Ru was also thrown to the side. However, this throw also allowed Fang Ru to escape unscathed, not being directly affected by the blast. Therefore, aside from some bruises and contusions from the fall, she wasn't seriously injured. Seeing the dead flowing cloud sect disciple lying in front of her, Fang Ru's feelings were quite strange. She recognized this disciple of the flowing cloud sect. During the previous ambush against them, he had attacked, and her father had been severely injured by him in just a single move. Unexpectedly, such a strong martial artist was killed by just a pebble from Lu Qing. Just who was Mr. Lu, and why was he so formidable? Fang Ru looked up at Lu Qing, feeling a mix of admiration and awe. "Sister, are you all right? Are you injured anywhere?" At this time, Kenlin ran over and cut the ropes binding Fang Ru. On the other side, Ma Gu also severed the ropes on Fang Tao and Does she? "I'm fine, just a little bruising, nothing serious." Actually, Fang Ru could feel that the knife wounds that had only just healed over the past few days were once again oozing blood, but to avoid worrying her sister, she chose to endure the pain. After all, her father and Deshi's injuries were far more serious than hers at the moment. "Sister, what about senior brother Wang and senior brother Li?" Zhao Kenlin inquired about the other two brothers. "They're in the firewood shed. When I was dragged out earlier, they had been thrown in there, all covered in blood." Ma Gu immediately headed towards the kitchen and soon brought out two people covered in whip marks. Fortunately, the people from the flowing cloud sect seemed to think that they hadn't tortured the two enough and hadn't killed them. Although both were barely alive, they were not yet dead. With the elder doctor present, as long as there weren't any unrecoverable fatal injuries, even if there was only a breath left, it wouldn't be difficult to save them. While the elder doctor was treating Fang Tao and the others, Lu Qing still stood in front of the small corpse, quietly watching, his thoughts unknown. Meanwhile, Yunju, the flowing cloud sect, was enveloped in a terrifying pressure. It's the aura of the Supreme Elder. Who has the audacity to anger the Supreme Elder like this? Are they seeking death? Many disciples of the flowing cloud sect looked toward a certain palace with fearful anticipation, whispering among themselves. And in that palace, a figure was looking at a broken jade token in their hand, their face full of shock and rage. Xuan is dead. A figure emitting a terrifying aura, holding a broken jade token, had a face filled with shock and anger. The jade token in his hand was a treasure he had found while exploring a mysterious cave years ago. It was an exotic treasure that, once infused with a person's essence blood, could allow one to grasp the vital breath of that person's life at any time. Of such jade tokens, he had obtained a total of 3 that year, and one of which he had infused with the essence blood of his most beloved great-grandson, Mo Xuan. However, just moments ago, he discovered that the jade token, which had been infused with his great-grandson's essence blood, had completely broken apart. The shattering of the jade token signified that the life force of the owner of the essence blood had utterly vanished. In other words, his great-grandson, Mo Xuan, was already dead. How could this not fill him with shock and rage? "Grandfather, what has happened to make you so angry?" At this time, a middle-aged man dressed in dark garments swept in from the outside and asked anxiously. "Xuan is dead," the figure replied with a somber voice. "What? Xuan is dead?" The man in dark garment gasped in disbelief. Impossible, with Elder Q protecting him, who could kill him. He didn't doubt his grandfather's words, because he knew that his grandfather possessed an exotic treasure that could determine Xuan's situation from thousands of miles away, but he also felt it was unbelievable. After all, Elder Q was a martial artist who had achieved great success with his inner organs, and was only a step away from the Grandmaster realm of inner organs perfection. Under his protection, who could harm Xuan? You're asking me, I want to ask you." The figure's aura suddenly erupted, oppressing the man in dark garment until he gasped for breath. "I've only been in closed-door cultivation for a few days, and Xuan has run out of Yunju. You, as his father, don't even know. Grandfather, I've been handling sect affairs recently. I only knew that Xuan took a group of disciples, saying that he was going to teach someone who offended him a lesson. I didn't know he had chased out of Yunju." The man in dark garment's forehead sweated. Although he had reached the realm of martial arts grandmaster, he still found it difficult to breathe in the presence of his grandfather's frightening aura. Investigate immediately for me. I want to know who killed Xuan. I will annihilate his entire family, slaughter his whole clan." With the order from the terrifying figure, all the flowing cloud sect disciples finally knew that it was their young sect master who had been killed. This shook the entire flowing cloud sect, who didn't know how much the Supreme Elder doted on the young sect master. Now that he had been killed, no one dared to imagine just how furious the Supreme Elder must be, but everyone knew that Yunju was about to undergo a major upheaval. While Yunju was being stirred by the actions of the flowing cloud sect, in Kingfang town, the elder doctor finally managed to stabilize the injuries of Fang Tao and the others. Ma Gu and the others were also preparing to work with the surviving townsfolk to handle the corpses. So many people had died in the town, including the flowing cloud sect disciples killed by Lu Qing. There must have been at least hundreds of bodies. It was clearly unrealistic to give all these many bodies a proper burial. Not to mention that some families had been entirely slaughtered by the flowing cloud sect disciples, leaving no one to tend to the corpses. If these many bodies were not dealt with promptly, they could easily breed an epidemic, which would be even more problematic. Therefore, the best solution was to burn them all. The elder doctor was a doctor, and Lu Qing and the others had killed those evildoers, saving their lives, although they were reluctant to bury those evildoers with their own friends and relatives. Compared to the potential dreadful epidemic, this bit of discomfort was clearly negligible. Thus, with the guidance of the townspeople, Lu Qing and the others found a barren piece of land outside the town and dug a large pit. Then, with the concerted efforts of many, they moved all the corpses from within and outside the town into the pit, afterward gathering a lot of wood and kindling to pile on top of the bodies. Of course, that alone was not enough. Among the bodies in the pit were many disciples of the flowing cloud sect as martial artists with strong sinews and bones. Ordinary firewood would likely struggle to thoroughly incinerate them. Therefore, after the firewood was stacked, Lu Qing took out a jade bottle and continuously dripped red medicine liquid around the perimeter of the large pit. Once an entire bottle of red medicine liquid was poured out, he took a torch, had everyone step back, and then tossed the torch into the pit. At first, everyone was unclear about Lu Qing's actions. However, when the torch fell into the pit and flames shot into the sky, everyone felt the scorching wave of heat and was struck with horror. If they knew, having already retreated dozens of meters, that the heat wave still made it difficult to bear, how high must the temperature inside that pit be? What exactly was that red liquid Lu Qing had poured into the pit, capable of producing such terrifyingly fierce flames? In an instant, the townspeople's reverence toward Lu Qing greatly deepened. The fire in the pit blazed for a full hour before extinguishing. When the temperature at the edge of the pit finally started to drop, and people approached to inspect, they saw nothing left in the pit but ashes, not even a single piece of bone remaining. They even observed that the edges of the pit had some mud and sand that had been directly melted into a glaze-like substance. Beyond the townspeople's astonishment, there was also a great sense of relief. It was clear that burned like this, it was impossible for a plague to breed. For their town, this was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Otherwise, if a plague were to break out, they would all have to abandon their homes and flee, leaving the land that their ancestors had lived on for generations. The next steps were simple. Together, they filled the pit back in and then returned to town. On the way back, Lu Qing did not speak at all. Upon returning to the inn, he remained silent and taciturn, just standing at the window, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Ah Qing, seeing his disciple in an unusual disposition, the elder doctor approached. "Master, my heart is troubled." Lu Qing spoke faintly. The elder doctor paused for a moment. "Is it because of that little girl?" "Not just her." Lu Qing shook his head. "I just feel that this matter should not end like this." "What do you intend to do?" "I would like to make a visit to the flowing cloud sect." Lu Qing looked towards the sky outside the window. "Without this journey, my mind will not be at ease. My thoughts unable to break through." "All right, then I will accompany you on this trip." The elder doctor nodded. "Master," Lu Qing turned around in surprise. "Don't look at me like that. Do you really think your master is one of those pedantic men who treat every person the same, regardless of whether they are good or evil?" The elder doctor chuckled softly, though his smile seemed somewhat cold. He turned to gaze at a bloodstain in the corner. That was precisely where the small figure had once stood. "Although I am a doctor, that does not mean I am only a doctor." Watching his master's retreating figure, Lu Qing felt somewhat stunned. Previously, why did he bother arguing to make those flowing cloud sect disciples confess their own misdeeds? Actually, it wasn't because he wanted to know the answer. He, with his superpower, didn't need to go through such roundabout ways to gather information. In fact, he raised the question for his master and the others to hear. Otherwise, Lu Qing wouldn't have bothered with such futile efforts and would have already slaughtered that bunch of scum. Now it seems the master too was utterly infuriated by what the flowing cloud sect disciples had done. "But master, this way our journey to Central State might be delayed quite a bit," Lu Qing said. "It doesn't matter, it's just taking a detour. Central State isn't going anywhere, it won't run away. As long as we're determined, we will eventually get there." Old Dr. Chen replied indifferently. Lu Qing fell silent for a moment, then smiled. "Well then, master, let's go and make a breakthrough at Flowing Cloud Sect." Speaking of which, sect leader Fang once mentioned that Flowing Cloud Sect seems to have more than one innate realm expert. "At that time, I'm afraid we'll have to rely on you, master." Less cheek, old Dr. Chen first scolded with a laugh. Then he continued, "However, as long as the Flowing Cloud Sect's innate realm experts haven't reached the great success of the innate realm, your master should still be able to hold them off. Lu Qing was taken aback for a moment. Then, after a while, he spoke, Master, you seem to have changed a bit. If it were the master from before, he would not have said such confident words. These past years, I have been constantly studying the Green Bag Medical Scripture by the medical saint. Do you know why? Old Dr. Chen asked. Disciple doesn't know. Lu Qing was also a bit puzzled. Given his master's present level of medical expertise, he had long surpassed that legendary medical saint, perhaps even more so. After all, according to the rumors, that medical saint didn't seem to have reached the innate realm. Lu Qing had also studied the Green Bag Medical Scripture, and while the medical theories inside were indeed profound, in his current view, there was nothing particularly mysterious about it. It didn't seem worth it for his master, an innate realm expert, to study for so long. The Green Bag Medical Scripture, left by the medical saint, not only records many excellent prescriptions, but also includes many of the medical saint's reflections on our role as doctors. There is one sentence that I didn't pay much attention to in the past, but today I have gained a deep understanding of it. Old Dr. Chen said with a sigh. What is it, Master? The medical saint once said in the Green Bag Medical Scripture that doctors who treat illnesses and save lives are mere physicians, but those who can cure the ways of the world and save all the people are truly great physicians. A certain emotion appeared in old Dr. Chen's eyes. This old man in this lifetime will only treat illnesses and save lives. Whether a small-time physician or a great healer, it doesn't matter much to me. But what I saw and heard today has made me realize that this world is indeed in chaos. The cunning and malice in people's hearts have reached an incurable level. In such a world, your master doesn't have the power to heal, but at the very least, we can seek justice for the townspeople who died tragically in Kingfang town. We can cleanse some of the festering sores of the world and excise a bit of its cancer. Watching the determination on his master's face, Lu Qing was stunned. All right, after I treat sect leader Fang and the others, injuries, and ask about the situation in Yunju, we will prepare to hit the road. Old Dr. Chen turned and left, leaving Lu Qing standing there, staring blankly at his master's back. What did you say? Elder Chen, young Master Lu, you're going to Yunju. When Fang Tao and his disciples found out that Elder Chen and the others were preparing to go to Yunju, they were all shocked. Elder Chen, you've just killed the young sect master of the Flowing Cloud sect and so many disciples. The Flowing Cloud sect is famously protective of their own. They certainly won't let this go. If you go to Yunju now, won't you be walking into a trap? Fang Tao said anxiously. Yes, young Master Lu, that young sect master was the great-grandson of Flowing Cloud sect's supreme elder and also the sect master's son. Killing him was like directly slapping the face of the Flowing Cloud sect. Going to Yunju now is far too dangerous. Dashi, covered in bandages, also persuaded them. As for Fang Ru and the others, they likewise showed an urgent expression. Sect leader Fang, I think you may be overly concerned, Lu Qing said with a smile. The Flowing Cloud sect doesn't yet know about what happened here. How could they give us trouble for it? We're going to Yunju on urgent business. Once that's taken care of, we will leave immediately, not lingering. Please don't worry, sect leader Fang. Hearing this, Fang Tao reacted. That's right, the disciples from the Flowing Cloud sect who came to hunt them had all been killed by Lu Qing, and his party not a single one was left to report back. How could they know about Lu Qing and his group? Nonetheless, although this reasoning was a bit far-fetched, but Lu Qing and his group insisted on going to Yunju at this time, Fang Tao still felt something odd. Elder Dr. Chen, since that's the case, let Fang be your guide back home. I am quite familiar with Yunju, and I know a thing or two about the various sect forces there. With my guidance, it should not be difficult to avoid the people from the Flowing Cloud sect. Fang Tao thought for a while and suggested. There's no need for such trouble, Sect Master Fang. You still have injuries and need to rest quietly. It's best not to exert yourself too much. Moreover, our carriage is cramped and I'm afraid it cannot accommodate another person. Sect Master Fang, you just need to help us by marking out the locations of those sect forces in Yunju so that we can be prepared and avoid any unnecessary conflicts. Upon hearing Lu Qing's request, Fang Tao finally began to believe that they indeed had pressing matters to attend to in Yunju. Since it was so, he naturally could not dissuade them any longer, so he drew a simple map, marking out the main sect powers in Yunju, and explained it to Lu Qing and the others. Young Master Lu in Yunju, there are 3 major sects with formidable power. These 3 sects, because they have innate realm ancestors within, are difficult for the state mansion to control. Amongst the 3, the Flowing Cloud sect is the most domineering in their actions, and now that you have killed their young sect master, if you encounter disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect in Yunju, please do all you can to avoid them and not come into conflict. Now Fang Tao knew that Lu Qing and his companions were profoundly skillful and astonishingly powerful. Given the strength that Lu Qing had exhibited before, even if an ordinary sect were to mobilize its full force, they would likely be unable to harm them. However, the 3 major sects were different. They had innate realm elders within them, and in addition, the immense power they wielded. No matter how powerful Lu Qing and his friends were, it would be difficult to provoke such behemoths. It was still better to avoid them as much as possible. Upon hearing that Elder Doctor and the others were leaving, the surviving townspeople of Kingfang Town could not sit still either and all came out to see them off. An old man, his body slightly trembling, handed Elder Doctor and the others a basket. Beside him there were two children, a boy and a girl, only about 5 or 6 years old, and behind them a large group of townspeople stood, also holding various items in their hands. There's no need for this, old man. Elder Dr. Chen initially refused the old man's offerings. Looking at the crowd behind, he raised his voice and said, "Please take your things back, everyone. Our carriage lacks neither food nor space to carry so much." Kingfang Town had suffered a great disaster and lost many people. In the days to come, life would certainly be difficult. The things they had brought out could be their sustenance for survival, so naturally, Elder Dr. Chen did not wish to accept them. The townspeople still wanted to persuade, but under the firm refusal of Elder Dr. Chen, they eventually had to take back their offerings. After all the refusals, Elder Dr. Chen looked at the townspeople on the street and said, "Everyone, in the days to come, if anyone asks about our whereabouts, just tell them straight away that my apprentices and I have gone to Yunju. There's no need to conceal this on our behalf, but I urge you all, remember not to act recklessly." After speaking, he got into the carriage amidst the astonished looks of the crowd. "Drive." Magu cracked the whip, and the carriage slowly moved toward the edges of the town. "Kneel to send off our benefactors." As the carriage was more than 10 yards away, the old man at the front suddenly knelt down with his grandchildren, kowtowing deeply. His grandchildren, not fully understanding what was happening, instinctively mimicked their grandfather, joining in the kowtowing. "Kneel to send off our benefactors." With the grandparents and children leading the act, it was as if a switch had been flipped in a flash. The townspeople on the streets also kneeled en masse, bowing in the direction that the carriage departed. Such an emotionally stirring scene completely stunned Fang Tao and his apprentices. After a while, as the carriage disappeared from sight and the townspeople gradually stood up, Fang Ru spoke with some confusion. "Father, what did Elder Dr. Chen mean by what he said before he left?" Fang Tao, who had still been immersed in emotion, upon hearing this question and recalling what Elder Dr. Chen had said, was suddenly shocked and blurted out, "No good. Elder Dr. Chen and his party are not really going to Yunju for urgent matters. They are trying to lead away the people from Flowing Cloud sect, to prevent them from bringing further disaster to the town." Fang Ru looked towards her father. Dashi and Zhao Kenlin as well looked on in confusion. "I said, Elder Dr. Chen and young Master Lu and the others in going to Yunju aren't actually going to conduct any important matters. Instead, they are showing up deliberately to lead the people of Flowing Cloud sect away in order to prevent them from coming to investigate later, which could once again bring disaster to the people of Kingfang Town and pursue us." "Then isn't that very dangerous for Mr. Lu and the others?" Fang Ru's face suddenly turned pale. Fang Tao's face also looked unsightly as he became annoyed. "No wonder I always felt something was strange before. I should have dissuaded them. Master, Elder Dr. Chen and the others haven't gone far. Should we chase after them now and stop them?" Dashi said anxiously. He couldn't bear to watch his benefactors put themselves in such great danger. "It's useless." Fang Tao shook his head. "Once they have made their decision, it's not something we can persuade them against. Do you think young Master Lu is the kind of person who would change his mind easily?" Remembering Lu Qing's resolute and decisive manner from before, everyone fell silent. With Lu Qing's extreme strength, his will was undoubtedly far stronger than ordinary people. Such a person would not easily waver in his decisions. "Then, Dad, are we just going to watch as Mr. Lu and the others enter Yunju?" Fang Ru said unwillingly, "That's the only way. Elder Dr. Chen and the others clearly do not want Kingfang Town to suffer any more calamities. Such an act of benevolence, even if we caught up to them, what reason could we have to dissuade them?" sighed Fang Tao. Fang Ru and the others didn't know what to say for a moment. They just looked in the direction Lu Qing and the others had left, their expressions extremely complex. There was admiration, but also shame, and even more so, worry. Lu Qing and the others did not know that Fang Tao had already guessed their purpose in heading to Yunju. After leaving Kingfang Town, they followed the map that Fang Tao had given them and headed towards Yunju. In the evening, when they stopped in a valley on the roadside to cook and rest, Lu Qing approached the elder doctor. "Master, I have something I want to discuss with you." The elder doctor nodded, and the two walked to the other side of the valley. Once they were far enough away, the elder doctor said, "Ah Qing, what do you want to discuss?" Lu Qing said, "Master, as you can feel, the world has changed. There seems to be an indescribable and strange energy of willpower in the world now. Isn't there?" "Indeed." The elder doctor nodded. "This energy of will is lively and full of vitality, seemingly even more mystical than the heaven and earth primordial chi. I can feel that if we could absorb and refine it, it would be extremely beneficial for cultivators. However, when I tried to capture it, I couldn't do so successfully. If I'm not mistaken, that should be spiritual energy. To absorb and refine spiritual energy, two prerequisites are needed. Lu Qing said. What are the prerequisites? Asked the elder doctor. He wasn't surprised as to why Lu Qing knew these things. He knew that Lu Qing had received some mysterious inheritance and knew much more about ancient times than he did. The first prerequisite is that one needs to have reached the innate realm where the qi acupoints are opened. The second is to know a unique qi refining method, which the ancient cultivators called the qi eating skill. Qi eating skill. The elder doctor realized, no wonder, it turns out you need a unique cultivation method to refine spiritual energy. It's not surprising, given how mystical and beneficial the spiritual energy is to the human body, that it's not easy to refine. Master, I happen to have a qi eating skill here. I'm not sure if it's suitable for you, but why don't you take it and contemplate it to see if there's any benefit? Ah Qing, you know the qi eating skill. Now the elder doctor was truly surprised. This qi eating skill is one of the inheritances I obtained in the cave where I found the earth vein spirit liquid. I never thought I'd use it in this lifetime, but now that the spiritual energy has recovered, it finally has a place to be used. But since it's the inheritance you received, is it appropriate for you to teach it to your master? The elder doctor hesitated. It's okay. There was no requirement in the inheritance that a disciple must not pass it on to others, and besides, master, you are not an outsider, so there is no prohibition. Even if there were prohibitions, Lu Qing wouldn't care. What he intended to teach his master was actually the inheritance he had obtained from the leaving fire tripod. Who I pass the cultivation technique to is still up to me. Since that's the case, I shall shamelessly ask for your guidance, old man. Hearing Lu Qing say that it was not taboo, old Dr. Chen also set his mind at ease. Besides, he was curious how miraculous a cultivation technique that could refine spiritual energy could be. Master, please concentrate and clear your distracting thoughts to prepare for receiving the cultivation technique, Lu Qing suddenly said solemnly. Seeing this, old Dr. Chen's expression also turned serious and he nodded slightly. The mentor and disciple began to face each other, sitting cross-legged on a large rock in the valley. Master, please forgive your disciple's impudence. After old Dr. Chen had completely calmed his heart and spirit, Lu Qing extended a finger and gently touched it to his master's forehead. Despite being surprised, out of absolute trust in his own disciple, old Dr. Chen didn't move and allowed Lu Qing's finger to touch his forehead. Then, the next moment, a very surprised expression appeared on his face. However, old Dr. Chen couldn't say anything before he closed his eyes and quietly received the information transmitted by Lu Qing. After a while, when all the information had been received and Lu Qing's finger was withdrawn, old Dr. Chen opened his eyes and looked at Lu Qing in astonishment. It's like a sudden enlightenment, divine soul transmission. Ah Qing, your divine soul power has grown this strong. Old Dr. Chen couldn't help being astonished because, from their recent contact, he realized that Lu Qing's divine soul power was even stronger than his own. At least Lu Qing had just shown a divine skill that he himself couldn't perform now. But his own disciple hadn't even broken through to the innate realm yet. Disciple has encountered some opportunities recently which have greatly enhanced my divine soul power, Lu Qing said with a smile. Old Dr. Chen was speechless. He found it hard to imagine what kind of encounter could allow a postnatal realm martial artist to possess a divine soul power far stronger than that of an ordinary innate realm. Could this be the terrifying aspect of a so-called child of fate? Involuntarily, old Dr. Chen started to believe what Wei Shanai often mentioned, that his own disciple being a child of fate wasn't without reason. Master, I have now completely transferred the water-swallowing breath technique to you. Please try to comprehend it and see if you can glean anything. Lu Qing continued with a smile. Old Dr. Chen nodded, closed his eyes, and began to contemplate the cultivation technique Lu Qing had taught him. Seeing his master earnestly contemplating the technique, Lu Qing's eyes finally showed a trace of fatigue. Transferring the cultivation technique to his master seemed simple, but it was not easy. A method like divine soul transmission was usually something only martial arts experts above the great success of the innate realm could use. It was only because he had formed the divine soul talisman, reached the second level of the qi refining method at the Honglu Temple, and understood various techniques of employing divine soul power that he could barely execute it. However, after transferring the technique, he couldn't help feeling somewhat exhausted. He didn't want his master to notice, so he pretended as if nothing had happened. Now that his master was entering the cultivation state, his exhaustion surged forth. Fortunately, Lu Qing had the Earth Spirit Pearl. In the acupoint of his forehead, the Earth Spirit Pearl was slowly rotating. Each rotation alleviated a portion of Lu Qing's spiritual fatigue. After several dozen breaths, he felt completely relieved of his mental exhaustion. Not only that, he keenly noticed that as the fatigue dissolved, the resilience of his divine soul power seemed to have also strengthened slightly. Lu Qing thought to himself, a contemplative look crossing his face. However, he quickly dismissed these thoughts, because he sensed that the spiritual energy in the surrounding space suddenly fluctuated, and the source of this disturbance was coming from his master. Lu Qing felt the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the surrounding space, somewhat surprised. The Li water swallowing skill was specially chosen by him from the Li Huo sect's heritage, and it should be the most suitable qi eating skill for master. Li means fire, and Li water represents the combination of fire and water. This is a qi eating skill that cultivates both elements together. It just so happened that master had previously grasped the meaning of water and fire coexisting, with both water and fire types of innate true qi within him. Practicing this Li water swallowing skill couldn't be more appropriate. After a while, the spiritual energy in the surrounding space fluctuated and then returned to calmness. The elder doctor opened his eyes, filled with amazement. "Master, how do you feel?" Lu Qing asked eagerly. This qi-eating skill is indeed mysterious, and it follows the paths of the meridians and acupoints for circulation, which compared to the martial arts way of refining heaven and earth primordial qi is much more intricate, the elder doctor said. True, the qi-eating skill on the path of qi refinement indeed surpasses the innate method of martial arts. Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Although the martial arts innate method also involves absorbing and refining heaven and earth primordial qi to strengthen oneself, its refining method is more about straightforward and forceful expansion and contraction. The absorbed primordial qi enters directly into the qi acupoint, and the martial artist uses the force of the divine soul to refine it bit by bit, turning it into their own power. The qi-eating skill is different after the spiritual energy enters the body. It does not go directly to the qi acupoint, but first travels through the meridians, circulates the circulation, and then settles in the dantian energy point to be slowly refined into one's own spiritual power. The two methods seem only to differ by the circulation step in the qi-eating skill, but it is this very step that creates a significant difference between the two cultivation methods. The circulation involves various meridians and acupoints in the human body. These are mysterious and expansive, with an extremely complex system. It can be said that the various qi-eating skills of cultivators are so different in efficacy because they traverse different meridians and acupoints when refining spiritual energy during circulation. The path of meridians and acupoint circulation, even to us in the innate realm, is extraordinarily mysterious and difficult to comprehend. It is unexpected that the ancients had already thoroughly researched it and were able to create such mysterious qi-eating skills. The wisdom of the ancients is truly profound and inscrutable, the elder doctor exclaimed. Master, we don't have to be so harsh on ourselves, Lu Qing said with a smile. This qi-eating method appeared in the era when the cultivation era's ancient spiritual energy was at its height. In that era, great divine power individuals capable of flying and burrowing were numerous, and under their broad vision, creating cultivation techniques would naturally be much easier than in our era. Now that spiritual energy is recovering, if we live long enough and ponder slowly, perhaps we can create cultivation methods like these. This makes sense, the elder doctor nodded. The ancients might have been formidable, but that doesn't mean modern people can't match them otherwise in the field of medicine. We wouldn't have been able to accumulate so many prescriptions and medical theories to benefit the world. Right, Master, how do you feel after just comprehending the Li water swallowing skill? Can you now absorb and refine spiritual energy? It's not that fast, the elder doctor shook his head. This Li water swallowing skill is exceptionally mysterious. I've only just gained a slight understanding. To truly enter its threshold, I'm afraid I will need a few more days of reflection. Being able to enter its threshold in just a few days is already very fast. Your talent is truly impressive, Lu Qing said sincerely. This is a cultivation method, and to have some insight upon first contact signifies that master's comprehension abilities are indeed extraordinary, even in the cultivation era. Now even my teacher is joking with me, the elder doctor chided with a smile. Elder doctor, brother Lu Qing, dinner is ready. While the master and disciple were talking, Ma Gu's voice came. All right, let's go eat, the elder doctor said. Lu Qing nodded, and both master and disciple jumped down from the large rock and walked towards the carriage. After dinner, as the sky had already darkened, Lu Qing and his companions simply set up tents, preparing to spend the night in the forest. After pitching the tents, the elder doctor went to rest first, continuing to ponder and meditate on the Li water swallowing skill. Lu Qing and Ma Gu, along with a few others, gathered around the campfire and struck up a conversation. Brother Lu Qing, I looked at our itinerary, and in at most 2 days we'll be able to enter the boundary of Yunju, which is the territory of the Flowing Cloud sect. What do you plan to do? Ma Gu asked. There's no need to do anything, Lu Qing replied. We'll just go directly to the Flowing Cloud sect following the location marked by Manager Fang. We're going to just barge in like that. Ma Gu was astonished. Yes, Ma Gu took a deep breath. A few moments later, he could only give a wry smile. That's so like you, Brother Lu Qing. He had originally thought Lu Qing and the elder doctor had some detailed plan, but it turned out their method was to simply force their way through. However, recalling that Lu Qing, when he was only in the Qi blood realm and had just started martial arts training, had dared to venture alone into Happy Village and annihilated it, Ma Gu felt reassured. This was indeed Lu Qing's typical approach. Thinking of this, Ma Gu felt his blood start to boil. He too was very displeased with the actions of the Flowing Cloud sect. Their massacre of commoners was no different from that of evil sects. The idea of teaching the Flowing Cloud sect a lesson was quite refreshing to consider. As for Wei Zion, young and vigorous, having just proven his strength, fear was something he knew even less about. Knowing they were about to pick a fight with a major sect, excitement was all they felt. After all, if the sky were to collapse, Lu Qing and the Elder Doctor would bear it. All he had to do was follow along. This was also the instruction given by their ancestor when they set out. After chatting for a while, everyone went to rest. The night passed without incident. The next morning after breakfast, Lu Qing and the others started on their journey again. For the next 2 days, the carriage hastened along the road. Luckily, none of them were ordinary people. Even Little Yan had an extraordinary physique. Otherwise, they really might not have been able to withstand such a relentless journey. On the third morning, after preparing breakfast early, Lu Qing saw that his master had not yet come out. He went to the side and began performing nourishing body boxing to limber up. Little Yan, who had also risen early, followed his movements on the side. Over the last 2 years, although Lu Qing had not formally taught Little Yan cultivation, he had passed on to her a simplification of nourishing body boxing, specially designed for her. This simplified nourishing body boxing did not involve overly complicated movements or the need to engage qi blood in practice. It only required practicing along with the rhythm of breathing. However, the effects of the exercise were quite good, particularly suitable for children to build a foundation, created specifically by Lu Qing for Little Yan. The two siblings practiced the boxing earnestly, while Little Li lay lazily on a nearby stump watching them. As for Ma Gu and his disciple, they were also practicing their skills on the other side of the forest. Ever since the refinement of the Earth Spirit Pearl and being nurtured by this Earth Element treasure, my physical body and divine soul have been slowly strengthening, nearly doubling in power, and this growth has not yet ceased. I really don't know, once it reaches the limit, just how strong my physical body and divine soul will become. As he practiced boxing, Lu Qing contemplated the changes in his own body. In recent times, nurtured constantly by the Earth Spirit Pearl, his physical capabilities and divine soul power had greatly enhanced, almost double the strength from before. Even so, he had not yet felt any decrease in the rate of enhancement. With this, Lu Qing hardly dared to imagine just how powerful he would become once this transformation reached its limit. By then, he probably wouldn't need to enter a state of perfect eruption with his body's strength alone. He could wrestle with someone in the innate realm. After practicing boxing for a while, just as Lu Qing was wondering why his master was getting up later than usual today, suddenly he felt the surrounding spiritual energy growing restless, quickly converging towards a certain location. And that place was precisely where his master's tent stood. His master made a breakthrough. Lu Qing was extremely surprised and immediately stopped practicing to go to his master's tent. In his divine soul sensing, the spiritual energy within about a mile was drawn and gathered into the tent, and from inside the tent a powerful aura was rising, unreleased but astonishing. After a while, the presence inside the tent gradually subsided and returned to calm. The curtain was lifted, and the Elder Doctor came out. The moment he saw the Elder Doctor, Lu Qing's eyes brightened. His master emanated a vague aura, elusive and indeterminable, with a peculiar quality compared to before. "Master, have you had a breakthrough?" Indeed, the Elder Doctor nodded. "After several days of contemplation and some fortunate insights, I finally managed to absorb and refine spiritual energy, cultivating a strand of spiritual power." Hearing this, Lu Qing's heart filled with joy. He immediately activated his superpower, gazing intently at his master. Out of respect for his master, Lu Qing rarely used his superpower to probe information about him. However, this breakthrough of his master was extraordinary, and he could not help but investigate. Then he saw a rich golden superpower light emerge from his master. Chen Songking, an exquisite medical skills, kind-hearted, respected by people, a very good elder doctor. Cultivation, innate minor achievement peak, water and fire attribute true qi. Endowed with merit power which can attract fortune and avert disaster. With profound luck, astonishing aptitude, innate domain minor achievement. Understanding the harmony of water and fire, controlling water and fire innate true qi, mutually reinforcing, the speed of cultivation increased greatly and the power ascended significantly. The beginnings of the Tao Foundation have become apparent, possessing water and fire spiritual powers. Indeed, he had cultivated spiritual power. And not just spiritual power, but his cultivation had also broken through to the peak of innate minor achievement, and he was only a step away from the innate great success realm. "Master, what difference do you feel between this spiritual power and the innate true qi?" Lu Qing asked. The Elder Doctor pondered for a moment. He said, in terms of might, spiritual power is even stronger than innate true qi. Of course, the difficulty of cultivating it is also greater. Moreover, perhaps due to the changes in heaven and earth, I can feel that the connection between spiritual power and the heaven and earth laws is somewhat closer. I see. Lu Qing nodded thoughtfully. The carefree wanderer once wrote in his essays that after the depletion of spiritual energy, shackles appeared in the heaven and earth, and martial artists could, at most, cultivate to the innate perfection realm. It would be extremely difficult, almost impossible, to break through any further. Now with the changes in heaven and earth, and the revival of spiritual energy, Master, you feel that there's a close connection between spiritual power and the heaven and earth rules. It seems that if we want to break through to a realm above innate in the future, we must start with spiritual power. With that in mind, Lu Qing thought of Li Weishan. Back then, Li Weishan had gleaned a higher realm from the array runes in the Jade Cave, ultimately dying in a risky attempt to break through. At that time, Li Weishan was full of unwillingness, believing it was because he had wasted too much time fighting with others in his youth. If he had been given more life to fully comprehend the runes in the Jade Cave, he surely would have succeeded in breaking through to that realm above innate. Now it seems, that was merely Li Weishan's illusion. The shackles of heaven and earth meant that even if he had understood that realm, he would not have truly been able to step into it. But up until his death, Li Weishan never learned this truth, and whether this ignorance was a blessing or a curse to him remained unknown. Master, now that you possess both innate true qi and spiritual power, does it affect you? Lu Qing suddenly thought of something. For the time being, it is of no concern. The elder doctor shook his head. Whether it's spiritual power or innate true qi, both were cultivated by me and carry my divine soul will, completely under my control. The two are from the same origin and thus do not conflict. Furthermore, I can vaguely sense that once I comprehend the departing water absorption technique at a deeper level, I will be able to nourish my spiritual power with innate true qi, allowing the spiritual power to grow quickly without damaging my cultivation. Is that even possible? Lu Qing's eyes brightened. Does that mean, even if the spiritual energy is not yet dense, Master, you can still break through quickly and reach qi refining perfection, entering the foundation establishment stage? No, that's not right. But Lu Qing quickly realized something was amiss. If the problem of sparse spiritual energy were so easily solved, then the carefree wanderer would not have been so desperate, and those powerful cultivators of the cultivation era would not have vanished. It's not as simple as that. As expected, the elder doctor said with a smile, humans rely on heaven and earth to live, and even we cultivators are no exception. If I now convert innate true qi into spiritual power to quickly elevate my qi refinement cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem in the short term, but over time, it will definitely become uncontrollable as the spiritual power dissipates outward, because the heaven and earth rules have not yet changed and matured to that extent. I understand it's like a person in a dry and hot desert no matter how much they drink. Due to the lack of water vapor in the environment and the intense heat, the water will eventually evaporate. Lu Qing had a sudden realization. The elder doctor nodded. That's not entirely accurate, but the principle is generally the same. So it seemed that the powerful cultivators of ancient times may have vanished for this reason. Because the heaven and earth had changed, they could no longer accommodate such powerful cultivators. After talking with his master for a while, Lu Qing had gained quite a lot. Likewise, his master's breakthrough was a pleasant surprise. With this, their upcoming journey to Yunju was now even more secure. The breakthrough of his master made Lu Qing even more confident about their journey to Yunju. On the peak of innate minor achievement, and possessing dual system innate true qi, as well as the innate domain he had comprehended, Lu Qing estimated that now his master could even face a true martial artist at the great success of innate realm without necessarily falling into disadvantage. The innate realm practitioners of the flowing cloud sect were strong, but he thought it was unlikely they had anyone at the exaggeration of great success in the innate realm. Otherwise, the flowing cloud sect wouldn't be just one of the three major sects in Yunju. After having breakfast, Lu Qing and his crew continued on their way. It was somewhat strange, for they had officially entered the territory of Yunju and had been traveling on official roads all along. However, they had not encountered anyone from the flowing cloud sect over the past few days. It was unclear whether the flowing cloud sect had not sent anyone to look for their young sect master, or if they had taken another route. If it was the latter, it would not be good news for Lu Qing and his company. As Lu Qing thought about whether to find an excuse to go back and check the situation, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked ahead. Soon he saw dust billowing in the distance, and a group of powerful martial artists on tall horses were galloping toward them. It's really a case of speaking of the devil. From afar, Lu Qing recognized the clothing of the lead few, very familiar, and couldn't help but laugh. "Ah Qing, what's going on?" The elder doctor lifted the curtain of the carriage and asked. Before Lu Qing could reply, the horse-riding martial artists in front had already started shouting, "Clear the way, carriage ahead." Move out of the way within 3 breaths or die. The 3 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Magu only had time to stop the carriage, there was no time to move it off the road. Seeing this, the martial artists on the opposing side had a fierce look on their faces. A burst of strong wind sudden emerged, and several long whips were already lashing towards the carriage. From the whistling sound, if the carriage was actually struck, even if it did not fall apart, it would likely be flipped off the road by the powerful force carried by the whips. Seeing this, Magu's face changed, ready to block, but then he heard several sizzling sounds by his ear. He saw that a few of the martial artists who had acted up front suddenly shouted, blood spurting from their foreheads, tumbling off their horses, and the long whips in their hands had run out of strength, failing to touch the carriage. What? This turn of events was entirely beyond the expectation of those on the other side. Especially the falling of their frontmen warriors shocked them profoundly. Fortunately, the martial artists dispatched this time were skilled in martial arts and riding, so at the critical moment, with a lift and leap on their horses, they avoided the tragic fate of being trampled by their own. Consequently, all of them inevitably came to a halt. However, even if they hadn't been stopped, these martial artists would not have simply left, because they discovered that although their fallen comrades had not been trampled by the horses, they likewise never got up, not even twitching. Upon closer inspection, they were already dead. Junior brother Xiao, brother Huang, junior brother Wang. The shock this time was truly extraordinary. One must know that the few who died were all exceptional in skill, at least martial artists at the great success of the muscle bone realm, yet they died in an instant. For a moment, all the martial artists' faces changed drastically. Who dares to launch a sneak attack? Sick of living, are you? A tall and sturdy man with a war saber at his waist and a jujube red face, his expression dramatically changed, shouted fiercely toward the carriage. People from the flowing cloud sect, indeed a dog cannot change its nature of eating filth. No matter where you go, you're always so overbearing and merciless to others, Lu Qing said coldly, stepping down from the carriage, without waiting for the rest of the martial artists to fully recover from their shock. Brother Lu Qing, you're saying these people are from the flowing cloud sect? Magu asked. That's right, look at their clothing. Magu looked carefully and noticed that indeed, the clothing of the current martial artists was familiar, especially the clouds on the cuff and collar, which were exactly the same as those on the bodies of the flowing cloud sect disciples they had killed a few days ago in Kingfang town. So these really are scum from the flowing cloud sect, Magu realized. The youth is arrogant, ignorant of death, seeking death. Seeing that the two dared to insult them to their face, all the disciples from the flowing cloud sect were furiously indignant. The leading man with the jujube red face had a chill in his eyes with a ringing sound. The war saber at his waist was already unsheathed, the cold light flashing, and in an instant it had already slashed in front of Magu. The jujube red face man could tell that Lu Qing's cultivation was not high, merely at the Qi blood realm. And even Magu was only at the great success of the muscle bone realm. Neither of these two could possibly kill his comrades in an instant. There was only one explanation. The person who planned to sneak attack them was still hiding inside the carriage. He had originally wanted to continue observing the situation, but the outrageous remarks from Magu ignited a sudden killing intent in his heart. Well met. The sudden attack with the saber did not frighten Magu. On the contrary, his face showed excitement. The war saber behind him was also unsheathed in an instant, and in a dangerously close situation, he blocked the deadly strike. What? The man with the jujube red face showed surprise, but before he could continue his moves, Magu had already leapt from the carriage, hurtling toward him. Haha, brother Lu Qing, don't make a move yet, stand by and cover me, let me have some fun first. While in mid-air, Magu laughed. The war saber in his hand, with the crushing force of a mountain collapsing, cleaved directly towards the jujube red face man. This saber technique, the jujube red face man felt the might of Magu's blow, surprise returning to his face. Without time for further thought, he forcefully kicked off the back of his horse, retreating backward. Whoosh, the pungent scent of blood wafted through the air as Magu's ferocious strike cleaved a tall horse in half at the waist. Having killed a horse with a single slash, Magu didn't pause. He tapped the ground lightly with his foot and charged toward the jujube red-faced man with another swing of his saber. Brother Ma, be careful, your opponent is a grandmaster with great success in the internal organs realm. Lu Qing offered a word of caution, yet there was no worry visible on his face. Hearing Lu Qing reveal his level of cultivation, the jujube red-faced man, who had hoped to conceal his skill to guard against the mysterious hidden weapon expert in the carriage, was shocked once more, but as he retreated he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A fierce look appeared on his face, and a powerful aura erupted from him as the war saber in his hand surged in speed. Cling. A shrill clash of metal rang out, and amidst the violent expulsion of strong energy, Magu's lunging body was suddenly flung backward. Think you can escape? Upon seeing his powerful attack fail to kill Magu, a flash of surprise crossed the jujube red-faced man's eyes. His intent to kill surged, and with a thunderous sound, he shot toward Ma Gu, who was now defenseless in midair, aiming to slice him in two with a single strike. Hiss. Just as the jujube red-faced man was about to catch up with Ma Gu and cut him down, a piercing whistling sound arose. A sense of extreme danger emerged abruptly in his heart, causing a sharp pain as if his heart was contracting. The jujube red-faced man was greatly startled. Without any time to react, the instinct honed through countless battles and refinements compelled him to raise his war saber vertically to shield his brow. Bang. A loud noise reverberated, and the jujube red-faced man's whole body shook violently. Not only did his forward momentum come to a complete halt, but he also staggered backward several steps before barely managing to stabilize his stance. Once he steadied himself, he looked at the war saber in his hand, a look of horror in his eyes. The wide blade, for which he had paid a great price to acquire, was now bent and misshapen. At the point of bending, a clump of exploded stone powder stuck to it, almost piercing through the saber. Elder Hong, the other disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect, cried out in alarm. Not bad, being able to block my pebble. Lu Qing was a bit surprised to see the jujube red-faced man block the attack. Brother Lu Qing, this red-faced guy's saber technique is really fierce. I'm no match for him. Ma Gu, who had landed safely with a somersault, lamented. At that moment, his hands gripping the saber were trembling slightly, and blood oozed from his tiger's mouth, the result of being injured during the clash. It's normal for you not to be his match, Brother Ma, since he is a grandmaster with great success in the internal organs realm and has a very high level of mastery in saber techniques, Lu Qing said with a smile. In fact, if it wasn't for Ma Gu's mountain and sea blade, personally taught by Wei Shanhai, a grandmaster of the innate realm, he probably wouldn't even be able to block a single strike from his opponent. Who exactly are you, and why have you picked a quarrel with our Flowing Cloud sect? The jujube red-faced man suppressed the tumultuous chi blood within his body and looked at Lu Qing with a face full of shock. At this point, how could he not realize that he had misjudged earlier? The man before him was not some weakling at the chi blood realm, but rather someone pretending to be a pig to eat a Tigera master who was concealing his true strength. To be able to destroy his 1,000 refinement treasure blade with a mere pebble and shake his chi blood to the point of nearly dispersing it. Such a master would be at least a martial arts grandmaster, or an even higher unparalleled martial artist, not someone they could afford to provoke right now. Recalling the attitude Lu Qing and Ma Gu had shown earlier when they mentioned their sect, the jujube red-faced man inwardly groaned. It seemed that this mysterious person had a strong dislike for their Flowing Cloud sect. Flowing Cloud sect. I thought you truly didn't care about your young sect master, but your response has been rather slow, only appearing now. Lu Qing looked indifferently at the jujube red-faced man, a cold light glinting in his eyes as he read the title above the man's head. Your Excellency knows our young sect master. The jujube red-faced man put on a look of surprise, but inside he felt a chill run down his spine, because he knew that their young sect master was dead, a fact expressly revealed by the Supreme Elder. These people now bringing up the young sect master, could it mean, I do know of him, yet just a few days ago, I slaughtered him. Run for your lives. Hearing these words, the man with the date red face felt a chill surge in his heart and immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. At the same time, his body rapidly retreated. The other disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect were still in shock, but the next moment, they only heard successive hissing noises as one after another. They felt a pain in their foreheads and lost consciousness. The date red-faced man kept an eye on the movements behind him as he fled. Seeing his disciples being shot down one by that young man with his terrifyingly lethal pebble-hidden weapons, his heart trembled with fear. Biting his teeth, his aura suddenly surged, and his speed of escape drastically increased. He did not hesitate to consume his primordial chi, employing an explosive secret technique to begin his escape. At the same time, he cursed inwardly, as this stretch of the official road was surrounded by farmland on both sides, without a single grove of trees, making it impossible for him to hide his figure. He had no choice but to flee in a straight line. In this instant, the date red-faced man was filled with regret. He should have never volunteered to come out in search of the young sect master. He couldn't have imagined that simply picking a direction at random would lead to a collision with someone as deadly as Lu Qing. Bang! The date red-faced man was fleeing at top speed when suddenly, he felt a pain in both legs, unable to exert any strength, and his entire body lost balance, tumbling forward. Even bracing himself with his hands, he could not stabilize and rolled across the official road like a tumbleweed. So you're not running anymore. A detached voice sounded as Lu Qing's figure appeared. Your hidden weapon skills are unparalleled. I am in awe. The date red-faced man glanced at the fallen disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect behind Lu Qing, then at his own leg bones shattered by a rock. He laughed miserably and looked toward Lu Qing. However, there is one thing I do not understand. And I hope you can enlighten me so that I can die with my eyes closed. What is it? Lu Qing looked down at him. Who exactly are you? And what deep hatred do you have with our flowing cloud sect? Why did you kill our young sect master? And why did you attack us so mercilessly upon seeing us? Don't make yourself out to be so innocent, Lu Qing said indifferently. Were you not the ones who struck first? If we had been ordinary people, wouldn't those whips you pulled out have resulted in a smashed car and dead bodies at the very least? The man with the date red face fell silent. In the end, you are nothing but a bunch of bullies who prey on the weak, so stop acting so pitiful, Lu Qing said mockingly. What I'm doing isn't that the survival of the fittest you espouse. The date red-faced man's complexion turned white, unable to find words to respond. As for your question about our grudge against the Flowing Cloud Sect, strictly speaking, we have no grievance with the Flowing Cloud Sect. The date red-faced man's expression brightened for a moment. However, before he could truly rejoice, Lu Qing's next words stiffened his face once more. It's just that your young sect master, along with some disciples of the Flowing Cloud Sect, committed unforgivable crimes in a small town. By chance, we encountered them and simply decided to slaughter them. Sir, that was just the personal actions of the young sect master and others, and has nothing to do with our Flowing Cloud Sect. If I had been there at the time, I would have definitely stopped the young sect master. Our Flowing Cloud Sect is a righteous sect, and we would never tolerate any violation of the righteous path. The date red-faced man hurriedly defended, although he was unclear on what the young sect master and others had done in that small town to anger this mysterious expert so much. But he knew that he must dispel Lu Qing's intention to kill, or else he would undoubtedly die. A righteous sect. Lu Qing's lips curled up with a hint of scorn. Hong Haoyi, do you still remember how your sister-in-law died? How do you? The date red-faced man trembled all over, his eyes suddenly widening. Your parents died early, and your brother and sister-in-law struggled to raise you. Yet you lusted after her, and when you failed to defile her, you strangled her to death. Even your drunken brother was cut down, correct? Who exactly are you? And how could you know about this? Several decades of the biggest secret hidden in his heart were suddenly exposed. The date red-faced man could no longer contain himself and screamed hysterically. I am one who has been entrusted by your brother and sister-in-law to claim your life. Lu Qing's face suddenly revealed a strange expression. Hearing Lu Qing's words, the man with the jujube red face began to scream frantically, his face on the verge of collapse. What is Lu Qing doing? From a distance, Ma Gu and others looked over here with some confusion. They were quite far away and hadn't heard what Lu Qing had said. They just saw the man with the jujube red face suddenly start screaming hysterically. Indeed, they are dead, but because they died unjustly and their resentment could not dissipate. They have been unable to be reincarnated for these decades. Instead, they've become roaming spirits, wandering alone. Look over there, are those not their wronged souls? A strange gleam appeared in Lu Qing's eyes as he pointed to a nearby rice paddy. The jujube red-faced man turned his head to look, and the next moment his pupils dilated sharply. He saw two white figures floating above the rice paddy, one covered in blood and the other with an elongated tongue, staring at him with eerie, expressionless faces. Those were the visages that had been haunting his dreams for years, his brother and sister-in-law who had been dead for decades. Look, here come your brother and sister-in-law. They say that only with your death can they be liberated and reincarnated to live again. Look, they've come to claim your life. Lu Qing's voice also carried a peculiar melody. As he spoke, the two white shadows floating above the rice paddy also gently drifted over, their hands reaching slowly towards the jujube red-faced man's throat. No, no, brother, sister-in-law, I never meant to kill you. Don't claim my life, please, no, no. Witnessing the approach of the two white figures, the man with the jujube red face showed an expression of utmost terror. Crying out loudly, his body squirmed, trying to back away. Yet all his efforts were in vain. With his broken legs and being consumed by terror, he could not even gather his chi blood. No matter how hard he tried to crawl, the two white shadows continued to draw closer, hands closing around his throat. No, don't. The man with the jujube red face protected his own throat with his hands, trying to break free from those pallid hands. But it was useless. Those two hands were like phantoms, passing through his own hands and firmly grasping his throat. Simultaneously, the faces of the two white figures contorted hideously in a moment of excitement and madness. Feeling the chilling sensation on his neck, the ever-deepening feeling of suffocation, and the sight of his ghostly brother and sister-in-law with their grotesque and frantic expressions, the man with the jujube red face completely broke down, his fear reaching a zenith. He wanted to scream, but his throat was tightly gripped, only allowing a rattle to escape as his breathing grew increasingly difficult. In the end, amid overwhelming fear and suffocation, the man's gaze gradually faded until he finally lay still in silence, dead from asphyxiation. All the while, Lu Qing had been watching the scene with cold indifference without making a sound. What happened, brother Lu Qing? At that moment, Ma Gu came over and upon seeing the jujube red-faced man's state of death was shocked. He strangled his own throat to death. How ruthless is that? It's nothing, let's go. Take care of the body and we'll leave. Lu Qing walked back, Ma Gu took another look at the man, particularly the extreme fear on his face just before death, feeling that something was off but couldn't figure out why. But he didn't dwell on it after all. The man was scum. How he died didn't really matter. Perhaps Brother Lu Qing had used some special method. Shaking his head, Ma Gu picked up the corpse and walked back. As Lu Qing walked towards the carriage, he pondered. The reason for the jujube red-faced man's behavior wasn't really because he was claimed by ghosts, but because he had fallen into Lu Qing's divine soul illusion technique. From the information probed through his superpower before, Lu Qing knew a secret about the man. That was, in his youth, he committed the atrocity of killing his brother and sister-in-law, the darkest secret buried in his heart. So he decided not to let the man die so easily. Luckily, his divine soul power had strengthened a lot recently, allowing him to utilize some secret techniques that previously were beyond his reach, perfect for a trial run. The result, as it turned out, was quite satisfactory. After Lu Qing exposed his secret and sent him into a panic, the jujube red-faced man's will developed a flaw, and he fell completely into the divine soul illusion realm, truly believing he was being claimed by his brother and sister-in-law. In reality, he was strangled to death by his own hands. However, he never realized this until he died. After moving the corpses of the deceased Flowing Cloud sect disciples to a wooded area ahead on the road and burying them, Lu Qing finally felt troubled. He wondered if he should develop an easier method to destroy traces of a body. Otherwise, dealing with the corpses after every killing was far too troublesome and time-consuming. After burying the bodies, Lu Qing and his party continued on their way. Ah Qing, what caused the last elder of the Flowing Cloud sect to suddenly scream like that? Inside the carriage, the elder doctor asked. Earlier, although he had stayed inside the carriage, he vaguely felt the fluctuation of divine soul power emanating from Lu Qing. Ma Gu, who was driving the carriage, also pricked up his ears. Just now, Disciple used a bit of the divine soul power techniques, plunging that Flowing Cloud sect elder into an illusion realm, making him recall the sins he had committed. I didn't expect him to be so scared that he strangled himself to death, Lu Qing replied. To be so frightened that he strangled himself. Could it be that this person had committed a great sin? The elder doctor was somewhat moved. The elder doctor fell silent. Anyone from the Flowing Cloud sect who could murder their own elder brother and sister-in-law must be part of a nest of rats, with not a single good person. Wei Zion cursed indignantly. Ma Gu felt equally angry in his heart. However, he was also shocked. Lu Qing's skills had truly become more formidable, as he could silently trap a strong martial artist who had achieved great success in the internal realm, in an illusion causing him to commit suicide. Such a technique was simply unheard of. After this encounter, Lu Qing and his companions felt more at ease. At least they knew the people from the Flowing Cloud sect hadn't bypassed them to head for Kingfang Town. Now, as long as they headed straight for the territory of the Flowing Cloud sect, Kingfang Town should have no more trouble. The carriage traveled unhurriedly, and Lu Qing pondered over his corpse destruction technique. Finally, when he had some leads, the carriage came to a stop. Old doctor, we have traveled long today and the horses are tired. There is a tea shed ahead. Why don't we rest there? Ma Gu suggested. Sounds good, the elder doctor nodded. Upon receiving approval, Ma Gu drove the carriage closer to the front. Lu Qing pulled back the curtain to see a grass shed ahead, with a crude cloth bearing the big character, tea, fluttering in the wind. Hey, sir, would you like some tea? Seeing the carriage slow down, a young server in ragged clothes, with a sweat towel draped over his shoulders and a humble smile on his face, came forward and greeted respectfully. Yes, we are tired from traveling and would like some tea for a rest. Do you have any fodder? Ma Gu asked. Yes, there's some excellent fodder behind the shed, the young server replied hastily. Then get 2 bundles and fill up our horses, you won't be short of money. Right away, please come in, sirs. The young server came forward to help lead the horses. Lu Qing and the others then stepped into the tea shed. An old man with a smile on his face came out from inside. Honored guests, please come this way and have a seat. Once Lu Qing and his companions were seated, the old man asked, May I know what our honored guests would like to drink? No need for anything fancy, just bring 2 pots of tea and some of the food you have here, the elder doctor responded. All right, coming right up, please wait a moment. After the old man went away, Lu Qing began to look around the tea shed. The tea shed was quite spacious. On the other side of the tea shed, there were already a few tables of guests who also appeared to be no ordinary people. Lu Qing wasn't surprised and took a brief look at the weapons they carried, but didn't pay much attention. These days, those who could travel outside were generally no ordinary people. Most were either martial artists who knew how to defend themselves or wealthy families who could afford bodyguards. After all, the poor stay at home, the rich travel abroad, and truly poor people usually would not travel lightly. The people at the other tables briefly observed Lu Qing and his party and then paid them no mind. Being able to travel by carriage often indicated they were also not ordinary families. It was better to mind their own business as long as no one acted out of line, and people generally didn't provoke each other. Soon, the proprietor brought over 2 pots of tea and some simple food plain tea, plain steamed buns and small dishes. Though simple, considering the remoteness of the location, it was quite good. Lu Qing checked the food and seeing no issues, he began to eat a steamed bun first. This time the flowing cloud sect has really lost face. It said that even the junior sect master was slaughtered, and the key thing is they don't even know by whom. While Lu Qing and his companions were quietly eating, the conversation of a few martial artists at a table opposite caught their attention. It can't be possible, can it? The flowing cloud sect is one of the 3 major sects in Yunju. Who would dare to provoke them? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. How could it not be possible? This is what a nephew of mine who joined the Skyflame sect said. He also mentioned that this matter has almost spread throughout Yunju. It can't be wrong, the man asserted confidently. So Brother Wang actually has such connections. The Skyflame sect is only second to the 3 major sects. It seems that Brother Wang's nephew is truly a talented youth. Upon hearing this, his companions immediately started flattering him. It's nothing, he just got lucky and managed to join the Skyflame sect by chance. Brother Wang responded modestly, but he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Others were shocked. So is this true then? Who would be so bold and reckless as to kill the young sect master of the Flowing Cloud sect? Are they not afraid of death? Indeed, I've heard that the young sect master is the son of the sect master, and the Flowing Cloud sect is especially overbearing and protective. With their temperament, wouldn't this drive them mad? Who the murderer is, we still don't know. But in recent days, the Flowing Cloud sect really has gone mad, almost turning Yunju upside down. It's said that they suspect someone from another sect assassinated their young sect master, and recently many powerful forces and sects have been interrogated by the Flowing Cloud sect, demanding they provide clues. Those who couldn't provide any were either punished or, in severe cases, accused of conspiring to kill the young sect master and thoroughly plundered. They've gone completely mad. Isn't this just taking advantage of the situation? Their young sect master died, and instead of looking for the real murderer, they are looting other sects under this pretext. This is too unreasonable and overbearing. Someone said, wide-eyed. This dictatorship of the Flowing Cloud sect is not something new. Usually they like to coerce the neighboring sects into paying tribute. Now with an excuse, they must be planning to loot quite fiercely. Being so tyrannical and greedy, no wonder their young sect master died. I now slightly believe it might indeed be another sect, long resentful and unwilling to continue being oppressed, that secretly killed the young sect master, someone whispered. No matter whether it's true or not, the Flowing Cloud sect seems to really believe so and are brazenly searching everywhere for the murderer. But after all, Yunju is not under the sole control of the Flowing Cloud sect. Just the day before yesterday, they bit off more than they could chew. The man referred to as Brother Wang said, they bit off more than they could chew, you say. Several companions immediately had gossip-hungry expressions on their faces. It said that an elder from the Flowing Cloud sect, leading his disciples to loot a small sect, was stopped by several passing young heroes. Conflict arose, and the elder, relying on his high cultivation, killed 2 of the young heroes. Unexpectedly, one of these young men was a disciple of the Silver Moon sect and one of the direct disciples of the Silver Moon sect master. Silver Moon sect, the others immediately gasped. The Silver Moon sect is one among the strongest of the 3 major sects in Yunju, and its foundation is not much weaker than that of the Flowing Cloud sect. Yes, the Silver Moon sect. The man known as Brother Wang said, with a direct disciple being killed innocently, the Silver Moon sect master naturally would not let this go. Moreover, the recent crazed actions of the Flowing Cloud sect have also incited public outrage in Yunju. Thus, he simply sent out invitations widely, intending to unite many sects of Yunju to confront the Flowing Cloud sect together. This is explosive news. Upon hearing this, his companions grew excited. So, Brother Wang, do you know when the Silver Moon sect and the other major sects will go to confront the Flowing Cloud sect? According to my nephew, it will be in 3 days. The man called Brother Wang said, 3 days from now. No wonder yesterday I saw many martial artists hurrying on the road, some with very strong presences, which even startled old Wu here. I was puzzled as to why suddenly so many powerful martial artists were moving about. It turns out they were going to this grand. Such significant news, only us loose cultivators without a sect would learn about it this late. So Brother Wang, you're traveling because you're also headed to this grand gathering. Of course, with the Silver Moon sect leading and nearly 80% of Yunju sects joining to confront the Flowing Cloud sect, how could I miss such a spectacle? We shouldn't miss this grand occasion either, Brother Wang. Since we're fated to meet, why not travel together? Sounds good. Seeing the martial artists at the opposite table starting to bond, seemingly tempted to swear brotherhood on the spot, Lu Qing and his companions, who had been listening all along, also turned away their gaze and exchanged looks. The table of Jianghu men chatted boisterously for a while before settling their bill and leaving the tea house. It seemed they wanted to hurry on their way, lest they miss the drama unfolding at the Flowing Cloud sect. After they left, the other two tables of people also began to settle their bills and depart one after another. Lu Qing watched their retreating figures, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. After finishing 2 pots of tea and sweeping the steamed buns clean, Lu Qing and his companions rested for a while longer. Once their horses were well fed and rested, they continued on their journey. Old Dr. Chen, I didn't expect the flowing cloud sect to make such a big fuss, Wei Zion commented in surprise from inside the carriage. Yes, I thought they would be frantic over the disappearance of their young sect master, but instead, they've used this as a pretext to ratchet up the extortion and pillaging of other smaller forces. Ma Gu also sighed. Only Lu Qing remained silent, his expression contemplative. The elder doctor noticed his demeanor and asked, "Ah Qing, what are you thinking about?" "Master, I'm wondering the young sect master of the Flowing Cloud sect clearly died in Kingfang town, and no other Flowing Cloud sect disciples escaped at the time. Logically, the Flowing Cloud sect shouldn't have been able to confirm the news of their young sect master's death so quickly. At most, they should have considered him missing. But why has the news already spread throughout Yunju?" Lu Qing expressed his doubts. "That's right," Ma Gu realized. "We've come straight from Kingfang town without any delay in our itinerary. But from the conversation of those Jianghu guests earlier, it seemed as though we had just killed the young sect master not long ago, and the Flowing Cloud sect already knew of the death. It is indeed quite peculiar." Hearing this, a flicker of thought crossed Lu Qing's mind. "Ah Qing, have you thought of something?" the elder doctor asked upon noticing. "There is a bit I'm thinking the Flowing Cloud sect must have some exotic treasure that can determine the life or death of their young sect master within a short time otherwise. It wouldn't make sense. There's such an exotic treasure in the world," Ma Gu exclaimed in surprise. According to the map provided by the owner of the fortress, the Flowing Cloud sect is 1,000 miles away from Kingfang town. The world is full of wonders, one cannot say for certain there isn't such an exotic treasure. Just like the big cauldron in Zai and's family, could you have imagined such a wondrous object before you saw it? Lu Qing replied with a smile. Thinking back to the strange big cauldron he saw in the Wei family's underground chamber, Ma Gu was at a loss for words. Indeed, before laying eyes on that magical cauldron, he could never have imagined such inconceivable treasures existed in the world. The elder doctor, however, did not question Lu Qing's words. Knowing that Lu Qing possessed a cultivation legacy, and since he dared to speak with such certainty, it was clear he had some idea of the means by which the Flowing Cloud sect confirmed the death of their young sect master. The carriage returned to silence as Lu Qing fell back into his thoughts. Indeed, he had some speculations. If the Flowing Cloud sect had indeed determined Mo Xuan's death through means like a soul token or a life plate, it would indicate that someone in the sect had also obtained a cultivation legacy. At the very least, they had obtained some immortal Dao artifacts. With this development, their upcoming visit to the Flowing Cloud sect would likely experience some complications. However, even if there were complications, Lu Qing was not worried. Not to mention his master, who not only had a breakthrough in cultivation, but had also become a chi refiner with growing spiritual power daily. His strength was formidable, second to none below the innate great success. Speaking only of himself, if truly cornered, he would simply break through to the innate realm. At that moment, with vastly increased cultivation and condensed innate true chi, plus the possession of both the Kainkun Chi bag and the Earth Spirit Pearl, 2 powerful spiritual artifacts, his combat capability would be even more exaggerated than his master's, fearing no one. Then, even if a real cultivator from the Flowing Cloud sect emerged, he was confident he could beat him to the point of losing all his teeth. The carriage ambled slowly along. Knowing that the major sects of Yunju would gather in a few days to confront the Flowing Cloud sect, Lu Qing and his companions were in no rush. In any case, with their pace, they would definitely reach the Flowing Cloud sect in 3 days. They might as well enjoy the drama for free when the time came. So why not? When evening came, the carriage stopped. "Elder Doctor, night is falling, and there is an old temple up ahead. It looks like we'll have to spend the night there," Ma Gu said. "Let's park there," the elder doctor nodded. They had gotten used to spending most nights outdoors anyway. Finding a derelict temple for shelter was already considered lucky. Ma Gu steered the carriage slowly toward the decrepit temple. Upon entering, they discovered a small abandoned mountain god temple, and Lu Qing glanced at the horses outside the temple, a slight movement in his heart indicating that someone had claimed this place before them. Upon hearing the noise of the carriage, 2 people came out to check, and upon recognizing one another, both parties paused in surprise. Lu Qing gave a slight start and raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence. The 2 people who emerged were a young man and woman carrying long swords, whom they had just seen at noon. They were the patrons from one of the other tables resting at the tea house. Seeing the young man and woman, Ma Gu was also somewhat stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure and politely greeted, "We've met the lady and the gentleman." "Ah, no trouble at all, we've met before. I didn't expect to see you here again, replied the young man and woman, having regained their senses as well. They evidently recognized Lu Qing and his group. There are still spots available. The temple may look small from the outside, but it's quite spacious on the inside. If you don't mind, it's possible to squeeze in. Seeing the elder doctor's kindness and that Lu Qing and the others didn't seem like bad people, the young couple also let down their guard and hurriedly said, after expressing their gratitude, the elder doctor led Lu Qing and the rest, following the young couple into the temple, while Ma Gu went to park the carriage properly. Inside, there was a small courtyard to cross before entering the hall where the mountain god was worshipped. Upon entering the hall, they saw 3 other people, a portly middle-aged man and 2 young men. Ping who's outside. The portly middle-aged man asked casually after seeing the girl walk in. Dad, it's old Dr. Chen and his group we met at the tea shed around noon. They've just arrived and seeing that it's getting late, also wish to find shelter here for the night, the girl answered. Old Dr. Chen, the portly middle-aged man, looked towards Lu Qing and the others. The elder doctor approached and politely said, My last name is Chen, and I am a doctor. These are my disciple and servant. We, in our haste to travel, didn't pay attention to the journey's progress. Now that dusk is near, I wonder if we could be so bold as to ask for a night's shelter here. Dr. Chen is too courteous. This place belongs to no one, it's open for all to stay. We just arrived earlier than others and are not the masters here. Why speak of borrowing the place? Out on the road, it's not easy for anyone. If you don't mind, you're welcome to squeeze in with us. The portly middle-aged man recognized Dr. Chen and his group. After all, their group was rather unique, with an elderly man with white hair and a few young children, making a strong impression on anyone. My surname is Su, while the elder doctor and the portly middle-aged man were conversing. Lu Qing and Wei Ziyan searched for a spot to clean and settle down. On the other side, the girl named Ping approached little Yan, curiously looking at little Li in her arms. Little sister, what are you holding? Hello, sister, little Yan greeted sweetly. His name is Little Li, my best friend, Little Li. The girl stared at Little Li, who was squinting its eyes, and the more she looked, the more she liked it. He's so adorable. May I touch him? That's up to Little Li to decide. Little Yan looked down at Little Li. Little Li opened its eyes, glanced at the girl, then turned its head away, pretending to sleep once more. The 2 little companions had grown to understand each other's wants clearly. Upon seeing this, Little Yan instantly knew what Little Li was thinking. She could only apologize. I'm sorry, sister. Little Li doesn't like to be touched by strangers. Is that so? The girl saw Little Li's reactions and felt a bit disappointed. However, she was quickly distracted by another thought. Little sister, you just said you would ask him, can this little beast actually understand what you're saying? Yes, Little Li is very impressive. He can understand our words, Little Yan proclaimed proudly. Upon hearing this, the girl grew even more amazed at Little Li. But seeing Little Li's dismissive demeanor, she also felt disheartened. Her eyes darted around as she thought for a moment and asked, Little sister, do you know what Little Li likes to eat? Little Li likes to eat fish. Little Yan replied without hesitation. He likes fish. The girl listened and immediately felt troubled. They had everything in their luggage except fish. After all, fish have a strong smell, and without a good reason, no traveler would carry fish in their luggage. Besides fish, does Little Li like dried meat? I have lots of dried meat in my pack, the girl asked hopefully. However, Little Yan shook her head. Not really, Little Li likes fish the most. She seldom eats dried meat. What about dry food? Wei Ziyan, who was cleaning, saw the girl try every means to please Little Li and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. That little beast was quite proud. Apart from Little Yan and Lu Qing, it rarely showed closeness to anyone. It was indifferent to almost everyone. Even toward old Dr. Chen, it seldom took the initiative to approach. It was just like his mother, who, over the past 2 years, tried every method possible to foster a good relationship with Little Li. But in the end, no one knows how much fish she had offered as a bribe, and the actual number of times she managed to hold Little Li was minimal. The idea that the girl could win over Little Li's affection with just a bit of food was pure wishful thinking. Sure enough, in the time that followed, no matter what the girl tried, she could not get close to Little Li. Even when she took out her treasured favorite pastries, she couldn't get Little Li to take a glance. Instead, Little Yan benefited from this and got to eat several delicious pastries. Later on, Little Li felt this woman was just too annoying and simply leapt from Little Yan's arms onto Lu Qing's shoulder and burrowed into his embrace to hide. At that, the girl was completely out of moves and could only harbor her frustration. After all, there were differences between men and women. As a woman, she dared not cling to a strange man. This scene naturally was also seen by the elder doctor and the round middle-aged man. Elder Dr. Chen, your little beast is quite discerning. It's my daughter who has been forward, said the round middle-aged man. It's fine. Little Li has a bit of an odd personality. Usually, apart from Ah Qing and Little Yan, it rarely approaches even us, so Miss Su, please don't take offense, the elder doctor replied with a smile. So that's how it is then. This little beast does have quite the character. The round middle-aged man realized. By the way, Mr. Su, I heard you say earlier that you are heading to the Flowing Cloud sect, asked the elder doctor. Yes, at the tea house at noon, Dr. Chen must have also heard that something big is about to happen at the Flowing Cloud sect. This time, I am taking my disciples on a journey to broaden their experiences. How could we miss such an event? But didn't the Jianghu guests at noon also mention that the Flowing Cloud sect has always been domineering and aggressive? Mr. Su, aren't you afraid of danger on this trip? Ha ha. The Flowing Cloud sect is now to be censured by many sects of Yunju. They will likely have difficulty protecting themselves, let alone pay attention to random travelers like us. Moreover, though I am no great talent, I do have some ability to protect my disciples. The round, middle-aged man laughed heartily. Mr. Su is formidable, the elder doctor couldn't help but commend. By the way, Dr. Chen, where are you planning to head to? Inquired the round, middle-aged man. We were also intending to travel to the territory controlled by the Flowing Cloud sect, but after hearing what those Jianghu guests said at noon, it's become a bit of a dilemma. The Flowing Cloud sect is becoming the center of Yunju's storm. If we go there now, we might inadvertently get caught up in the commotion. The elder doctor hesitated. What's there to hesitate about? The round, middle-aged man laughed. Dr. Chen, since you are also traveling, then you certainly shouldn't miss this spectacle. This event will likely see the appearance of the majority of Yunju's sect forces. It would be a great pity to miss it. But now since we get along so well, Dr. Chen, if you're worried about safety on the road, why not set out with us tomorrow? It's good to look out for each other. With us there, common riffraff won't be able to lay a finger on you, the round, middle-aged man said heartily. Elder Dr. Chen saw the sincerity on the round, middle-aged man's face, pondered for a moment, then nodded. If that's the case, my disciples and I will have the audacity to bask in Mr. Su's leading light. Don't be so polite, that's settled then. The girl nearby, upon hearing the conversation between the two, felt a surge of delight in her heart. If they were to travel together tomorrow, wouldn't she have more time to close the distance with little Li? With this in mind, the girl immediately sought out little Yan, hoping to learn more about little Li's preferences from her. Lu Qing, having learned of his master's decision to set out with the round, middle-aged man and others the next day, was somewhat surprised. However, he did not ask any questions and instead continued to be busy with his tasks, preparing the evening meal for everyone. It wasn't long before a rich aroma began to emerge and slowly filled the entire mountain god temple. As the aroma spread, the plump middle-aged man's nose twitched twice as he exclaimed in surprise, "It must be my disciple preparing dinner. He's usually the one doing the cooking when we're on the road." The elder doctor, recognizing the familiar scent, chuckled. "I didn't expect Dr. Chen's top disciple to be so skilled in the culinary arts," the plump middle-aged man said excitedly. He took another deep breath, itching with curiosity. "I wonder what your disciple is making for dinner tonight." Seeing him looking somewhat restless, the elder doctor smiled and said, "I'm not sure either. Why don't we go out and take a look?" "That sounds great," the plump middle-aged man blurted out. Seeing the amused expression on the elder doctor's face, he said somewhat sheepishly, "Dr. Chen, I must confess, I have no other vices but a love for good food. If I see something delicious that I haven't tried before, I simply cannot rest until I do." "Mr. Su, you truly are a man of passion." The two of them walked out of the hall and saw a curling wisp of smoke in the courtyard. The plump middle-aged man's disciples, along with Wei Zion and the others, were gathered around a fire pit, looking eagerly on. Above the fire, several plump rabbits and fish were roasting, sending out the thick aromatic scent that permeated the entire temple. Naturally, Lu Qing was the one grilling the meat. These rabbits had been caught by him and little Li earlier on the roadside forest during their journey. They had been busy traveling recently and had been eating rather simple meals, so they decided to prepare something delicious that evening. The fish, too, was an unexpected catch. After catching several fat rabbits, they passed by a mountain stream. Thinking that little Li hadn't had fresh fish in a long time, on a whim, Lu Qing took a fishing rod from his Kingfang chi bag and cast a few lines. To his surprise, he soon caught several carp weighing over 2 pounds each, which delighted little Li so much that he shattered a large bluestone on the shore while sharpening his claws. Due to time constraints, Lu Qing gave little Li one fresh fish to eat at the time and saved the rest to make a different flavored dish for dinner. Are they grilling something? But how could just grilled rabbit and fish smell so amazing? The plump middle-aged man, seeing the food on the fire, felt puzzled. He had eaten grilled rabbit and fish before, but had never smelled such deliciously aromatic grilled meat. Just then, the plump middle-aged man saw Lu Qing pick up a handful of gray-white powder from a bowl at his feet and sprinkle it over the rabbits. Instantly, an even richer aroma burst forth, and the intense fragrance made Wei Zion and the others involuntarily swallow. "That's it." The plump middle-aged man's eyes widened. The peculiarly delightful aroma he noticed earlier came from the gray-white powder Lu Qing had sprinkled. "Brother, are the rabbits done yet?" Little Yan, squatting beside Lu Qing, her lips shining with a crystal sheen, couldn't help but ask. "We need just a little longer," Lu Qing replied as he brushed oil on the rabbits. "We have to wait until the skin is crispy. That way they'll be crunchy on the outside and tender on the inside and very delicious." Gulp. Hearing Lu Qing describe it that way, Wei Zion and the others felt their mouths water even more. Haha, young master, what delicious thing are you cooking? Your master and I could smell this tempting aroma from inside. At this point, the plump middle-aged man laughed heartily and approached. Master. The plump middle-aged man's disciples, realizing that their master had somehow come outside, felt a bit embarrassed. Dad, the girl greeted joyfully, young Master Lu is grilling meat. It smells so good. Dad smelled it too, that's why I was lured out here. The plump middle-aged man chuckled, young Master Lu. Your grilling skills truly capture one's soul. Senior Su is too kind, it's just a little skill. Lu Qing modestly said. By the way, young Master Lu, what is that powder you sprinkled on the rabbit just now? I saw that after you sprinkled it, the aroma became intense, the plump middle-aged man asked. It's a seasoning I mixed myself. Sprinkling some on the meat while grilling enhances the flavor. Lu Qing passed the bowl containing the gray-white powder to him. The plump middle-aged man took it, dipped his finger to get a little, smelled it, then tasted it. His eyes immediately brightened. The powder was indeed special, tasting slightly salty with an unusual aromatic flavor. Lu Qing continued grilling the meat. Finally, when the rabbit meat started sizzling and oozing oil, he sprinkled another handful of the aromatic powder on it, then took the grilled rabbit off the fire. He then picked up a stack of wooden plates and began slicing the rabbit meat with a small knife. Soon, the 4 grilled rabbits were divided into 10 plates of meat, with a portion for everyone except little Li. After dividing the rabbit meat, Lu Qing took another bowl, opened a bamboo tube, and poured out half a bowl of bright red powder. Master, Senior Su, please. Lu Qing picked up 2 plates piled full of rabbit meat and handed them to the elder doctor and the plump middle-aged man respectively. Dr. Chen, then I won't be polite. The food-loving plump middle-aged man, already somewhat impatient, quickly took the rabbit meat. No problem, it's been a while since I've had Ah Qing's grilled meat. The elder doctor also took a plate. Master, Senior Su, you go ahead and eat, I'll go make some more food. After serving the meat, Lu Qing walked back to the fire. Dr. Chen, please. After Lu Qing had left, the plump middle-aged man was the first to pick up a piece of rabbit meat and put it in his mouth. Then the next moment his eyes widened. He found the rabbit meat in his mouth to be crispy skinned and tender, incredibly fragrant, and the best roasted rabbit he had ever tasted in his lifetime. Dr. Chen, your disciples' roasting skills are truly unparalleled in this world. This roasted rabbit is a peerless delicacy. After finishing a piece of roasted meat, the plump middle-aged man couldn't help but exclaim, Hee hee, you're too kind. Returning to the fire, Lu Qing handed the slightly smaller plate of meat to Little Yan. Little Yan took the rabbit meat and started eating it with relish. Lu Qing said to the girls, please don't be shy. There isn't much rabbit meat, so please help yourselves. The girls had been drooling over it, but out of politeness, they still demurred before finally picking up a plate of rabbit meat. As for Ma Gu and Wei Zion, they had already picked up their own portions, and they expertly sprinkled the red seasoning onto their meat before digging in contentedly. Young master, your roasting skills are as great as ever. Even though Ma Gu had eaten Lu Qing's roasted meat countless times, he was still full of admiration every time he tried it again. Wei Zion nodded repeatedly. Lu Qing's culinary skills were the best he had seen, incomparable even to the head chef at home. Even his mother, sometimes when craving it, couldn't help but move to another courtyard for a few days, claiming she was escaping the heat, but in reality, she just wanted to freeload meals at Lu Qing's house. Seeing the two's exaggerated expressions, the girls couldn't maintain their composure any longer and started eating hungrily. Then naturally a wave of exclamations followed. Lu Qing smiled and accepted everyone's praise when suddenly, he felt a tug at the hem of his trousers. Looking down, he saw little Li gazing up at him eagerly. Don't worry, little Li, your fish is ready too, because Lu Qing had roasted the rabbit first and the fish later. The fish, therefore, took a little longer to cook, but it was almost ready, and now it was just the right time. After taking down the 2 roasted fish for little Li, Lu Qing quickly rinsed some rice and put it in a pot with meat to simmer slowly over the fire. Then he picked up his own plate of rabbit meat and started eating leisurely. The meat was still slightly hot in his mouth, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, juicy and full of flavor. Lu Qing took a bite and nodded to himself. Not bad, even though it had been a while since he last roasted meat, his skills hadn't diminished. After finishing a mouthful of the original flavor roasted rabbit, he sprinkled some of the red seasoning on the meat and continued eating. Even Ma Gu and Wei Zion, from time to time, added red seasoning to the remaining meat. At this point, the girls finally noticed Lu Qing and the others' actions. One of the girls curiously asked, Young Master Lu, what is this red powder, and why do you all add it to the roasted meat? This is chili powder, a different kind of seasoning I devised. However, its taste is a bit peculiar. I was afraid you wouldn't be used to it, so I didn't add it to your meat. Look, Little Yan's doesn't have any, Lu Qing explained with a smile. Yes, sister, the chili powder is really spicy. Little Yan doesn't like it much, added Little Yan, crinkling her nose as if recalling some not-so-pleasant memories. Chili powder. The girls all looked at the seasoning. Chili powder. The plump middle-aged man nearby also heard Lu Qing's words and became curious as well. Dr. Chen, what is this chili powder? That's something Ah Qing came up with on his own, a kind of seasoning. However, it has a rather intense flavor and I'm not too fond of it. On the other hand, Ah Qing and Zai and quite like it, the elder doctor explained. Oh, such a novelty, I must try it. The plump middle-aged man, being a great food enthusiast, was instantly intrigued upon hearing that such a unique seasoning existed. Taking his half-eaten roasted rabbit, he walked over. Young Master Lu, may I also try this chili powder? Of course, but this item is quite stimulating. I'm not sure if Senior Su will like it. Lu Qing handed over the bowl of chili powder. Haha, Su never enjoyed anything more in his life than trying all sorts of bizarre foods. Young Master Lu needn't worry. The rotund middle-aged man imitated Lu Qing and the others' previous actions, sprinkling chili powder onto the rabbit meat and stirring it before taking a bite. Upon the rabbit meat entering his mouth, at first he didn't notice anything, but after a few chews, he immediately perceived a difference. A spicy, piercing sensation spread out from his mouth. Thighs should have been an unpleasant experience. Yet strangely paired with the rabbit's savory flavor, it actually brought him a very stimulating and exhilarating feeling. What a special flavor. With one bite of rabbit meat, the rotund middle-aged man was pleasantly surprised. This was a novel taste he had never experienced before, but indeed he very much liked it. Seeing their master so impressed, the several disciples naturally became even more curious, and they too began to try it out. After some experimentation, the 3 male disciples ended up liking the taste of the chili powder just like their master. The young girl, however, turned red and gasped for breath, coughing and rushing for water to drink, looking quite disheveled. Dad, you tricked me, how is this tasty at all? After gulping down several mouthfuls of water and feeling her tongue not so numb, the girl finally caught her breath and complained to her father. Not at all, this is clearly very delicious. The rotund middle-aged man picked up another piece of rabbit meat drenched in chili powder and put it in his mouth. Feeling the numbing spiciness and savory taste hitting the top of his head, he felt a surge of sheer delight. The girl was left staring in astonishment at his apparent enjoyment. She could not understand how, given the intense flavor, her father and her martial brothers could still manage to eat it. No wonder Mr. Lu had said that this spice was special and not everyone could accept it. Watching the nearly quarrelsome exchange between father and daughter, Lu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. He knew it would be like this. People in this world seemed not to have fully explored the potential of spicy foods. At least in Kang State, that was the case. When cooking, people mostly used only spicy seasonings like ginger, and his homemade chili powder, being rather spicy, naturally wasn't for everyone. Young Master Lu, this chili powder of yours truly has a bizarre taste. I have never experienced it before. May I ask what it's made from? The rotund middle-aged man asked. The main ingredient is a medicinal herb I stumbled upon by chance, Lu Qing explained. This chili powder was something he had concocted by chance. One time, he had taken little Li into the mountains to collect herbs and unexpectedly found a plant called the Six Suns chili. After studying it carefully, he found it remarkably similar to the chili peppers of his previous life. However, the spiciness of the Six Suns chili was much more intense than that of ordinary chilies. Moreover, it could replenish primordial qi, making it a very good medicinal herb. Upon discovering the Six Suns chili, Lu Qing was overjoyed. He immediately dug up a few plants and brought them home to plant in his yard. Over the 2 years the Six Suns chili bushes thrived. Lu Qing harvested many chilies from them. He had also developed quite a few ways to eat them, and this chili powder was one of the results. To think that one could create such deliciousness from a medicinal herb, young Master Lu, it seems you share my passion for good food, the rotund middle-aged man said cheerfully after hearing the explanation. I'm indeed quite interested in matters of culinary experimentation, and I often like to think up new recipes at home, admitted Lu Qing generously. Hahaha, then Su is indeed fortunate to be able to taste such delights in such a remote place. The rotund middle-aged man laughed heartily. Especially considering that he was to travel with Lu Qing and his company in the coming days, his heart grew even more joyful, feeling that this was truly the best decision he had made in years. A single plate of barbecue was naturally insufficient for those like Lu Qing and his companions who engaged in martial arts training. So for the time following, Lu Qing prepared various other foods. Each one was a delightful surprise to the rotund middle-aged man and his company, making them savor the experience immensely. However, just as everyone was enjoying their meal inside the mountain god temple, suddenly, a commotion came from outside the temple. Hearing the commotion outside, the people inside the temple who were in the middle of a meal were somewhat stunned. Boss, why is there a carriage here? A voice was heard from outside. Isn't it obvious? There must be some fat sheep taking shelter here. We're lucky to stumble upon such business right after a big job. Another rough voice spoke. Boys, we've got business. Quickly surround this broken temple. Don't let the fat sheep escape. Yes. Amidst a chorus of assent, the sound of rustling footsteps began to encircle the dilapidated temple. Clearly, the people outside were surrounding the entire mountain god temple. Then, before Lu Qing and the others could react, there was a loud bang as the half-remaining front yard gate suddenly flew into the courtyard. Indeed, the fat sheep are all inside. With a roar of laughter, over a dozen men wielding swords and reeking of blood, with formidable statures, entered from outside the temple. The leader with disheveled hair had a giant centipede-like scar on his face, making him look particularly fierce and terrifying. The gang of Great Hand following him also had ferocious expressions, appearing like malevolent spirits, clearly not good men. "Who are you? What do you want?" A plump, middle-aged disciple stood up and demanded. "Who are we? Naturally, we're mountain bandits. As for what we want to do, isn't it obvious? We're here to rob," the centipede-scarred Great Hand said with a smile. But his smile made the scar on his face twist as if a real centipede were crawling, which was truly horrifying. This terrifying sight directly scared the young lady, Su Ping, who yelped and hid behind her father. Seeing Su Ping's reaction, a fierce look flashed in the eyes of the centipede-scarred Great Hand. "Mountain bandits, robbery." The plump, middle-aged man wore a mocking expression. "My friend, have you made a mistake trying to rob us? What, do you have some impressive origins?" The centipede-scarred Great Hand scanned Lu Qing and the others with interest. To his senses, although there were martial artists among them, the strongest were only at the muscle-bone realm, hardly a concern. "That's not it, we're just ordinary travelers. We don't carry valuables. If you've come all this way to rob us, you've picked the wrong target." "Is that so? Well, I can't be sure. That carriage outside, it's yours, isn't it?" "To afford such a carriage, you must be rich or noble. How could you not carry valuables? Moreover, even if you don't have valuables, isn't there a beautiful young lady here? If I could take her back to be my 13th concubine, that would be a delightful affair." With that, the face of the plump, middle-aged man changed abruptly, anger flashing across his face. Initially seeing the opponent's numerical superiority, including archers, he feared that a confrontation might lead to injuries among Dr. Chen and the others, since they couldn't protect everyone. But now, with the mountain bandit leader having designs on his daughter, he could not swallow his anger. Just as the plump, middle-aged man was about to explode, Lu Qing suddenly intervened. "What is that hanging from your waist?" Everyone was taken aback and looked towards the waist of the centipede-scarred Great Hand. There hung a cloth bag, bulging with dark red blood stains seeping out. "This thing." The centipede-scarred Great Hand took the bag off his waist. "This is my trophy." As he spoke, he opened the bag, revealing a bloody human head suddenly poking out. This shocking scene made Su Ping scream. Lilian also squealed, burying her head in Lu Qing's embrace. The elder doctor frowned slightly. The others, like the plump, middle-aged disciple, were also startled. This head, the plump, middle-aged man couldn't help but widen his eyes. The head, although bloody, could still be recognized as that of a rather beautiful young girl. "Pretty, isn't it?" the centipede-scarred Great Hand said with a proud smile. "This girl, I had my eye on her, but when I tried to take her as my bride with a proper proposal and dowry and make her my 13th concubine, she and her father, the town chief, dared to refuse me. I had no choice but to lead my men to slaughter their town and bring back her head. The women I, Wu Tian, fancy cannot escape my grasp even in death." The centipede-scarred Great Hand gently caressed the girl's cheek on the head, his face filled with infatuation. His perverse demeanor made Su Ping shiver. She suddenly remembered that this mountain bandit leader had also mentioned taking her as his 13th concubine. "You vile villain, you are so cruel." Unable to stand it any longer, one of the plump, middle-aged disciples in the temple drew his sword and pointed it at the centipede-scarred Great Hand. "Oh, so you want to resist?" The centipede-scarred Great Hand, unfazed by the sword pointed at him, didn't even flinch. His companions behind him, the dozen or so Great Hand, were also indifferent, holding their weapons and looking mockingly at the disciple. "But you should consider carefully if we truly start a fight. My men never leave survivors." He snapped his fingers. The next moment, motion stirred all around, and dozens of figures appeared on the temple's courtyard walls and the roof of the hall. They all held bows, darts, and other hidden weapons aimed at Lu Qing and his group. The round, plump, middle-aged man's face changed again. He cursed inwardly for being careless. In such a situation, even he would find it extremely tricky to handle. With his and his disciples' abilities, breaking through was naturally not difficult, but to ensure the complete safety of the elder doctor and others was extremely difficult. Just as the round, plump, middle-aged man was regretting not capturing the bandit leader immediately, Lu Qing spoke up again. "No wonder the stench of blood on you is so strong. So it turns out you slaughtered an entire town. So what if we did?" The centipede-scarred Great Hand looked at Lu Qing somewhat curiously. He thought this young man might have a problem with his brain. Couldn't he see the situation they were in? And yet he still had the mind to care about them slaughtering a town. However, he then saw that Lu Qing's expression was unusually calm. After seeing him nod, he casually said, "Boss Ma, capture him." "Yes, young master." Before the centipede-scarred Great Hand could comprehend the meaning of those words, he suddenly felt an immensely powerful aura erupt in front of him. The next moment, a figure appeared before him. Feeling the suffocating presence from Ma Gu, the centipede-scarred great hand panicked and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Sword light flashed, and with two slicing sounds, the centipede-scarred great hand's arms had severed from his body and fell to the ground. With a single move that took off the centipede-scarred great hand's arms, Ma Gu did not pause, and he tapped his chest with the hilt of his blade. After dodging the blood that sprayed out wildly, he then grabbed the man's neck and returned to Lu Qing's side, throwing him to the ground. Ma Gu's strike was rapid and sudden like a diving hawk snatching its prey. By the time he captured the centipede-scarred great hand, not a single mountain bandit had reacted. Ah, my hands. Unable to endure the pain from his severed arms, the centipede-scarred great hand screamed in agony. This finally provoked a reaction from the mountain bandits. Boss, let go of our boss, otherwise we'll chop all of you to pieces. Release the arrows immediately. The mountain bandits became agitated and began shouting frantically. Shut up. Ma Gu pressed the blade's tip to the centipede-scarred great hand's throat. Don't you want your boss to live? Seeing the blood begin to trickle from the centipede-scarred great hand's throat, all the mountain bandits instantly fell silent, not daring to shout further. Even those on the surrounding walls and rooftops subconsciously lowered their bows and hidden weapons, fearing a misfire might injure their boss. As for the round-faced middle-aged men and others nearby, they were already dumbfounded. That's better. Lu Qing then pressed several acupoints on the centipede-scarred great hand's body, momentarily stopping the bleeding from his arm wounds. Then he lightly asked, "How do you feel about the situation now?" The centipede-scarred great hand was a ruthless man, having already recovered from the immense pain. Suppressing his pain, he sneered, "Didn't expect it, someone as minor as I misjudged. Your servant, having only reached great success in the muscle-bone realm, could unleash a strength not less than that of the internal organ realm, catching me off guard, and I actually got caught. However, do you think just by capturing me, you will be able to safely leave this place? Just one command from me and my brothers will hesitatelessly release arrows, turning you all into a beehive." "Oh then, give that order," Lu Qing said indifferently. "What did you say?" The centipede-scarred great hand was startled. "I said, give the order now. Let your brothers release their arrows and see if they can turn us into a beehive." Lu Qing repeated blandly. "Are you insane, boy?" The centipede-scarred great hand looked at Lu Qing with disbelief in his eyes. He could feel that Lu Qing's words weren't false, and that he really didn't care about him ordering to release the arrows. This left the centipede-scarred great hand in a dilemma. Because once he truly ordered the arrows to be fired, he himself would undoubtedly die. Although he was brutal, he was not insane to the extent of disregarding his own life. "It seems that you are still afraid." Lu Qing, seeing the centipede-scarred great hand hesitate, chuckled lightly. "You scum and ruin of humankind always act like this, harming others while putting on airs as if you are truly formidable and powerful. But when you really face death, your courage is even smaller than that of a mouse." Truly disappointing. Hearing Lu Qing's extremely insulting words, a fierce expression reappeared on the centipede-scarred great hand's face. But now, being at the mercy of others, he dared not lash out. "What exactly do you want for you to let me go?" The centipede-scarred great hand said coldly. He was still hopeful, for in this courtyard there were still children, the elderly, and a young girl with low cultivation, and his men had already occupied every vantage point. As long as Lu Qing and his group had any concerns, he still had a chance to live. What the centipede-scarred great hand did not expect was that when he said this, he heard Lu Qing sigh. "Enough, since you dare not give the order, I will help you out." "Wait." A chill ran through the heart of the centipede-scarred great hand, who shouted anxiously. However, it was to no avail. Lu Qing extended a finger and gently tapped on his forehead. The centipede-scarred great hand shuddered, his pupils beginning to dilate and his breath slowly fading. "Boss." Seeing that the centipede-scarred great hand was breathless, all the mountain bandits were greatly shocked. No one expected that Lu Qing would suddenly strike to kill at this moment, taking out their leader. Even the corpulent middle-aged man and his students were completely stunned. "Release the arrows, release them now, kill them all." At that moment, a mountain bandit leader finally reacted and screamed madly. The bandits occupying the high positions also snapped back to their senses, immediately drawing their bows to shoot at Lu Qing and his group. Not good. The corpulent middle-aged man was greatly panicked. He leaped forward, attempting to strike first. But just as he leaped out, still in midair, he heard a hissing sound. The mountain bandits on the surrounding walls and roofs were screaming in agony, falling down like dumplings. "Ma Gu Zai and kill them all, leave no survivors." "Yes, young master." Ma Gu and Wei Zion, who had been holding back, immediately showed excitement upon hearing this and rushed towards the remaining dozen or so mountain bandits in the courtyard. "Take this strike from me." Ma Gu's cultivation was higher than Wei Zion's. He was the first to reach the bandit leader opposite him, who held a long sword. With one strike, he cleaved down. That bandit was terrified. He had just witnessed that even their leader was no match for the person before him. In a panic, he could only instinctively raise his sword, hoping to block the strike. Clash, the sword light flashed. The war saber in Ma Gu's hand, no ordinary weapon, was 1,000 refinement treasure blade that Lu Qing had forged for him during the past 2 years. The long sword in the bandit's hand, at most only forged a few dozen times, how could it withstand Ma Gu's thunderous strike? Without a doubt, it was cleaved in two like cutting tofu, and Ma Gu split both the man and his sword in half. Boom, boom. After Ma Gu finished off one bandit with a single strike, Wei Zion's long stick arrived. His stick technique was continuous, like a venomous dragon emerging from its cave, striking 2 swift blows each on the chest of 2 mountain bandits. The stick technique was all about overpowering and outmuscling the opponent. Thus, under the powerful impact, the chests of the 2 bandits immediately caved in. They flew backward, breaking the wall behind them, and landed on the broken bricks and stones, clearly dead. After quickly dispatching 2 mountain bandits, Wei Zion did not pause. His stick technique swept across with a sweeping thousands of army stroke. He charged at the remaining bandits. "My dear disciple, don't kill them all, leave a few for your master." Seeing this, Ma Gu was startled and promptly rushed forward, fearing that being a bit slower would mean all the kills would be taken by his disciple. On the other side, seeing Ma Gu and his disciple slaughtering freely, relying on their strength to make over a dozen strong mountain bandits run about in panic, screaming continuously, the corpulent middle-aged man and his disciples stood frozen like wooden chickens, staring wide-eyed at the scene. Until Ma Gu and Wei Zion had dealt with the remaining mountain bandits, the stout middle-aged master and his disciples could finally regain their composure. Looking at the courtyard full of corpses, as well as the still composed Lu Qing and the slightly sighing elder doctor, the stout middle-aged man couldn't help but realize that he had truly misjudged this time. Dr. Chen and his party were truly masters of concealing their capabilities. No wonder they dared to bring a little girl on their travel. It turned out that Lu Qing and his companions' strength was formidable. The group of mountain bandits they faced earlier was fierce and not weak in strength. The bandit leader had barely reached the internal organ realm. The dozen or so bandit leaders following him were also martial artists, with several even at the muscle and bone realm, adding those occupying the high ground, wielding strong bows and hidden weapons. One could say that with the situation just now, even he, being close to the internal organs realm great success, didn't have full confidence in protecting everyone in the courtyard. Yet, the dire circumstance of such an encirclement was instantly disintegrated and defeated by the joint efforts of Lu Qing and his companions. This left the stout middle-aged man utterly astonished. Whether it was Ma Gu's fierce and powerful saber technique, Lu Qing's miraculous hidden weapon skills, or Wei Zion's sharp stick technique, all of it took him by surprise. There was also Lu Qing and their decisive killing. All this made the stout middle-aged man feel a sense of mystery towards Lu Qing and his companions. "Young Master Lu, I really didn't expect your skills to be so remarkable. I was really worrying too much," the stout middle-aged man exclaimed. "Just a few petty thieves." With Senior Su's strength, taking care of them must have been simple. "It's us who are showing off," Lu Qing replied with a smile. Su Ping and the others were rendered speechless upon hearing this. Though those mountain bandits appeared vulnerable in front of Ma Gu and the others, the chi blood power they unleashed was genuine. Some of their cultivations were even higher than theirs. They knew if they had faced those fierce bandits themselves, they certainly wouldn't have had much chance of winning. Such a group of brutal bandits, in Lu Qing's eyes, were merely petty thieves, leaving Su Ping and the others at a loss for words. "Master, we have to deal with the corpses again." Ma Gu, looking at the corpses in the courtyard, scratched his head and said, "Yes, it really is bothersome." Lu Qing looked around at all the corpses, speaking somewhat helplessly. The number of corpses this time, compared to those of the Flowing Cloud sect disciples they had killed on the road 2 days ago, was even greater. Thus, burying them would be even more troublesome. He felt he really needed to hasten the completion of his method for destroying corpses and eradicating traces. Otherwise, handling the corpses after each battle was proving to be too time-consuming. Hearing this, Su Ping and her fellow disciples shivered inwardly. They had already found it strange earlier that Lu Qing and his companions' fighting was too decisive. The coordination among the few of them was also incredibly tacit, not at all like the killing mentality young people should have. Hearing their conversation now made them feel even chillier. What did he mean by having to deal with corpses again? Did it mean that Lu Qing and his companions had also killed many before? Lu Qing didn't notice the expressions of Su Ping and her companions. He said to the stout middle-aged man, "Senior Su, we still need to rest here tonight. Having so many corpses here isn't really appropriate. I wonder if you could have a few of your esteemed disciples help us move these corpses out for burial." The stout middle-aged man nodded. "Of course, Wen Wu, you guys help out and move these corpses outside." "Yes, master." The disciples of the stout middle-aged man responded in unison. Ah Qing, at that moment, the elder doctor suddenly spoke. "The girl's head should be properly buried." "I understand, master." Lu Qing glanced at the young girl's head that had fallen to the ground, sighed, packed it in a cloth bag, and prepared to find a good spot to bury it after they moved outside. Taking advantage of the daylight that hadn't completely faded, everyone began to busily move the corpses out of the courtyard. As Su Ping was a girl and had already been quite terrified earlier, she didn't need to help with the heavy labor. As the corpses in the courtyard gradually diminished, Su Ping's heart and spirit also stabilized a lot. She looked around and saw little Yan holding little Lei, quietly staying beside the elder doctor without any panic on her face. She felt curious and puzzled. Suddenly, she remembered that when the mountain bandits had surrounded the mountain god temple earlier, little Yan didn't seem to show much fear. At least she was much more composed compared to herself. Little Yan, aren't you scared? There are so many dead people here. Su Ping approached little Yan and asked softly. Not scared, little Yan shook her head. They were all bad people, and besides, brother and little Li will protect me, so little Yan is not scared. Su Ping was taken aback, not expecting little Yan to respond like that. However, little Yan's words touched her heart. Little Yan, from what you say, did bad people try to hurt you before? She inadvertently ignored that little Li would protect her. As mentioned by little Yan, in her view, this was just a little girl being sentimental about a playmate. When she was little and slept alone, she felt that the rag doll her mother made would protect her. Yes, a lot, but they were all killed by brother and Uncle Ma. Little Yan nodded seriously. Su Ping took a deep breath inwardly. She had not guessed wrong Lu Qing, and the others had indeed experienced many life and death fights before with their utterly decisive killing methods. No wonder they mentioned earlier, we have to deal with corpses again. Lu Qing and the others, all with exceptional strength and united efforts, managed to transport all the bodies out before nightfall. They then dug a large pit in a nearby forest and buried them. As for the head of that young girl, Lu Qing found a nice spot with good feng shui and buried it properly, after burying all the corpses when he returned to the temple. Lu Qing burned some herbal medicines around the courtyard and inside the main hall to dispel the stench of blood. Having busied himself with all these tasks, it was already completely dark. Senior Su, after all that has happened today, I think everyone is tired. How about we rest first and continue our journey together in the morning? Lu Qing said. That would be very good. My daughter is also greatly shaken and indeed needs to sleep early to regain her spirits. The plump middle-aged man nodded in agreement. At this moment he also realized, since they had eliminated the mountain bandits, Lu Qing was no longer so low-key and had become much more assertive. Many decisions, Dr. Chen no longer voiced his opinion, leaving Lu Qing to decide. So they each occupied half of the main hall, arranged the bedding, and prepared to rest. A few moments later, behind a roll of bamboo curtains, the elder doctor and Lu Qing sat opposite each other. An odd aura surrounded them within 3 feet, concealing all traces of their presence. Master, there is something I don't quite understand. Why do you want to travel with Senior Su and the others to the Flowing Cloud sect? This question had lingered in Lu Qing's mind all afternoon. After all, their trip to the Flowing Cloud sect was no small matter, and a slight misstep might lead to very severe consequences. According to his master's usual character, he should not want to involve others. I can't explain it clearly, what the matter is. As the evening approached, when we came to this mountain god temple and got close to Mr. Su and the others for some reason, I had a very strong premonition. It seems that they will soon encounter a great danger and all die untimely deaths. You felt a premonition, Master. Lu Qing's heart chilled. He knew his master possessed the merit light, which brought divine protection. Such premonitions were not mere speculation, but could be celestial warnings. Yes, this premonition was so intense that it shook my heart and spirit. It seems to relate to something exceedingly important, so I want to see exactly what it is. Great danger, does it refer to the mountain bandits from before? Lu Qing whispered, but he quickly dismissed that guess. The previous situation seemed dangerous, but in reality, the bandits weren't very strong. With Senior Su's cultivation nearing great success in the internal organs realm, even if they hadn't encountered them, breaking through wouldn't have been difficult. It was his disciples who might have suffered some harm, but just that should not be enough to trigger such a premonition in his master. Could it be that something significant is going to change during our journey to the Flowing Cloud sect? Lu Qing stroked his chin, deep in thought. The purpose of Senior Su's journey was to see the excitement at the Flowing Cloud sect. After all, with many sects in Yunju joining forces to confront the Flowing Cloud sect for its actions, such a grand event was something anyone would want to witness. But judging from the master's intuitive warning, the excitement at the Flowing Cloud sect might not be as simple as expected. Ah Qing, have you thought of something? Seeing his disciple lost in thought, the elder doctor couldn't help but ask. I have a slight idea, but I am not certain. Master, since you have already accepted Senior Su's invitation, as long as we accompany them on the road, we will naturally find out the answer. I think the same. I can sense that Mr. Su and his companions are righteous people. Knowing that they might face impending danger, we should help if we can, especially since it's on our way. I'll follow Master's decision, Lu Qing said with a smile. The merit light was indeed miraculous ever since his master stepped into the innate realm. the extraordinary abilities he manifested became even more formidable. Even his intuition to discern good from evil was almost comparable to his own superpower detection. Having resolved the doubts in his mind, Lu Qing and the elder doctor each went to rest. Their conversation had been undetectable by a third party from beginning to end. Night passed without incident, and the next day Lu Qing got up early and started preparing breakfast in the courtyard. "Young Master Lu, you're up quite early." The round middle-aged man came out upon hearing the noise outside. "Old Ma and I take turns keeping watch at night. I usually am responsible for the late night, so I just go ahead and prepare breakfast, waiting for the master and the others to get up and eat." "Just in time, Senior Su, I've also made your portion. We'll eat together later." Lu Qing busied himself and replied, "Then we won't be polite." The round middle-aged man was first delighted, then he sighed. "So it turns out you weren't up early, young Master Lu, but rather you hadn't slept all night. When we're on the road, we always have to be careful. We've become used to it. Indeed, when traveling, one must always be careful and cautious. It's just a pity that my useless disciples don't have young Master Lu's vigilance. Last night they all slept like logs. If there had been a sneak attack by mountain bandits like last night, I fear the first to die would have been them." The round middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. "They are all disciples. Yet why is there such a big gap between his and Dr. Chen's? Look at Lu Qing. Not only does he cook top-notch cuisine, even for matters such as keeping watch and vigilance, Dr. Chen does not need to worry. Everything is perfectly arranged. Compared to that, his disciples really seem as dull as pigs." "Perhaps Brother Wen and the others were too exhausted from yesterday's travel," Lu Qing said with a smile. During yesterday's casual conversation, Lu Qing knew that the three male disciples of the round middle-aged man were two actual brothers with the surname Wen, one named Wen Bin, another named Wen Wu, and the other had the surname Su, and had all been following him since they were little. "There's no need to speak well of them for their sake, young Master Lu. I don't have much hope now. If they could end up with half of your abilities, young Master Lu, I'd be more than content," the round middle-aged man said, shaking his head. Coincidentally awake and coming out from the hall, Wei Zion was stunned upon hearing this. He thought to himself that Senior Su really dared to dream, having half the abilities of Dr. Lu Qing. Even their Wei family's ancestors would not dare say such a thing. "You're just in the internal organs realm, but you have such wishful thinking. Zion is awake. Excellent. Go wake up little Yan and little Li as well. Tell them that breakfast is ready." Lu Qing saw Wei Zion and called out. As Wei Zion entered the hall, the round middle-aged man also said, "Then I'll go wake up those useless disciples of mine." When the round middle-aged man called his disciples, it was with some emotion. After all, he hadn't felt it much when there wasn't a comparison before. Now with an outstanding disciple like Lu Qing of someone else's present, the more he looked at his own disciples, the more frustrated he felt. Thus, when calling them to get up, he couldn't help but use a heavier hand. So much so that during breakfast, Su Ping, who was the last to wake up, saw that several of her senior brothers had more bruising on their faces and couldn't help but be curious. "Wen Bin, what happened to your faces? Did you fall down last night while sleeping?" The round middle-aged man immediately cast a glance away. Feeling his master's gaze, Wen Bin stiffened, quickly forced a smile and said, "Yes, last night we were sleeping and we accidentally hit something when we turned over. All three of you bumped into something." Su Ping was puzzled. Wen Bin hesitated. Yes, we slept behind the divine platform. It's too narrow there. Just turning over can get you bumped. Oh, then you guys have to be more careful in the future." Su Ping nodded and continued to eat. The food made by Mr. Lu was really delicious. It was simply a meat porridge, but he made it especially flavorful. It's just that the man was a bit cold. Otherwise, it would have been perfect. Seeing that the junior sister didn't inquire further, the three Wen Bin members sighed in relief while also feeling extremely embarrassed. They indeed had been far too impolite that morning. Dr. Chen and the others were already up, and even Mr. Lu had prepared breakfast, yet they were still not awake. With such lack of manners, no wonder their master would be angry. Lu Qing and the others watched this scene and chuckled secretly, but they also didn't expose them. After breakfast, everyone began to pack their luggage and set off. This time on the road, there were no more mishaps. 2 days later, Lu Qing and the others arrived at the entrance of a bustling town. "Ligun Town, Dr. Chen, we've finally arrived." Looking at the stone stele outside the town, the round middle-aged man happily exclaimed. Lu Qing looked at the town ahead and asked, "Senior Su, what connection does this town have with the Flowing Cloud sect?" This town is essentially a subsidiary of the Flowing Cloud sect, specially set up to supply the sect with various necessities of life. After all, as a major sect, the Flowing Cloud sect can't possibly allow those idle people to come and go from their mountain gates every day. Hence, they usually go down the mountain to purchase supplies in large quantities every so often, in order to meet the needs of the sect's disciples. "I see." Lu Qing looked ahead, his divine soul power faintly probing. "It looks like we haven't arrived too late. The major sects haven't started their campaign yet." In Lu Qing's perception, Ligun Town was currently filled with numerous powerful presences. There were more than a dozen auras with restrained chi blood, seemingly dormant like volcanoes, harboring formidable strength, yet unmanifested. Clearly, these were genuine martial arts experts, far more powerful than Senior Su beside him. However, Lu Qing was surprised that he did not sense the presence of anyone in the innate realm. He wondered if the innate realm experts from the major sects were not present, or if they used special secret methods to conceal their innate essence. Now at his level of cultivation, Lu Qing knew that the peculiar essence of the innate realm could allow innate realm experts to sense each other's presence upon close proximity, even without a direct encounter. But this wasn't absolute. In the world, there were still special secret methods, or unique exotic treasures, capable of concealing that innate essence. At least he had witnessed such cases before. For instance, the exotic treasure on Xyrui, a disciple of the Tangi Building, could conceal all aura, even deceiving little Li's senses. And then there was his master, who, since comprehending the complete innate domain, could perfectly conceal his own innate essence, becoming undetectable to other innate realm experts. Master, shall we go in? Lu Qing knew that his master should also be able to sense the situation inside the town. The elder doctor thought for a moment and shook his head. No need, let's just find a place to settle down outside the town. There's no need to go in and invite trouble unnecessarily. I think so too. Lu Qing nodded. Despite the appearance of the major sects joining forces gathered at Flowing Cloud sect as if united against a common enemy, things were not so simple. At least Lu Qing could sense several powerful auras in town, not yielding to each other, with a hint of confrontation. This indicated that within these so-called allied sects, conflicts were numerous and certainly not of one mind. In such a situation, who knew what might happen next? It was better for them to stay outside the town and watch how things unfolded. Dr. Chen, young Master Lu, aren't we entering the town? The round middle-aged man was somewhat surprised. We won't go in, said the elder doctor. Since we are here just to watch the excitement and broaden our horizons, there's no need to get too close. It's better to observe from a distance and avoid any trouble. All right then, the round middle-aged man could only say, but he didn't believe that the elder doctor and his companions would truly fear any trouble. The way Lu Qing and his companions slaughtered those mountain bandits a couple of days ago was still vivid in his mind. People who can kill so decisively, how could they possibly be afraid to even enter a small town? However, since the elder doctor said so, the round middle-aged man naturally wouldn't object. Over the past 2 days, interacting with them, he had come to realize that Dr. Chen and Lu Qing's party were quite mysterious, with many aspects beyond his comprehension, like their cultivation, for instance. He saw with his own eyes how Lu Qing, with an awe-inspiringly beautiful hidden weapon technique, instantly took down more than 20 bandits armed with bows and hidden weapons. But no matter how he observed and sensed afterward, he couldn't determine Lu Qing's true cultivation level. In his perception from beginning to end, the Qi blood power that Lu Qing displayed was merely at the Qi blood realm level and had never changed. The same went for Dr. Chen. He seemed perfectly ordinary, and besides being more spirited than the average old man, showed no extraordinary traits. But to have raised a disciple like Lu Qing, and to command the sincere respect and willingness to serve from 2 martial arts high experts like Ma Gu and Wei Ziyan, how could he be an ordinary person? Therefore, the more the round middle-aged man observed Lu Qing and his companions over the past 2 days, the more he was astonished. Fortunately, Lu Qing and his companions were friendly and not overbearingly arrogant, plus the food they cooked was truly delicious. Otherwise, during their journey, he would have considered taking his daughter and disciples to slip away quietly. Thus, Lu Qing and his companions found a nice spot in the mountains near the small town and prepared to settle down temporarily. Of course, they weren't the only ones who had come to the vicinity of Ligun town upon hearing the news, wishing to watch the excitement without getting involved. Many other unattached martial artists also chose not to enter the town and hid themselves in nearby locations, ready to flee at any moment if anything went wrong. While Lu Qing and his companions were busy, in the largest tavern within Ligun town, many powerful figures were sitting solemnly. This is preposterous, Wang Pan. What does your Flowing Cloud sect mean by this? So many sects have come to visit together, and instead of welcoming us through your mountain gates, you've arranged for us to stay in this rundown tavern. Are you deliberately trying to humiliate us? Suddenly, a brawny man carrying a long axe slammed the table and stood up angrily, exclaiming, Senior Xiao is mistaken. Our Flowing Cloud sect has always been known for its hospitality. There is absolutely no such intention. It's just that you all arrived suddenly and we were unprepared. There is a limited supply of food and drink on the mountain, preventing us from hosting you properly. That's why we have had to ask you to stay temporarily in this small town. We hope our fellow Taoists will forgive us. A man in white clothes, tall and handsome, then bowed deeply and explained with a smile on his face. A hand doesn't strike a smiling face. Seeing how humble his attitude was, the brawny man who had stood up could not continue his outburst and could only sit down with a cold snort, Others found it inappropriate to push the issue further. However, hearing him mention that the Flowing Cloud sect was known for its hospitality, everyone's face showed a peculiar expression. The tyrannical and overbearing reputation of the Flowing Cloud sect was well known in Yunju. Wang Pan could shamelessly speak of hospitality truly. He was a famous smiling tiger. Wang Pan, when exactly can we ascend to Ligun Mountain? We have traveled thousands of miles. Surely, we cannot be left hanging by your Flowing Cloud sect indefinitely. At that moment, a fair-faced, middle-aged man dressed like a scholar spoke up. Mr. Dai, rest assured. As soon as the sect's disciples have cleaned the guest rooms and prepared the food and beverages, we will immediately open the mountain gate and welcome all of you to wash away the dust of your journey and show our hospitality, Wang Pan said with a smile. Seeing his consistent smile, everyone felt like they were hitting cotton, unsure of what to do. Humph, no need. At that moment, a chilling voice came from outside the inn. We major sects didn't come here for your Flowing Cloud sect's food and drinks. Wang Pan, go back and tell your sect master Mozhen that if he doesn't open the mountain gate soon, we will force our way up. Then let's see if your Flowing Cloud sect can hold against so many sects from Yunju fighting you simultaneously. As this voice faded, a strong aura swept in, and more than 10 martial artists entered the inn. Leading them was a middle-aged man with wide sleeves, his hair tied up high, a stern face, and a long beard. Wang Pan's face changed upon seeing this extraordinary middle-aged man. However, before he could say anything, another somewhat hoarse voice spoke. Sect Master Shan is right. The actions of the Flowing Cloud sect in recent years have indeed become more and more excessive. Do they really think they're the leader of the righteous in Yunju? Accompanied by the hoarse voice, another dozen figures walked in. Moreover, the moment these figures entered, they caught everyone's attention in the inn. Leading them was a middle-aged woman in gray of average appearance. But behind her were more than a dozen young women, each beautiful and distinguished, quite a sight. Deputy Palace Master Liu, you've also arrived. The high-haired middle-aged man bowed slightly. Sect Master Shan, Deputy Palace Master Liu. The other martial artists in the inn also stood and bowed in respect. Seeing this scene, Wang Pan's pupils shrank. For the Palace Master of the Silver Moon sect and the Deputy Palace Master of the Palace of 100 Blossoms to come together was indeed not good news for their Flowing Cloud sect. Other sects could be ignored by their Flowing Cloud sect, but as one of the three great sects of Yunju alongside the Silver Moon sect and Palace of 100 Blossoms, they definitely couldn't be taken lightly. Because, while the strength of these two major sects was slightly inferior to that of their Flowing Cloud sect. If they joined forces plus other small sects present, even their Flowing Cloud sect would struggle to resist. Greetings, Sect Master Shan, Deputy Palace Master Liu. Wang Pan gathered his heart and spirit, forced a smile and bowed deeply. Smiling Tiger, there's no need for pretense here. I ask you, where is Mozhen? So many of us have come from Yunju, and he, as the head of a sect, is hiding up in the mountain, not even showing his face, sending only you, his direct disciple. Down to handle things. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Facing Wang Pan's smiling face, the Silver Moon Sect Master remained unmoved, only responding coldly. Sect Master Shan, just a few days ago, my master sensed something in his martial arts and had an epiphany, thus he sequestered himself and has yet to emerge. Wang Pan, as his disciple, did not dare to rashly disturb him, for fear of interrupting Master's epiphany and committing an unforgivable mistake. Please, Sect Master Shan, see the truth. Wang Pan forced a smile. Oh, is there really such a coincidence in the world? The Silver Moon Sect Master said, his face revealing a hint of mockery. Isn't it rumored that Flowing Cloud Sect's young Vice Sect Master, Mozhen's beloved son, was slaughtered by someone a while ago, to be able to have epiphanies in martial arts when his own son was killed? Your Sect Master is indeed ruthlessly cold. Wang Pan's face changed. Sect Master Shan, please be cautious with your words. Our young Vice Sect Master was unfortunately murdered, and our master is deeply grieved. I have repeatedly seen his profound sorrow. Please do not smear his name. Sect Master Shan. HMPH, so his beloved son dies and he is profoundly sad. Then what about my disciple? What should I feel? Your Flowing Cloud sect uses Mokshuan's death to extort resources from other sects. How should we settle this account? The Silver Moon Sect Master coldly stated, Sect Master Shan, we too are deeply saddened by the death of your esteemed disciple. At that time he had a conflict with our Elder Q. He struck fiercely without declaring his sect, leading Elder Q to believe he was a practitioner of the demon path. In his anger, he struck too harshly, injuring his life. It was truly a misunderstanding, not Elder Q's intention to kill your esteemed disciple. Please understand, Sect Master. As for the accusations of our sect's disciples extorting resources from the major sects, that was a huge misunderstanding. The original order from our master was to investigate the true cause of the young Vice Sect Master's death. Unexpectedly, a few disciples, blinded by greed, misused the sect's orders to extort. Now the sect has captured those responsible, and we will leave their fate to the sect masters to decide after settling this matter. Good, good, good. Watching Wang Pan speak smoothly, not only did he whitewash the sins committed by the flowing cloud sect, but he pushed the blame towards some insignificant people, even counter-claiming that his own disciples were part of the demon path. The Silver Moon sect master laughed angrily. You truly are Mo Zhen's most outstanding disciple, with your sly tongue and facade of amiableness. Even I can't help but admire you. However, Wang Pan, I think you've misunderstood something today. I didn't come here to waste words with you. If Mo Zhen does not come out personally to explain, then I shall start by targeting his most outstanding disciple. Let him also experience the pain of losing a beloved disciple. With that, the Silver Moon sect master flicked his sleeve, his shoulders shifted slightly, and his palm, like a dragon's claw exploring, shot out from his sleeve towards Wang Pan. Wang Pan did not anticipate that someone of sect master's stature would resort to such an unseemly method, almost like a sneak attack, launching at him suddenly. Startled, he moved his feet and swayed his body, creating several afterimages in an attempt to dodge this grab. Regrettably, his cultivation was inferior to that of the Silver Moon sect master, who had long stepped into the Grandmaster realm. Under the Grandmaster level refined claw technique of the Silver Moon sect master, his afterimages could not deceive his opponent. In just a moment, his true form was exposed and grabbed by the shoulder. Over here, the Silver Moon sect master's palm, having grabbed Wang Pan's shoulder, squeezed forcefully, instantly snapping his collarbone and pulling him over. Looking at the pain on Wang Pan's face, the Silver Moon sect master's hand moved to his neck. He whispered softly, if I were to twist your neck right now, do you think your master would come out of seclusion? Sect Master Shan, please wait. The sudden action of the Silver Moon sect master took everyone by surprise. Even the deputy palace master of the Palace of 100 Blossoms was shocked and hurriedly called out. Watching the Silver Moon sect master place his hand on Wang Pan's neck, Vice Palace Master Liu from the Palace of 100 Blossoms hastily called out. She feared he would really act impulsively and strangle Wang Pan to death. Yes, Sect Master Shan, please don't be rash. People from other sect forces were also extremely tense. They had come here to reason with the flowing cloud sect, seeking justice, but they did not wish to start off by outright burning bridges. If the Silver Moon sect master really came up and strangled Mo Zhen's direct disciple, things would likely become irreparable at once. Hearing everyone's persuasion, the Silver Moon sect master, whose chi and blood had surged to his head, also slightly calmed down. The hand gripping Wang Pan also loosened a bit. Originally, as a sect master, he should not have been so agitated, but the one murdered by the flowing cloud sect elder was his most proud disciple. He was all alone in the world, childless throughout his life. What he cared about the most was undoubtedly his 5 direct disciples. Among them, the youngest was the most beloved by him, also his closing door disciple. The youngest had exceptional talent and understanding, and at just 17 was already at great success in the muscle-bone realm. With his potential, as long as he cultivated diligently, becoming a martial arts grandmaster in the future was almost a certainty. Even reaching the innate realm was not necessarily out of question. But now this disciple, with boundless talent and a promising future, who he regarded as his own child, was cruelly murdered by the flowing cloud sect, and they were still defaming him as a man of the demon path. How could the Silver Moon sect master swallow this grievance? Thinking of this, murderous intent surfaced once more on the face of the Silver Moon sect master, and his gaze towards Wang Pan also revealed intent to kill. This is bad, this old geezer really wants to kill me. When Wang Pan saw the murderous intent in the Silver Moon sect master's eyes, he was inwardly shocked and greatly alarmed. He wanted to struggle, but the gap in strength between him and the other was far more than just a few times. Now with one of his arm's bones broken and his vitals pinched, how could he move? Just as the Silver Moon sect master was hardened in his heart to truly strangle Wang Pan to death, suddenly a robust voice sounded, Sect Master Shan, even if my disciple has offended in some way as a sect master yourself, is it really necessary to stoop to his level and damage the reputation of your Silver Moon sect? As the voice fell, a figure appeared in the restaurant. The newcomer was tall, dressed in a dark robe, hands clasped behind his back, emanating a stately and imposing aura. Master, seeing the newcomer, Wang Pan, who was being choked and was already having some difficulty breathing, cried out with desperate joy, struggling to speak. Sect Master, the other flowing cloud sect disciples were also overjoyed. Mo Zhen, the people from the sect forces were shocked. Even the likes of Vice Palace Master Liu showed a serious expression, inwardly on guard. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow over the past several decades. The flowing cloud sect had been flourishing and growing ever stronger, almost taking over as the leading sect in Yunju. Besides those 2 mysterious and unfathomable supreme elders, Mo Zhen had also made a significant contribution to this success. Rumors had it that Mo Zhen's cultivation had reached the terrifying realm just one step shy of the countless martial artists' coveted innate realm, an ultimate boundary within the postnatal limit where change arises, forging his own divine soul power. Before he spoke out, no one in the restaurant had managed to detect his presence. Just this alone seemed to confirm the rumors were true. Mo Zhen, have you finally decided to show up? What's this? Wasn't your disciple saying you were in closed-door cultivation? How come, just as I've disposed of your proud disciple, you coincidentally appear? Among the watchful crowd, only the Silver Moon sect master was not surprised by Mo Zhen's appearance. He coldly sneered, flinging Wang Pan away, mocking with his words. Now that the main character had arrived, naturally, he no longer needed to lower himself to Wang Pan's level. While he truly wanted to crush Wang Pan to death as a sect master, he still needed to maintain a certain composure. But though death could be avoided, punishment could not. As the Silver Moon sect master flung Wang Pan away, he cleverly made a move, sending a subtle shock with his palm using a soft and yin force, scattering Wang Pan's chi and blood power temporarily. This left Wang Pan momentarily weak and unable to gather strength to control his body, resulting in a heavy fall face down, his face bruised and injuries not light. Sorry, I was a bit too heavy-handed and hurt your precious disciple, the Silver Moon sect master said indifferently after having thrown Wang Pan. Watching his disciple suffer such a humiliation did not change Mo Zhen's expression. He only smiled and said, if my disciple dared to insult Sect Master Shan, this is the punishment he deserves. Mo is also thankful for your mercy, Sect Master Shan. Even though Mo Zhen was thoroughly polite and deliberately lowered his stance, the Silver Moon Sect Master did not buy it at all. He said coldly, cut the nonsense, the purpose of my visit today you should be clear about. Tell me your Flowing Cloud Sect elder killed my 5th disciple, how should this account be settled? In these past days, your Flowing Cloud sect has been plundering forces from other Yunju sects. What exactly do you mean by that? Do you really think that you can cover the sky with one hand in Yunju? As these words were spoken, warriors from other sect forces in the restaurant all stood up. That's right, Sect Master Mo, you must give us an explanation. The combined presence of so many powerful martial artists pressed forward, its oppressive power so strong that the other Flowing Cloud sect disciples all changed color and involuntarily took several steps back. This time, although not too many warriors from the major sect forces had come, each one of them was a powerhouse, with none of their cultivations below great success in the muscle-bone realm. Such formidable combat strength, even our Flowing Cloud sect couldn't muster. Everyone, please remain calm. Faced with the powerful aura that could change the color of a martial arts grandmaster, Sect Master Mo still appeared composed, without any change in expression. He continued with a smile, regarding this matter, our Flowing Cloud sect already has a proper handling method. To be honest, I didn't expect that our sect would have disciples who would rob other sects. Such abhorrent actions are most certainly not the intention of our Flowing Cloud sect, purely the personal behavior of some greedy disciples. Towards such evil deeds, our Flowing Cloud sect has always abhorred them deeply and will never tolerate them. Therefore, several days ago, our Flowing Cloud sect already apprehended all the disciples and elders involved in robbing other sects. As for the losses of the major sects, our Flowing Cloud sect will also return them doubled. As for Elder Qiu, who killed your disciple, he has also been imprisoned. Mo Zhen added to the Silver Moon Sect Master, I will personally hand him over to you, Sect Master Shan. Whether to kill or flay him, that will be up to you. Our Flowing Cloud sect will not interfere. Sect Master Shan, are you satisfied with this arrangement? The martial artists from various sect forces exchanged glances upon hearing these words. They didn't expect that the Flowing Cloud sect would be so easy to talk to. It's known that the actions of the Flowing Cloud sect were always overbearing, especially in recent decades where they've become even more aggressive. If not for being so oppressed that they couldn't bear it any longer, why would they have come to the Flowing Cloud sect? To be realistic, they were prepared for a desperate battle before coming here. But now Mo Zhen unexpectedly showed weakness, offering to hand over their own disciples and elders. When had the Flowing Cloud sect ever shown such submissiveness? This gave the martial artists from various sect forces a sense of abnormality. The Silver Moon Sect Master also felt this was strange and narrowed his eyes. Mo Zhen, what are you really planning? Such kindness to honestly hand over people. Hearing Mo Zhen suggest they go up the mountain again, the Silver Moon Sect Master's mind shifted. Suddenly, he waved his hand, since you're showing such sincerity, to doubt further would make us appear small-minded. However, there's no need to go up the mountain. Your sect is busy with many affairs, and we wouldn't want to disturb. If you Sect Master Mo, just bring the people down the mountain. After we've apprehended the culprits, we'll naturally leave and stop disturbing your sect. If that's how it is, you fellow Taoists have come from far away and haven't even had a chance to drink our sect's wine. If the world came to know of this, wouldn't they laugh at our Flowing Cloud sect for being poor hosts? Please, fellow Taoists, come up the mountain. We've already prepared a feast to wash away the dust of travel, and we hope you won't disdain it. Indeed, there was a problem. Seeing Mojen repeatedly invite them up the mountain, the Silver Moon sect master felt even more that something was not right. He sneered, "Sect Master Mo, your eagerness for us to go up the mountain. Could it be that your flowing cloud sect has set a trap, wishing to ensnare us all at once?" Indeed, Sect Master Mo, could there be deceit in your plan? The martial artists from the various sect forces also began to smell something fishy and looked at Mojen with caution. Seeing that everyone was immovable, unwilling to go up the mountain, Mojen's smile finally faded. "So it seems you really refused to go up the mountain. It appears that Sect Master Mo indeed harbors ulterior motives." Seeing his demeanor, everyone understood. "So I had hoped to save some effort, but since you refuse to appreciate the kindness, don't blame me." Mojen's face lost all traces of a smile, replaced by sheer indifference. Seeing him like this, the Silver Moon sect master's sense of alertness surged. "Mojen, what do you intend?" Mojen paid him no heed, instead bowing deeply with great respect towards the entrance of the tavern. "I welcome the Supreme Elder." "What, the Supreme Elder?" Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled violently. It was known that only a few individuals could be addressed as the Supreme Elder by Mojen, the sect master himself, HMPH. "I told you there's no need to waste that energy. Since the array has already been set up in town, why make the redundant move to lure them up the mountain? Do you think they could escape from the palm of my hand?" Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the air, and a figure clad in a white robe appeared in the hall of the tavern. The old man had white hair and a white beard, eyes like that of a vulture, and a nose hooked like an eagle's, his visage exuding an aura of gloom. As soon as the eagle-nosed elder appeared, a powerful and chilling aura oppressed the entire room, making everyone feel inexplicably heavy. Even the Silver Moon sect master and the deputy palace master of the Palace of 100 Blossoms, who had already stepped into the Grandmaster realm, felt their bodies stiffen, finding it difficult to move. Innate pressure and innate realm expert. The Silver Moon sect master gazed at the eagle-nosed elder, horror striking his heart. "Quite capable to raise your head under my innate pressure. Worthy indeed of being the sect master of Silver Moon. Your will has been well cultivated. I suppose your divine soul power is about to take shape as well." The eagle-nosed elder seemed somewhat surprised, inadvertently offering praise. "You must be the innate realm ancestor of the flowing cloud sect. The Holy Mountain has issued an order, forbidding innate realm experts from casually attacking martial artists below the innate level. Would you really go against the Holy Order?" The Silver Moon sect master said with some difficulty. "You think to use the Holy Order to pressure me?" The eagle-nosed elder looked darkly at the Silver Moon sect master. "With so many of you joining forces, bullying the flowing cloud sect, do you really think that merely a holy order is going to stop me from dealing with you? Elder, if you bully the weak, aren't you afraid that the innate realm ancestors of Silver Moon sect and the Palace of 100 Blossoms will also disregard the rules?" Seeing that the eagle-nosed elder seemed intent on actually making a move against them, the Silver Moon sect master had no choice but to invoke his own sect's innate realm ancestors. The eagle-nosed elder immediately hesitated. The Silver Moon sect master secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This was the advantage of a sect possessing an innate realm ancestor. An innate realm ancestor could truly be considered the deepest foundation of a sect. The peculiar aura of the innate realm enabled experts within this realm to sense each other over certain distances. And because breaking through to the innate realm involved the baptism of the heaven and earth rules, the majority of innate realm experts possessed similar strengths in their physical bodies, innate true chi, and divine soul power. Therefore, among those in the innate realm, as long as the realm difference wasn't too great, it was almost impossible to defeat one another in single combat. Even if one couldn't win, they could also escape in advance. Once it became a pursuit, the variables became too many. The escaping party, having the initiative, had too many ways to shake off their pursuer. It was precisely because innate realm experts were difficult to kill that amongst the sects that possessed them, there tended to be an unspoken rule. That was, unless facing a crisis that could overturn their sect, innate realm experts would generally not involve themselves in common frictions between sects. Otherwise, if experts from both sides, disregarding martial morality, launched sneak attacks on the other's disciples, in the end, both sides, sects would likely suffer heavy losses among their disciples, ending up with nothing. The Silver Moon sect master was betting that the eagle-nosed elder wouldn't dare break this rule. Now it seemed he was right. However, just as the Silver Moon sect master sighed in relief, he saw the eagle-nosed elder suddenly reveal a strange smile. "You must think that I will respect the rules and not dare to touch you. Right. Now let me tell you you're wrong. Today you all must die here. Just two of the initial innate realm. After today, if those two old fools dare to come forward, I will eliminate them along with you." With that said, the eagle-nosed elder's hand produced a small flag, giving it a slight shake. In the next moment, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. As the elderly man with the hooked nose shook the blood-red flag in his hand, a strange power permeated the air. It completely paralyzed the Silver Moon sect master and his companions, making them utterly unable to move. Elder, what do you intend to do? The Silver Moon sect master looked at the blood-red flag, feeling a chill in his heart. His intuition told him that it was an extremely terrifying object. You all will soon find out what I intend to do. The elderly man with the hooked nose, his expression growing increasingly strange, said with a smile. From the blood-red flag in his hand, a faint black aura began to emerge. At the same time, within Ligun town, certain peculiarly placed stone pillars began to tremble slightly, connected by an invisible force. Threads of black mist started to appear on the pillars and quickly spread throughout the town. What is this? On the streets, a townsman who saw the black mist floating towards him touched it out of curiosity. The next moment, he regretted his action deeply. His fingertips had barely touched the black mist when they began to melt away like a burning candle, followed by his palm and his wrist, quickly extending up his arm. Ah, such excruciating pain was naturally more than an ordinary person could endure. The townsman let out a dreadful scream, fell to the ground, and rolled about frantically, trying to shake off the black mist. However, it was futile. The black mist, as if alive, clung to where it saw human blood and could not be shaken off. It not only clung tightly to the townsman's arm, but also slowly consumed his entire body. Boom! Such a horrifying scene naturally terrified the other pedestrians on the street. Everyone scattered, watching the townsman in terror, not understanding why he had suddenly become like this. Some tried to use brooms and cloths to disperse the black mist, but to no avail. The black mist seemed determined to stick to that townsman, clinging tightly to his body. The unbearable agony soon caused the townsman to pass out. Then everyone just watched as he was slowly consumed and melted by the black mist. Before long, the entire person disappeared, leaving only his clothes and a pool of blood on the ground. After devouring a person, the black mist floated up again, its color deepening slightly, and moved toward the next person. Ah, run! Having seen the awful state of the man before, everyone understood how terrifying the strange black mist was. As it floated again, everyone screamed in terror and scattered in all directions. Those who were a bit slower to escape, touched by the black mist, screamed tragically. This time, however, no one dared stop to watch or help. They only cared about fleeing for their lives. Similar scenes occurred on the various streets of Ligun town. For a time, the town was filled with screams of terror, like a hell on earth. What's going on? At a distance of several miles away from Ligun town, on a hillside, Lu Qing was originally organizing tents with Ma Gu in the forest when suddenly, his expression changed. Without time to explain, his figure disappeared in place. With a few leaps, he climbed to the top of a nearby huge tree and looked down at Ligun town. At this view, his expression changed again. At that moment, Ligun town was enveloped by a thin grayish-colored array formation light screen. Through the fog, he could vaguely see people rolling on the ground, struggling and screaming. But strangely, not a sound escaped. Ah, Qing, what has happened? I feel a surge of resentment coming from the town, said the elder doctor, appearing beside Lu Qing. Master, look. Lu Qing pointed ahead, and the elder doctor followed his gaze. The powerful vision granted by his innate body allowed him to clearly see the tragic state inside the town, as well as the gray light screen enveloping it. With a look of alarm, he asked, "What is that?" "It's an array, and a particularly malicious one from the demon path," Lu Qing said solemnly. Having inherited the knowledge of the divine talisman sect, he recognized at a glance that the gray light screen enveloping Ligun town was the result of some evil array. However, what he couldn't understand was why, with spiritual energy having only just begun to recover, someone could set up such an array. An array, a technique of the immortal Tao. The elder doctor's expression also changed. Ah Qing, do you have any way to break it? Although the elder doctor was already a martial artist of innate minor achievement, he did not understand these mystical techniques and could only hope that Lu Qing had a way. There are generally only two ways to counter an array, either breaking it with brute force or with cunning. Breaking it with brute force means using absolute power to shatter the array's defenses and destroy it. Breaking it with cunning means finding the operational nodes of the array and tampering with them. Once enough nodes are destroyed, the operation of the array cannot continue, and it naturally falls apart. Lu Qing quickly explained to his master, "Which method can we use to break it?" The elder doctor saw people in the town beginning to run towards the outside, but they were stopped by the light screen at the edge. In desperation, they tried to force their way through, but upon touching the light screen, the floating black mist dissolved and melted them, their expressions filled with agony. "Disciple isn't sure," Lu Qing replied, his eyes still fixed on the light screen. Finally, as a faint purple superpower light appeared, a few words floated into his field of vision. Blood-melting gray light, a formation light screen induced by the evil array flesh-refining soul formation from the demon path, renowned for its strong defensive power, capable of dissolving flesh and blood. Living creatures within the flesh and soul refinement array will have their chi blood, flesh, and bones melted by the power of the array. transformed into grievance to nourish the array flag. The flesh and soul refinement array contains a total of 18 array nodes, and if more than 9 nodes are destroyed, the array will cease to function and collapse on its own. This particular flesh and soul refinement array seems to be just a simplified version, the power of the array only capable of melting and refining creatures below the innate realm, far less powerful than the complete version. Looking at the information in his field of vision, Lu Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he still didn't know why an evil array from ancient times would appear in Ligun Town, since it was only a simplified version of the flesh and soul refinement array. Handling it would be much easier. Ah Qing, have you thought of a solution? The elder doctor had been paying close attention to Lu Qing's expression and seeing it had relaxed quite a bit, immediately asked. I've got some ideas, Master. We probably need to break this array quickly. If we delay much longer, I'm afraid everyone inside will die. Then speak quickly, what should we do? The elder doctor, looking at the disastrous scene in the town, urged anxiously. Breaking the array isn't difficult, but whoever set up such an array must be no ordinary person. You'll probably have to deal with them when the time comes. Master, this is naturally so, the elder doctor nodded, a trace of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The situation in Ligun Town below was too brutal, evoking a rare desire to fight in him who generally disliked violence. Then, Master, let's discuss it on the way. I need to grab something from below. You go ahead first. Lu Qing nodded, his figure flickering, already descending the tree and heading into the carriage. When he re-emerged, he was holding a longbow and a sword. Young Master Lu, what happened? Where is Dr. Chen? A chubby middle-aged man approached and asked. He had seen Lu Qing's expression drastically change just now as he climbed to the top of the tree. Even the elder doctor went up, suggesting something unusual had happened. But now that Lu Qing had come down and the elder doctor was nowhere to be seen, he felt puzzled. Others also turned their gazes towards him. There's trouble in Ligun Town. My master and I need to go there. Senior Su, you all should stay here for now. Lu Qing briefly explained, then turned to Ma Gu and Wei Zion with a serious tone. Elder Ma, Zion, you two stay here too and keep an eye on our luggage. Understood, young master. Seeing the seriousness on Lu Qing's face, Ma Gu's heart chilled. He knew whatever was happening in Ligun Town must be extraordinary. Otherwise, neither Lu Qing nor the elder doctor would be so grave. All right, then master and I will go ahead. Lu Qing sprang to his feet, his figure swiftly moving down the mountain. Little Li, protect little Yan well. If anyone dares to harm her, they shall be killed without mercy. Young Master Lu, the chubby middle-aged man, saw Lu Qing leave abruptly and was about to call out to him, but was gently stopped by Ma Gu. Senior Su, since my young master has urgent matters to attend to, please don't disturb him. We will just wait here. Ma Gu knew, with both Lu Qing and the elder doctor treating the matter so seriously, something very grave must have occurred in Ligun Town. Their presence might not only be unhelpful, but could also become an encumbrance. This, seeing Ma Gu, who had always been very polite, suddenly become firm in his stance. The chubby middle-aged man was taken aback. However, he was not angry and even realized the gravity of the situation. Thinking back to how Lu Qing's expression had only turned serious after climbing to the top of the tree, he thought for a moment, his chi blood surged, and he also leapt up the tree. What is that? The chubby middle-aged man looked towards Ligun Town and saw the gray barrier, crying out in alarm. Such a strange and mysterious scene he had never seen before. And is that Dr. Chen and young Master Lu? After the startled cry, the plump middle-aged man's attention was drawn to another matter. He saw two figures heading towards Ligun Town. One of them, darting through the forest, was Lu Qing by the colors of his attire. The other figure was moving gracefully above the treetops, lightly tapping the tree crowns to cover a distance of more than 10 meters with each step, as if a celestial being. Who could it be if not Dr. Chen? Moving as if riding the wind with such mysterious movement technique, could Dr. Chen possibly be? The plump middle-aged man stared with wide eyes, murmuring to himself, Master, this evil array is too extensive. Trying to break it by force with just the two of us may be inadequate, so we must rely on cunning to break it. In the forest, Lu Qing shouted while running and weaving. When we reach the array, you attack the gray light screen with your sword chi first, allowing me to observe the flow of the array's power and locate the array nodes. Breaking these nodes will automatically disable the array. All right, the elder doctor nodded in agreement, gripping the longsword that Lu Qing had just handed him, his eyes sharp. The master and disciple rapidly approached Ligun Town, and when they were less than a mile away, suddenly they felt a powerful force rising into the sky, rushing towards Ligun Town at high speed, an innate realm expert. Both Lu Qing and the elder doctor were shocked, looking intently ahead. At this moment they had cleared the forest, with few obstacles between them and Ligun Town. They saw clearly in front of Ligun Town, a figure emitting a powerful aura, swinging his longsword and unleashing a red sword chi which slashed towards the gray light screen. Just when it was about to hit, a blast of white strong energy suddenly burst from the light screen, colliding with the sword chi. Bang. The white strong energy and the red sword chi collided, setting off a massive explosion of chi force, but ultimately it only made the gray light screen shake a few times without any damage. Yan Tianhua, you really were hiding in the shadows, following the disciples of the Silver Moon sect. As the chi force dissipated, a figure in a black robe holding a long staff stepped out from the gray light screen, looking at the sword-wielding man and coldly laughed. Mo Hu, I should have known it was you. The sword-wielding man's face darkened upon seeing the black-robed figure. Another innate realm. Lu Qing and the elder doctor felt another jolt of surprise. Indeed, it is I, the black-robed figure proudly declared. Mo Hu, how dare your flowing cloud sect set up such a malicious demon path array here, harming your fellow sect members? Aren't you afraid of the holy mountain descending punishment and completely annihilating your flowing cloud sect? The sword-wielding man shouted sternly. Holy mountain. However, upon hearing this, the black-robed figure laughed uproariously as if he had heard the joke of the century. Now that the changes in heaven and earth have arrived, all the major sects are seizing opportunities for their own gain, and the demon path is eager to reign over the 9 states once again. Just in Central State alone, the holy mountain is already stretched thin, let alone having the capacity to deal with the issues in Yunju. Moreover, after today, my brother and I will have undergone rebirth, significantly increasing our strength. By then, even the holy mountain will not be able to do anything to us. You and your brother are indeed madmen, using evil techniques for power enhancement, harming living creatures, and even not sparing your own disciples. Utterly heartless and insane, the sword-wielding man grimaced. Enough of your nonsense. In this world, nothing is true except for strength. Yan Tianhua, your arrival is timely. I thought I might only harvest the chi blood souls of postnatal realm this time around. Unexpectedly, I also have the chance to obtain the soul of an innate realm. If I can refine you, our magical treasure's power will surely increase greatly. As the black-robed figure swung his long staff, he charged directly at the sword-wielding man. What? As the long staff came crashing down, the sword-wielding man parried with his sword, but his face turned pale the next moment. He felt the force of the staff overwhelming, like a landslide. With his strength, he was completely unable to resist and was directly blown away. Sword-wielding man was blasted away by the dark-robed figure with a staff, staggering backward for dozens of meters before he stabilized himself. Looking ahead, his face showed an expression of incredulity. Your realm clearly hasn't broken through, still at the innate minor achievement, so why is your strength so immense? Ha ha ha, this is the power of the array. But to a frog at the bottom of a well like you, who lacks vision, the mysteries within are unimaginable. Yan Tianhua, today is the day you die. After I kill you, I'll flatten your Silver Moon sect and the Palace of 100 Blossoms, and then my Flowing Cloud sect will be able to take control of the entire Yunju. The dark-robed figure laughed heartily, his staff vibrating as he struck at the sword-wielding man once more. Feeling the overwhelming force emanating from his opponent, the sword-wielding man's heart sank. He knew it was now impossible for him to break the array on his own. Worse still, he feared he might even lose his own life here. Yet the thought of retreating was something he could not bear. The many elite disciples and the sect master within his sect, as well as numerous fellow cultivators from Yunju trapped in the array if he were to leave now, he feared they would all perish inside. Damn it, that old woman from the Palace of 100 Blossoms is too afraid of death, reluctant to leave the sect. Otherwise, with our combined forces, how could we not break this evil formation? The sword-wielding man cursed inwardly. Facing the dark-robed figure's offensive, he clenched his teeth as his innate true chi began to stimulate his acupoints, and his aura surged dramatically. With a sweeping sword strike, he blocked the staff, yet his own body didn't retreat an inch. Incredibly, he matched the dark-robed figure blow for blow. Oh, you've resorted to an explosive secret technique. The dark-robed figure chuckled lightly, but I have the sustaining power of the array, an endless supply. How long can your innate true chi last against that? As long as it takes to defeat you. Enough talk, come on. The sword-wielding man replied coldly. Very well, once I have you under my foot, let's see how tough you can talk then. The dark-robed figure said with a light laugh, not even using a burst secret technique, relying solely on the power bestowed by the array to fight once more. He intended to toy with his adversary like a cat with a mouse, grinding down his old rival slowly. Master, have you noticed anything? Hidden behind a rock and watching the battle, Lu Qing asked the elder doctor beside him. Despite being not far away, both had unique methods of concealing their aura, which astonishingly kept them hidden from both the dark-robed figure and the sword-wielding man, 2 experts in the innate realm. Both of these innate realm fighters are at the stage of innate minor achievement, but that black-robed man, with the amplifying force of the array behind him, has greatly increased his strength. The sword-wielding innate realm man, although currently managing to resist with an explosive secret technique, will likely meet defeat before long. The elder doctor said gravely. Disciple thinks the same, master. The black-robed man must be guarding the array to prevent others from damaging it. It seems that the Flowing Cloud sect has big plans involving the array. We must break it soon, Lu Qing said. Due to the obstructing force of the array, Lu Qing and the Elder Doctor could not perceive the situation within clearly. They were unable to figure out what exactly Flowing Cloud Sect was planning with this malevolent formation. So what shall we do now? The Elder Doctor asked, nodding. Lu Qing had already used his superpower to ascertain the identities of the two opponents. The sword-wielding man was the Supreme Elder of Silver Moon Sect, and the black-robed man was the Supreme Elder of Flowing Cloud Sect, who was also the great-grandfather of Mokshuan whom he had trampled to death. Given this, there was even less reason to show mercy in the face of such an adversary. Good, the Elder Doctor agreed to the proposal without hesitation. He did not possess the arrogant pride of a martial artist that disdained a sneak attack. Being a doctor, his priority was always to save lives foremost, and the man before them had evidently fallen to the demon path. It would be best to eliminate him directly. With agreement reached, the master-student duo hesitated no longer. The Elder Doctor's sword quietly unsheathed, and a bright white sword chi flickered, sharp beyond compare. Next to him, Lu Qing also drew 3 sharp arrows from the quiver on his back and set them on the bow. He wasn't yet in the innate realm and couldn't use sword chi or sword chi, so he resorted to an arrow ambush instead. After a half-breath of preparation, the Elder Doctor flicked his wrist, and a dazzling white sword chi suddenly flew out, tearing through the air, and within an instant, crossed several dozen meters and slashed toward the dark-robed figure. At the same moment, the longbow in Lu Qing's hand released a cracking sound, as the 3,000 refinement-level arrows vanished, piercing the air and shooting towards the head, chest, and abdomen of the dark-robed figure's vital areas. What? The dark-robed figure, who had been tormenting the sword-wielding man with an ease of mind, had not anticipated this sudden change, and his eyes widened in shock. Although he wanted to defend himself, the ability of Lu Qing and the Elder Doctor to hide their presence was just too cunning. With their preemptive strike, there was no sign or warning by the time the dark-robed figure realized it. It was already too late for any reaction, just as he was about to be struck down in a joint ambush by Lu Qing and the Elder Doctor. In the nick of time, a surge of dark energy suddenly billowed out from the dark-robed figure. Boom! Lu Qing's 3 arrows and the Elder Doctor's sword chi struck the dark-robed figure without deviation, blasting away the dark energy around him and sending him flying backwards, spilling a stream of blood. The figure in the black robe flipped in the air, taking advantage of the momentum to retreat and directly entered a gray light screen, furious and shocked. His appearance now was indeed miserable. Between his chest and abdomen, a ghastly wound that slanted across, deep enough to see the bone, and even internal organs were faintly visible, nearly splitting him in 2. On his forehead, chest, and abdomen, 3 long arrows were stuck as well, though they had not penetrated deeply and failed to pin him completely. He's still not dead. Lu Qing was surprised. The 3 arrows he had just shot, although hurried and not full strength, were not easily deflected by someone of ordinary innate body. He didn't expect them to be blocked so effortlessly. Moreover, even his master's sword chi had not been able to finish him off, indicating that the array's power was stronger than he had imagined. This sudden turn of events also greatly surprised the swordsman, but upon seeing the miserable state of the figure in the black robe, he couldn't help but feel joy, which fellow Taoist has extended their righteous hand. Is it you? Who are you? Lu Qing and the Elder Doctor had taken action, naturally revealing themselves, and were immediately discovered by the figure in the black robe and the swordsman. Upon seeing this, both were shocked once again. They never expected that those who struck would be a young man and an elder. More importantly, they could not see through the cultivation realm of Lu Qing and the Elder Doctor. Who are we? Just passers-by who could not stand idly by. Lu Qing spoke out loud. Flowing Cloud Sect set up a demon formation, wreaking havoc on Yunju's righteous path. This act incurs the wrath of heaven and the people, and all should be condemned. Well said, young friend. The swordsman exclaimed loudly, both of you, please join hands with me to break this demon formation and rescue the colleagues from Yunju inside. Want to save people? Pure delusion, let's see how you save them. The figure in the black robe sneered coldly, pulled out the 3 arrows nailed to his body, and threw them to the ground. Immediately, black energy emerged from within his body, and the wounds on his body began to slowly wriggle and heal. The power of the array even had healing effects. However, even though his wounds were healing slowly, the figure in the black robe dared not step out of the gray light screen. The previous attack by Lu Qing and the Elder Doctor was an ambush, yet incredibly powerful, especially the white sword chi, which was so sharp it almost cleaved him in 2. If not for the array's power protecting his body, he would have almost died on the spot. He had come to know that the Elder, whose cultivation realm he could not fathom, was far above him. When did such a terrifying powerhouse come to Yunju? The figure in the black robe thought, feeling the situation slipping out of control. Master, take action. Lu Qing didn't waste any more words, giving the command directly. The Elder Doctor nodded, silent and wordless. The long sword in his hand trembled, and the next moment, dozens of streams of sword chi shot forward like a school of fish. How is this possible? As he watched the onslaught of innate sword energy coming at him like a torrential downpour, dread filled the figure in the black robe. Suddenly, an array flag appeared in his hand, into which he fiercely poured his divine soul power. With the array flag activated, a massive amount of black energy quickly gathered in front of the figure in the black robe. The originally gray light screen instantly turned shiny black. A series of muffled sounds erupted. The Elder Doctor's sword chi, simple and unadorned, all bombarded onto the light screen. The light screen vibrated continuously, creating waves and scattering the black energy. Regrettably, by the time the last trace of sword chi vanished, the black energy on the light screen, although dispersed by a great deal, held firm and was not broken through. I've finally blocked it. The figure in the black robe sighed with relief, cold sweat forming on his forehead. However, he felt no ease in his heart. Just from that one exchange, 1/5 of his divine soul power had been depleted. If the Elder could continue to unleash such ferocious sword chi, he feared that his divine soul power would be exhausted before the array could be breached. Having no choice, he began to transmit his voice secretly. "Senior brother, are you done on your end? A thorn in our side has appeared. I can't hold on much longer. It'll be ready soon, just hold out for half a quarter hour more." A voice responded in his mind. Half a quarter hour. A heaviness settled in the heart of the figure in the black robe. But he also knew that things had reached a point of no return. If their plan failed this time, he and his fellow disciples would probably have no choice but to flee for their lives. Forget it, let's give it our all. That old man is so old. The attack he just launched might not be able to be sustained several times, thought the figure in the black robe, gritting his teeth. The darkness in this light screen was actually able to neutralize my sword chi. The Elder Doctor was slightly startled. He could feel that even though his sword chi had scattered the black mist, it had also been greatly depleted, allowing the light screen to withstand the attack. Indeed, the ways of the array were mysteriously powerful. Master, continue. He is using the array flag to manipulate the array's power, concentrating it in one spot to fend off your attack. This way, the defensive power of the light screen in other areas will be greatly reduced. Lu Qing's eyes were closed as his powerful divine soul sensing ability enveloped the entire Ligun town, minutely scanning the operation of the entire array. This kid knows about arrays too. The black-robed figure was shocked, but he no longer had time for surprise, as the Elder Doctor launched another barrage of sword chi that was as relentless as a storm. "Elder, I shall assist you." The swordsman standing by, although also shocked by the Elder Doctor's terrifying sword chi, knew that what mattered most was destroying the array. He immediately swung his sword, sending several sword chi blasts toward the light screen. The black-robed figure waved the array flag, gathering the black mist again. Boom. The loud sound of a violent collision echoed as the light screen shook once more. "It's right there." At that moment, Lu Qing's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. With a swift movement, he drew an arrow from the quiver on his back, notched it against the string of the longbow, and pulling the bowstring taut like a full moon, he fired diagonally into the sky. Ever since Lu Qing had revealed the secret of manipulating the array's power, the black-robed figure had been keeping an eye on him. When he saw Lu Qing draw the bow, his guard went up, preparing for another sneak attack. Unexpectedly, Lu Qing shot the arrow into the sky, which caused the black-robed figure to breathe a sigh of relief and even scoff. "Kid, your arrow technique is really quite poor. You should go back and practice some more," however. Before the black-robed figure could finish ridiculing him, a loud boom rose from behind him in Ligun town. Jolted violently, and immediately felt the speed of his array manipulation slow by a fraction. His heart and spirit plunged into the array flag to investigate, and he immediately realized the reason. Disbelieving, he looked toward Lu Qing. "You can actually sense the formation nodes of the demon formation." Lu Qing waved the longbow in his hand and grinned. "While you were using the array's power to resist the attacks of my master and that elder, the other array formation light screens couldn't stop my arrows." As it turned out, Lu Qing's action of shooting an arrow into the sky had been a deliberate one, using a throwing skill to destroy one of the array's nodes in Ligun town. "Master, Elder, continue the attack. After I destroy 8 more nodes, the array will break." Lu Qing drew another long arrow from his arrow quiver. Upon hearing this, both the Elder Doctor and the swordsman immediately reactivated their sword chi. Especially the swordsman, seeing that Lu Qing actually had a way to break formation, fought more vigorously, unleashing his full might and executing more than a dozen sword chi strikes. Damn it, as the black-robed figure fumed with anger, he was rendered completely helpless against the attacks of the Elder Doctor. He could only continue to manipulate the array's power in defense. As the black mist gathered again, Lu Qing fired another arrow, and without fail, another resounding blast followed as yet another array node was destroyed by him. Why is this kid's arrow skill so formidable? The black-robed figure was filled with astonishment and anger, realizing that Lu Qing's success wasn't just a fluke but a true ability to destroy the array. He was also amazed by Lu Qing's arrow skill. Ligun Town was not exactly small, and the second node that had just been destroyed was a full distance away from where they stood. To be able to precisely hit an array node a mile away, through the influence of the array's power and the obstructions created by numerous buildings, was truly astounding. Even the black-robed figure had never heard of such arrow skill. We're in trouble. He understood that they were truly doomed now. Dr. Chen is indeed an innate realm expert, and there are even two more innate realm experts over there. Standing atop a tree in a forest several miles away from Ligun Town, the rotund middle-aged man was utterly shocked as he witnessed the elder doctor effortlessly unleashing vast swathes of sword chi. How could he not know that the elder doctor, whom he had failed to see through these past days, was actually a true innate realm expert? Dr. Chen and young Master Lu seem to be trying to break through that strange light screen. I wonder if they can succeed. Due to the distance, the rotund middle-aged man couldn't hear the conversation between Lu Qing and the others, but he finally understood why Lu Qing had previously forbidden him from coming along to help. Battles involving innate realm levels were indeed not something a minor internal organ realm could meddle in. Let alone the internal organ realm, even if a martial arts grandmaster went up, it would only mean certain death. However, what realm is young Master Lu in after all? He hasn't utilized innate true chi, so it's evident he's not at the innate realm, but since when can postnatal realm martial artists confront an innate realm expert? The rotund middle-aged man was puzzled by another question. He felt that Lu Qing was even more mysterious. While the rotund middle-aged man was in awe and shock, the black-robed figure standing within the array was having a tough time. He hadn't expected that Lu Qing, a greenhorn, would have an understanding of arrays. Moreover, he had destroyed two of the town's array nodes in one fell swoop. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. Junior brother, why have two of the array's nodes been destroyed? What happened? Just as the black-robed figure felt at an impasse, a voice arose within his mind. Senior brother, things have turned dire. Someone on their side understands arrays, and they are working together to break formation. Alone, I'm afraid I can't hold them back. The black-robed figure swiftly replied, if you can't hold them back, you must, because with the nodes destroyed, my progress here is affected too. Now I need a quarter of an hour to finish. If you want me to help you deduce the whereabouts of your great-grandson's killer, you must help me repair the Blood Soul banner. Hang in there a bit longer. After this sentence, the voice disappeared. Senior brother, the black-robed figure quickly called out. However, this time the senior brother didn't respond to him. Evidently, the affairs in the town had reached a critical moment. It's easy to say, but how am I supposed to stop them? The black-robed figure felt bitter in his heart. The old man opposite was too terrifying with his sword chi. Every time he made a move, the black-robed figure had to use all his strength to mobilize the array's power for defense. But by doing so, the light screen's defense at other positions would invariably weaken, unable to stop the terrifying arrows of the youth. It was an unsolvable situation. He had no answers. Now, his only hope was that the old man could not maintain that terrifying sword chi tied indefinitely, or else it wouldn't take long for the array to be surely broken. With such expectation, the black-robed figure still clenched his teeth and persevered. However, what he didn't expect was that the elder doctor's true chi was far more profound than he could imagine. In the following moments, waves of sword chi tides swept over the gray light screen. After every attack, Lu Qing would destroy an array node. Before long, 9 nodes had been demolished. With 9 nodes destroyed, the gray light screen dimmed significantly and teetered on the brink of collapse. Master Senior, for the final hit, this array has a total of 18 nodes. Now that 9 have been broken, just destroying one more will inevitably break it. Lu Qing drew out another long arrow. The elder doctor and the sword-wielding man, naturally seeing the almost dim light screen, didn't hesitate and directly urged their sword chi forward once more. Not good. Seeing this, the black-robed figure knew it was too late. Decisively, he waved the array flag, mobilizing the array's power for the last time to converge in front of him. At the same time, he retreated rapidly towards the town with a tap of his feet. Boom! As the black-robed figure retreated, the sword chi collided with the light screen once again. Seizing the moment, Lu Qing shot an arrow, destroying the 10th array node. With the node gone, the light screen, already at its limit, could no longer hold up. It was slashed apart by the remaining sword chi slowly fading away. Unfortunately, by being obstructed by the light screen for a moment, the black-robed figure had already infiltrated the town and disappeared from sight. Did we really break the array? The sword-wielding man rejoiced at the sight. Crash, crash, crash. As the gray light screen vanished, Lu Qing didn't stop. With a flurry of arrows, he fired 8 more, completely destroying the remaining 8 array nodes before stopping. Although superpower exploration revealed that destroying more than 9 array nodes would break the flesh-refining soul array, he still didn't feel assured and decided to destroy all the nodes. After all, he had plenty of 1000 refinement-level arrows. In these 2 years, he mostly spent his time in seclusion in the village. But occasionally, he would visit the county. Especially after acquiring the treasure bow, he specifically stayed in Zhuzin workshop for a while, creating over 1,000 refinement level arrows, at one point exhausting Zhuzin workshop's stock of refined iron. All array nodes have been destroyed. The black-robed figure fleeing sensed through the array flag that all nodes of the array in the town had been utterly demolished, and the flesh-refining soul array was thoroughly broken. The figure in the black robe was heartbroken, yet filled with immense confusion. The flesh and soul refining array was a scheme they, as young disciples, had discovered in a mysterious cave during an adventure. In order to set up this array, they had spent years studying the array map while also driving the disciples of their sect to loot and scavenge materials for the array. After decades of research and setup, they barely managed to establish 2 arrays. Yet to their dismay, the first use resulted in one being destroyed, which pained him deeply. Most importantly, the array was a result of their brothers. Great effort, how could that youngster know the method to break it? Consumed by immense doubt, the figure in the black robe quickly flew toward the direction of the tavern. The old man's strength was too terrifying. He had sustained a heavy injury from a blast of sword chi, and although the array's power helped him heal, he had not fully recovered. At this moment, only by joining forces with his brother could they possibly withstand that old man. Who dares to destroy my array? However, before the figure in the black robe could reach the tavern, a furious and violent aura suddenly surged from ahead, angrily shouting, "Brother!" The figure in the black robe hastened into the tavern, only to be stunned by the scene inside. Inside the tavern, many people had fallen. Nearly half of them had been turned into dry corpses, and the situation of the other half was not much better. Their bodies were shriveled. They looked withered, pale, and as if they had aged 10 years, a truly horrifying sight. Most crucially, among those who had turned into dry corpses, he saw disciples from their flowing cloud sect. "Grandfather, are you injured?" Mozhen saw the mottled bloodstains and not fully healed wounds on the figure in the black robe and exclaimed in shock. His grandfather, an expert of the innate realm, had been wounded so severely. What on earth had happened outside the town? Due to the array's interference, aside from the hooked-nose elder in the town, no one else knew what had happened outside. Another innate realm. Among the survivors was the sect master of the Silver Moon sect. At this moment, he looked pitiful, his chi blood drained by more than half due to the hooked-nose elder's use of an evil technique. Because the array's obstruction and his full concentration on resisting the hooked-nose elder's chi blood absorption, he too had not noticed the events outside the town. Seeing the figure in the black robe enter and sensing his aura, those survivors felt unparalleled despair. One hooked-nose elder had already tormented them so, and now another innate realm expert had arrived, even addressing the hooked-nose elder as brother. Could it truly be that they were all going to die here? "Sect Master, where on earth are you?" The face of the Silver Moon Sect Master turned ash-gray. "Little brother, what are you even doing? I was about to completely refine and absorb the chi blood and souls into the blood-soul banner, just on the verge of success, and yet you let someone break the array." The hooked-nose elder's expression was icily grim. "Brother, it's not my fault. The people who came were too strong, and they seem to have an extraordinary understanding of the flesh and soul refining array. They had the nodes at their fingertips and destroyed them in an instant. I simply couldn't stop them." The figure in the black robe lamented. "How is that possible?" The hooked-nose elder was shocked upon hearing this. "The flesh and soul refining array was something you and I comprehended over decades aside from us. There should be no third person who understands it. How could someone so easily crack it? I'm utterly baffled by this too, and moreover, the one who broke the array is just a youth. I've never seen him before." The figure in the black robe said puzzledly. "Right, brother, they might have already entered the town. Inside there is an old man whose cultivation is extremely deep. Even with the power of the array to protect my body, I was injured by his single sword strike. Perhaps it's better if we retreat." "What retreat?" "Destroying the array I've worked so hard to set up. I want to see who is so audacious in courting death." The hooked-nose elder snorted coldly, his face stern. "Just right, my blood-soul banner still lacks an innate realm main soul. It's time to use them for the ritual." "Brother, the blood-soul banner can be used." The figure in the black robe exclaimed joyfully. "Although the array was broken and couldn't be fully repaired, much of its power has been restored. Moreover, now that the spiritual energy is returning, it's time to let the world witness the power of this ancient magical treasure. Now that the blood-soul banner can be used, we no longer have to fear those people." Hearing that the blood-soul banner could be activated, the figure in the black robe also regained his confidence instantly. Back then, he had discovered that cave dwelling with his senior brother, and naturally knew just how formidable the blood-soul banner was. Even that old man wouldn't possibly be a match for this ancient magical treasure. "Let's go. I've already sensed the location of the newcomers. Let's meet them now." The eagle-nosed elder spoke coldly and headed towards the exit of the tavern. "Supreme Elder, Grandfather, what should be done with these people?" Seeing the eagle-nosed elder and grandfather getting ready to leave, Mozhen hurriedly asked. The surviving members of the Silver Moon sect, upon hearing this, immediately shuddered. looking at the eagle-nosed elder with apprehension. They had heard the conversation between the two innate realm experts just now, and it seemed that some mysterious master was approaching to rescue them. Just as hope kindled in their hearts, was it going to be extinguished so soon? Keep these people for now, their chi and blood power is still of use to me. Just watch over them here. They're already half crippled and can't stir up any trouble. The eagle-nosed elder glanced at the Silver Moon sect master and the others with a cold look, as if they were mere livestock, not regarding them as human beings at all. Yes, Supreme Elder. Though Mojen was reluctant, he could only respond respectfully. Meanwhile, on the streets of Flowing Cloud Sect, Lu Qing and his two companions were looking at the traces of blood on the street with somber expressions. They all knew that each trace of blood represented a life lost. Fortunately, they could sense that many townspeople were still alive. The black chi that had been stimulated by the array, while it could corrode and devour the flesh and bodies of people, seemed to have little power against inanimate objects like bricks, stones, and wood. Many townsfolk had managed to temporarily avoid disaster by hiding inside the buildings. These two brothers, Mohu, truly have lost all humanity. Many of the townspeople of Ligun Town have kinship with their sect disciples, and yet they could still bear to commit such acts, truly evil demons. The swordsman, upon seeing the tragic scene on the street, spoke with hatred. Although he didn't like the Flowing Cloud sect, he didn't expect that the two brothers could be so cruel and vicious. Master, there's someone coming. At this moment, Lu Qing spoke softly. The elder doctor nodded, his expression stern. Lu Qing knew his master was truly angry. The cruel methods of the Flowing Cloud sect had truly roused the killing intent in this kind old man. Ha 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 ha, the swordsman was about to ask a question as he hadn't sensed anything. But then he heard a wild laugh ahead, and two figures appeared on the rooftop, their powerful aura spreading out. Who could it be if not the brothers Mohu? The swordsman looked at Lu Qing in amazement. He felt that this young man was truly mysterious. He, an innate realm expert, hadn't been able to sense the presence of the Mohu brothers, yet Lu Qing had managed to detect them. What was more crucial was that he found he couldn't even see through Lu Qing's cultivation realm. Could it be that this youth's cultivation realm was even higher than his own? An absurd thought suddenly sprang up in the swordsman's mind. You too, are you the supreme elders of the Flowing Cloud sect? The elder doctor raised his head, looking at the two figures on the rooftop. Indeed, old man, it was you who destroyed the array I had painstakingly set up. Right, do you know that you've committed a heinous crime? The eagle-nosed elder spoke coldly. As long as we haven't got the wrong person, then it's good, the elder doctor said softly. The eagle-nosed elder was taken aback, about to say something, but he felt a blur before his eyes as two incredibly sharp sword chi were already slashing towards him and his junior brother. The unparalleled sharpness of the sword intent on the sword chi made him feel an immense danger in an instant. Feeling the piercing sharpness of the elder doctor's sword chi, the hawk-nosed elder was greatly alarmed. The sword chi came too swiftly and unexpectedly, leaving him no time to react. He could only watch helplessly as the sword chi slashed towards his body. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a burst of red light emerged from his body to meet the sword chi. With a muffled sound, the red light scattered, but it ultimately blocked the sword chi, leaving only a shallow wound on his body before dissipating. However, while the hawk-nosed elder had a magical treasure for protection, the figure in the black robe beside him was not so lucky. The elder doctor's sword chi was incomparably sharp, and despite being on guard, he failed to dodge it completely. As the sword chi swept by, an arm from the figure in the black robe fell off. Junior brother, how are you? The hawk-nosed elder swiftly pressed his hand to seal the acupoints on the black-robed figure's severed arm, stopping the blood flow. My hand, the figure in the black robe looked at his severed hand, his eyes filled with rage. He had not expected that even with utmost caution, he would still fail to avoid the old man's sword chi and lose an arm. One should know that while the innate realm was powerful, it lacked the ability to regenerate lost limbs. The loss of an arm meant that he would be disabled for the rest of his life. Don't worry, after we kill them all, I'll help you reattach the arm, said the hawk-nosed elder. Lu Qing's expression shifted slightly upon seeing the blood light that emerged from the hawk-nosed elder, capable of blocking his master's long-prepared sword chi. At that moment, several lines of text also appeared in his vision. Wu Yuan, Supreme Grand Elder of the Flowing Cloud Sect, ruthless, extremely selfish and cruel. Cultivation, innate realm early stage, only a hair's breadth away from great success, water-based innate true chi. Once alongside his junior brother, discovered the lair of an ancient evil cultivator and obtained a legacy of evil skills. Possesses a damaged magical treasure left from ancient times. Blood Soul Banner. Blood Soul Banner. Seeing the information that emerged around the hawk-nosed elder, Lu Qing felt a tinge of shock. This old guy actually had a magical treasure at his disposal, and it seemed to be operable. No wonder he was able to block his master's sword chi. It remained to be seen how much power he could exert from that magical treasure. However, this also explained why the flowing cloud sect was capable of setting up the flesh and soul refining array. It turned out they had obtained the legacy of an ancient evil cultivator. Such formidable sword chi. After briefly treating his junior brother's injuries, the hawk-nosed elder regarded the elder doctor with no more contempt, but with full wariness. Although his junior brother had warned him about an old man among the arrivals whose mastery of the sword Dao and sword chi was astonishing, he hadn't taken it too seriously. But the elder doctor's strike just now made him realize that the old man's swordsmanship indeed reached an extremely profound realm. Had it not been for the automatic protection of the blood-soul banner, he might have been seriously injured by that one strike. Master, this person seems to have some kind of magical treasure on him. Please be careful. Lu Qing whispered a reminder. The elder doctor nodded lightly. He too felt a sudden trepidation when the red light appeared, as if it were something extremely malevolent that sent chills down one's spine. However, because the elder doctor did not use his innate domain to shield it, Lu Qing's words were overheard by the hawk-nosed elder. His eyes narrowed as he stared intently at Lu Qing. You brat, you seem to know quite a bit. It was also you who destroyed the array nodes of my carefully laid array with your bow and arrows, wasn't it? Who exactly are you? However, Lu Qing ignored his words and turned to the sword-wielding man. Elder, next, my master and I will hold these two back. You should go rescue the surviving comrades from Yunju. I go to rescue. The sword-wielding man was taken aback. Young master, wouldn't it be better for me to join your respected master in fighting these demons? You should go rescue them. It wasn't that the sword-wielding man looked down on Lu Qing, but after all, Lu Qing was still too young and the adversaries were two determined innate realm early-stage powerhouses. Moreover, the Mohu brother duo clearly obtained some unknown evil skills, greatly augmenting their cultivation. Even he could not be certain of victory against them. It's all right, a half-disabled innate realm will not trouble me. Please go ahead without worry, elder. Being a stranger, if I go to the rescue, our Yunju elders may not trust me, which could cause unnecessary complications. It's better for you to go, explained Lu Qing. The sword-wielding man thought about it and also realized Lu Qing had a point. If the roles were reversed, he would find it hard to believe if a young stranger suddenly appeared in a perilous situation claiming to rescue him. But the thought of Lu Qing fighting Mohu caused the sword-wielding man to hesitate. Don't worry about it, let's settle on that. Elder, watch for the right moment to break through. Lu Qing cut off his words. Fine, fine, fine. The hawk-nosed elder on the rooftop, seeing Lu Qing not only ignoring his questions but also discussing how to break through and rescue others right in front of them, was so enraged that he laughed. The figure in the black robe trembled with anger. Lu Qing's words were a blatant show of utter disregard. What did they mean by a half-disabled person? It was as if he was being slapped in the face. He decided that he would personally sever the limbs of this youngster one by one, making him realize what it meant to be truly disabled. Elder, prepare to break through. Lu Qing sensed the fluctuations in the minds of the two with hooked noses and immediately let out a loud shout. He was the first to grab a long arrow from behind and rapid-fire 7 sharp arrows in a mysterious trajectory, interlinked with each other, aiming for the elder with the hooked nose. The arrow's skill's secret technique, 7 stars in a row. This was a technique Lu Qing created after comprehending the realm of will. It was incredibly powerful and ranked as one of his strongest arrow skills to date. After their cooperative effort to break formation, the swordsman had come to trust Lu Qing quite a bit. Hearing his loud shout, he reacted instantly, his figure shooting towards the highest building in the town. His divine soul, sensing from the innate realm, had already informed him that the disciples and sect master were there. Trivial tricks besides, do you think you can escape? The elder with the hooked nose was surprised by the power of the arrow shot by Lu Qing, but showed a hint of disdain on his face. Blood light emerged from his body and rolled forward, attempting to destroy the 7 sharp arrows. At the same time, with a flick of his hand, a streak of blood light flew towards the swordsman. Seeing this, a slight smile appeared on Lu Qing's face. My arrow skills are not so easily broken. With a subtle shift in his heart and spirit, the 7 arrows that were about to be engulfed by the red light suddenly collided with each other tail to point, as if they were sentient, changing their original trajectory. They traced mysterious arcs, bypassing the elder with the hooked nose and pounced towards the figure in the black robe. Lu Qing's target was not the elder with the hooked nose, who was protected by a magical treasure, but the figure in the black robe who had lost an arm and whose primordial chi had not yet recovered. What? The figure in the black robe, standing several steps behind the elder with the hooked nose, suddenly startled. He had not expected Lu Qing's arrows to bypass his senior brother and appear in front of him. However, he was a strong practitioner at the innate realm early stage after all. Even though he was severely injured, his reactions were still quick. The long staff in his hand instantly danced into a blur, shielding his entire body. Amid the black light, the sound of clinking resonated as the long arrows shot by Lu Qing were deflected one after another. However, the figure in the black robe had lost an arm, and in his haste, wielding the staff with one hand, he was not as effective as with both. Although he deflected 6 arrows, one still pierced through the shadow of his staff, grazing his shoulder and drawing a strand of beads of blood. Simultaneously, the blood light that the elder with the hooked nose shot towards the swordsman was extinguished by a streak of sword chi from the elder doctor. Young master's arrow skill is truly divine. Although the swordsman was breaking through, he was also paying attention to the situation behind him. Seeing that Lu Qing had actually wounded Mo Hu, he couldn't help but be astonished. However, young master practices the way of the bow and arrow, strong in long-range attacks but vulnerable in close combat. Once Mo Hu gets close, it will still be dangerous. I must rescue the people quickly and then lend him a hand. The swordsman's gaze was firm as he pushed his movement technique to its limits, speeding towards the tavern. Zhen retreat quickly. Seeing that his senior brother's bloodlight had failed to stop the swordsman, the figure in the black robe's expression changed, immediately crying out loud, his voice resonating throughout the town. "Brat, you've truly enraged me." The elder with the hooked nose, now fully darkened in complexion, saw he had been played by Lu Qing. "I originally wanted to have a good time with you, but now all of you can die." Suddenly, a blood-red long banner sprang out from his body, rapidly enlarging and landing in his hands. Thump! With the blood soul banner in hand, the elder with the hooked nose landed on the ground, plunging it forcefully at his feet. Heavy, muffled sound rang out, and thick bloodlight burst forth from the blood soul banner, rapidly expanding in all 8 directions, sweeping over Lu Qing and his master. The speed was so fast that even Lu Qing was surprised. "Ah Qing, retreat!" the elder doctor exclaimed as he reached for Lu Qing's shoulder and threw him outward. Caught off guard, Lu Qing could only somersault in the air to borrow momentum. By the time he landed, he found the area in front of him enveloped in a swath of bloodlight. It was so wide it reached 100 meters. He stood at the edge of the bloodlight, while his master had already been engulfed by it. "Master," Lu Qing couldn't help but call out, "don't worry, this bloodlight cannot trouble me. However, you must not enter, as this bloodlight seems to have the power to bewilder the mind and corrupt the physical body. You have not yet entered the innate realm and do not have innate true chi inside your body to resist it. Once I slay this evil demon, I'll head out." The elder doctor's calm voice came from within the red light. "Then be careful, master." Hearing the firmness in his master's tone, Lu Qing could only respond. He knew that his master was truly infuriated this time, and he wouldn't rest until he personally finished off that hook-nosed old man. Fortunately, when the hook-nosed old man took out the blood soul banner earlier, Lu Qing had already used his superpower to investigate it. The magic artifact was merely a defective product that hadn't recovered even half of its power. It wasn't a significant threat to his master. Moreover, his master possessed the merit light, which was the bane of such evil path artifacts. This red light probably wouldn't be able to trouble him. Besides, he wanted to see just how strong his enraged master truly was. On ordinary days, his master rarely engaged others in battle. On the rare occasions when he sparred with Wei Shanhai, it was merely a brief clash, conceding after just 2 moves, never fighting seriously. Thus, even Lu Qing, who knew his master's realm and trump cards, had never witnessed his master unleash his full strength and just how powerful he could be. If master can't win, then I'll step in. Lu Qing's heart and spirit lingered for a moment on the Kingfang primordial qi at his waist. After a period of refining and absorbing spiritual energy, this ancient spiritual artifact had also regained a hint of its might. "Big talk for someone in my blood-light domain. Let's see if you have the capability to defeat me, old man." The hook-nosed old man's voice came from within the red light. Immediately after, strong fluctuations of power emanated from within, clearly indicating that the 2 top fighters had commenced their battle. Master isn't at a disadvantage. After sensing for a few moments, Lu Qing felt that his master wasn't being suppressed and was relieved. Moreover, he knew that his master still had a hidden trump card up his sleeve, making winning the battle quite likely. In normal times, master engages in too few battles. Let this battle serve as a trial for him, Lu Qing thought to himself. "Young man, turns out you aren't even at the innate realm, now that your master is trapped in my brother's blood-light domain. I'd like to see who can protect you now." As Lu Qing was mulling things over, a sinister voice rose from behind him. He turned to look, displaying a smile. "I almost forgot about you, this cripple, but I'm surprised you didn't attempt a sneak attack. Young man, you're courting death." The figure in the black robe, seeing that Lu Qing was still mocking him, became furious. With a long staff in his hand, it turned into a black shadow and swiftly thrust towards Lu Qing's chest. The reason he had refrained from launching a sneak attack was not due to any code of conduct, but because he was just 10 feet away from Lu Qing. At such a close range, Lu Qing's arrow skill couldn't display its full power. Moreover, having heard that Lu Qing wasn't even at the innate realm, he looked down on him even more. Confident of victory, he disdained the need to launch a surprise attack. He wanted to use the cruelest method to completely crush the young man who had repeatedly mocked him. "Bring it on!" Facing the attack from the black-robed figure's staff, Lu Qing let out a light shout. His body slightly sank, and a faint yellow light flickered across his body. Without dodging or avoiding, his right hand clenched into a fist and smashed forward. Has this kid gone mad, daring to confront my divine weapon with his bare flesh and blood? Seeing Lu Qing daring to smash a fist towards his staff, a flicker of doubt crossed the eyes of the figure in the black robe. Then the next moment, his doubt turned to shock. Boom! Lu Qing's fist collided with the tip of the staff, and a powerful chi force burst forth, creating layers of fog with the impact. The figure in the black robe only felt an irresistible force coming from the staff. Despite his innate realm cultivation, he couldn't suppress it, and he couldn't even maintain his stance, stumbling backward repeatedly. The staff in his hand vibrated violently, nearly tearing his grip apart. How is this possible? After retreating more than 10 steps, the figure in the black robe steadied himself. His gaze towards Lu Qing was filled with disbelief. Facing the shock of the figure in the black robe, Lu Qing cracked a smile. With a flick of his wrist, he casually tossed the longbow in his hand onto a stall beside the street. Then he reached into his chest and pulled out a set of gauntlets. The whole set was made of cowhide, with 1,000 refinement-level steel plates embedded on the knuckles, something Lu Qing had made while forging arrows as a sideline. However, your stick technique has some merit. It made receiving your blows somewhat difficult. Lu Qing slipped the gauntlets onto his hands, even though he had used the protective power of the magic talisman within his forehead acupoint to shield himself. His fist still throbbed with pain. After putting on the gauntlets and moving his wrists, Lu Qing felt somewhat satisfied and looked ahead. But this is exactly what I wanted. I've recently had some insights and wanted to find someone to test them on. I was worried you were injured, significantly weakened, and wouldn't be able to withstand a few punches. Now it seems your strength is better preserved than I thought, suitable for me to test my fists on. His body sinking slightly, Lu Qing slowly adopted a fighting stance, and with a slight smile toward the figure in the black robe said, "Old man, I hope you can last a bit longer. If you were to be killed by my punches too quickly, that would be rather dull, you arrogant brat." Hearing Lu Qing's brazen words, the figure in the black robe flew into a towering rage. Although he was shocked by Lu Qing's strength, he had also felt during their clash that Lu Qing indeed hadn't cultivated innate true qi yet and wasn't an innate realm martial artist. Being humiliated by a postnatal realm martial artist, how could the figure in the black robe contain his anger? In a fury, he swung his long stick, creating a sky full of stick shadows, sweeping toward Lu Qing like a violent storm. This time, the figure in the black robe not only used his full strength, but also burned his innate true qi. Unleashing an explosive secret techniquate was truly a full-out effort. He no longer thought of how to torture Lu Qing now. He just wanted to blast Lu Qing into mush within a single stroke. Not bad, this is more like it. Faced with the sky full of stick shadows, Lu Qing remained utterly composed, a fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. At the slightest thought, a golden orb within the acupoint on his forehead began to glow slightly, and at the same time, the earth spirit pearl started to slowly revolve. In an instant, a faint golden light emerged from his skin. A formidable power, unparalleled, bolstered his body. With this peerless strength behind him, Lu Qing fiercely stepped forward, fracturing the ground, and his fist that had been at his waist vanished, hammering violently and without equal toward the dense stick shadows in front of him. Roar! With the punch thrown, a powerful roar, like that of a tiger, erupted from Lu Qing's body, reverberating throughout the town, shaking everything. Under the extreme speed and pressure of his punch, the air in front of him burst apart, instantly becoming a white mist, while a powerful shockwave formed, sweeping through the countless stick shadows before him. Boom! The fierce fist power shockwave collided with the stick shadows conjured by the figure in the black robe. One side consisted of tangible stick shadows condensed by innate true qi, while the other was a powerful shockwave forcefully created by distorting and compressing the atmosphere with pure physical body strength. The essence of the two was different, but what they shared was immense, overwhelming power. As they collided with each other, an even greater storm was stirred up. The violent, stormy air currents directly shattered many houses on both sides of the street between the two men. Clang. Amid the intense explosion, guided by divine soul sensing, Lu Qing accurately found the figure in the black robe's divine weapon long stick, hidden within the myriad stick shadows, and imprinted a punch onto it. The overwhelming power burst forth from his body, causing the divine weapon long stick to bend violently. The figure in the black robe couldn't maintain his grasp. His body shook violently, and whilst being flung backwards, the long stick flew out of his hand, piercing through several houses before disappearing from sight. But at this point, the figure in the black robe couldn't care less about his divine weapon, because after Lu Qing's punch had sent his weapon flying, with another stomp that cracked the ground, in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of him. Wait. Watching Lu Qing's eyes filled with cold, murderous intent, and having lost his weapon, unsteady in form and still in midair, the figure in the black robe suddenly felt a tremendous fear and hastily shouted, "You're dead," but it was of no use. Lu Qing's gaze was icy, and in an instant his fists generated countless punching shadows, all imprinted on the figure in the black robe's body. Pang, pang, pang. The sound of dense impacts rang out, and in a fraction of a second, Lu Qing didn't know how many punches he had thrown. All of them landed on the figure in the black robe, distorting and warping his innate body, stiffening him in midair, rendering him unable to fall. Thud. After continuously hammering for around 3 breaths, Lu Qing finally drew back his hands and ceased his attack. As the myriad fist shadows converged, the figure in the black robe's body finally dropped to the ground. But by then he was in an utterly pitiful state. Below the head, his entire body, including his limbs, was twisted beyond recognition. Not an inch of flesh was undamaged. Even his bones and internal organs had turned to mush. Nothing remained intact. The entire person lay on the ground like a burst sack, limp and unable to even lift his head. Despite this, the figure in the black robe had not died yet. The strong will of the innate realm at the small success stage kept him conscious for the time being, even though his physical body was entirely ruined. At that moment, his gaze towards Lu Qing was no longer filled with the anger from before, replaced instead by sheer disbelief and fear. It was hard to believe that he dared not accept that he had been so easily defeated by a mere boy still wet behind the ears. The fear came from the power and the level of boxing Lu Qing had just demonstrated, which was utterly terrifying. In all his years, he had never seen such ferocious boxing. It was unimaginable how someone as young as Lu Qing could have cultivated such skill. Was this boy really human? For a time in his mind, Lu Qing seemed to transform into some sort of monstrous creature. What a shame. Lu Qing stood in front of the figure in the black robe, looking at him indifferently. I initially thought you might withstand a few of my moves and allow me to hone my boxing skills, but it seems you couldn't even handle a single one. It appears I overestimated you. As an innate realm early-stage powerhouse, you are much weaker than I expected. Perhaps I should have asked my master to show mercy earlier and not sever your arm. PFT. Already filled with enough grief and rage, the figure in the black robe spat out a mouthful of fresh blood upon hearing this, overwhelmed with sorrow. You, what kind of monster are you? Now, the figure in the black robe could barely move his head, and even speaking was extremely difficult. He could only struggle to communicate using the remnants of his divine soul power. Just a passerby, Lu Qing replied indifferently. Do you know why I spared your life and didn't kill you directly? Why? The figure in the black robe found this odd too. With Lu Qing's boxing skill, he could have completely annihilated him just now. Yet he had deliberately avoided his head, sparing his life. Do you think to use my life to threaten my senior brother to release your master? A flash of insight struck the figure in the black robe. He immediately said, Young friend, you're right. My senior brother and I grew up together, close as brothers. If you trade me for your master, he would definitely agree. Although his body was severely disabled, the figure in the black robe still possessed a strong will to survive. Because, having received the inheritance of an ancient, evil cultivator, he knew that as long as his consciousness survived, anything was possible. Even in his injured state, there was a chance for recovery. Not to mention, if his senior brother achieved great success, he could use the Blood Soul banner to help him recover. Thus, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. Trade for my master. You think too highly of your senior brother. Lu Qing looked mockingly at the figure before him, resembling mud. I'm keeping you alive for now, just to show you something, so you can die with your eyes closed in peace. With that said, Lu Qing tossed a jade pendant in front of the figure in the black robe. The figure in the black robe, already disheartened by Lu Qing's words, was startled when he saw the pendant. This jade pendant, yes, it belonged to your precious great-grandson, Mokshuan. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I am the one who killed him, Lu Qing stated calmly. He died when I stomped his head into his chest. It was quite tragic. It was you devil, you killed my Mokshuan. Boy, I will never coexist with you. The figure in the black robe could no longer remain calm, and intense divine soul fluctuations emerged from his head. His furious expression was fierce, completely resembling someone who wanted to devour Lu Qing alive. Angry are you? Lu Qing chuckled lightly. Indeed, people like you, when inflicting harm on others, never have a shred of kindness. Only when the same happens to you do you feel anger and fear. Truly despicable, nothing but maggots. I will kill you. I will kill you. The figure in the black robe's eyes were blood red, still emanating a potent aura of resentment and murderous intent like a true evil spirit. However, this did not affect Lu Qing at all, nor did he immediately kill him. Instead, he just stood there quietly, seemingly waiting for something, letting him rage on. Several breaths later, Lu Qing's expression subtly changed. He turned his head toward the still shouting head and said, Enough, stop pretending. Your senior brother is about to come out. Let's see if he can save you. The frantic divine soul fluctuations of the figure in the black robe abruptly stopped. A voice filled with shock and anger rose within the bloodlight domain, an innate domain with water and fire sword chi. How is this possible? At the same time, within the bloodlight domain, brilliant radiance burst forth. The mighty sword intent suppressed everything around it. A sword chi composed of both red and white colors soared into the sky, cleaving the entire blood-light domain in two. The blood-light gradually faded, revealing the scene within. The first sight that met the eyes of Lu Qing and the others was the severely damaged street. In the very center, two figures stood facing each other. One held a long, blood-colored banner, while the other wielded a long sword. It was none other than the hook-nosed old man and the elder doctor. However, compared to before, both men looked significantly different. The elder doctor's face was smooth, his hair pitch black, and his body radiated a sharp sword intent. His clothes were immaculate, and he appeared decades younger, resembling a middle-aged man. The hook-nosed old man was much more pitiful. Not only were his clothes torn like those of a beggar, but his entire body was also covered in blood-soaked wounds. His hair was disheveled as he gasped for air, completely bereft of his previous arrogance. Even the blood-soul banner in his hand was broken in two. Most of the banner's cloth had been shaven off, rendering it utterly useless. His life's energy had plummeted to the bottom as if it was about to extinguish. Senior brother, the figure in the black robe, seeing the wretched state of his senior brother, emitted a wave of disbelief. It seemed hard to accept that his senior brother, even with the blood-soul banner, had been defeated. The hook-nosed old man felt this divine soul fluctuation, looked over, initially stunned, then managed a tragic smile. Junior brother, have you also lost? These master and disciple really are monsters. After his tragic smile, the hook-nosed old man looked toward the elder doctor. Sir, I didn't expect you to not only comprehend a complete innate domain, but also possess innate true chi of both water and fire attributes, capable of blending and supporting each other. In this battle, I am completely convinced of my defeat. The shock in the hook-nosed old man was genuine. He had never imagined the existence of such an anomaly in the world. A person who still lingered at the early stage of the innate realm, but was able to comprehend a complete innate domain. Domain, after all, is an area that only peerless martial artists at the great success of innate realm could delve into. Not to mention that the elder doctor not only mastered two completely opposite sword intents, but he had also perfectly merged them, increasing their power significantly. Any of these aspects by themselves would utterly overturn the hook-nosed old man's understanding of the martial arts. It was no wonder he was profoundly shocked. Faced with the sincere praise from the hook-nosed old man, the elder doctor did not respond, merely watching him coldly. Regarding such an evil demon who treated human life as nothing and whimsically harmed others' lives, he found no need for conversation. The hook-nosed old man also did not care about the elder doctor's attitude. The victor is king, the loser the bandit. Now, as the defeated party, he didn't possess the privilege. Sir, in this battle, I have lost fairly. However, there is one thing I would very much like to understand if you would kindly enlighten me, so that I can die with my eyes closed. The elder doctor's gaze slightly shifted as he coldly spat out two words. What is it? I would like to know who you are and where did you get the information to come and stop us brothers from refining the blood-soul banner. This was something the hook-nosed old man couldn't figure out. A top-notch martial artist like the elder doctor shouldn't be so unknown, but he could think of no innate realm martial artist that matched him. More importantly, such a powerful warrior happened to appear in Yunju, and at the crucial moment of refining the blood-soul banner to break the array. Such a coincidence was really beyond his expectation. Yet what the hook-nosed old man didn't expect was that the elder doctor didn't intend to answer his question. Why should a dying man need to know so much? You cultivate evil techniques, harm living beings, and deserve to die. Just depart in peace. After saying that, a burst of sword chi was emitted, directly beheading the hook-nosed old man. Seeing the hooked-nosed elder decapitated with a single stroke of the sword, the figure in the black robe exhibited a horrified look, with violent ripples of divine soul power emanating from him. At the same time, his heart turned cold by half. If even the senior brother died, then his chances of survival were certainly non-existent. Ah Ching was somewhat surprised by his master's sudden act of murder. It seemed that Master truly had become extremely enraged by the cruel actions of these two brothers, and had acted so decisively. Now that the hooked-nosed elder was dead, there was no need to spare the other. Lu Qing ignored the black-robed figure's pleading eyes, flicked a pebble and pierced his forehead, eradicating his divine soul power, thus killing him completely. However, although the instigators had been slain, Lu Qing felt no joy at all. The elder doctor felt even more so, standing silently for a long time after killing the hooked-nosed elder. Master. Lu Qing could see that his master seemed to be in good spirits and gently called out to him. Ah Qing, I think I now understand why I had such a premonition when the heaven and earth Dao sound first rang out, the elder doctor suddenly said. Lu Qing was taken aback. The changes in heaven and earth are not only affecting the cultivation environment, but also human hearts. What has been revived is not just the spiritual energy, but also various forms of evil chi and demonic chi that can disturb people's minds. The changes in the heaven and earth rules have begun to gradually clear the once murky path in martial arts, making further advancement a possibility. In their pursuit of breakthroughs, certain martial artists will undoubtedly do everything possible, shattering bottlenecks even if it means transgressing taboos. I fear the rules set by Holy Mountain will soon become obsolete. Lu Qing remained silent. He knew his master was right. Martial artists were persistent in their quest to become stronger. Now, with the changes in heaven and earth and the recovery of spiritual energy, martial arts cultivation became more filled with possibilities. Especially those martial artists in the innate realm with excellent talents, they had a great chance to break through their bottlenecks and ascend to higher levels. If they sought advancement honestly by comprehending the changes of heaven and earth, it would be fine. The fear was that some innate realm martial artists would not take the righteous path, but instead take shortcuts on the evil path, sacrificing living creatures in their breakthroughs. Just like this pair of brothers from Flowing Cloud sect, they performed blood sacrifices involving living creatures, plundering their chi blood and souls to enhance themselves. Such actions would undoubtedly be a great disaster for all the people of the world. As for the holy orders of the Holy Mountain, when the worldly situation is stable and the powers are balanced, the holy order might be effective. But now, with the changing heaven and earth, the rules becoming lax, and every power scheming for their benefit, who would seriously regard these so-called holy orders? Holy Mountain itself probably had its hands full. Otherwise, with such a huge commotion caused by Flowing Cloud sect in Yunju, why would there be no appearance of people from Holy Mountain? Not even those from Tangi Building, who claim to maintain Holy Mountain's rules and are exceptionally well informed, have shown up. This only indicated one thing: something indeed had occurred in Central State, causing Holy Mountain to no longer be able to attend to affairs in other states. Master, it seems we need to get to Central State sooner to understand the current worldly situation, Lu Qing said. Indeed, once matters here are resolved, we shall set off immediately. The elder doctor also nodded. Central State was the busiest place in the world, equal to the sum of all other states, and only there could they truly understand the current state of the world. Elder, I'm here to help you. While Lu Qing and his master were speaking, a figure flew down in front of them. It was the sword-wielding man. Elder, are you all right? The sword-wielding man was about to ask when he saw the elder doctor's appearance, and suddenly, he was startled. It turned out that the elder doctor, in order to break through the bloodlight domain earlier, had elevated his spirit to its peak state, and his appearance had reverted to his youthful look from when he had just broken through to the innate realm. The sword-wielding man, seeing this suddenly, was completely stunned. It's fine, the two culprits have been executed, so there's no need to worry. The elder doctor came to his senses too, reined in his chi blood, and his hair gradually returned to white, quickly reverting to his previous appearance. Understanding dawned on the sword-wielding man that the elder doctor had been deliberately maintaining an older appearance. However, he soon moved past that point, shocked by what the elder doctor had said. Elder, you mean you have already slain the Mohu brothers? The sword-wielding man hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly froze. It was then he noticed the two lifeless bodies of the hooked-nosed elder and the black-robed figure on the ground, his eyes widening. Merely two lawless villains who gratuitously harmed living creatures. They deserve to be executed, the elder doctor said indifferently. But what about the situation of your sect's disciples and those fellow martial artists from Yunju? A look of sorrow came over the sword-wielding man's face. Their situation is not very good. Half of them have been harmed by the Mohu brothers. The rest have had their chi blood and marrow extracted through evil techniques, and those with weaker bodies are nearly at the end of their ropes. I have been using my true chi to heal them, momentarily stabilizing their conditions. Even so, there are several among them, I fear, who might not make it through the day. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have delayed such a long time at the inn. Oh, is it that serious? The elder doctor exclaimed in shock and immediately said, then let's go have a look. This old fellow knows some medical skill. Perhaps I can be of some assistance. Given the elder doctor's profound and impenetrable cultivation, the medical skills he knew must be extraordinary. We should only delay slightly. Let's hurry over. Senior, this way, please. The sword-bearing man cast one last look at the corpses of the Mohu siblings and immediately moved forward. Lu Qing, having retrieved his longbow, followed his master closely behind. The three of them quickly arrived at the inn, and upon entering and seeing all the dry corpses, both Lu Qing and the elder doctor were taken aback. They knew these must be the martial artists who had been killed by the eagle-nosed old man using evil techniques. They just hadn't expected their deaths to be so tragic. Supreme Elder, Senior Yan, when Lu Qing and the others entered, the members of the Silver Moon sect, who were sitting cross-legged on the ground healing their injuries, initially showed joy, but then became cautious upon seeing Lu Qing and the elder doctor. This is Mr. Chen and his esteemed disciple. Step aside. Mr. Chen is well-versed in medical skills. Let him have a look at the condition of those disciples from the Palace of 100 Blossoms, the sword-bearing man called out. The members of the Silver Moon sect were initially stunned, but they quickly moved aside to reveal several figures lying behind them. These were a few young women in white garments, all currently unconscious with their eyes tightly shut, their faces pale and haggard. Even their originally lustrous black hair had turned dry and white. The elder doctor placed 2 fingers on the wrist of one of the women, and a trace of innate true chi softly probed into her to check her internal condition. Quickly, the elder doctor's expression became serious. As the sword-bearing man had said, the condition of these women was indeed very bad. Their chi blood was deficient, their pulses were weak, and the life force within them was nearly extinguished, truly on the verge of oil running out and lamps burning dry. How are these disciples from the Palace of 100 Blossoms doing? Senior, is there still hope to save them? Asked the Deputy Palace Master Liu of the Palace of 100 Blossoms carefully and respectfully. Seeing even the Supreme Elder of the Silver Moon sect showing great respect toward the Elder Doctor, she naturally did not dare to neglect him. I will try my best, said the Elder Doctor solemnly, taking out a pouch of needles and turning to Lu Qing. Ah Qing, bring the medicine box, I need to use medicine. Yes, Master. Lu Qing was originally using his superpower to discreetly investigate everyone in the inn to prevent any malicious individuals from mixing in among them. Just as he finished his investigation, he heard his master's instruction. He nodded, turned, and left the inn, using his movement technique to quickly go towards the direction where their carriage was parked. Seeing his master's serious expression, Lu Qing also slightly used the power of the earth element talisman in the acupoint between his eyebrows to increase his speed. Thus, he quickly returned to their campsite. Young master, brother, young master Lu. Seeing Lu Qing return, Ma Gu and the others were overjoyed and crowded around him. Don't ask about the situation yet, I'll talk about it later. Uncle Ma, pack up immediately and drive the carriage to the town. Master is there saving people and needs the medicine. I am going ahead. Little Yan, be good and don't run around. Lu Qing swiftly interrupted the others who wanted to ask questions, hefted a medicine box on his back, and vanished again into the forest. This left Ma Gu and the rest standing there, stunned. Uncle Ma, what do you think about this at that moment? The chubby middle-aged man courteously said to Ma Gu, just do as young master said. Since he has asked us to come over, it evidently means that the danger in the town has been cleared. Let's set off immediately. Ma Gu thought for a bit and directly said, all right, we'll do as you say, Uncle Ma. The chubby middle-aged man quickly replied. Ma Gu gave him a curious look. He had noticed that ever since he had climbed up to the treetop and come back down, his attitude had become somewhat peculiar, appearing much more respectful and restrained. Senior Su had seen something atop the treetops earlier that altered his demeanor so drastically. Ma Gu speculated somewhat, but he didn't point it out instead. He signaled to Wei Zion to start packing up. After grabbing the medicine box, Lu Qing swiftly returned to the inn. Master, I got the medicine box, Lu Qing said as he handed over the medicine box. The elder doctor received the medicine box, opened it, and took out a white jade bottle. After opening the stopper, he dropped a few drops of medical liquid into the mouths of several unconscious disciples from the Palace of 100 Blossoms. Lu Qing recognized that the medicine his master was using was the precious life-saving medicine they had devised together, based on earth vein spirit liquid and century-old ginseng, supplemented by other precious herbs. When Mrs. Wei was critically ill, and when Wei Zion was poisoned in an assassination attempt, it was this medicine that saved them from the brink of death. After dropping in the life-saving spiritual medicine, the elder doctor began the acupuncture, using the power of the needles to stimulate the efficacy of the medicine. It didn't take long before the originally pale and wan faces of the Palace of 100 Blossoms disciples gained a bit of color. Their breath, which had been as tenuous as a thread, also became much steadier. The surviving martial artists in the inn, all extraordinary in their own right, could tell even in their weakened states that the conditions of the disciples from the Palace of 100 Blossoms were visibly improving. At the very least, they looked much better than their earlier corpse-like appearances. All right, their conditions have stabilized for now, said the elder doctor softly. No need for such courtesy. While their lives are not in danger for now, their bodies are still very weak. They must not engage in combat and should quietly recuperate in the coming months. Remember this well, the elder doctor advised warmly. I will heed the advice, Deputy Palace Master Liu replied respectfully. After removing the silver needles from the bodies of the several female disciples of the Palace of 100 Blossoms, the elder doctor surveyed his surroundings, pondered for a moment, and then said, I see that the chi blood in many of your faces also appears unwell. You don't mind, let me take your pulse and see how to adjust it. Hearing this, the eyes of the crowd flickered with hope. They had all witnessed the medical skill of the elder doctor. The condition of the female disciples of the Palace of 100 Blossoms had been dire. It wouldn't have been an exaggeration to say they were half stepped into the underworld. Yet the elder doctor had saved them in a short period of time. To claim his medical prowess could bring the dying back to life wasn't an exaggeration. Previously, they had been drained of their essence by the supreme elder of the Flowing Cloud sect through an evil technique. Though they had fortuitously survived, their bodies were severely depleted, and it was uncertain if they harbored any hidden injuries. Now that such a divine doctor offered to check and adjust their conditions, how could they refuse? Seeing his master start to take pulses for others, Lu Qing also began to walk around the inn. Soon, he stopped in front of a corpse. Unlike the other withered corpses in the inn that had been drained dry, this corpse was still fresh. It had been killed by a sword thrust through the brow, and its right shoulder seemed unnaturally disrupted, as if the clavicle had been broken. This person seems to be a disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect. When I came in, he was trying to take hostages from other fellows from Yunju in the inn, threatening me, so I killed him with a single sword strike, said the man with a sword who had been paying attention to Lu Qing. Explaining the situation, Lu Qing nodded and then asked, "What about the sect master of the Flowing Cloud sect? Senior, didn't you see him?" No, the swordsman shook his head. He received a warning from Mo Hu and escaped beforehand. At the time, I was using my true chi to treat those Palace of 100 Blossoms disciples, so I didn't pursue him. He still felt somewhat frustrated as he spoke. Mo Zhen's cultivation was not low, having developed his divine soul power, only a step away from the innate realm. Now that he had escaped, if he were to step into the innate realm in the future, it would likely pose a significant threat when from the shadows was particularly fearsome. Lu Qing saw the swordsman's regret and said nothing. Since he had let the man go himself, any consequences that occurred in the future would have to be borne by him alone. Seeing Lu Qing's silence, the swordsman hesitated for a few moments before finally asking, "Young master, was it you who killed Mo Hu?" The swordsman had previously noticed the death states of the Mo Hu brothers, which were vastly different. The old man with the hooked nose had been beheaded with a single stroke and had many other sword wounds on his body. Clearly, he had been killed by the elder doctor. Given the terrifying strength the elder doctor had previously displayed, it wasn't too surprising that he could kill the man with the hooked nose. What truly shocked the swordsman was Mo Hu's death state. Except for his head, the rest of his body was twisted beyond recognition, like a pool of mush, unspeakably tragic. This was not the elder doctor's usual style, so there could be only one possibility. Mo Hu was killed by Lu Qing. After all, there were only the master and disciple, Lu Qing and Wei Ziyan, left there. But this made the swordsman slightly unbelievable, so he wanted to confirm it personally. Didn't I tell Senior earlier that Mo Hu posed no threat to me?" Lu Qing nodded. Was it truly the young master who killed? The swordsman was inexplicably shaken. It should be known that although Mo Hu's arm was severed and he had been wounded by the elder doctor, he was still a genuine innate realm early-stage expert, and yet he was killed by a youth. Moreover, wasn't Lu Qing skilled with the bow? Why then did Mo Hu's death state look more like he had been beat to death brutally? The swordsman, shocked, was filled with numerous doubts. However, Lu Qing did not give him a chance to ask in detail because he sensed that Ma Gu and the others had entered Ligun town. What exactly happened here? At the entrance of Ligun town, Ma Gu and his companions were driving a carriage on the street, looking at the surroundings with something akin to horror. Those humanoid bloodstains and the clothes on them looked very strange, sending chills down their spines. No wonder Lu Qing had previously not allowed them to follow. Seeing this strange scene betrayed that something terrifying must have happened in the town, especially the plump middle-aged man, who felt incredibly relieved. Luckily, Dr. Chen and the others had insisted on not entering the town otherwise. It would be difficult to say whether the blood stains on this street could have been from them and their disciples. Thinking of this, the plump middle-aged man suddenly paused. Dr. Chen and the others already foreseen this scene. "Master, which way should we go?" Wei Ziyan looked at the quiet street, also feeling somewhat terrified, and could not help asking. "Let's wait a bit. The noble and the elder are in the town. They must have sensed our arrival." As soon as Ma Gu finished speaking, he saw a figure sweeping from ahead. The next moment, it had appeared in front of the carriage. "My lord," Ma Gu reined in the carriage, calling out joyfully. The others also showed a look of happiness. They couldn't help it. The current state of Ligun town was too bizarre, making them feel as if their hearts were covered in hair. "You've arrived. Come with me. The master is over there," Lu Qing said. "My lord, what are these?" Ma Gu pointed at the humanoid blood stains on the street. "Those are ordinary townsfolk who were refined away by the Flowing Cloud sect using evil techniques. Don't worry about it. They pose no threat to you," Lu Qing said indifferently. However, the content of his words sent shivers down Ma Gu and the others. The Flowing Cloud sect was so brutally insane that they did not spare even the townsfolk below their mountain. Following Lu Qing, the carriage made its way towards the direction of a tavern. As they passed, they also saw the corpses of the two men with hooked noses and the severely damaged street, which made them even more frightened. Those two corpses, although already dead, still emitted a terrifying aura. One could imagine that they must have been formidable martial arts experts when alive. Both such experts had died, and coupled with the street that was almost a ruin, everyone did not dare to imagine what kind of battle had taken place here before. "Please wait a moment." Upon seeing the corpse in the black robe again, Lu Qing suddenly remembered something he had. Magu stopped the carriage. Then with a few leaps, he went behind a house, searched for a while, and finally found what he was looking for. It was the black longstaff that he had knocked out of the hand of the man in the black robe. Let's go. Holding the longstaff, he returned to the carriage and casually placed it on the vehicle. Lu Qing said indifferently. People didn't dare to ask, only to follow behind him. Before long, they finally arrived in front of the tavern. The swordsman, hearing the sound of the carriage, came out. This is Senior Yan, the supreme elder of the Silver Moon sect, Lu Qing said. Nice to meet you, Senior Yan. Ma Gu and the others greeted him respectfully. Especially the plump middle-aged man and his disciples were shaken to the core. They were all from Yunju and naturally were quite aware of the major powers in Yunju. The supreme elder of the Silver Moon sect, one of the three major sects, wasn't that an innate realm expert. If he is the young master's friend, no need for formalities, the swordsman quickly said. If it were others, the swordsman might have maintained a bit of the demeanor of a superior senior. But these people clearly had a deep relationship with Lu Qing, and he did not dare to put on airs. With respect to Lu Qing and the elder doctor, the two mysterious experts, the swordsman held considerable awe in his heart. Seeing that even the supreme elder of the Silver Moon sect treated Lu Qing so courteously, the plump middle-aged man was somewhat prepared, but when Bin and the others were indeed surprised. However, at this time, no one cared about their feelings. Lu Qing said, Senior Yan, has the elder finished treating the other seniors? It's almost done. There were a few people left who hadn't had their pulses taken when I came out. I'll go look inside. Lu Qing nodded and then said to Ma Gu, Master Ma, please wait outside for a while. In the tavern, there were numerous corpses, all having died in a horrific and tragic manner. Although little Yan had seen quite a few dead people recently, Lu Qing still didn't want her to witness such a gruesome scene. By the time Lu Qing entered the tavern, he saw the elder doctor just finishing taking the pulse of the last person. Master, Mayor Ma and the others have already come in, Lu Qing said softly. The elder doctor responded, withdrawing his hand and addressing the tall, thin martial artist before him. Your symptoms are similar to those of the other good men before you. Both chi blood are deficient, and your foundation is damaged, but fortunately, it's not life-threatening. As long as you properly rest and recuperate in the coming days and regulate your body with supplements, you should be able to recover. After hearing this, the tall, thin martial artist was overjoyed and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. What he feared most was that after being afflicted with the evil techniques of that hook-nosed old devil, there would be some hidden problems left in his body. Now that he heard there were no serious issues, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, after diagnosing everyone, the elder doctor stood up. I've examined all of your pulses thankfully. Your martial arts cultivation is profound. And your roots are strong. Although there has been a loss in chi blood, it hasn't threatened your lives. I will prescribe 2 restorative formulas for all of you soon. As long as you go back, get the medicine according to the prescriptions, and take them in a timely manner, resting and recuperating for a month or 2, you should be able to fully recover. All the Yunju martial artists bowed in unison and thanked the elder doctor. The elder doctor nodded and then said to Lu Qing, Ah Qing, prepare some ink and paper for me. I need to write 2 prescriptions. Yes, master. Lu Qing promptly prepared the ink, paper, brush, and inkstone. The elder doctor quickly wrote out 2 prescriptions and pasted them on the wall. These are 2 restorative formulas. Remember them or copy them down to take back with you, and adjust your regimen accordingly. The crowd of Yunju martial artists hurried forward to memorize or copy the prescriptions. Seizing the opportunity, the sword-carrying man approached and said, Senior, the Flowing Cloud sect has long been a blight upon Yunju, and this time they even set up an evil formation, harming living creatures. Now, although Mohu and his brothers are dead, the Flowing Cloud sect still has significant influence. May I know what you plan to do with them? This, the elder doctor hesitated. He wasn't particularly adept at dealing with such matters, and truly didn't know what would be best to do. And after the hook-nosed elder and the figure in the black robe had perished, his own rage had already substantially subsided. He wasn't inclined to engage in further slaughter. He involuntarily looked towards Lu Qing. Ah Qing, what do you think we should do? Lu Qing thought for a moment, then earnestly said, Master, we've witnessed the actions and the character of the Flowing Cloud sect on our journey here. If such a brutal sect is allowed to persist, it would only be a scourge for the people of Yunju. We may not be able to save all living beings, but eliminating such a malignancy, and thus sparing the people of Yunju even a little suffering, is within our power. I know you have a kind heart, Master, and don't wish to recklessly slaughter, so let this disciple go and eradicate the Flowing Cloud sect. The elder doctor was somewhat silent. He recalled what he had seen of the Flowing Cloud sect's numerous deeds on his way here. Eventually, he still nodded. You are right. The Flowing Cloud sect really should not be left alone. But to say I don't wish to recklessly slaughter, Ah Qing, you are mocking your master now. I, this old man, am not so weak-willed. The principle that eliminating one evil may save 10 righteous is something I understand. I will go up the mountain with you. Senior is willing to eliminate the Flowing Cloud sect. Upon hearing this, the sword-carrying man was elated. Even if the elder doctor had decided to spare the Flowing Cloud sect, he himself would not have let them off. Once back, he would definitely mobilize people to completely obliterate them. But after witnessing the strange techniques demonstrated by Mohu and his brothers, he still harbored great apprehension towards the Flowing Cloud sect. Even a tiny town at the foot of the mountain was subject to such a strange and evil formation by the Mohu brothers. Who knew what kind of traps those two might have laid at the sect's main stronghold on the mountain? If there were any more fearsome formations, he might not actually be able to contend with them. But with the help of the elder doctor and Lu Qing, it would be different. This master and disciple pair were mysterious and powerful. There was no need to elaborate on the elder doctor's capabilities. The terrifying sword Qi alone still made the swordsman's heart quake with fear as he recalled it. Lu Qing was like a mist, not only ungraspable in strength, but also seemed to have a deep understanding of arrays. With the two of them offering help, the annihilation of the Flowing Cloud sect was almost a certainty. Senior, there's no time to delay. We probably need to act sooner rather than later. Mo Zhen, the sect master of the Flowing Cloud sect, escaped from the town earlier, and by now he has likely fled back to the mountain. His cultivation is profound, and he is but a hair's breadth away from reaching the innate realm. If we let him escape with the elite of the Flowing Cloud sect, even if we destroy the sect's gates, it will probably be of little use. They can simply find another place to hide, and once they rise again in the future, they will still be capable of wreaking havoc far and wide. We must eradicate this evil completely, so I believe we need to move quickly, the swordsman solemnly said. The elder doctor, hearing this, also knew that delay was not an option. He immediately said, if that's the case, let us set out now. No sooner had they decided than the three martial arts experts, having given a few instructions to the others, left Ligun Town and made for Ligun Mountain, towering into the clouds not far away. There is a saying, the mountain looks close, but it kills the horse that approaches it. Ligun Mountain appeared to be close to Ligun Town, but in reality, from the town to the foot of the mountain, there was a distance of 7 or 8 miles. However, to these three experts, such distances were trifling, and they quickly arrived at the gates of the Flowing Cloud sect. As expected, the Flowing Cloud sect has also set up an array. As they approached the gates of the Flowing Cloud sect, the swordsman showed a grave expression. Within the sect, a faint gray light shimmered, and an evil aura overflowed. A light screen enshrouded it, similar to the array formation light screen they had seen at Ligun Town. No worries, without an innate realm expert to control it, the power of the array is greatly reduced. Watch me break it. After sensing for a moment, Lu Qing immediately discovered that the power of the blood-flesh refining soul array's light screen was far lesser than the one at Ligun Town. Young master's efforts are appreciated. Lu Qing pulled out a long arrow from the quiver on his back, beginning to shoot them one after another. Indeed, without an innate realm expert in control, the array's light screen could not withstand his arrows. Accompanied by muffled explosions, the gray light screen in front of them began to wobble and gradually disappeared. Young master's arrow skill is truly divine, the likes of which I've seldom seen in my life. The swordsman couldn't help but marvel, even after witnessing Lu Qing's method of breaking formation for the second time. It's just a little trick, Senior Yan, you flatter me, Lu Qing said with a light chuckle. As the gray light screen completely vanished, a rich scent of blood wafted through, and at the same time a strong and extremely evil aura was sensed by them, making all three of their complexions change. What's happened? The three exchanged glances and immediately headed towards the majestic gates of the Flowing Cloud sect. When they reached the top of the gates and looked down, they were shocked. Below them, within the vast martial arts training ground behind the magnificent gates of the Flowing Cloud sect, lay numerous corpses dressed in the Flowing Cloud sect's attire. Sprawled in disarray, there must have been several hundred at a glance. Crucially, all these corpses were still holding weapons, riddled with numerous wounds, and their faces were filled with a crazed expression, as if they had perished from slaughtering each other. But why would the disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect slaughter each other? Master Senior Yan, look. As the swordsman stood bewildered, Lu Qing pointed ahead. Following his finger, the swordsman and the elder doctor looked ahead, their faces turning slightly. In the center of the training ground stood a blood cocoon more than a man's height. Blood was continuously drawn from the ground and poured into the cocoon. The powerful evil aura they sensed was also emanating from within the blood cocoon. What is that? The swordsman had never seen such a strange scene, and could not help but cry out in shock. In the middle of the Flowing Cloud sect martial arts training ground, a blood cocoon was standing upright. Beneath it, strange runes appeared, continually drawing blood from the bodies of many Flowing Cloud sect disciples who seemed to have killed each other, merging it into the blood cocoon. And as the blood continuously merged, the evil aura inside the cocoon grew stronger and stronger. It had vaguely reached the level of the innate realm. What is that? The The sword-bearing man's face was filled with astonishment. It was the first time in his life he had seen such a strange and evil scene. Lu Qing stared intently at the blood cocoon, and soon, information about the cocoon appeared in his field of vision. Blood demon cocoon, formed by a secret technique of the ancient blood demon. It draws essence blood from living creatures and solidifies into a cocoon. Those who form a blood demon cocoon can quickly break through bottlenecks. Once they emerge from the cocoon, they can develop a blood demon body resistant to weapons and possessing immense strength. This demon path evil technique can drastically alter a person's nature to be cruel and ruthless. Those who form a blood demon body are no longer human. They must subsist on blood and become bloodthirsty monsters. As the information appeared in his field of vision, Lu Qing was a bit startled. Source, updated on 0. He hadn't expected this trip to Yunju to be so thrilling. Not only had he witnessed an ancient array, but now even a sinister thing like a blood demon cocoon had appeared. Master, this is a blood demon cocoon. It is nurturing a kind of monster called a blood demon inside. We need to destroy it immediately. Otherwise, once the monster appears, it might be difficult to handle, Lu Qing immediately said. Upon hearing this, the elder doctor immediately unleashed a powerful burst of sword chi towards the cocoon. Beside him, the sword-bearing man also slashed out several sword chi attacks. Lu Qing grabbed 3 long arrows and shot them swiftly, targeting the upper, middle, and lower sections of the cocoon. Just as the 3 men's attacks were about to strike the blood cocoon, suddenly, an anomaly occurred as numerous blood-red tentacles suddenly materialized on the surface of the cocoon and met their attacks. Boom. A powerful collision ensued, and a loud explosion sounded, raising a cloud of blood mist while also tossing nearby corpses aside. Amid the explosive sounds, both Lu Qing and the elder doctor frowned. They both felt that their recent attacks had seemingly posed no threat to the cocoon. Sure enough, before they could discern the situation below, a crazed laugh suddenly emanated from within the blood mist. Following that, another explosive sound erupted, and the blood mist below violently dispersed, as the wind swept through and slowly dissipated. Lu Qing and the others focused their gaze. Before them, the blood cocoon had burst open, turning into a pool of filthy blood. A figure was standing where the cocoon had previously been. This figure, naked, with messy hair, eyes emitting red light, was emitting a powerful, bloodthirsty, and evil aura. Lu Qing focused his gaze on him. Mo Zhen, the current sect master of Flowing Cloud sect and father to Mo Xuan, brutal, selfish, and deeply scheming. Cultivation, newly achieved blood demon body, comparable to the innate realm early stage, with physical strength even greater. Mind sharp and poisonous, he secretly cultivated an evil technique, using arrays to confuse and trap his own disciples, drawing their essence blood to form a cocoon. Mo Zhen, it's you. Just as Lu Qing finished reading the information that had appeared in his vision, he heard the sword-bearing man beside him already shouting. As the sect master, you resorted to cultivating an evil technique, not even sparing your own disciples. Truly, you've become an evil demon. Feeling the strong aura emanating from Mo Zhen, the sword-bearing man could clearly understand the situation before him. You all forced me to do this. Had you not killed the 2 supreme elders and sought to destroy our Flowing Cloud sect, I would never have resorted to this. But now I realize just how delicious human essence blood is, surpassing all spirit pills. No wonder my ancestors went so crazy. Having obtained such power, what does the sect matter? Or even my wife and children, I could kill them too. Mo Zhen gazed at his own hands, somewhat fascinated, feeling the surging power within him while laughing wildly, the evil aura from his body shaking off, truly malevolent. This Mo Zhen has already gone mad. The sword-bearing man noted Mo Zhen's maniacal laughter, his expression darkened. Elder, we must kill him. Otherwise, if he escapes, all the people in the world will suffer because of him. Do you have the ability to kill me? Before the elder doctor could reply, Mo Zhen already showed disdain. Now newly transformed into a blood demon body and experiencing a surge in power, his confidence was at its peak. He believed, even if all 3 men before him joined hands, none would be his match. Good, I haven't yet tasted the essence blood of someone at the innate realm. I wonder how delicious it will be. Mo Zhen looked at the elder doctor and the others, licked his lips, and his face was full of a bloodthirsty expression. The evil aura around him surged again, causing the sword-bearing man's heart to palpitate. He couldn't help but change color. What evil technique had Mo Zhen cultivated to suddenly become so powerful? At this moment, the aura around him seemed even stronger than that of Mo Hu and his brothers. It seems that becoming a monster also makes you much less intelligent. Just then Lu Qing suddenly chuckled and shook his head. Young master, what did you say? The swordsman was stunned, doubting whether he had heard correctly. Even the elder doctor looked at Lu Qing with suspicion. Ah Qing, are you serious? The figure down below he too felt was powerful and not so easy to deal with. Yes, disciple is eager to hunt and wishes to exchange blows with this evil demon to validate some of the recent cultivation insights. Lu Qing nodded earnestly. The elder doctor, seeing the seriousness on Lu Qing's face, pondered for a moment before finally nodding. All right, go ahead, then disciple will proceed. Having received his master's permission, Lu Qing placed his bow and arrows at his feet and leaped downward. Senior, the swordsman, immediately became anxious. It's all right, the elder doctor raised his hand to stop him. Ah Qing never does anything he's not confident about. Since he wants to fight with the person below, he must have his reasons. The swordsman halted, seeing the master and disciple had made their decision, and he could only shut his mouth, watching Lu Qing's retreating figure with concern. Although Lu Qing had previously slain Mohu. At that time, Mohu had already lost an arm and had been severely wounded by the elder doctor's sword qi, greatly depleting his primordial qi. Furthermore, because he had been consuming massive amounts of divine soul power while defending the formation, his strength was significantly weakened. However, the qi emanating from Mo Zhen below was clearly stronger than Mohu at his peak, and he was also harboring some mysterious and unpredictable evil technique. Therefore, he really did not hold an optimistic view of this battle. Kid, you dare to come down. Mo Zhen saw Lu Qing jumping off the mountain gate and walking towards him, greatly surprised. Originally, he was wondering how to capture all three of them, Lu Qing included, without letting a single one escape. He had not expected the young man would dare to jump down on his own. To deal with an evil demon like you, there's no need for my master to make a move, I'll be the one to meet you. Lu Qing walked until he was about 3 zhang away from Mo Zhen, then stopped and smiled slightly. Just you. Mo Zhen looked Lu Qing up and down, revealing a mocking expression. He had escaped Ligun town early on and did not know what happened afterward. He had just returned to the sect and saw his grandfather's divine soul jade token had shattered, aware that both supreme elders had met with misfortune. Yet he had no idea how they had died, nor had he witnessed Lu Qing's strength. In his eyes, the young man before him was simply courting death. To be honest, among the three who had come, the only ones he was wary of were the elder doctor and the swordsman, both innate realm experts. As for Lu Qing, he hadn't taken him seriously from the start. After all, in his perception, Lu Qing posed no threat to him whatsoever. The 3 arrows Lu Qing had earlier shot hadn't been able to harm him in the slightest. Indeed, just me. Lu Qing took out his gauntlets, put them on his hands, and moved his wrists around. Then he looked at Mo Zhen, his eyes slightly shining. Your name is Mo Zhen? Right, that Mohu is your grandfather. Perfect, I've got some cultivation insights recently that I want to test out. You seem quite durable, so you should make a fine punching bag. I hope you can withstand a few more punches from me and not be as useless as your grandfather, unable to take even one of my punches, making it impossible for me to refine my boxing. What did you say? Mo Zhen was taken aback, but Lu Qing no longer wished to waste words and took a big step forward. A roar like that of a tiger's roar emitted from his body, and a straight punch thundered towards Mo Zhen's head. That tiger's roar, the swordsman, observing the fight from above, heard the tiger's roar and immediately understood. So the tiger's roar that had resonated throughout Ligun town before was actually coming from Lu Qing's boxing. This boxing, feeling the might of Lu Qing's punch, Mo Zhen's eyelids twitched and his eyes revealed surprise. The disdain he previously held for Lu Qing was completely retracted. To be able to throw such a punch, Lu Qing's realm of cultivation completely exceeded his expectations. However, with just this level of strength, he could not defeat him. Watching Lu Qing's approaching fist, Mo Zhen grinned and, without dodging or avoiding, clenched his right hand into a fist and launched a punch in return. Boom! As the fists collided, intense fist power erupted, shaking the surrounding airflow into explosive turbulence. Amidst the blast of strong energy, Lu Qing staggered backward more than 10 steps before coming to a halt, shaking his somewhat sore wrist. Actually not shaken to death, surprise flickered across Mo Zhen's face. He was very clear about the formidable strength he possessed within his body. Had it been him before his breakthrough, if he were to receive such a punch, even if not killed, he would have been shaken to the point of having his muscles and bones shattered, turning him into a cripple. Yet this youngster before him only felt pain in his wrist, and even his qi blood had not been disturbed. Who exactly was this youngster? At such a young age, how could his strength possibly be stronger than a martial arts grandmaster? What was even more critical was that he couldn't detect the presence of innate true qi from within Lu Qing. When Lu Qing had exchanged punches with him just now, he had utilized the power of qi blood. There was something odd about this youngster. An idea flashed through Mo Zhen's mind. The blood demon body is truly extraordinary. You're much stronger than your worthless grandfather. Lu Qing felt his wrist and discovered there was no serious harm. Looking at Mo Zhen, his face still didn't reveal a trace of panic, but his words caused Mo Zhen's pupils to suddenly contract. Youngster, you know about the blood demon body. Heh, the blood demon technique is hardly a secretive cultivation technique. Why couldn't I know about it? Lu Qing's expression was indifferent. He readied his pose once again. Your blood demon body indeed has some tricks to it. It's worthy of making me take this more seriously. How boastful. Since you refuse to reveal it, then die. I refuse to believe you can still talk tough under my blood demon great method. Mo Zhen's face showed a violent expression, his eyes more bloodshot than ever. With a striding step, his figure arrived in front of Lu Qing, his palm tearing through the air, aiming to grab his head. After cultivating the blood demon body, Mo Zhen had abandoned the use of weapons. He firmly believed that his own body had now become the strongest weapon. At this moment, with no more probing, Mo Zhen used 80% of his strength the moment he made his move. He believed that under the powerful strength of his physical body, Lu Qing could not possibly withstand it, even if he were an innate realm martial artist. However, just as Mo Zhen was full of confidence, thinking to crush Lu Qing's head in one go, suddenly, he felt a heaviness in his body, an invisible force pulling at him, unwillingly causing his attack to momentarily stall. And it was precisely during this stall that his vision blurred, only to see that Lu Qing under his palm had vanished. The hand that should have crushed Lu Qing's head grasped nothing but air. Moreover, after his attack missed, he felt an extremely terrifying presence suddenly appear in front of him, causing his heart to involuntarily contract with pain. What is this? Mo Zhen raised his eyes to look, only to see that Lu Qing had somehow reappeared a zhang away. A pale yellow light floated around his body, and his presence had grown so powerful that it shook Mo Zhen. This is the new move I've recently comprehended. Lu Qing noted the shock in Mo Zhen's eyes and spoke lightly. Originally, I wanted to test it on your grandfather, but unfortunately, he was too weak and couldn't even take a regular punch from me in my usual state. You, having cultivated the blood demon body, have much stronger physical strength than he does fittingly. You can properly experience the power of this move. As he finished speaking, Lu Qing extended his hand forward, making a grabbing motion towards Mo Zhen. With that gesture, Mo Zhen immediately felt his body sink, becoming very heavy as before. At the same time, with a sudden noise, Lu Qing's figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was less than 3 feet in front of Mo Zhen. Lifting his hand, he threw a punch straight at Mo Zhen's heart. Boom! Bound by that strange force, Mo Zhen had no time to dodge or defend and was directly struck by Lu Qing's punch on the chest, sent flying backward. Boom! Struck in the chest by a punch, the formidable fist power burst forth, completely collapsing Mo Zhen's chest and sending him flying backward uncontrollably. Spit! Midair, Mo Zhen couldn't help but spew out a mouthful of fresh blood. Yet that wasn't the end. As Mo Zhen was about to escape the range of his attack, Lu Qing reached out again with a gripping motion, a strange force materializing from nowhere, binding Mo Zhen's body and attempting to drag him back. Not this move again, what the hell is this? Feeling that strange power once more, Mo Zhen roared internally. He had been bound by this invisible force earlier, slowing his movements and failing to block Lu Qing's punch. Realizing if he got dragged back again and fell into Lu Qing's fighting rhythm, he might genuinely be doomed this time. No longer caring about the consequences, Mo Zhen let out a loud roar, a powerful aura erupting from him. Blood energy engulfed his body and instantly pushed the invisible force back, regaining control over his body and stabilizing his figure. Boy, although your power is strange, if you think you can defeat me with just these tricks, you're wildly mistaken. Source, updated on 00. Mo Zhen stood in place, the blood energy around him releasing a strong scent of blood. Paired with his scarlet eyes, he appeared like a demon incarnate, terrifying and dreadful. The strange binding force continued to intertwine around him, but it no longer affected him much. His chest had completely recovered, as if it had never been injured. Such strong regenerative abilities caused the elder doctor and the swordsman watching the fight to change their expressions slightly, especially the swordsman, who felt a tremor in his heart from the aura Mo Zhen emitted. Is that so? Lu Qing smiled lightly but didn't try to drag Mo Zhen back anymore. This new power he had only mastered a few days ago wasn't strong enough yet to handle Mo Zhen at his full explosive state, which was within his expectations. But for him, this attempt was just a test of his newly obtained power, not expecting to corner an opponent of innate realm early stage with just one move. Now that he had tested the limits of this move, there was no need to probe further. Immediately, he commanded his thoughts to retract the strange force and gathered all the golden light emanating from his body back inside. Without the restraint of the strange force, Mo Zhen instantly felt a lightness in his body. However, he didn't feel any relief, rather. A deathly chilling sensation shrouded his heart. Although the blood demon body had affected his rationality, it had also endowed him with animal-like intuition. Right now, his intuition told him that Lu Qing in front of him was even more dangerous than before. He instantly heightened his guard, not daring to attack rashly anymore. At that moment, Mo Zhen no longer underestimated Lu Qing. All he felt was deep wariness. This boy in front of him was too bizarre, forcing him to handle cautiously. It seems your blood demon body indeed has some tricks. Lu Qing slightly positioned himself in a boxing stance, a golden orb shining lightly between his brows, and the earth spirit pearl slowly revolving like a star. Then now I can truly let loose without worrying about killing you in one hit. As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion sounded. The ground where Lu Qing had been standing burst into a cloud of white fog, and he appeared in front of Mo Zhen, striking him in the abdomen with a punch. What? Feeling the sharp pain in his abdomen, Mo Zhen's eyes widened, his body bent, his mind utterly shocked. He hadn't expected to be hit while fully focused on defense. Lu Qing's speed was too fast, so fast that even without being restrained by the strange force, he had still failed to react and block Lu Qing's punch. Such fast movement technique. Even the elder doctor and the swordsman above the mountain gate were startled by Lu Qing's speed. Taking advantage of the momentum, Lu Qing didn't hold back anymore. Twisting his foot and reversing his fist, he blasted the air, and another extremely fierce punch smashed on Mo Zhen's head. This punch was even more powerful, directly deforming Mo Zhen's head, his eyes growing hazed, not to mention defending against Lu Qing's attacks. Thus, the following moments became a one-man show by Lu Qing. His fists, heavy as siege drills, hit endlessly like surging waves, fiercely smashing one after another onto Mo Zhen. Each punch not only distorted Mo Zhen's body, but also shattered the air behind him with its tremorous force. The savage airstreams swept around both of them once again. The swordsman at the mountain gate watched agape. He could never have imagined that Mo Zhen, who had just sent chills through his heart, would be crushed so completely by Lu Qing in the blink of an eye. This was no longer a fight, it was entirely one-sided pummeling. Mo Zhen couldn't even think about fighting back, and he couldn't even block Lu Qing's attacks. Lu Qing's relentless assault lasted for a full 10 breaths before he finally stopped, when the air had cleared and everything had calmed down. What appeared before him was Mo Zhen, already reduced to an unrecognizable mass of mangled flesh. Only the shape of the skull could still be vaguely discerned. As for Mo Zhen, he wasn't dead directly, there was still a trace of breath left. Looking at Mo Zhen, whose body continuously sprouted tentacles, slightly squirming as if trying to reassemble itself, Lu Qing said indifferently, "Don't waste your effort. It doesn't matter if your blood demon body has just entered the threshold, or even if you had cultivated it to great success, you wouldn't be able to recover in front of me." The lump of rotten flesh trembled and ceased moving altogether. Only the skull slightly lifted, as if trying to ask something. Unfortunately, he had been thoroughly crippled, unable to speak out, let alone emit even a divine soul fluctuation. Yet Lu Qing seemed to know what he wanted to ask, and he said, "Your realm is too low. You possess superpower at an innate level, but you completely lack the understanding to utilize it and have poor control over your body. How could you possibly withstand my boxing technique? You're indeed stronger than that grandfather, who could only endure my boxing technique for a span of 3 breaths before completely collapsing." The lump of rotten flesh trembled once more. Lu Qing, however, did not engage in further useless talk. Instead, he lightly lifted his foot and kicked it at the brow of the skull, obliterating Mo Zhen's final trace of consciousness completely. As the consciousness faded, Mo Zhen's mud-like body also violently quivered and then ceased to show any signs of life. "Young master," it was at this moment that a voice rang out. It was the elder doctor and the sword-carrying man, who had also descended from the mountain gate and came to Lu Qing's side. "Young master, I didn't expect your boxing to be so formidable." Mo Zhen's strength, already not inferior to someone in the innate realm early stage, was completely suppressed by you from beginning to end. He did not even manage to touch a single strand of your hair. The sword-carrying man looked at Lu Qing with a face full of admiration. Senior Yan overpraised. Lu Qing smiled. Mo Zhen's power, obtained through a shortcut of practicing evil techniques, is superficial although strong. His realm can't keep up, thus he can't fully utilize his power. And there's still a gap compared to a true innate realm early stage. Even if it were you senior, you'd probably have easily cut him down. Otherwise, Mo Zhen's evil technique is indeed formidable. I fear I would not be his match. The sword-carrying man shook his head. The burst of aura he had previously experienced from Mo Zhen was something he had personally felt. That heart-pounding feeling told the sword-carrying man that if he were to fight, he might really not be able to withstand Mo Zhen's power. Lu Qing chuckled but did not continue to argue. Instead, he turned to look at the elder doctor. "Master, I see that the disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect have probably all been harmed by Mo Zhen with an evil formation. Now that he is also dead, this sect can be considered completely destroyed." "Yes, I never expected this kind of ending," the elder doctor sighed. Within his divine soul sensing, the Flowing Cloud sect was already barren, with barely any living creatures left. This is what is called retribution. Committing too many evils inevitably leads to self-destruction. The Flowing Cloud sect has been committing evils in Yunju for many years. Their disciples were all arrogant and overbearing. They probably never anticipated that one day they would die at the hands of their own sect master. The sword-carrying man also felt some lamentation. Although he detested the Flowing Cloud sect, he didn't expect that this powerful sect, considered top tier in Yunju, would collapse in such a manner. Practicing evil techniques harms the harmony of heaven and is bound to bring celestial retribution. The result was doomed the moment Mo Zhen and their supreme elder practiced evil techniques. Lu Qing shook his head. He carried the heritage of cultivation and saw this point more clearly. In the heritage of the Li Hu sect, there were records about the demon path and evil path. It stated that although the path of the evil demon's cultivation method progresses rapidly and allows one to gain strong powers in a short time, this method of cultivation is too cruel and perverse, harming the harmony of heaven, and is likely to be targeted by the underlying will of the heavenly Tao. At low realms, one might not feel it, but once one reaches a higher realm, this targeting becomes more apparent. For instance, during crossing the tribulation, the path of cultivation reaches a certain profound realm. One has to undergo the baptism of a heavenly tribulation. Ordinary cultivators, although also hard-pressed to cross the tribulation, still hold a certain chance of success. However, the chance for a practitioner of the evil demon's path to cross the tribulation is more than 10 times more difficult than for ordinary cultivators. It's truly a situation of 9 deaths against 1 life out of 100 practitioners of the evil demon's path who attempt the tribulation. Few can make it across. Even true practitioners of the evil demon path with profound cultivation could not escape the heavenly Tao's targeting, let alone Mo Zhen and Mo Hu, who had but a half-baked understanding of evil techniques. Cultivating evil techniques and acting so arrogantly was simply courting self-destruction. By now, Lu Qing had finally realized why his master had such a premonition when he saw the chubby middle-aged man and his disciples. It was probably the so-called will of heaven, warning his master and wanting to use his hand to eliminate the malignancy of the Flowing Cloud sect. Looking at it now, his master was truly blessed by heaven itself. Lu Qing's gaze toward his master suddenly became a bit strange. "Ah Qing, what is wrong?" The elder doctor noticed his disciple's gaze and felt somewhat puzzled. "Nothing." Lu Qing withdrew his gaze and said, "Master, now that the Flowing Cloud sect has been destroyed, I would like to go in and see if there is anything useful for us. Senior Yan, you wouldn't mind, would you?" The last part was addressed to the sword-bearing man. "Taking everything wouldn't be necessary. I'll see if there's anything useful first, Master. I'll go ahead." Lu Qing chuckled softly, then lightly tapped his foot and headed toward the majestic buildings of the Flowing Cloud sect. "The young disciple is mischievous. Please forgive him. Mr. Yan," the elder doctor said apologetically to the sword-bearing man. "I wouldn't dare." The sword-bearing man quickly said, "But I didn't expect young master to have such a lively side. I thought he was always so calm." This wasn't just a courtesy on the sword-bearer's part. He was genuinely surprised. Lu Qing had always exuded a sense of mystery, as steady as a mountain, as if he had everything under control. He never showed the impulsiveness typical of young people. Now suddenly becoming lively was truly unexpected for the sword-bearer. "Ah Qing has always been quite interested in treasures," the elder doctor said with a smile. Lu Qing moved swiftly inside the Flowing Cloud sect. He also had activated his superpower from the start, probing all the way. His heart was filled with no small expectation. The saying goes, a horse doesn't get fat without nighttime grazing. In this world, most of the wealth was concentrated in major families and sect forces. Among them also included were various peculiar items. These powerful forces, after hundreds of years of accumulation, it was hard to say whether they had collected any unique exotic treasures. Just like the Wei family and the Zheng family, one possessed the Li Hu tripod, a kind of spiritual artifact, while the other held the Earth Spirit Pearl, a unique treasure of the Earth. The Flowing Cloud sect, with nearly 1,000 years of inheritance and foundations stronger than the Wei and Zheng families, might just have some treasure he would fancy, making the trip worthwhile. Quickly sweeping through the buildings of the Flowing Cloud sect, during the search Lu Qing also saw many human-shaped blood stains covered with clothing. The situation was exactly the same as in Ligun Town. It must have been when Mo Zhen activated the flesh essence refinement formation and refined away their physical essence blood. Observing those clothes, the owners must have been servants or the like. No wonder he didn't feel any trace of life here earlier. They had all been refined to death. Lu Qing furrowed his brows, thinking Mo Zhen was truly cruel, not even sparing these ordinary people. He should have tormented him a bit more just now. Putting aside these thoughts and ignoring the human-shaped blood stains, Lu Qing continued searching through the buildings. Finally, in front of a tall tower, he stopped. "Treasure Pavilion, it's you." Lu Qing revealed a smile. Lu Qing looked up at the tower and softly mused to himself. Of course, he also knew that even though this place was called the Treasure Pavilion, the items stored here were probably just ordinary treasures. Given the selfish nature of Flowing Cloud sect's 2 supreme elders, it was unlikely that the real treasures would be placed here. However, since he had already come all this way, it wouldn't hurt to have a look inside. After using his superpower to scan the area and ensuring there was no danger, Lu Qing took out a long knife from his Kainkun Chi bag, and with a few casual slashes, he chopped down the main door and then entered. The treasure pavilion was divided into 4 floors, and Lu Qing glanced over the first floor, finding mostly common items. The vast majority emitted white light, with a few red light items interspersed among them, although those were quite dim. To a common martial artist, the items on the first floor might not be bad, but Lu Qing's standards had risen much higher, and he no longer took much interest in these things. Thus, he casually picked a few items that seemed good to him, put them in his Kingfang chi bag, and then ignored the rest, heading up to the second floor. The items on the second floor were clearly more precious. Red light items made up almost half. This time, Lu Qing did not hold back. He directly collected all the red light items into his Kingfang chi bag. On the third floor, not only were there more red light items which made up the vast majority, but also a few items that emitted a faint golden light. Lu Qing's face showed delight, and he swiftly gathered them all into his bag. Indeed, a major sect's collection is rich, he exclaimed after collecting the treasures from the third floor and looking up toward the fourth floor. His eyes filled with anticipation. The third floor had already revealed items with golden light, so what kind of treasures would be found on this final level? Could it be possible that his luck would explode once again, and he would obtain another exotic treasure emanating purple light? With hopeful sentiments, Lu Qing entered the fourth floor of the treasure pavilion, and this floor was also the final level of the pavilion. The protection here was very tight, with a thick iron door blocking the entrance, but this was no problem for Lu Qing. The long knife in his hand was unrivaled in sharpness. With just a few slashes, he hacked the iron door to pieces. Then with a kick, he pushed it open and walked in. This fourth floor was at the very top of the treasure pavilion, so the space was limited, and there were not many items stored. But as the saying goes, good things come in small packages. Standing on the fourth floor, Lu Qing's breath grew heavier as he looked at the dozen or so items displayed on the shelves in front of him. Golden light shone from all the items before him, all emitting a golden superpower light. Among them, a few radiated an intensely rich golden glow that almost seemed tangible, and on one item, he even discerned a faint trace of purple light. Indeed, the heritage of a sect that has lasted nearly 1,000 years it truly runs deep, Lu Qing said softly as he exhaled. He stepped forward, first setting his eyes on the item surrounded by a rich golden light with a hint of extremely faint purple. It was a piece of mineral iron about the size of a fist, its surface covered in a light layer of frost. As Lu Qing focused intensely, several lines of text floated up. 9 nether cold iron, a peculiar mineral iron born deep under the sea in the extreme north, containing 9 nether ice spirit liquid. 9 nether cold iron is one of the best materials for making ice magic swords, extremely rare. 9 nether ice spirit liquid, born deep under the seas of the northernmost regions, is created from billions of tons of seawater, compressed and condensed over countless years, embodying the purest essence of the cold. 9 nether ice spirit liquid, the ultimate auxiliary for ice and water elemental cultivators. To think it's 9 nether cold iron, and also 9 nether ice spirit liquid. After reading the information lines, Lu Qing's eyes immediately sparkled with surprise, because these 2 items were recorded in the inheritance of Li Hu sect as rare, superior materials for artifact refining. Especially the 9 nether ice spirit liquid, which was incredibly useful for cultivators who practiced both ice and water attributes. I've always been unsure about Little Yan's cultivation path, but with this 9 nether ice spirit liquid, things will be much easier. Lu Qing was very pleased. Once, Little Yan had taken Earth Vein spirit liquid and unexpectedly activated her ice skin jade bone superpower, which gave her an exceptional advantage in cultivating the ice and water elements. He had never quite decided on the direction of Little Yan's cultivation, but now he didn't need to hesitate with the 9 nether ice spirit liquid. Several plans instantly formed in his mind. Stretching his hand out to pick up the 9 nether cold iron, a trace of frost immediately appeared on his hand and rapidly spread up his wrist. The bone-chilling cold almost seemed too much for his body to bear. It's truly a substance of extreme cold, to be able to emit such terrifying coldness while being so restrained. With a thought from Lu Qing, the earth spirit pearl in his third eye twitched slightly, instantly resolving the trace of cold. Yet he couldn't help but be amazed inside. According to the records of the Li Hu sect, the material of the 9 nether cold iron was extremely peculiar, and the majority of its coldness was contained within. Unless it was intentionally drawn out, its internal coldness would hardly ever dissipate on its own. Lu Qing had not induced it, and merely with slight contact, he already felt such intense cold. It was imaginable just how astonishing the coldness contained within was, yet peculiarly, the temperature in the 4th level of the treasure pavilion had not changed much at all. Unfortunately, it seemed the flowing cloud sect did not understand how to utilize this exotic treasure. Otherwise, if they could refine the 9 nether cold iron into a magic sword, it would be far more formidable than that shabby blood soul banner. After admiring it for a while, Lu Qing stored the 9 nether cold iron into his Kingfang chi bag and turned to look at the other items. His gaze fell on another piece that radiated a dense golden light. It was a pair of short-handled heavy hammers, with handles about half a meter long and heads the size of pumpkins. The whole body was a deep, dark black, as if it could suck in the viewer's gaze. Black gold hammers, divine weapons crafted from exotic iron black gold. Incredibly heavy, each hammer weighs 1,000 jin. Only those with innate superhuman strength can wield them. Forged by the forging master, Oyigu, goodness gracious, when Lu Qing clearly read those few lines. He couldn't help but be startled. He hadn't expected these unremarkable-looking hammers to be made from the legendary black gold. It was known that black gold was always valuable. There was even a saying, 10 jin of gold for 1 jin of black gold, meaning 1 jin of black gold was equivalent to the value of 10 jin of gold. Each of these short hammers weighed 1,000 jin, together making 2,000 jin. If converted into gold, that would be 20,000 jin of gold. Using these weapons was like wielding 2 mountains of gold to smash one's opponent. Of course, Lu Qing was not too moved by gold or silver. What he was more interested in was that these black gold hammers were divine weapon-level heavy hammers. He felt somewhat relieved that Mo Zhen had not had these hammers on him earlier. Otherwise, with the strength contained in Mo Zhen's blood demon body combined with these heavy hammers, it would have taken Lu Qing much more effort to deal with him. Good stuff, I'll take it too. Lu Qing picked up the black gold hammers, weighed them, and surprisingly found them quite manageable, satisfactorily storing them in the Kingfang chi bag. Then, he shifted his attention to the other items. When Lu Qing emerged from the treasure pavilion, a smile graced his face. The haul from this expedition was simply enormous. Almost all of the centuries, close to a millennium, accumulation of the flowing cloud sect had found its way into his possession, and the feeling was just too good. With the spoils from this venture, what he could do next was boundless. However, standing at the door of the treasure pavilion, Lu Qing fell into deep thought. Although the gains from the pavilion were substantial, he always felt that this might not be all the treasures of the flowing cloud sect. It was simple, considering the selfishness displayed by his senior brothers Mo Hu and Mo Zhen. It was clear they wouldn't possibly leave all their treasures in the treasure pavilion. There had to be other treasures hidden elsewhere. Unfortunately, despite his previous search, he had found no such secret places. Those treasures had to be hidden in spots where the eye couldn't reach, or perhaps they weren't within the flowing cloud sect at all. Otherwise, his superpower would have certainly detected them. Nevertheless, even though he couldn't find those treasures, Lu Qing felt no regret. The world was so vast, and the treasures it contained couldn't possibly all belong to one man. With his findings from the pavilion, Lu Qing felt quite content. Therefore, he didn't dwell on it any further and pulled out an ordinary cloth bag from the Kingfang chi bag. After filling it with some items, he headed in the direction of the martial arts training ground. Ah, young Master Lu has come out. The swordsman chatting with the elder doctor at the martial arts training ground was surprised to see Lu Qing's figure. When Lu Qing approached, he smiled and said, "Young master, you've come out so soon. Didn't you find any treasure?" "I did." Lu Qing showed the cloth bag on his back. "I found a treasure pavilion with quite a few things. I don't understand what's valuable, so I just randomly picked some stuff." "Oh, then congratulations are in order, young master." The swordsman smiled warmly but didn't inquire further about what treasures Lu Qing had acquired. "Master, now that the flowing cloud sect has been extinguished, when shall we depart?" Lu Qing asked. The elder doctor thought for a moment, then said, "Once we return to the town, we'll pack up and leave." "You all are leaving so soon?" The swordsman was taken aback. "Yes, since the matters here have concluded, it's time for us to leave." The elder doctor nodded. "That won't be necessary." The elder doctor chuckled. "Our visit to Yunju was just a coincidence, and we have more important matters to attend to in Central State. It's not appropriate to linger here any longer." "Mr. Yan, we appreciate your sentiment. Please don't be overly courteous." The swordsman persuaded them for a while, but upon learning that Lu Qing and the others did indeed have urgent matters to attend to in Central State, he finally gave up. "Mr. Yan, just knowing this will suffice. Please do not broadcast this widely." The elder doctor certainly didn't want to be encircled and bid farewell to by onlookers when it came time to leave. This understood. Although the swordsman felt that it wasn't quite proper, he agreed nonetheless. His interaction with the elder doctor might not have been long, but he could tell that the doctor was truly indifferent to fame and wealth and did not care for such ceremonious formalities. When the three returned to Ligun town, they did not stir much of a commotion. Before departing, they had not explicitly stated their intention to destroy the flowing cloud sect. Therefore, although some guessed at it, no one dared to confirm their suspicions. "Sir, are we leaving now?" Outside the restaurant, Ma Gu was stunned to hear the news. He had thought they would be staying in Ligun town for the day. "We have already delayed enough days in Yunju. It is better to head to Central State sooner. The sky is still bright. We can still cover a couple of hours of journey. There's no need to linger here," the elder doctor said. After witnessing the reckless slaughter of living creatures by the flowing cloud sect without anyone intervening, the elder doctor was even more eager to find out about the situation in Central State and naturally felt no inclination to stay any longer. I'll prepare the carriage right away. Upon hearing this, Ma Gu immediately headed out. Dr. Chen, young Master Lu, are you leaving? The stout middle-aged man, overhearing the conversation, expressed his surprise. Su Ping and others also looked over in astonishment. Yes, Mr. Su, it appears we must part ways this time, the elder doctor told the round, plump man, feeling a surge of melancholy. Previously, he had sensed a significant danger from Mr. Su and his companions. Now, it seemed his premonition had not been wrong. Had he and Ah Ching not accompanied Mr. Su to the Flowing Cloud sect, his disciples and he, upon entering Ligun town to seek lodging, would likely have not escaped the fate of being refined by the malevolent array. Now, he no longer sensed any ominous signs from them. Clearly, the catastrophe that was originally their fate had been resolved, and in the short term, they should not face any further dangers. Dr. Chen, the stout middle-aged man, looked at the elder doctor, having many questions in mind, yet he wasn't sure how to begin asking. Mr. Su, there's no need for concern. Meeting is fate, and this is just a temporary separation. Should we be fortunate enough to cross paths in the future, we'll surely meet again one day, the elder doctor said with a smile. Sir, the carriage is ready. At this moment, Ma Gu came over. All right, Ah Ching, let's go. The elder doctor took the lead toward the carriage. Lu Qing bowed his hands to Ma Gu and the others. Let's go. Once everyone was in the carriage, Ma Gu called out, the whip cracked, and the carriage slowly moved forward. Goodbye, Sister Su. Little Yan's small head popped up at the carriage window, waving toward Su Ping and the others. Is Divine Dr. Chen leaving? The martial artists from Yunju, who were still resting and healing inside the inn, heard the commotion outside and came out. Seeing the elder doctor and his companions already far away in the carriage, they were all taken aback, especially Vice Palace Master Liu of the Palace of 100 Blossoms, who was extremely anxious. How can the Divine Doctor just leave? I wanted to invite them to the Valley of 100 Blossoms to express my gratitude for saving my life, she said, about to chase after them. But just as she was about to step forward, she was gently stopped by a sword-wielding man. Senior Yan, Vice Palace Master Liu, was startled, looking over. The sword-wielding man let out a sigh. Mr. Chen and young Master Liu have said they have urgent matters, heading to Central State. It is not suitable for them to stay long in Yunju. I also wanted to invite them to the Silver Moon sect, but they refused. Vice Palace Master Liu came to a halt. She understood what the sword-wielding man meant. Even he, an innate realm expert, couldn't persuade Divine Dr. Chen and the others to stay if she caught up with them. It would be futile and could even cause annoyance. Realizing this, Vice Palace Master Liu could only watch regretfully as the carriage slowly left. The other martial artists from Yunju, hearing the two's conversation, also extinguished the idea of persuading them to stay. Everyone watched as the carriage gradually disappeared at the end of the street. At this point, a martial artist suddenly said, speaking of which, do any of you know the origins of Divine Dr. Chen and his companions? All the Yunju martial artists looked at each other with blank expressions on their faces. Then they all turned their attention to the sword-wielding man, because, as they had seen, the elder doctor and others had entered the town with the sword-wielding man. However, the sword-wielding man also shook his head. I'm not sure either. Before that, the entire Ligun town was enveloped by Mo Hu and his evil formation, intending to refine you all. I tried to break the formation but was stopped by Mo Hu. It was only because Mr. Chen and the others appeared out of nowhere that helped break the formation, allowing you to survive. But as for their identity and origins, I don't know much either. The sword-wielding man had not refrained from trying to find out about the elder doctor and his companion's background. After all, such a powerful innate realm expert and an equally mysterious and strong youth aroused everyone's curiosity. But the elder doctor had not revealed anything, frustrating his attempts to learn more. Thinking this, the sword-wielding man suddenly looked towards the plump middle-aged man and his disciples. If he remembered correctly, these were the ones Lu Qing had personally brought into the town. The other Yunju martial artists also realized this and turned their gaze towards them. The plump middle-aged man and his disciples suddenly felt their scalps tighten. Being watched by so many martial arts experts, especially one being an innate realm existence, the pressure was immense. Seniors, the plump middle-aged man's forehead began to sweat as he forced a smile. I and Dr. Chen only met by chance on the road. We hit it off and decided to travel together. As for their identities, I am equally unaware. I only know that they come from Kang State. Did Mr. Chen ever mention his full name? The sword-wielding man asked. No, he generally lets people address him simply as Dr. Chen. The plump middle-aged man shook his head, but the name of young Master Lu, I do happen to know. Oh, what is young Master Lu's full name? The sword-wielding man's eyes lit up. He was just as curious about Lu Qing as about the elder doctor, if not more so. After all, he had witnessed with his own eyes how Lu Qing had turned an innate realm early-stage martial artist into a pulp with his bare hands. The sheer brutality of the scene was enough to send a chill down his spine even now. Young Master Lu's surname is Lu, with the given name Qing. Lu Qing, the sword-bearing man, slowly uttered the name. He remembered now. Mr. Chen indeed referred to Lu Qing as Ah Qing, but still, after thinking it over, he had no impression of this name. He even went through the lineages of the most outstanding heirs of the top sects in the world, yet he was still clueless. Just then, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Surname Lu, name Qing, from Kang State, the disciple of that elder divine doctor. Could it be the mysterious youth who made it onto the hidden dragon list 2 years ago? Is it him?" Prompted by this reminder, everyone else began to react. Only the sword-bearing man was still utterly perplexed. What hidden dragon list? He obviously knew what the hidden dragon list was, but what did it have to do with young Master Lu? Supreme Elder, here's what happened. The Silver Moon sect master knew their Supreme Elder had been deeply engaged in cultivation these past years and didn't care much for rankings like the hidden dragon list concerning the younger generation. 2 years ago, when Tangi Building published the new hidden dragon list, there was a listed individual who sparked quite a controversy. The name of that individual on the list was also Lu Qing. These past 2 years, it seems like Tangi Building had been delayed by some matter, and the hidden dragon list has not been updated for quite a while, so everyone has somewhat forgotten about this matter. However, back then many people believed that, within 10 years, this young man named Lu Qing would likely break the barrier and step into the innate realm, becoming one of the youngest innate realm experts. After listening to the Silver Moon sect master's account, the sword-bearing man wore a strange expression. He wanted to say that for that young man, the innate realm would mean nothing at all. Not long ago, he had personally witnessed how, with only his bare hands, the young man had beaten a formidable beast at the innate realm early stage to death, however, stepping into the innate realm. Hearing this phrase, the sword-bearing man felt a stir in his heart. He remembered that although he had always been unable to see through Lu Qing's cultivation realm, similarly, he had never witnessed Lu Qing using innate true qi to fight his enemies. It was always the qi and blood power that he employed, and none of the unique will of an innate realm martial artist was present. Previously, he had assumed that Lu Qing was deliberately concealing his power, keeping a trump card in reserve, but now it seemed that might not be the case. Lu Qing could still have hidden strengths, but the possibility that he couldn't use innate true qi could also be real, because he might have not yet stepped into the innate realm, still within the postnatal realm in terms of his cultivation realm. But if the truth was indeed so, wouldn't that mean that young Master Lu, with only the body of the postnatal realm, had beaten to death an innate realm early-stage expert? Hiss, the sword-bearing man suddenly took an involuntary sharp intake of breath. A great terror began to rise in his heart. Lu Qing was unaware that after their departure, the sword-bearing man and others had guessed parts of his background. At that moment, he was recounting the events that happened in Ligun Town and the Flowing Cloud sect to Ma Gu and the others. So such a perilous event occurred in the town before. Ma Gu realized suddenly. No wonder Senior Su rushed to the top of the tree for a while, and his attitude towards us changed significantly after he came down. It turns out he saw you and the elder doctor breaking the formation. Those in power at the Flowing Cloud sect are really heartless, feeding on humans and not even sparing their own disciples. They are downright evil demons. Wei Zion expressed his indignation vehemently. They all practiced evil techniques which have long since subtly changed their nature. Calling them evil demons is indeed not wrong. Lu Qing shook his head. However, those Flowing Cloud sect disciples deserved their deaths. Who told them to be so domineering? As a result, they got killed by their own sect master. That's also karma. Seeing the outrage on Wei Zion's face, Lu Qing suddenly remembered something. By the way, Zion, there's something I'd like to give you. What is it? Wei Zion was startled. Lu Qing reached under the carriage and pulled out a black long staff, handing it over. This staff is a divine weapon, previously belonging to the Supreme Elder Mohu of the Flowing Cloud sect. Mohu died and I just took this handy. It'll be perfect for your use. A divine weapon level staff for me. After hearing this, Wei Zion was completely stunned. Watching as Lu Qing handed over the black stick, Wei Zion was stunned. Indeed, among us only you wield a stick. This divine weapon is perfectly suited for you, Lu Qing said with a smile, but this is too valuable. Wei Zion hesitated. It wasn't that Wei Zion didn't want it, rather, a divine weapon was indeed too precious. One should know that within the entire Wei family, only the elder ancestor possessed a blade of divine weapon level. Not even his father, the family head, had a divine weapon. Now for Lu Qing to actually offer him a divine weapon, Wei Zion truly dared not accept it. It's fine, it was obtained for free after all. If we don't use it, it's a waste. Here among us, only you are skilled in stick technique. If not you, then who else? Just take it, Lu Qing said, placing the long stick into Wei Zion's hands. Seeing that Lu Qing put it that way, Wei Zion could only take the long stick. Yet his expression remained somewhat dazed, seemingly unable to believe that he had so easily come to possess a divine weapon. Feeling the cool, comfortable touch of the long stick, he even doubted whether he was dreaming. However, although the divine weapon is great with your current realm, you cannot yet unleash its full power. On a daily basis, it is best to first nurture and familiarize yourself with it using your chi blood. It is not appropriate to use it against enemies. Only once you become a martial artist of the internal organ realm will this divine weapon truly become a great aid to you, Lu Qing advised, seeing how Wei Zion clung to it lovingly. Divine weapons are extraordinary. Even the lowest level divine weapon possesses some characteristics of a magic artifact. With Wei Zion's current cultivation, he could not yet control it. I'll remember that, Wei Zion replied solemnly. Ma Gu, who was driving the carriage, showed a smile upon hearing the conversation inside. Wei Zion was his only direct disciple, and seeing him obtain a divine weapon naturally made him very happy as a mentor. By the way, Ah Qing, when you were fighting with the sect master of the Flowing Cloud sect earlier, what kind of power did you employ? It seemed quite peculiar, the elder doctor suddenly asked after Lu Qing had finished speaking to Wei Zion. He was quite amazed by the strength displayed by Lu Qing and Mo Zhen in their fight. Previously, with the sword-wielding man present, he did not ask, but now he finally could. That is a power I mastered just a few days ago. Lu Qing stretched out his hand, a faint yellow light emerging on it. I once obtained a treasure, and due to recent changes in heaven and earth, I have refined part of it and gained this ability. After saying this, Lu Qing turned his palm downward and gently pressed down. The few people inside the carriage suddenly felt an invisible force pressing down on them, making their whole bodies a bit heavier. Of course, Lu Qing was just letting them feel it slightly, and did not exert too much force otherwise. The horses might not be able to bear it. This power, the elder doctor's eyes revealed a hint of uniqueness. He could sense that this heaviness was not an illusion, but that his own body had indeed become substantially heavier. This is the primordial magnetic power, a type of earth element power, and is essentially the same kind of force as earth gravity, except it is under my disciple's control and can be changed in direction at will. Lu Qing's palm rose slightly, and the people felt that force change instantly, lifting them upward, giving them a sensation of floating. Primordial magnetic power. The power you have mastered is indeed mystical. Among the earth element power, it belongs to a quite rare power. Perhaps even those who specially cultivate earth element true chi and are above the innate great success level may not necessarily master such power, the elder doctor exclaimed after feeling it. As for the others, they were even more astonished. Especially little Yan, who had her eyes wide open. Brother, little Yan feels so light. If it's a bit lighter, could I possibly fly? It's not that easy. However, if little Yan wants to learn how to fly, it's not impossible, Lu Qing said with a smile. Can little Yan really learn to fly? The little one's eyes widened even more. Wei Zion also looked over in disbelief. Could humans really fly? As far as he knew, even innate realm experts seemed unable to fly. But the elder doctor's mind stirred slightly as if he had thought of something. However, learning to fly is not so simple. It involves enduring much hardship. Do you still want to learn? Lu Qing said earnestly. Little Yan wants to learn. The little one shouted immediately, without a hint of hesitation. Then good, starting tomorrow, your brother will begin teaching you the art of flying. Lu Qing's face revealed a smile. Originally, he had planned to wait until they arrived in Central State, where they didn't need to rush on the road, to then teach little Yan cultivation. But the gains from the Flowing Cloud sect had changed his mind. Since he had such treasures like the 9 nether ice spiritual liquid, he could bring forward little Yan's cultivation schedule. Ah Qing, have you decided to teach little Yan cultivation? The elder doctor asked. Yes, master. Recently in the treasure pavilion of the Flowing Cloud sect, I obtained some items that can assist little Yan's cultivation. Lu Qing responded. The elder doctor nodded his head. However, he also grew curious. All this while, he had brought up little Yan's cultivation several times, but Lu Qing had always deferred, saying the time was not right. Now that he was finally ready to let little Yan cultivate, he was interested to see what cultivation method Lu Qing would teach her. Upon hearing this, Wei Zion finally understood that Lu Qing was using the lure of flight to spark little Yan's interest in cultivation. It seemed that the so-called flying technique must also be something he concocted. The carriage moved forward at a steady pace, occasionally jostling due to the uneven ground. After enduring a series of battles, the elder doctor's exhaustion was not insignificant. He closed his eyes slightly to rest and nurture his spirit. Seeing this, Wei Zion and little Yan also obediently stopped talking. Lu Qing had the exotic treasure with him, constantly nourishing his body, so he didn't feel tired. However, seeing the carriage had quieted down, he also closed his eyes, immersing his heart and spirit into the acupoint between his brows. Inside the acupoint between the brows, the Earth Spirit Pearl occupied the central position of the acupoint space, resembling a terracotta star, emitting a heavy and majestic aura, rotating very slowly, surrounded by 5 luminous orbs of different colors. A tiny yet immensely mysterious divine soul talisman was fixed in the innermost center of the Earth Spirit Pearl, dominating everything within the acupoint space. To Lu Qing's senses, the Earth Spirit Pearl, although rotating slowly, seemed like a heaven and earth grinding wheel. With every rotation, it seemed to grind away the impurities in his body. Each revolution increased the strength of his physical body and divine soul power. It was in this constant state of enhancement that his physical body and divine soul power had more than doubled in strength since leaving Jiulai village. Lu Qing estimated that with his current strength, he wouldn't need to use any other trump cards, merely relying on his body's qi and blood power. He was likely able to easily kill old Lady Zhang from before. Similarly, the enhancement of divine soul power also advanced his refinement and control over the Earth Spirit Pearl. Now that the Earth Spirit Pearl was mostly refined, the day when it would be completely mastered wasn't far off. Gaining further control over the Earth Spirit Pearl had also allowed him to master more of the abilities of this Earth element treasure. The primordial magnetic power that he used in the Flowing Cloud sect was one such ability. Primordial magnetic power was extremely mysterious, and even Lu Qing couldn't fully explain the essence of this power. If he had to make a comparison, he felt it was a bit like controlling gravity. However, the primordial magnetic power he could currently control was not very strong. He estimated that it could only bind a cultivator who had just entered the innate realm at most. Like Mo Zhen, who had reached the innate minor achievement level, if he erupted in power, Lu Qing wouldn't be able to restrain him. Moreover, the range was not very large, only 10 paces in radius. For Lu Qing's strength, it wasn't a trump card, but it was quite excellent for clearing lesser soldiers. Of course, if he completely refined the Earth Spirit Pearl and could use a greatly enhanced primordial magnetic power, then that ability would become a terrifying trump card. I can feel that in no more than 10 days, my physical body and divine soul power will reach another limit. That will also coincide with our arrival in Central State. I wonder if I will be able to find the opportunity meant for me in Central State. If not, then I will just break through and step into the innate realm. Lu Qing pondered silently. All along, his strength had reached a level where he could enter the innate realm at any time. However, a certain intuition deep within him told him that it wasn't yet the best time to make a breakthrough, which is why he had been suppressing his realm and had not advanced. Furthermore, after obtaining the Earth Spirit Pearl, which again broke the limits of his physical body and divine soul power, allowing for further enhancement, he naturally postponed the breakthrough into the innate realm. Now his physical body and divine soul power's strength was about to reach a limit once more, and Lu Qing could feel that this time, he was about to achieve the true perfect realm. In the future, even if he obtained more powerful spirit medicine and treasure, it was likely that his physical body and divine soul could not be enhanced any further. If he wanted to continue getting stronger, he would have to step into the innate realm. So he decided that once his physical body and divine soul power reached their limits again, if the opportunity that intuition hinted at still had no clues, he would directly make the breakthrough. In the path of cultivation, opportunities are indeed important, but so is a spirited and persistent heart seeking progress. The saying goes once, twice, and thrice before all is exhausted. He had already suppressed his realm over and over again, and if he continued to suppress it, he feared it might affect his conviction in cultivation. To gain one thing and lose another, to fret about gains and losses is also a major taboo in cultivation. If he became hesitant and indecisive because of the elusive so-called opportunity, it would actually be detrimental to him. After realizing this, a sense of clarity suddenly came to Lu Qing's mind. Accompanied by the divine soul power in the space between his eyebrows, it became more lively, with a hint of something ineffable, indescribable. Lu Qing was slightly startled, then he came to understand. Just by thinking through a problem and making a decision, a small sudden enlightenment was triggered, purifying and invigorating my divine soul power. It seems the ancient adage to frequently reflect upon oneself does indeed hold profound truth. With this sudden enlightenment, Lu Qing became even more firm in his decision. Time flew by, and after almost 2 hours of carriage travel, the sky began to darken. Just as they were passing a village, they spent some silver and rented a house from a wealthier farmer for a rest, while Lu Qing and his companions were busy arranging their accommodation for the evening, somewhere in a mysterious land. This place had towering mountains with ancient temples, clouds floating past waterfalls, and cranes circling around, a complete picture of an immortal's dwelling. Halfway up one of the most majestic mountains, before a splendid complex of jadeite towers, there was a vast square. At this moment on the square, an elder in a white robe, with his hair tied up high and both his hair and long beard snow white, exuding an air of immortal charm, was gazing at the flowing clouds in front of him, his expression inscrutable, his thoughts unknown. Before long, footsteps sounded, and another elder approached, this one with black hair and beard, tall and plump, dressed in a black Taoist robe. "Elder brother, what are you thinking?" "I'm pondering whether our lineage should prepare to enter the world now that the outside has changed and spiritual energy has reappeared. Elder brother, is the time ripe? The The black-bearded elder asked in surprise, then joyfully added, "The moment for us has not yet come." The immortal-like elder shook his head. Although the world has changed, the rules of heaven and earth are still evolving and not yet perfected. If we venture out now, we may not only miss the opportunity but could also be suppressed by the rules, harming our Tao foundation. But you just said, the black-bearded elder questioned, puzzled. The moment for us to enter the world has indeed not arrived, but the opportunity for those younger ones below is about to come. In the eyes of the immortal-like elder, a mysterious chi arose as he looked up at the high heavens. If my calculations are not wrong, in at most half a month. The rules of heaven and earth outside will evolve to a certain degree. At that time, the first great opportunity arising between heaven and earth will appear, and whoever captures it will become a true favored child of heaven, laying down the strongest foundation for their path to immortality, securing a true head start in this era of great contention. Becoming an immortal, even an ancestor, would not be impossible. Is there such a thing, elder brother? What great opportunity is it? The black-bearded elder asked in shock, eager for an answer. What specific opportunity it is, I do not fully know. I have only gleaned this little revelation from the scriptures left by our ancestors and my own calculations. According to ancestral records, the great opportunities that arise with each major change in the world are not fixed. Only when the opportunity truly emerges will people know its true form. The immortal-like elder sighed. Can't we seize this opportunity then? Asked the black-bearded elder. We cannot, the immortal-like elder shook his head. Heaven and earth have consciousness and will not allow all opportunities to be monopolized. These are chances prepared by heaven and earth for the young cultivators. With our level of cultivation, if we went out, we would be immediately suppressed by the rules of heaven and earth, and if our Tao foundation were damaged, even acquiring the opportunity would be a loss bigger than the gain. The black-haired, black-bearded elder said somewhat unwillingly, "Yes, this opportunity belongs to the youngsters. Go gather the outstanding disciples from within our sect. We won't need many, just 10 from the innate realm and 10 from the postnatal realm. I have something to tell them." The elder with the aura of an immortal sighed. "Yes, brother, I'll go right away." After conceding, the black-haired, black-bearded elder was about to leave when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. After hesitating for a moment, he finally said, "Brother, should we also inform the other families in the secret realm?" The elder with the aura of an immortal thought for a moment and said, "Inform them. Otherwise, there's no telling how they might react when the time comes." After his junior left, the elder with the aura of an immortal continued to gaze at the drifting clouds in the distance, his eyes reflective. Our lineage, having persisted for tens of thousands of years in the secret realm, has finally seen another change in heaven and earth, granting us hope of leaving. It remains unknown whether the main branch of our sect and other great immortal sects that boarded the void ship and broke through realms have found a way out, or if they will ever return. I can predict the changes in the external world. The other secret lands should be similar. Who knows which disciples they will send into the world to compete for opportunities? Little Yan, come, from today onward, I'll officially start teaching you cultivation. Whether you can ascend or not will depend on how earnestly you practice. In the early morning on a flat boulder, Lu Qing spoke earnestly. In front of him, Little Yan sat obediently, holding Little Lei. Little Yan will work very hard at cultivation. Hearing her brother's words, Little Yan nodded earnestly. Then today, brother will first teach you a breathing skill. Once you've mastered this skill and can sense the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, brother will teach you other cultivation methods. Okay, Little Yan looked eagerly at Lu Qing, her eyes full of anticipation. Lu Qing smiled slightly, extended a finger, and lightly touched Little Yan's forehead. In a very gentle tone, he said, "Now close your eyes, and as your brother taught you, regulate your breathing." As Little Yan closed her eyes, a very warm divine soul power gently enveloped her, and a gentle voice echoed in her mind, making her involuntarily follow the instructions of the voice, slowly adjusting her breathing. Soon, she entered a serene state through a peculiar breathing rhythm. Lu Qing withdrew his finger, looking at Little Yan, who had entered meditation, feeling somewhat moved. The little one's cultivation talent was indeed superb. In just a short time, she had grasped the technique and entered a state of meditation. She was rightfully identified by Superpower as having a trace of innate Taoist body and ice skin jade bone talent. Seeing that Little Yan was fully meditative, Lu Qing sat down cross-legged nearby, quietly watching over her. Little Li crawled into his embrace, quietly lying there. Lu Qing gently stroked its head and suddenly remembered something. "Right, Little Li, I got something yesterday that might be useful to you. Want to take a look?" After speaking, Lu Qing's thoughts stirred, and he took out an item from his Kingfang chi bag. It was a thumb-sized white fruit. Little Li initially looked puzzled, but when it smelled the fruit, its eyes suddenly widened. This fruit, known as the beast spirit fruit, seems to have a significant effect in purifying and enhancing the bloodline of spiritual beasts. Would you like it? Lu Qing held the white fruit in front of Little Li and shook it. Little Li's eyes unwittingly followed the motion of the fruit. Hearing Lu Qing's words, it nodded like a pecking chicken and stared earnestly at Lu Qing. Its innate sensing ability told it that this white fruit was immensely beneficial to it. All right, then it's yours. Seeing the little one's eager eyes, Lu Qing, somewhat amused, did not tease it further and handed the fruit over. Little Li's eyes lit up with joy as it took the white fruit with its paws, and without a second thought, stuffed it directly into its mouth and swallowed it. Little Lu Qing was initially startled by this and then shook his head helplessly. He hadn't expected the little one to be so impatient and swallow the fruit so quickly. Although the beast spirit fruit was extremely beneficial to spiritual beasts and could be consumed directly for refinement, in gulping it down so hastily, the little one was likely going to fall asleep again. Indeed, soon after swallowing the white fruit, Little Li's eyelids began to droop, and then it snuggled into Lu Qing's arms and fell deeply asleep. Well, Lu Qing found himself suddenly watching over two little ones. Holding Little Li, Lu Qing quietly waited until about an hour later when Little Yan awoke from meditation, her eyes bright and lively, full of spirit. Awake now, how do you feel? Lu Qing asked leisurely. Brother, Little Yan feels really comfortable, as if I have endless strength, the little one exclaimed in surprise. That's just an illusion, but indeed, Little Yan, you're quite impressive. Meditating for an hour on your first attempt at the breathing practice, you did better than brother when he first started cultivation. Lu Qing generously praised, lavishing praise on the little one. Really, as expected, Little Yan's eyes immediately brightened. Of course, when has brother ever lied to you? Lu Qing nodded earnestly. He. Then the little one just giggled happily. After she finished laughing, she finally realized something was off and looked towards Lu Qing holding Little Li. Brother, what's wrong with Little Li? There's nothing wrong, I gave it some good stuff to eat, and after eating it fell asleep, but this is good for it. When Little Li wakes up, it will become even stronger, Lu Qing explained. Little Yan, upon hearing this, also set her mind at ease. Still, she couldn't help but laugh. Little Li is so shy, falling asleep after eating. Even lazier than Little Yan. Lu Qing, hearing this, couldn't help but smile. Okay, let's head back. I've already delayed quite a bit of time teaching you the breathing skill. After we have breakfast, we'll set off. With Little Yan and Little Li in tow, they returned to the village where they had stayed the night before. Just in time, as the family that had rented them the house had also prepared breakfast. Ah Qing, you took Little Yan out early in the morning, were you teaching her cultivation methods? On the carriage, the elder doctor, noticing the clear change in Little Yan's demeanor, asked curiously. Yes, Grandpa Chen, brother taught me the breathing skill. It's so fun. After practicing it, I feel strong all over. Brother also said that when Little Yan gets really good at it, she'll even be able to fly. Little Yan boasted with pride. Breathing skill. The elder doctor looked at Lu Qing with some surprise. The breathing skill is actually a preliminary technique for the qi eating skill. Its purpose is to regulate one's breath through the method of breathing, visualize the surroundings, and cleanse the impurities from the physical body. Ultimately, it aims to achieve a state where qi flows throughout the body, unblemished and with all meridians clear, Lu Qing explained. Qi flows throughout the body, unblemished, with all meridians clear. The elder doctor was even more surprised. That would mean, that's right, on the path of martial arts, only after reaching the innate realm and being blessed by the heavens and earth to cultivate an innate body, can one's physical body reach a state of qi flowing throughout and all meridians clear. Once Little Yan perfects her breathing skill and opens up all her qi meridians, in terms of realm, she would essentially be stepping into the innate. However, since she hasn't undergone the tempering of qi blood to strengthen her physical body, theoretically, by that time she wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat a martial artist in the muscle-bone realm. Then why Ah Qing would you? The elder doctor didn't understand. Master, I taught Little Yan the breathing skill not to increase her fighting ability, but to help her quickly reach the state where qi flows throughout the body and all meridians are clear. When that time comes, I will continue to teach her the qi eating skill, which is the most crucial part. Qi eating skill, Ah Qing, are you planning to? The elder doctor suddenly had a realization, finally understanding Lu Qing's plan. That's right, Little Yan has exceptional talent, and with the current changes in the world, I want her to directly follow the path of ancient qi cultivators. Lu Qing nodded. The cultivation of martial arts may have a low threshold, but the progress is slow and the practice is exceedingly harsh. Little Yan, possessing the ice skin jade bone talent and carrying a hint of the innate Taoist body's will, is naturally an excellent cultivation seed. Lu Qing naturally wouldn't let her follow the path of martial arts but would direct her to pursue the way of immortal cultivation. Since you Ah Qing have everything planned, then I'm relieved. Seeing that Lu Qing had everything under control, the elder doctor naturally did not inquire further. He knew that Lu Qing possessed a mysterious immortal cultivation heritage, and since he had made plans, it must be the best arrangement. It was Wei Zion at the side who was utterly confused after listening to their conversation. He hadn't understood a word of what Lu Qing and the elder doctor had discussed. Breathing skill, qi eating skill, the so-called qi cultivator, none of these terms made sense to him as he had never heard them before. In the end, he could only sigh, acknowledging the immense vastness and depth of cultivation, and how much mystery there remained that he didn't understand. The carriage continued on its way, and by midday, they stopped to give the horses a thorough rest before resuming the journey. However, by the afternoon, the carriage began to slow and became increasingly bumpy. Lu Qing frowned and had to hoist the still sleeping little Li up a bit to prevent her from being woken by the turbulence. "Master, what's wrong? Why is the carriage so bumpy?" Wei Zion also felt something was amiss and asked. Then he felt the carriage suddenly jolt and come to a complete stop. "Brother Lu Qing, elder doctor, I'm afraid we've run into some trouble." At that moment, Magu's voice came from the front of the carriage. "What kind of trouble?" Lu Qing lifted the carriage curtain and looked outside. Could it be that they had encountered highwaymen? But he didn't feel the presence of anyone else nearby. However, when Lu Qing managed to get a clear view of the outside, he was taken aback for a moment. He realized that they were now on a very rugged mountain path. Not only was the ground uneven, but the road had become much narrower, barely wide enough for the carriage to pass through. At that moment, one of the carriage wheels was caught in a pit, unable to move. "Where have we ended up?" Lu Qing handed little Li to little Yan, got out of the carriage, and looked around. He then discovered that they were on a narrow path halfway up a mountainside, next to a cliff, which looked rather dangerous. The elder doctor also got out of the carriage and understood the situation after surveying the environment. "We are about to enter Yunju. It is said that Yunju is the most perilous among all the states, with the majority of its territory being majestic high mountains, which are very difficult to navigate." Yunju. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing also understood. Over the past 2 years, he hadn't just focused on cultivation, he had also been gathering information about this world. He was somewhat familiar with Yunju and knew that the state was not only mountainous, but also had many rivers compared to other states. It could truly be considered a land of poor mountains and harsh waters. This is really a bit troublesome. Lu Qing looked at the surroundings and felt a headache coming on. If it was just one difficult stretch, he and Magu could carry the carriage over with their strength, but it would obviously be impossible if the entire state were like this. Were they to abandon the carriage and proceed on foot from this point onwards? Lu Qing was caught in a dilemma. He didn't mind walking, but it was clear that little Yan and Master couldn't be made to endure such hardships. Even Wei Zion might not be able to withstand such a long journey. Moreover, they had grown quite fond of this carriage that had shielded them from wind and rain over the days. Unless absolutely necessary, they didn't want to abandon it. "If only we had taken a longer detour, better yet, another route altogether." Lu Qing felt some regret. Actually, he and Master Chen had discussed taking a different path before. Since Master Chen had never been to Yunju during his travels around the world, he was unaware of the road conditions there. But that would have meant they would have to travel around an entire additional state, adding significantly to their journey. At the time, they were eager to get to Central State more quickly and decided on this route. They thought that even if Yunju's roads were tough, it would still be better than the detour. They hadn't anticipated that the terrain of Yunju would be much more rugged than they had imagined. Passing through with a carriage was simply impossible. "Master, what should we do?" Lu Qing looked towards his master. The elder doctor also understood their current predicament. After some thought, he sighed and said, "At this moment, we have only 2 options. One is to turn back, and the other is to leave the carriage behind and proceed on foot." Neither solution was good. Turning back meant wasting more time, while abandoning the carriage meant leaving many things behind. Lu Qing could use the Kingfang Chi bag to take everything with them, but he hadn't yet decided whether he wanted to reveal this capability. And he was unsure if little Yan could endure such hardship. While Lu Qing was in a state of confusion, Wei Zion sighed. "All our hard traveling of the past 2 days has been for nothing. Who would have thought the roads in Yunju would be this difficult? What a pity. If only our carriage could fly." "What nonsense are you talking about? Our carriage is just an ordinary one. Do you think it's some sort of magical treasure from those storybooks that can fly?" "You must have been sneakily reading little Yan and little Li's storybooks again." Magu scolded with a laugh. However, when Lu Qing heard this, he was momentarily startled. Magu asked. The elder doctor thought for a moment, and in the end said, "Let's turn back. We'll return to Yunju and choose another path." If it had been just him and Lu Qing, the elder doctor might have chosen to abandon the carriage and proceed on foot. After all, both master and disciple were extraordinary martial artists, and if they traveled on their own ability, they would be much faster than the speed of a carriage. However, considering the presence of little Yan and Wei Zion, that was no longer an option, so they had no choice but to head back and seek an alternative route. "All right, I understand." Magu nodded, preparing to lift and turn the carriage around. "Master, don't rush to go back yet. Let me see if I can figure out a solution." At this time, Lu Qing suddenly spoke up. "Ah Qing, do you have a solution?" The elder doctor looked over in surprise. "I only have a bit of an idea. Let's find a place nearby to stay for a day and see if my method works. If it works, our speed may greatly increase whether we continue forward or return to find another route." Lu Qing did not say everything, but the elder doctor understood his disciple's temperament well. Knowing that he spoke this way meant he likely had considerable confidence. Without hesitation, he nodded and said, "All right, since that's the case, let's do as you've suggested and stay here for a day." It was just the right time since it was the afternoon, and there was at most a bit over an hour before dusk. They would rest a bit earlier today. So Lu Qing and the others lifted the carriage out of the pit, moved back, retreated from that section of the mountain road, and found a relatively roomy place nearby to set up camp. Lu Qing had Ma Gu dismantle the carriage and then began to pace around it, thoughtfully inspecting it. "Ah Qing, what solution have you thought of?" the elder doctor asked. "Master, your disciple was thinking that if we engrave a few simple arrays on the carriage, we might not need to worry about the roughness of the ground anymore," Lu Qing replied. "Engrave arrays?" The elder doctor was genuinely taken aback. "Ah Qing, can you do that?" "I'm not sure yet, I need to mull it over," Lu Qing replied with some uncertainty. As for Ma Gu and Wei Zion, the master and disciple, they were already completely baffled. Arrays, Lu Qing understood such enigmatic and unfathomable things. And wasn't this the sort of mystical skill only found in those bizarre and fantastical tales? Especially Wei Zion. He suddenly remembered the discussion Lu Qing had with the elder doctor in the carriage about breathing skill and qi-eating skill. Could it be that those were also legendary immortal arts? Lu Qing didn't notice the expressions of Ma Gu and the others, continuing to circle the carriage and carefully observe it. The reason he thought about engraving arrays onto the carriage wasn't only awakened by Wei Zion's words. It was also because he had witnessed, with his own eyes, the flowing cloud sect set up 2 large-scale arrays that could be activated, leading him to realize that, with the changes in the world and the resurgence of spiritual energy, the cultivation methods that were once inoperative could now gradually regain some of their power. With that in mind, he might as well test some of his own ideas. After making a few rounds around the carriage and imprinting all the structural details of the carriage in his mind, Lu Qing began to sit cross-legged. "Master, Elder Ma, I need to make some calculations first. I'm afraid I won't have time to prepare for dinner, so it will be tough on you both." "That's fine, you do your thing, I can handle dinner," Ma Gu hastily said. His cooking skills, although a bit rough, were passable. During this period, whenever Lu Qing was busy with other matters, it was Ma Gu who was usually responsible for cooking. Lu Qing nodded, then closed his eyes and immersed his heart and spirit into the third eye point, entering meditation. After meditating, Lu Qing's heart and spirit were tranquil, and he began to contemplate. First, he considered what kind of arrays should be engraved onto the carriage. Possessing inheritances from 2 major cultivation pathways, Lu Qing was familiar with many arrays, and he could even be considered quite knowledgeable. The Divine Talisman sect was another matter. Their lineage upheld the idea of using all things in the universe as teachers. The arrays they practiced were adaptable, unconventional, and whimsical. There weren't many specific arrays left behind from them, and those were powerful formations that relied on the forces of nature and could only be set up on a grand scale. Lu Qing was not yet capable of setting those up. However, the inheritance from the leaving fire tripod of the Li Hu sect was different. The Li Hu sect had a profound understanding of the fire element, distinct and exceptional, and was also very proficient in artifact refining and alchemy. And when it came to artifact refining, arrays were essential. After all, whether it's a magical treasure or a magic artifact, it must be engraved with arrays to have a power that surpasses its material nature. Therefore, the arrays passed down by the Li Hu sect were extremely abundant, ranging from the simplest primary formations to superior formations capable of creating spiritual artifacts. All were recorded. With Lu Qing's current ability, those advanced formations were out of the question for him. Even medium-level formations were beyond his capacity to set up. Thus, he ultimately focused on those most primary formations among the inheritances. After selecting for a while within the inheritances, Lu Qing finally chose 3 primary formations: Light Spirit Array, Breeze Array, and Solidification Array. These 3 arrays, as their names imply, were intended to make the carriage lighter, and the last Solidification Array was Lu Qing's choice to reinforce the carriage. Once the carriage became lighter, its speed would naturally increase, and it was imperative for a faster carriage to be more sturdy as well. Otherwise, if they were to proceed at high speed, a rollover accident would turn into a huge mess. After choosing the array, Lu Qing began to activate his superpower and entered a state of cultivation, contemplating those arrays. Under a state akin to sudden enlightenment, Lu Qing quickly and thoroughly grasped the arrays. At that moment, the framework of the carriage he had previously noted appeared in his mind, followed by calculations on how to engrave the arrays on it. Not long after, he came up with the perfect engraving plan. After triple checking and finding no errors, he then exited the cultivation state and opened his eyes. Outside, darkness was almost upon them. His master and the others were gathered around a fire, eating. "Ah Qing, you're awake. Come over and eat." The elder doctor was the first to notice Lu Qing had awoken. Lu Qing walked over and took a roasted non-bread magu handed to him. How's it going? Any progress? Asked the elder doctor. I've just about finished calculating everything. I can start the engraving first thing tomorrow morning, Lu Qing replied, nodding. Hearing this, both Ma Gu and Wei Ziyan, the master and disciple, were filled with immense anticipation. They hadn't expected Lu Qing to actually be proficient in the legendary array techniques. They were eager to witness his skills. Even the elder doctor was expectant. He was also curious to see how Lu Qing would engrave the arrays. Although he had seen a real array in Ligun Town, it was too mysterious. He was completely baffled by its intricacies. Being able to see Lu Qing engrave an array might allow him to discern some of its mysterious principles. With excitement, Ma Gu and the others had almost a sleepless night. Wei Ziyan even had a strange dream where he became a mythical being who could command the wind and the rain with a flick of his hand and fly up to the heavens, which was extraordinarily magical. So early the next morning, as Lu Qing woke up, he was followed by their gazes constantly fixed on him, whatever he did. Especially during breakfast, the gazes from Ma Gu and Wei Ziyan, filled with intense passion, made Lu Qing quite helpless. All right, once I finish this bowl of porridge, I'll start engraving the array, okay, Lu Qing sighed. No worries, you eat first, said Ma Gu and his disciple in unison. Their gazes, however, remained intense. Lu Qing sighed again, hurriedly finished the porridge in just a few bites, stood up and walked towards the carriage. Ma Gu and Wei Ziyan followed him closely, their curiosity almost making the elder doctor chuckle. Arriving at the carriage, Lu Qing took out a carving knife and a bottle of vermilion ink. The most basic arrays didn't demand much from the materials, just spiritual ink was sufficient, and this bottle of vermilion ink was one that Lu Qing had prepared earlier. Incidentally, the materials to make the spiritual ink had been collected by Wei Shanhai at his request. Originally, he intended to use it in the medicine field at the half-mountain small courtyard. However, the sudden decision to go to Central State meant the ink was left unused. He wondered how the 1,000-year-old ginseng in the medicine field at half-mountain small courtyard was doing now. Looking at the bottle of spiritual ink, an idea suddenly came to Lu Qing's mind. Initially, he had wanted to set up a small spirit-gathering array in the medicine field of the half-mountain small courtyard to nourish it. But now that the array hadn't been set up and they were not at home, it seemed that the 1,000-year-old ginseng might no longer be willing to stay quietly in the medicine field. With a gentle shake of his head, dismissing the distracting thoughts, Lu Qing opened the bottle of ink and took up the carving knife. He looked at the carriage, concentrating, waiting until his mind was completely calm. Then, as the divine soul power surged through his body, the carving knife moved on its own, gently dipping into the spiritual ink in the bottle and began to engrave on the body of the carriage. With the observations made the previous day, combined with the divine soul calculations, Lu Qing was already familiar with the structure of the carriage. Thus, the engraving of the array was relatively quick. The moment Lu Qing began moving, both Ma Gu and Wei Ziyan's eyes widened. Lu Qing held the engraving knife and drew mysterious arcs upon the carriage, carving one mysterious rune after another. Even more miraculous was that with each rune carved, a glow first appeared upon the rune, then slowly withdrew into the body of the carriage. The two had never seen such a bizarre sight as they watched. Not only their eyes, but also their mouths gradually widened. Only the elder doctor had a solemn expression, with divine soul power gently surging in the acupoint between his eyebrows, perceiving the implications revealed by Lu Qing's engraving of the array. This entire process of engraving by Lu Qing lasted over several hours. When he finished engraving the last array rune and connected it to the first rune, the entire carriage suddenly shone brightly, with mysterious red threads of runes appearing in the air before finally merging into the carriage. Once the glow had completely disappeared, the carriage returned to its original appearance. Aside from some additional patterns on its body, there seemed to be no other changes. However, Ma Gu and the others could feel that compared to before, the carriage now had a strange aura, becoming much more mysterious. Brother Lu Qing, is it done now? Ma Gu asked. Yes, I have carved a total of 3 arrays on the carriage. If all goes well, we should be able to reach Central State sooner, Lu Qing nodded. It wasn't that he didn't want to carve more arrays, but he couldn't. Although the Wei family had spent a fortune to build this carriage using many precious materials, those were still mere common materials that couldn't withstand too much array power. Moreover, he didn't have much spiritual ink left in his possession, and he needed to keep some for emergencies. Feeling the faintly fluctuating array power on the carriage, Lu Qing also felt quite satisfied. Although he had practiced before, this was actually the first time he had genuinely carved an array. He didn't expect to complete it so perfectly. The inheritance of the divine talisman sect was indeed formidable, Lu Qing marveled inwardly. Indeed, his ability to flawlessly and continuously carve 3 arrays without a single error was not because of sheer luck or extraordinary character. It was all because he possessed the divine soul talisman. Carving an array was not simply about engraving the array runes. During the engraving process, it was necessary to use the divine soul as the guide and the spiritual ink as the conductor. To form connections between each rune, only by connecting the beginning and the end forming a loop could it harness the mysterious powers between heaven and earth and transform into array power. During the engraving of the array, Lu Qing felt it. Through the divine soul talisman, he had a wonderful control over the array runes he carved. It was as if the divine soul talisman was the master, allowing him to handle those runes effortlessly and arrange them at will. The divine soul talisman truly is the foundation of the path of rune. Practice its control and enhancement effects on runes and talismans are stronger than I imagined. My understanding of it is still lacking. A sudden enlightenment emerged in Lu Qing's heart. However, he couldn't blame himself. The inheritance he received from the divine talisman sect was only randomly left behind by that mysterious entity who had constructed the Jade Cave. It wasn't the entirety of the divine talisman sect's inheritance. Other than the cultivation method of rune practice, there wasn't much information about other aspects. It was far less comprehensive and rich than the inheritance left on the Leaving Fire tripod. Therefore, regarding the divine soul talisman, apart from the cultivation technique, what else powers it specifically possessed? Lu Qing needed to slowly perceive and explore on his own. Not bad, it's quite good now. Lu Qing didn't feel regretful, but rather gladly embraced it. The path of cultivation sometimes needed a bit of surprise to be more enjoyable. Brother Lu Qing, since the array has been engraved, why don't we give it a try now? At this moment, Ma Gu looked at Lu Qing with anticipation. Lu Qing pondered for a moment and then nodded. All right, although the array is successfully carved, the actual effect still needs to be tested. Then I'll harness the carriage now. Hearing this, Ma Gu immediately rushed to lead the horses. Standing on a relatively flat stretch of road, and after Ma Gu had harnessed the horses to the carriage, he asked. The elder doctor, Wei Zion and Little Yan were standing by the roadside. Just drive it directly. The arrays on the carriage have been specially adjusted by me. Once it has entered operation, the power of the arrays will be automatically activated, Lu Qing said. Usually the carriage was mainly driven by Ma Gu, who lacked divine soul power and couldn't activate the arrays. Therefore, Lu Qing had set up the carriage's arrays to be self-activating. As soon as the carriage started moving, the arrays would initiate to protect the carriage. How miraculous, good, let me try it. Upon hearing this, Ma Gu grew even more expectant. He gently flicked the whip, and the two horses, which had become almost telepathically connected to Ma Gu after such a long time together, immediately set off lightly and trotted ahead. The moment they broke into a run, Ma Gu immediately felt a difference. The carriage, which had set out from Jialai village, had practically always been driven by him. One could say he knew it like the back of his hand, familiar beyond compare. But this time, once the carriage began moving, he felt its strangeness. The entire carriage became very light, almost floating above the road. An odd force also surged forth, enveloping the carriage and even the two steeds in front of it. The moment the carriage started moving, its speed soared, rushing far ahead with a whoosh. So fast, the elder doctor and the others were startled. The speed of the carriage was several times faster than their usual pace at full speed. Such rapidity almost caught Ma Gu unprepared, nearly crashing into the trees beside the road. Fortunately, Ma Gu, being a martial arts expert close to achieving perfection in the muscle-bone realm, had strong control skills and at the crucial moment, managed to keep the carriage in check, bringing it to a stop without capsizing. Even the two horses were startled, frequently looking back, seemingly puzzled as to why the carriage was so much lighter than usual. Ma Gu, are you all right? Lu Qing was slightly startled, though he knew that under the protection of the array, even if the carriage had really overturned, it wouldn't be much harm, but couldn't help asking. No harm, I just wasn't prepared, Ma Gu said, waving his hands, but his face flushed a little. Let me try again. Be careful then. Sitting upon the carriage, Ma Gu took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. This time he could not afford to lose face again. He flicked the whip. Hearing the sound, the two horses instinctively pranced and started running again. As the carriage moved, that odd force emerged again, enveloping both the horses and the carriage. The carriage's speed soared once more. This time, prepared mentally, Ma Gu quickly adapted and steadily controlled the carriage. To Lu Qing and the others, they saw Ma Gu driving the carriage, a breeze brushing by, rapidly disappearing around the bend in the road ahead. In a short while, he swiftly returned, finally stopping steadily in front of them. During the entire process, apart from the patter of the horses' hooves, there were surprisingly few other sounds. Even the noise of the carriage's wheels was almost inaudible. Brother Lu Qing, this carriage has become truly miraculous after your modifications. Ma Gu hopped down from the carriage, his face lit with excitement. Even the two horses snorted loudly, as if agreeing with him. Master, how does it feel driving the carriage after the engraving array? Wei Zion asked curiously. Extremely good. Ma Gu replied excitedly. You don't know, once the carriage starts running, there's a very magical force that wraps around the carriage and the horses, making them incredibly light and speedy. But throughout the ride, the carriage feels not the slightest jolt. It gives me the sensation of riding upon the wind, truly marvelous. I've engraved 3 arrays on the carriage. Lu Qing continued. The light spirit array, the breeze array, and the solidification array. The lightness and the sensation of riding the wind you felt must be the effects of the light spirit array and the breeze array. As for the solidification array, it's there to strengthen the carriage's durability and is difficult to discern. The light spirit array, breeze array, Ma Gu and his disciple muttered these 2 names softly, their eyes filled with wonder as they looked at Lu Qing. They could never have imagined that Lu Qing truly understood such miraculous techniques. The path of arrays, that's the stuff of fairy tales and legends, known only to immortals in stories, yet Lu Qing could wield such spells. Could it be that Lu Qing was an immortal descended to Earth? The thought involuntarily rose in the minds of both Ma Gu and his disciple. Especially considering all the extraordinary things Lu Qing had shown them, they felt this idea could very well be true. For a moment their gazes toward Lu Qing became odd. You too, don't look at me like that. Sensing the change in their gazes, Lu Qing could roughly guess their thoughts and couldn't help but laugh. I am no immortal. I simply have some knowledge of arrays, and coincidentally, with the changes in the world today, the power of arrays has been rekindled, allowing me to deploy them. The changes in heaven and earth. Ma Gu muttered these words and raised his head. Brother Lu Qing, I've always wanted to ask. I often hear you and the elder doctor talk about changes in heaven and earth. What exactly are these changes? Wei Zion also looked at Lu Qing. I thought you, Master Ma, would be able to hold back from asking, Lu Qing said with a smile. Well, it's about time I tell you. The so-called changes in heaven and earth, if our estimates are not wrong, actually refer to. Lu Qing roughly explained the resurgence of spiritual energy to Ma Gu and Wei Zion, leaving the master and disciple gaping in astonishment. Brother Lu Qing, do you mean to say that this thing called spiritual energy is gradually recovering, and that the magical abilities and techniques used by the legendary immortals are actually real? After a good while, Ma Gu finally collected his thoughts. More or less, actually tens of thousands of years ago, the immortal cultivation was truly in existence, but later, as the spiritual energy diminished, the path of immortal cultivation also gradually declined. Now that spiritual energy is recovering, I think it won't be long before various immortal cultivation techniques will reappear in the world. Ma Gu and his disciples' hearts were once again deeply stirred and could not calm down for a long time. Lu Qing, seeing the shock on their faces, did not continue speaking, letting them digest this news properly. After all, in an instant, the world had shifted from the realm of martial arts to that of the immortal Tao. Anyone would need time to accept such news. Dr. Lu Qing, the flying skill you said you would teach little Yan before, is that also true? Wei Zion suddenly asked. Little Yan immediately looked up at her brother. Correct, as long as little Yan diligently cultivates, it's not impossible for her to learn to fly eventually, Lu Qing nodded. Wei Zion's eyes immediately lit up. Then Dr. Lu Qing, can I also learn the flying skill? Wei Zion nodded vigorously. To fly with the wind, to roam the azure darkness, who wouldn't desire such an ability? It's not impossible, as long as you diligently cultivate. Once you break through to the innate realm in the future, I can also teach you, Lu Qing said directly. Wei Zion could indeed step into the innate realm. It would show that his talent was truly extraordinary. Passing him some immortal cultivation techniques was also not out of the question. Good, Dr. Lu Qing, I will work hard in my cultivation. With Lu Qing's promise, Wei Zion was overjoyed and spoke with sincerity. He was even more determined, silently swearing to devote himself to cultivation so he could step into the innate realm. Seeing this, Ma Gu felt very gratified in his heart. As for himself, he no longer had such extravagant hopes. He was very aware of his own talents. If he could one day step into the internal organ realm and touch the threshold of martial arts grandmaster, he would already be very content. The innate realm was something he did not even dare dream of. If Wei Zion could become an innate realm martial artist in the future, then as a master, he truly would have no more regrets. The elder doctor, watching this scene, merely smiled and did not interfere with Lu Qing's decision. Master, now that the array has been inscribed, do we head back or directly cross this Ma Guti? Lu Qing asked. The elder doctor thought for a while and finally said, let's head back. Since the speed of the carriage has improved so much, even if we take a longer route, it should not delay our journey. This Ma Guti is still too unsuitable for carriage travel. Before seeing it with his own eyes, the elder doctor did not expect the terrain of Ma Guti to be so treacherous. Looking at those narrow mountain roads, even if the carriage was enhanced by Lu Qing's array, passing through them would likely be difficult. Not to mention, the numerous deep mountains could also give rise to poisonous fog and poisonous insects, adding danger. If it were any other time, the elder doctor would have been interested in exploring. But now their most important goal was to hurry to Central State, and it was not appropriate to diverge from their path. All right, then let's do as you say, Master. Lu Qing nodded. Actually, he also preferred to go back. After making the decision, everyone immediately started packing their things, preparing to leave. Once they were all seated in the carriage, except for Lu Qing, the others all had a look of anticipation on their faces. Elder Doctor, brace yourselves. Seated at the front of the carriage, Ma Gu called out and the whip cracked. The two tall horses in front neighed a few times and, excited, raised their hooves high, galloping forward. As the carriage started moving, a strange force emerged from the array on the body of the carriage, enveloping everything, including the horses, wrapping around the entire carriage and causing its speed to suddenly increase dramatically, quickly moving forward. The sudden increase in speed made everyone in the carriage feel a strong pull backward. Lu Qing and the Elder Doctor were fine. With their cultivation, they naturally wouldn't be overcome by such a situation. Like mountains, they sat steadily in place. On the other hand, little Yan and Wei Zion didn't possess such ability, and they were about to fly toward the back of the carriage. But just then, a gentle stream of air arose out of thin air inside the carriage, gently supporting the bodies of the two and securing them in place, preventing them from being thrown from their original positions. Dr. Lu Qing, what is this? Feeling the invisible airflow lightly supporting his body, Wei Zion asked in surprise. This is the effect of the breeze array, Lu Qing explained with a smile. Breeze array, as the name suggests, is an array that can control the flow of the breeze. Not only can it use the power of the wind to increase the speed of our carriage, but it also constantly protects everyone inside the carriage, ensuring you're not injured by sudden changes. So that's how it is. The way of array truly is miraculous, exclaimed Wei Zion. At the same time, having personally experienced the array's wonders, he was even more determined to diligently cultivate. As long as he could step into the innate realm in the future, he too could learn such miraculous techniques. Hearing Wei Zion's praise, Lu Qing smiled to himself. If it were a breeze array set up by an ordinary cultivator, it naturally wouldn't have so many variations. After all, at the end of the day, the breeze array is just a primary formation. However, the breeze array, modified through his calculations, was different. Or rather, the three primary formations he had personally engraved on the carriage had undergone notable changes from those recorded in the Li Hu sect's inheritance, subtly surpassing the realm of primary formations. Lu Qing also realized that with the enhancement of the Divine Soul Talisman, the arrays he engraved were not only perfect, but also had additional meaning infused into them, making them much more powerful. It was as if the arrays had gained a hint of spiritual nature, no longer rigid but much more flexible. Is this the true might of Divine Talisman sect's inheritance? After forming the Divine Soul Talisman, whether setting up arrays or condensing magic talismans, the power is far stronger than that of an average cultivator. Lu Qing pondered silently to himself. He had wondered before. The rune path practice passed down by the Seal sect was so difficult to master that just reaching the entry level was infinitely harder than the usual methods of immortal cultivation. Yet likewise, other cultivators could also set up arrays and use the power of runes. In that case, wouldn't the Seal sect's method be superfluous? Now he understood that the true wonder of the Seal sect's inheritance lay in the condensation of the Divine Soul Talisman. Only those with a Divine Soul Talisman were true rune practitioners. The power of runes they could wield was much stronger than that of regular cultivators. With the boost from the power of the formation, and under Ma Gu's guidance, the carriage traveled swiftly on the road. If someone were observing from the outside, they'd be amazed to find that the carriage carrying Lu Qing and his company was enveloped by a stream of Azure energy, speeding along in an extraordinary fashion. Before long, they returned to Yunju and arrived outside the small village where they had stayed the previous day. But this time, Lu Qing and the others didn't stop. After determining their direction, they chose a different route and quickly departed. In this manner, the carriage sped along, and by the time it grew dark, Lu Qing and his companions had already left Yunju and entered another large state. Brother Lu Qing, this carriage, blessed by the array, is truly miraculous, Ma Gu exclaimed as they stopped to rest in a forest at dusk. I estimate we've covered at least 1,000 miles today. Indeed, it was a true embodiment of traveling 1,000 miles in one day. Previously, he had heard of the legendary Fergana horses that could cover 1,000 miles in a day. Yet, he never imagined that one day, the carriage he drove would also be capable of such wonders. Most importantly, after running all day, the two horses pulling the carriage were not exhausted at all. They were still leisurely nibbling on the grass by the roadside. It was evident that the stress the horses endured from the day's running wasn't significant. Even for them, because of the array's presence, the carriage, even when passing over rough terrain, wasn't bumpy at all. After a full day, everyone felt much less travel-weary than usual. That's nothing, Lu Qing said with a smile. Legend has it that in the ancient times, cultivators who crafted immortal treasures and flying boats could truly control the wind to fly, entering the azure darkness in an instant and covering thousands of miles in a blink. That kind of speed is what truly deserves to be called an immortal treasure. Although Lu Qing had inscribed 3 arrays on the carriage, giving it extraordinary powers akin to a magical treasure, strictly speaking, because of the material itself, it wasn't considered a magical treasure, nor even a magic artifact. It merely possessed some traits of a magical treasure. Compared to real magical treasures and artifacts, it was still significantly inferior. Controlling the wind, entering the azure darkness, traveling thousands of miles in an instant, hearing Lu Qing's description, not only Ma Gu and the others felt amazed, but even the elder doctor felt enchanted. They couldn't help but imagine what a liberating and exhilarating scene that would be. After fantasizing for a while, they began preparing to set up tents and make dinner. "Brother, why hasn't little Li woken up yet?" When Lu Qing finished preparing dinner and called everyone to eat, little Yan, holding little Li, asked worriedly. Since eating the beast's spirit fruit, little Li had been in a deep slumber, not even waking up for meals. Normally, at mealtimes, it would always beg Lu Qing for small dried fish, but for the past 2 days it had been sleeping continuously, with no signs of waking, which made little Yan quite concerned. Lu Qing took little Lei, who was still sound asleep. He sensed with his divine soul power and activated his superpower to check. "It's all right," he told little Yan. "Little Li is still digesting the medicinal power. It should wake up in another 2 or 3 days. Another 2 or 3 days, huh?" Hearing that little Li was fine, little Yan felt relieved but was slightly melancholic. These 2 days without little Lei, she had missed having someone to play chess with. "Don't worry. Once little Li wakes up, it can play with you again." Lu Qing went over to the carriage and gently placed little Li in its small nest on the vehicle. Truthfully, he hadn't expected little Li to sleep this long, but just now, through divine soul sensing, he could feel a strong energy lurking within little Li. The information explored by his superpower indicated that it was undergoing a crucial transformation. It seemed that the beast's spirit fruit had a significant effect on little Li. Otherwise, the transformation wouldn't have lasted this long. He also wondered what level of strength little Li would reach after this transformation. Lu Qing was highly anticipative. Before eating the beast's spirit fruit, little Li's strength was already enough to easily slay those in the inner organ realm. Even martial arts grandmasters stood no chance against its invisibility talent. One could say that unless it was an anomaly like Lu Qing, little Li was almost invincible within the postnatal realm. So Lu Qing was very much looking forward to the changes in little Li when it woke up. With such expectancy, in the following days while traveling, Lu Qing continuously monitored little Li's condition. He then discovered that the energy inside little Li was growing stronger, and its black fur, akin to flames, was becoming deeper. Finally, on the evening of the 3rd day, while they were having dinner, a figure suddenly sprang out from the carriage and appeared in front of Lu Qing in an instant, its large eyes misty, looking pitifully at him. Lu Qing's hand holding the bowl paused. "Little Li, you're awake." He was startled since he had not sensed little Li's awakening at all. Even the action of it darting out had been without any premonition, catching him slightly off guard. The elder doctor's face also showed a trace of shock. Like Lu Qing, he hadn't noticed little Li's movements in advance. More importantly, he sensed a dangerous aura from little Lei. It indicated that little Li could now pose a threat to him to some extent. "Little Li, you're awake." Little Yan was immensely happy. If not for holding the bowl, she would have rushed to hug it. Little Li nodded, its eyes still showing a sense of grievance, tugging at Lu Qing's clothes with its little paw. "Are you hungry? Do you want some food?" Having been with little Li for such a long time, Lu Qing understood its gesture immediately. Little Li nodded again. "I'll get you some dried fish." Lu Qing immediately walked to the carriage, quickly brought out a big basin of dried fish and handed it to little Li. At sight of the dried fish, little Li's eyes sparkled, and it pounced on them, devouring them hungrily. It seemed that those few days of deep slumber had truly let it become famished. Lu Qing didn't disturb it, but quietly activated his superpower and looked towards little Li. He saw a dense golden superpower light emerge from little Li. Black Knight Spiritual Fox, innate level spiritual beast, juvenile, female. Extremely fast, claws sharp enough to shatter stones and cleave gold, can cut through everything. Due to the refinement of the beast's spirit fruit, the bloodlines inside have evolved and transformed, becoming an innate level spiritual beast, activating its bloodline inheritance. After the bloodline transformation, its innate ability also transformed into a divine skill, allowing its fur to twist space, completely meld into darkness, and conceal all traces. Legend has it that Black Knight spiritual foxes are extremely fond of eating fish. Yet they naturally detest water and can only longingly sigh at fish. After reading through little Li's information, Lu Qing was immensely surprised. Indeed, after refining the beast's spirit fruit, little Li had undergone a significant transformation. It had now become an innate level spiritual beast. Not just that, its innate ability had also transformed. Lu Qing remembered that previously, little Li's talent was merely a skill, able to twist light and conceal its tracks. However, against innate realm experts, it still couldn't evade their divine soul sensing. But now, the information from the superpower inspection showed that little Li's talent had transformed into a divine skill. It was no longer just twisting light, but directly twisting space, residing in darkness, and completely hiding all of its traces. No wonder he hadn't been able to detect little Li's movement, just now its talent had undergone such significant transformation. Now this little fellow was to become a true nocturnal assassin. Being able to twist space, such a fearsome talent means that once hidden, probably even a martial artist of the perfect, innate realm might not be able to discover little Li's tracks. Also, the information mentioned that little Li had activated its bloodline inheritance, so it looks like it's time to ask it what exactly happened. Because it involved little Li's secret, Lu Qing didn't ask in front of everyone about this transformation. Not until the next morning did he take little Li to a valley. Little Li, after refining the beast's spirit fruit, did you feel anything different about your body? Little Li tilted its head to think. Then suddenly its fur surged, and right under Lu Qing's eyes, it slowly vanished. Is this your newly transformed innate divine ability? From the acupoint between Lu Qing's eyebrows, divine soul power surged. Then he realized that he truly couldn't sense little Li's presence. Everything around was utterly calm, showing no abnormalities. If he hadn't personally watched little Li disappear, he would have never imagined that a unique spiritual beast would be lurking nearby. Suddenly, Lu Qing felt a slight vibration in the space. If his divine soul power wasn't immensely strong and out of the ordinary, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. Soon after, he felt a slight weight on his shoulder and turned his head to see little Li standing on his shoulder, looking at him expectantly, as if waiting for his praise. Lu Qing naturally didn't stint his admiration. Really amazing, little Li, after your talent transformation, even innate realm martial artists would have difficulty finding your tracks. Little Li's head immediately perked up, its front paws crossed on its waist, looking quite triumphant. Seeing its anthropomorphic gesture, Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh. He tapped its head lightly. You're becoming more and more like little Yan. Little Yan's usual demeanor was just like little Li's now, hands on hips, full of airs. The two little fellows spent all their days together, even their behaviors becoming alike. Right, little Li, aside from your talent becoming more powerful, have you felt any other strange changes? Little Li cocked its head, thinking again. After a while, its eyes lit up, and it started waving its little paws at Lu Qing, making gestures. However, this time the message it wanted to convey was too complicated, even for Lu Qing to completely understand immediately. You're saying suddenly there's something extra in your mind. What is it? Lu Qing deciphered little Li's gestures, asking slowly. Little Li seemed to feel that such communication was too cumbersome, so it simply jumped off Lu Qing's shoulder. Coming to a stone, it swept its paw and sliced off a strip of stone. It then grasped the stone strip and began to write on the sandy ground of the valley. I forgot, little Li, that you know how to read. Lu Qing chuckled and also felt foolish as he bent over to look at the ground. Because it seldom practiced writing, the characters little Li wrote were not very appealing, quite immature, but fortunately they were still recognizable. Lu Qing watched for a while, his face gradually showing surprise. Little Li, do you mean to say that some peculiar things suddenly appeared in your mind, somewhat like the cultivation techniques I taught little Yan? Little Li nodded and continued writing on the sandy ground. And you feel that the techniques appearing in your mind are very close to you and greatly beneficial. Little Li nodded again, the stone strip in its paw moving once more. You're asking me what to do. Lu Qing thought for a moment and asked little Li, can you write down the techniques from your mind? Little Li shook its head. Lu Qing thought so too. The cultivation legacy in little Li's mind originated from its bloodline and probably could not be simply described with text. Unfortunately, it might be related to little Li not having learned the techniques before. He had activated his superpower, but he hadn't seen any prompt for downloading simulation of the techniques. Otherwise, he could have used his own superpower to help little Li analyze whether there were any issues with those legacies. However, after pondering for a moment, Lu Qing still said, since the techniques appeared after your bloodline transformation, evidently it should be an inheritance from your bloodline. Little Li, you should follow and practice it. There should be no problem. You might as well try cultivating it. Little Li's eyes sparkled faintly. Although it felt the techniques in its mind were very familiar, they had appeared in its mind out of nowhere, and it was still a bit scared. Now that Lu Qing said so, it suddenly felt much more at ease. Being a companion who had fought side by side with Lu Qing on numerous occasions, little Li knew very well how powerful Lu Qing was. Since he said there was no problem, it could cultivate with peace of mind. Little Li, you go ahead and start cultivating, and if there really are any issues, I will timely remind you of them. Lu Qing figured, once little Li learned the techniques in its mind, perhaps he too could download and simulate them. Then he would naturally know the mysteries of that technique. Even, it might also explore the origins of little Li. Regarding little Li's origins, Lu Qing had always been somewhat concerned, especially since this time, after little Li's bloodline transformation, the divine abilities it gained made Lu Qing feel its extraordinary heritage. Unfortunately, little Li had no idea how it had ended up in the mountains behind Xyrui village. It also had no memory of anything before it awoke. This made it difficult for Lu Qing to investigate, but little Li's activation of its own bloodline inheritance had given him a glimmer of hope. Lu Qing intuitively felt that little Li's extraordinary heritage might involve some ancient secret events. Of course, these matters were currently just guesses from Lu Qing, so he had temporarily not mentioned them to little Li. Following that, he again tested little Li's strength. He discovered that after advancing to the innate level as a spiritual beast, its abilities had transformed into divine skills. Since little Li could scratch it, it implied that even a divine weapon, if scratched by it a few times, could potentially be ruined. It was simply terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the valley, little Li's figure was flashing around Lu Qing. From time to time, she would swipe a claw at him, tearing the air and forming streaks of chi blades that attacked Lu Qing. Lu Qing, holding 1,000 refinement treasure sword in hand, would slightly flick his wrist and effortlessly shatter those wind blades. Yes, Lu Qing was sparring with little Li. At the same time, to test the upper limits of little Li's strength, he allowed her to attack freely without worrying about him getting hurt. However, it seemed that the little guy was still not letting go enough. Little Li, with just these wind blades, you can't do anything to me. Come on, show me some real skill, Lu Qing said with a smile. Whoosh. As soon as his words ended, little Li's silhouette suddenly appeared to Lu Qing's left, her claws sweeping across with a few cold flashes, causing Lu Qing's skin to feel a tingling pain. It looked like little Li's claws were about to slash Lu Qing. At the critical moment, the long sword in Lu Qing's hands drew a mysterious trajectory, overtaking later moves. With earlier ones it narrowly and perilously blocked in front of little Li's claws. Swish. As expected, the 1,000 refinement level treasure sword in Lu Qing's hand was cut in half by little Li's incomparably sharp claws. With this slight delay, Lu Qing had already executed his movement technique, gracefully retreating backward. However, just as he thought he had escaped little Li's attack range, he saw little Li's form flicker once again and disappear into thin air. When she reappeared, she was already within less than a foot in front of him. Then she lightly slashed across his neck, cutting off a strand of his hair before retreating backward to stand on a large tree branch, no longer attacking. Amazing. Lu Qing caught the falling strand of hair and couldn't help but praise. Little Li's speed was indeed astonishing. Paired with that mystifying and elusive innate divine ability, even he would not be a match for her without using his trump card. Ow! Little Li let out a light call, holding her head high and puffing out her chest, looking quite pleased with herself. You, Lu Qing shook his head and chuckled, but little Li, even though your speed and claws are impressive, they are not invincible. There are strange skills and techniques in this world that can restrain you. You mustn't become too arrogant or careless. Little Li looked at Lu Qing skeptically, as if she didn't quite believe his words. You don't believe me? All right, then attack me one more time, Lu Qing said with a smile on his face. Whoosh. Little Li disappeared once again, entering her invisibility state and pounced at Lu Qing. Lu Qing's smile remained, but as little Li vanished, a yellow light flickered around his body. The next moment, a claw appeared in front of him, slashing towards his shoulder. But as soon as it emerged, it was frozen in midair, totally unable to advance further. Following that, little Li's silhouette also gradually appeared, suspended in midair. Her eyes were filled with shock and confusion. She seemed not to understand how Lu Qing managed to catch her. See, Lu Qing tapped on little Li's head. Though your speed is fast, your strength is somewhat lacking, only about the same as the most ordinary initial innate realm. If you encounter a truly formidable innate realm expert, like someone who has an abnormal technique like me, or like our master who has comprehended an innate domain, as long as they set up a chi field domain around themselves in advance, they can still stand up to you and even capture you. Your claws might be unmatched in sharpness, capable of cutting through anything, but they have yet to reach a level of ferocity that can tear through such an invisible field at will. Lu Qing withdrew the primordial magnetic field surrounding him, allowing little Li's body to gently fall down, her eyes reflecting a thoughtful look. Seeing this, Lu Qing did not disturb her. Though little Li's spiritual wisdom was high, her mind was simple and her experience in battle was not rich. This lesson was a small warning, so she wouldn't get carried away by her increased strength. After all, the world was undergoing changes now. Who knew what kind of devilish creatures would appear in the future? A necessary sense of vigilance was still needed. After little Li thought for a while, she suddenly lifted her head and tugged at Lu Qing's trouser leg. Lu Qing understood the meaning in her eyes. You want to spar with me more in the future to practice your combat skills. Little Li nodded. All right, your innate divine ability is indeed very impressive. If you could use it well, my primordial magnetic field might not be able to contain you. Lu Qing agreed readily, and at the same time he encouraged little Li quite a bit. However, his words were not just to comfort little Li. Little Li's innate divine ability truly had boundless potential to be tapped into. After all, it was a divine ability that involved space, and in Lu Qing's understanding, anything related to space was far from simple. Hearing Lu Qing's encouragement, little Li, who had just taken a small setback, felt much better, immediately jumping onto his shoulder. All right, let's go back. Father Ma should have finished preparing breakfast by now. After eating, we need to get on the road. As he walked with little Li towards where the carriage was parked, Lu Qing pondered. After sparring with Little Li, he had a good sense of her current strength. Since advancing to an innate level spiritual beast, Little Li had gained a tremendous boost in power. Whether it was speed or the sharpness of her claws, both had significantly increased. Especially the transformation of her innate divine ability, which was extremely mysterious. When she used it, ordinary innate realm beings simply couldn't detect Little Li's movements. It was only because he, possessing the Divine Soul Talisman and an extremely strong Divine Soul sensing ability, as well as having the Earth Spirit Perlin exotic treasure to protect his Divine Soul could, he barely sensed the spatial fluctuations caused by Little Li's movements. Otherwise, even an expert who reached the great success of the innate realm would likely find it difficult to see through Little Li's divine skills. It could be said that as long as Little Li properly utilized its innate divine ability, it would become the most fearsome assassin in the world. Even a peak expert who reached the great success of the innate realm, if they had not comprehended the innate domain, might not be able to evade Little Li's sneak attacks. Thus, in the following days, he would need to properly devote some effort to help Little Li learn how to use its innate divine ability. When Lu Qing returned to the forest with Little Li, Ma Gu had just finished preparing breakfast. And Little Yan had just completed her breathing skill practice and was gathering her energy. After eating breakfast, the group tidied up and set off once again. They were now in a vast and unfamiliar state called Hong State. Crossing one more state would take them officially into Central State. According to the map they had and the speed of their carriage, they surmised it would take at most another 3 days to reach the edge of Central State. With Little Li awake, everyone's hearts were lightened, and they started to travel with all their focus. Along the way, they hardly made any contact with other people. Even their lodging was chosen in the wilderness due to the special nature of the carriage, and they did not enter any cities or towns. However, they were still traveling on official roads, so of course, they could not avoid encountering other travelers. In such cases, Ma Gu would often crack his whip, and with a swirl of green energy, the carriage would go even faster, instantly overtaking them. Those who witnessed this scene were invariably dumbfounded. Because of this, a legend of a wind-controlling divine car began to spread wherever Lu Qing and his party passed. Naturally, Lu Qing and his companions were completely unaware of what was happening behind them. That day, after pushing on continuously, they finally stopped and stared blankly at the scene in front of them. They saw a magnificent mountain range in the distance, towering into the clouds like a great dragon lying on the earth. From the top of the mountains, cascading waterfalls hung, falling down and creating a truly magnificent sight. "Master, is that Central State?" Wei Ziyan asked, his mouth agape in awe at the sight of the enormous mountain range twisting and turning before them. "How would I know?" "I've never been to Central State," Ma Gu murmured with equal shock. He had merely driven the carriage along official roads in the direction indicated by the map. Who could have imagined that such a heart-stirring landscape would unfold before them? This must be the border of Central State, the elder doctor said softly, breathing a sigh of relief. In his youth, he too had dreamed of traveling and making his mark on Central State. Yet due to various reasons, he never managed to fulfill that wish. Now in his old age, he had unexpectedly arrived at Central State. Lu Qing, looking at the huge mountain range ahead, was also somewhat moved in his heart and spirit. This range was much more majestic than the 10,000 great mountains behind Jiulai village. Standing there, Lu Qing could feel the spiritual energy of the surrounding world was much denser than in any state they had passed through before. Indeed, this is the most prosperous place in the world, the land where outstanding people gather. It's no wonder. We haven't even officially entered Central State yet, just being close by, the density of the spiritual energy is almost double. He reflected with some astonishment. Imagining just how rich the spiritual energy must be at the core of Central State filled Lu Qing with wonder. He felt somewhat fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, his master had a premonition and decided to come to Central State. Otherwise, without experiencing it firsthand, how could he have imagined the spiritual energy here to be this dense? Compared to the spiritual energy in the states they had previously passed through, those were practically barren. With such rich nourishment of nature's spiritual energy, it was inevitable that unimaginably exceptional talents and heavenly materials and earthly treasures would be born. The supreme martial artists living there would surely make leaps and bounds in their cultivation. If they had not come this time in a few days, they might have completely failed to keep up with the world's awakening pace and remained ignorant of the wider world. Thus they stood on the road, beholding the majestic mountain range in the distance, savoring the imposing aura and artistic conception within. Ultimately, it was Lu Qing who recovered his senses first. "Master, now that we have seen this colossal mountain range, according to the map, we should have already arrived at Azure Dragon Pass. If we move forward, we can reach Azure Dragon City," Lu Qing said. The map in their hands had been given to them by Wei Shanhai. Wei Shanhai in his youth had traveled the world and ventured through Central State, naturally possessing the corresponding maps. However, Lu Qing had not expected that one of the checkpoints into Central State marked on the map, Azure Dragon Pass, would be so imposing and awe-inspiring. Then let's continue forward and enter Azure Dragon City as soon as possible, the Elder Doctor nodded. Thus, everyone once again boarded the carriage and set off. The saying, "A watched pot never boils," described the mountain of Azure Dragon Pass perfectly. It seemed close to the eye, but was in fact 100 miles away from them. Even with the speed of the carriage, which had an array engraved on it, it took a full half-hour before they could faintly see the base of the mountain range. At the same time, they also saw the enormous city below the mountain range. "That must be Azure Dragon City," Ma Gu slowed down the speed, Lu Qing said upon sighting the city. At the same time, with a thought, he stopped the operation of the array on the carriage. The array on the carriage, personally inscribed by him, although he had set it up to be self-activating if he wanted to control it, naturally it would stop with just a thought. The array formation car was peculiar and possessed extraordinary features. As a gateway city into Central State, Azure Dragon City was bound to be full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, housing many masters. Not yet clear about the situation inside, they should keep a low profile. After stopping the array, the carriage suddenly became much heavier. The two horses became somewhat unaccustomed and snorted repeatedly. Fortunately, Ma Gu had already slowed down the speed, so they were merely starting to become restless, but they eventually calmed down and trotted forward slowly. Rumble, rumble. As they approached within a few miles of Azure Dragon City, Lu Qing and the others heard a faint rumbling sound. Lifting the carriage's curtain, a fresh and moist mist hit their faces. It was the sound of the waterfalls they had seen from afar, crashing down from the mountain range, which resembled an ancient dragon. Beneath the feet of this colossal mountain range, there's actually a surging river, winding its way forward, Lu Qing surmised, hearing the sound of the water. Peering through the window of the carriage, as they gradually neared Azure Dragon City, the divine soul power within the energy center of his brow stirred faintly. He could feel that inside Azure Dragon City, there were many potent auras. Some of the auras were even on par with the two supreme elders of the Flowing Cloud sect. As for whether there were even more powerful beings, that was something he could not ascertain. Experts of the innate realm, once their cultivation reached a certain level, could hide their auras perfectly, just like his master, who had comprehended the innate domain and could perfectly conceal his presence. Even with Lu Qing's divine soul sensing alone, it was very difficult to detect the innate essence on his master. Azure Dragon City was so magnificent, even more imposing than any state mansion city he had seen. It was difficult to guarantee there weren't similar experts residing within. The carriage slowly advanced, and before long they finally arrived at the front of Azure Dragon City. "Is this Azure Dragon City?" Lu Qing and the others dismounted from the carriage. Looking up at the grand city gates, the three dragon and phoenix flying engraved characters exuded a forceful and domineering aura. A shiver went through Lu Qing's heart. He could tell that the one who had carved these three characters was an absolute master, at least much stronger than any martial artist he had ever seen. Perhaps even his current master would be somewhat inferior in comparison. Curious, he couldn't help but activate his superpower, looking closely at the three characters. As Lu Qing focused his gaze upon the characters, Azure Dragon City on the city gate, soon a rather dense golden superpower light emerged from the characters. Several strands of information floated up. Golden, Lu Qing was slightly startled and looked towards those strands of information. Martial Saint inscription. These three characters are personally written by a martial artist at the level of perfect innate realm, with graceful calligraphy and an extraordinary momentum. Containing the will of martial arts, it can remain undispersed for hundreds of years. There are rumors in the world that within these three characters, the legacy of that supreme martial arts expert is hidden, yet for hundreds of years, no one has been able to unravel the mystery and gain the legacy. Discovery of a cultivation technique do you wish to download, so it really contains a legacy. Lu Qing was somewhat surprised. He had only felt that these characters held a different implication and had a slight suspicion in his heart, but he didn't expect that there indeed was a cultivation technique legacy hidden within. And judging by the description, the origins of this legacy seemed quite significant. After all, not just anyone could assume the title of martial saint. Seeing that many people were lined up at the city gate, waiting to enter the city, and it would take some time before it was their turn. He didn't hesitate for long and immediately chose to download the cultivation technique. Downloading in progress. Current progress 1, 2, 398, 99, 100. Download complete. Do you wish to simulate? Lu Qing chose to simulate. Simulation in progress. Current progress 1, 2, 398, 99, 100. Simulation complete. Do you wish to learn? This time, however, Lu Qing did not choose to learn directly. Because it had taken him more than a moment to download and simulate the cultivation technique, and the line had gradually moved forward, it was almost their turn. These inscriptions on the city gate are quite extraordinary. At this time, the elder doctor also expressed his admiration. Master, did you notice as well? Lu Qing was not too surprised with his master's talent. It would have been strange if he had not sensed the oddity of those three characters. These three characters on the city gate seem to contain the sword Dao will of a powerful martial artist. Unfortunately, as your teacher, after contemplating briefly, I've only been able to understand 4 or 5 parts. The elder doctor sighed a bit. Just now, after pondering the inscription on the city gate for a while, he felt that the sword Dao hidden within it was quite beneficial to him. Central State is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, brimming with talented individuals. They haven't properly entered Central State yet, and just the inscription on a checkpoint city gate is enough to bring about an epiphany. One can imagine how much more the true land of Central State, teeming with geographically auspicious places and numerous masters, might be. Figured out 4 or 5 parts, Lu Qing was somewhat speechless. His master's martial arts talent and perception were indeed very strong. In the city gate inscriptions was the understanding left behind by a martial artist at the pinnacle of innate perfection. His master was actually able to grasp 4 or 5 parts of its essence in such a short time, truly impressive. Where do you come from? Do you have a travel permit? And how many people are entering the city? Just as Lu Qing was marveling at his master's subtle amazement, a rough voice sounded. Lu Qing turned his head to look and saw 2 soldiers clad in armor and holding long halberds standing in front of the city gate. The one on the right was the one doing the shouting. Lu Qing's heart stirred slightly. This Azure Dragon City was indeed extraordinary. Even the 2 city guards who watched the gate both had cultivations at the muscle bone realm. One of them, with his chi blood in harmony, had even reached the perfect bone marrow realm. City guards, sir, we are from Kang State. And there are 5 of us entering the city. Ma Gu approached with a smile and handed over a small booklet. The so-called travel permit was essentially something that could prove their identities and origins. It was not very useful normally, but at important checkpoints like Azure Dragon Pass, it was still necessary, unless they could cross the vast mountain range themselves and enter Central State without passing through Azure Dragon Pass. The travel permits of Lu Qing and his group had been arranged by the Wei family, and of course there were no issues. The city guard merely glanced over it and then closed it. The travel permits are fine. 5 people, 1 silver ingot per person for the city entry fee, and you have to count the horse carriage too, making it a total of 6 silver ingots. After you've paid, you may enter the city. 1 silver ingot per person. Upon hearing this number, Ma Gu's heart gave a slight jump. However, after noticing the others waiting to enter the city, and seeing that they did not show any unusual reactions, he knew that this entry fee should be normal rather than harassment targeted at them. With some reassurance, Ma Gu approached with a smile and took out a money bag to hand over. Yes, here are the 6 silver ingots, please have a look, sirs. The guard weighed the money bag. His brow quirked initially, but upon opening it and seeing the small silver ingot inside, he smiled. He waved them through. Not bad, good eye. Hurry up and enter. If anyone gives you trouble, just say that old Hu-san has got your back. Ma Gu's face showed happiness as he thanked him repeatedly before returning to the carriage and leading it forward. As the carriage passed through the city gate, the other city guard, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. That young man there. I noticed you seemed quite interested in those 3 characters above the gate earlier. Lu Qing was taken aback, turned his head to look, and seeing the guard was looking at him, after a moment's thought, he smiled and said, I have always had an appreciation for calligraphy. Seeing those lofty Azure Dragon City characters above, so magnanimous and seemingly not the work of an ordinary man, I couldn't help but be drawn to them for a moment of observation. City guard, sir, I hope I haven't breached any taboo. You haven't breached any taboo. The talking city guard was a young man with a respectable appearance. However, I see that you too seem to be a person of martial arts training, so I would like to sincerely advise you. The inscriptions on this city gate contain a special meaning, but that meaning has some sinister elements. If you happen to comprehend something from it, believe me, don't practice it. Otherwise, if you fall into madness, become plagued by a heart demon, and see your cultivation regress instead of progress, regret will come too late. Lu Qing was taken aback, but the armored youth's face was serious, and he seemed to be speaking the truth. Once Lu Qing and his companions had entered the city and their figures were out of sight, the armored youth resumed his indifferent demeanor and became aloof once again. However, old Hu, a bystander, got excited. Second young Master Jai, why did you specifically warn that young man not to try to decipher the inscriptions on the city gate? You don't think that that kid could actually unveil the secrets of the inscriptions, do you? Who knows? I just noticed he seemed quite engrossed in those few characters, so I just gave him a reminder. Besides, didn't they give us extra silver? Right. Old Hu took out the purse given earlier by Ma Gu and poured out a stout silver ingot. Second young Master Jai, this silver is for those who see it. Let's split it half and half between you and me. 20 taels. The armored youth was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect those people to be so generous. Seeing Old Hu about to crack open the silver ingot, the armored youth waved his hand. Forget it, I don't need my share. Keep it for yourself. Didn't you say you wanted to send your daughter to the Xuanxin sect to study? It can't be done without money. Old Hu, upon hearing this, didn't refuse and casually tucked the silver ingot back into his chest, as if the earlier act was merely a formality. The armored youth, noting this, tugged at the corner of his mouth. While you take the money, don't swallow what belongs to the city lord mansion otherwise. Even I won't be able to keep you safe. Don't worry, second young Master Jai. Old Hu patted his chest. I, Old Hu, always keep clear accounts. I strictly separate public and private funds and never embezzle public money. With these words, he felt around in his chest and took out another handful of broken silver pieces, counted a few, and placed them into an iron box beside him. Seeing this, the armored youth just shook his head and stopped paying attention to this old slickster, allowing his mind to wander once more. Old Hu cared even less, although he didn't know why such a distinguished individual as the second young Master Jai would bother to watch over the city gate with him. But as long as it didn't hinder his money-making, and even occasionally provided him with cover, why wouldn't he be pleased? Just another 100 taels, and I'll have enough silver to send Xiao Lion to study at the Xuanxin sect. Old Hu fondled the silver ingot in his chest, feeling delighted. That's interesting. Lu Qing, who had already entered the city, sensed the events at the city gate, and a trace of amusement appeared in his eyes as he withdrew his divine soul power. It seems the armored youth indeed intended well when he warned him. However, were the implications contained within those 3 inscriptions on the city gate truly so terrifying? Why didn't he feel it? A trace of doubt arose in Lu Qing's mind. Earlier, when he saw the 3 inscriptions, he only felt that their artistic conception was quite extraordinary, but he didn't sense any danger. Moreover, his master had also pondered over them and hadn't mentioned anything amiss. Could it be that there's some mystery in the inheritance of the inscriptions? It seems, after settling down, I need to ponder this. Lu Qing thought it over and made a decision. Wow, what a huge city. Just then, Little Yan's surprised voice suddenly rang out. Lu Qing turned his head to look. The little fellow had already dismounted the carriage and was holding little Lei, with both her mouth and eyes wide open, astonished at the scene ahead. On the other side, Ma Gu and Wei Ziyan looked similarly, all widening their eyes at the bustling spectacle before them. They saw right in front of them a street that was dozens of feet wide, with people of all kinds, along with horse-drawn carriages and donkey carts flowing ceaselessly. The sounds of vehicles, hawkers, and shouts mingled together. Just this main thoroughfare alone presented a scene more grandiose and bustling than any large city Lu Qing and his companions had ever seen before. Not to mention, the rough-style tall houses built with giant stones on both sides of the street were something rarely seen by Lu Qing and his companions. Truly worthy of the fame of Azure Dragon Pass, who knows just how spectacular the other 3 pass cities must be. Lu Qing couldn't help but marvel. People from other regions of the world, wishing to enter Central State normally, would take one of the 4 pass cities. These 4 pass cities were all named after legendary divine beasts. Lu Qing and the others had taken the Eastern Azure Dragon Pass. Of course, while there were 4 pass cities, it didn't mean that to enter Central State, one must pass through the pass cities. However, taking other routes into Central State was far more complex. Usually only those who didn't want their identities or movements known, and who were exceptional martial artists, would choose to do so. Ordinary people would prefer to spend some money and take the safe route through the pass cities. Master, what should we do next? Find a place to stay first or? Lu Qing asked. The elder doctor pondered a moment and said, let's find a place to stay first. We've traveled continuously for so many days and everyone is exhausted. Let's rest well in the city today and enter the pass tomorrow. I was thinking the same, Lu Qing nodded. They had been traveling for several days, and though protected by the array formation car, their bodies hadn't felt much fatigue. However, their heart and spirit were somewhat weary. He and his master were still okay, but Little Yan, Wei Ziyan, and the others were somewhat not holding up. Especially Ma Gu, as the carriage's speed increased, needed to be fully focused on driving the carriage, which greatly drained his heart and spirit. If they didn't rest properly now, they were afraid it might damage their foundation. As a hub for communication between Central State and the eastern regions, Azure Dragon City was naturally bustling with commerce. Lu Qing and his companions didn't take much effort to find an inn they were quite pleased with. Although it was a bit expensive, they didn't lack for money now, so they didn't mind the cost. After settling into the inn, just as Lu Qing had organized the bedding, Little Yan and Xiao Lion were playfully fighting nearby. Then there was a knock at the door. Ah Qing, come out for a moment. What is it? Master. Lu Qing opened the door. You come with me, we need to find out some information, the elder doctor said. All right, master, just wait a moment. Lu Qing returned to the room, instructed Little Yan and Xiao Lion to stay inside and not to run around outside, and then left the room. Once they were out on the street, Lu Qing expressed his concern. Master, what do we need to find out? About entering the pass and the recent grand movements in the world, the elder doctor replied. The world's grand movements. Lu Qing was surprised. Master, where will we inquire about this? Did the master have some connections here in Azure Dragon City? A thought suddenly arose in Lu Qing's mind. However, the elder doctor didn't directly answer Lu Qing's question but took out an item and showed it to him. "Ah Qing, do you recognize this item?" Lu Qing recognized it at once. "Isn't this the jade token Mr. Xyrui gave to you, master?" Exactly, it was this jade token. Just as we entered the city earlier, I suddenly felt a slight stir within the jade token. Just now in the room, I sensed that the disturbance stemmed from a certain place in the city. According to what Mr. Xyrui mentioned before, perhaps, there should be a branch of the Tangi Building. Indeed, when his master explained it this way, Lu Qing realized. Since the Tangi Building was hailed as the foremost in information across the world, it was necessary to establish branches everywhere to gather information. A major city like Azure Dragon City certainly had its foothold. "Then let's not delay, master. Let's go now." As the elder doctor led Lu Qing, following the direction of the pulsations from the jade token, they made their way across. In a certain area of Azure Dragon City, within a towering tower, an elder in black who was meditating and practicing cultivation suddenly changed his expression, opened his eyes, and looked at a jade plate in front of him, with a trace of a strange color in his eyes. He made a calculation using his fingers for a moment, his expression gradually becoming solemn. After pondering for a short while, he shook a rope at his side. A series of pleasant sounds of copper bells rang out, and not long after, a middle-aged man dressed in gray cloth and holding an abacus entered respectfully. "Elder, may I ask what your orders are? A distinguished guest will soon arrive. Prepare yourselves and accompany me to greet them," the elder said softly. The middle-aged man was startled, then hastily replied, "Yes, elder." Curiosity arose in his heart. What kind of person could make the normally reclusive elder take the initiative to go out and greet? Could it be one of the great families in the city, or perhaps some important figure from the city lord mansion? As soon as the middle-aged man had made the arrangements, the elder in black also came down from the tower. "Elder," the middle-aged man was about to say something when he was stopped by a gesture from the elder in black. "The distinguished guest has arrived. You come with me to greet them." The middle-aged man could only close his mouth and follow the elder outside. As soon as they stepped out, they saw the elder doctor and Lu Qing standing outside, looking somewhat hesitant. "Master, are you sure this is the place?" Lu Qing looked at the tower, but saw that it was quite ordinary. It didn't even have a signboard, and did not seem like the stronghold of a major sect. Only the stars and constellations carved on the door seemed to possess some mystery. "It should be the right place. The disturbance received by the jade token originated from within this tower," the elder doctor replied. Just as Lu Qing was wondering whether to use his superpower to investigate, he suddenly saw an elder in black and a middle-aged man holding an abacus walk out from the tower. "To have friends come from afar is indeed a pleasure. My humble abode is honored by your presence." "Esteemed guests, I greet you," said the elder in black, who greeted them with a bow before Lu Qing could speak. "Old sir, what is this about?" Lu Qing felt a stirring in his heart and showed a puzzled expression, but he quietly activated his superpower. "I am called Xuan Jizi, temporarily in charge of this branch of the Tangi Building in Azure Dragon City. I have specially come to welcome the two of you," the elder in black said after clearly seeing the faces of Lu Qing and the elder doctor, his smile becoming more genial. By now, Lu Qing had also used his superpower to ascertain the identities of the two people in front of him and knew they were not lying. However, his face still held a puzzled expression. "But old sir, how did you know that we were going to come?" Could it be that the divination of Tangi Building was so mysterious that it could ascertain even his and his master's whereabouts? "I naturally do not possess such profound abilities to predict the coming of the two of you." Xuan Jizi seemed to read Lu Qing's thoughts and said with a smile, "I knew that you would be coming because of the jade token that your master holds." Lu Qing looked at the jade token in his master's hand and suddenly understood. It seemed that the jade token was reciprocal. Not only could they learn the location of Tangi Building, but the other party could also sense their arrival. No wonder Xyrui had said before that as long as they brought the jade token to Central State, everything would become clear. "So that's how it is. I am Lu Qing, and this is my master. We pay our respects to Elder Xuan Jizi," Lu Qing greeted with a bow. "Indeed, you are young Master Lu and Dr. Chen Songking. Please come inside." Xuan Jizi made a welcoming gesture. Lu Qing and the elder doctor exchanged looks, offered no refusal, and walked into the tower. Once seated inside and served tea, Lu Qing took a sip before speaking. "Elder Xuan Jizi, you even know the names of both my master and me. Was this information left by Mr. Xyrui?" "Indeed, Mr. Xyrui once left your portraits here and said that within 1 or 2 years, you should arrive at this place. However, I did not expect that both of you would only come to Azure Dragon City now," Xuan Jizi candidly admitted. "How is Mr. Xyrui doing recently?" the elder doctor asked with some concern. He had quite an affection for that young man of extraordinary presence. Mr. Xyrui had a breakthrough in his cultivation last year and has since returned to Central State's main building for secluded cultivation. Considering the time, he should be ending his seclusion about now. Xuan Jizi replied openly. Oh, has Mr. Xyrui broken through to the innate realm? Lu Qing was struck by the thought. When he had met him years ago, he was already a martial arts grandmaster who had tempered divine soul power, ranked even above him on the hidden dragon list. If he advanced further, he would undoubtedly have stepped into the innate realm. Indeed, Mr. Xyrui was gifted from a young age and is one of the most outstanding disciples of our generation in Tangi Building. It's within expectation that he entered the innate realm, Xuan Jizi confirmed. Impressive, Lu Qing praised. Xuan Jizi silently appraised Lu Qing. If he remembered correctly, this young man before him had also been listed on the hidden dragon list 2 years ago, causing quite a stir at the time. Now, after more than 2 years, it was uncertain what level his cultivation had reached. However, as Xuan Jizi tried to sense Lu Qing's cultivation, he found that his divine soul sensing was completely unable to penetrate the state within Lu Qing's body. It was as if there was a dense fog surrounding Lu Qing, covering all his information, making him impenetrable. Xuan Jizi felt a slight shock in his heart, aware that when such a scenario arises, there are generally 2 possibilities. One is that Lu Qing practiced some special secret method, capable of perfectly concealing his own aura, making it undetectable to others. The other possibility is that Lu Qing possesses an exotic treasure, capable of shielding others' divine soul power perception. He was more inclined to believe the latter. After all, Lu Qing was too young, and even if he had practiced a secret technique, his experience would likely be shallow. Moreover, according to the intelligence of Tangi Building, Lu Qing was merely in the internal organ realm 2 years ago. Even if his cultivation had advanced rapidly, at such close proximity, he shouldn't have been able to deceive him, a seasoned expert in the innate realm. Having made his judgment, Xuan Jizi then turned his attention to the elder doctor. And with that look, he was once again taken aback, because he discovered that he could not grasp the cultivation level of the elder doctor either. If Lu Qing was said to be shrouded in fog, making him inscrutable, then at this moment, the elder doctor was like a picture of tranquility, no different from an ordinary old man. But Xuan Jizi knew that the elder doctor couldn't possibly be just an ordinary old man. His nephew Xyrui had made it very clear to him that this elder doctor was not only an innate realm expert with profound cultivation, but also possessed merit light, far more mysterious than ordinary innate realm martial artists. It seems that this one's cultivation has greatly progressed in these 2 years, truly worthy of being a person with substantial merit light, Xuan Jizi marveled in his heart. Upon first meeting them, Lu Qing and the elder doctor, this master and disciple pair, had given him quite the shock. No wonder his nephew Xyrui had been so serious in instructing him to treat these two with great courtesy. Lu Qing naturally could sense that Xuan Jizi was observing him and his master. However, he didn't mind and instead showed a humble expression. Elder Xuan Jizi, my master, and I have come here to inquire about some matters from you. I dare not presume to be your instructor. May I know what matters you wish to inquire about? Xuan Jizi said. We want to know the current situation of the world, as well as what's going on in Central State. To be frank with you, Elder, we encountered quite a few incidents on our way here from home. Among them were even sects that openly defied the Holy Order, with their innate realm supreme elders setting up evil formations and practicing evil techniques, publicly refining the bone marrow essence blood of martial artists for their own cultivation nourishment. Such outrageous acts, however, have not led to condemnation from Holy Mountain. My master and I are quite puzzled about this and hope Elder could enlighten us, Lu Qing said with a somewhat serious expression. What people have begun to practice evil techniques using living humans as sacrifices already. Xuan Jizi was taken aback upon hearing this. Yes, the perpetrator of such evil is the flowing cloud sect of Yunju. Elder, now there are signs of unrest in various states. If Holy Mountain and the major sects of Central State don't make a statement soon, I'm afraid it won't be long before it's irretrievable. Xuan Jizi fell into silence. After a moment he sighed deeply. I never thought that the situation outside had reached such a state. Unfortunately, even Holy Mountain might be powerless to change these circumstances now. Lu Qing and his master exchanged glances and asked, Elder, why is this so? You are both exceptional talents with extraordinary gifts. You should have sensed the 9-told heaven and earth Dao sounds that reverberated not long ago. Right, we did sense it. It is precisely because of this that my master and I decided to head to Central State to investigate. The 9 Dao sounds signify that a great change in heaven and earth has officially begun. The spiritual energy recovery and the reappearance of evil demons. Are you aware of what this means? Xuan Jizi asked. Lu Qing hesitated for a moment, then humbly said, we would like to hear more. In recent years, hasn't the world been filled with rumors that a great change in heaven and earth is imminent? This is not simply a rumor, but a truth. The recent heaven and earth Dao sound signifies that the great change of heaven and earth has truly begun, with the fabled spiritual energy starting to recover. On your journey here, you too must have also sensed the changes in heaven and earth, right? The elder doctor nodded. Indeed, there is a very peculiar energy present throughout the world. That peculiar energy is the legendary spiritual energy. Rumor has it that any innate martial artist who refines spiritual energy and uses it for themselves can push their cultivation to new heights. Considering this rumor to be true, what do you think those innate realm experts, who have been stagnant in their realm for many years, would do? In the path of martial arts, one should be brave and progressive. All martial artists seek personal strength. Surely, if there is such an opportunity, those innate realm experts will rejoice greatly. Lu Qing responded. You're not wrong. We martial artists, once we step onto the path of cultivation, naturally want to do everything we can to strengthen ourselves. At first, when spiritual energy reappeared in nature, many innate realm martial artists in Central State were ecstatic. But after a while, everyone realized that refining this nature's spiritual energy was not an easy task. Only the most ancient and unique cultivation methods could do so. And such ancient cultivation techniques were not widely spread. Even in Central State, only a handful of sects possessed them. And so a problem arose. You too should be able to guess why. Right, Lu Qing thought for a moment and said, it's not the scarcity that's the issue, but the uneven distribution. The breakthrough opportunity is right in front of us, yet because we lack the proper techniques, we are barred from entry. Those sects with ancient cultivation methods are likely to become the target of all. Exactly, it's not the scarcity but the uneven distribution. Young Master Lu truly has great talent. A few words and you point directly at the heart of the issue. Xuanjizi's eyes brightened upon hearing Lu Qing's words, and he couldn't help but praise him. You flatter me, senior. What happened next? Lu Qing asked with a blush of embarrassment. Just as you said, young master, those innate realm experts who had been stuck in their progression saw a chance for a breakthrough and, of course, could not give it up. Therefore, just as spiritual energy began to recover, conflicts erupted within Central State, with sects attacking others to seize those ancient cultivation methods. Even so, two supreme elders, innate strong people, were mobilized, and they fought so fiercely that blood flowed like rivers, and living creatures were cast into utter misery. It was so fiercely fought. Lu Qing and the elder doctor were suddenly startled, never expecting that such a powerful conflict had erupted within Central State. Originally, if it were just a matter of competing for cultivation methods, the two sects wouldn't have fought to such an extent. But unfortunately, those two major sects were sworn enemies, with hundreds of years of grievances built up between them. Previously under the mediation and suppression of Holy Mountain, although there was friction between the two sects, it was still under control. The innate realm experts from both sides rarely took action, so the casualties for both sects weren't significant. But with the changes in the world and the recovery of spiritual energy, both sects could no longer sit still. Thus, as they fought, both sides got agitated, and that led to the tragedy. I see, Lu Qing understood. Since the two major sects were sworn enemies, the battle was truly unavoidable. After all, with the recovery of spiritual energy, those sects that possessed ancient cultivation methods held the initiative. If an elder within the sect broke through their limitations and entered a completely new realm, even Holy Mountain might not be able to keep them in check. The other sect, naturally unwilling to sit and wait for death, made a decisive move and took up arms. Senior Xuanjizi, from what you've said, doesn't that mean that Central State is now in complete chaos? Lu Qing couldn't quite imagine what state Central State was in if those powerful sects were all embroiled in turmoil. The situation isn't that bad yet, Xuanjizi said. After those two major sects fought, Holy Mountain immediately intervened, issuing a holy order that no sect should engage in mutual slaughter. For this purpose, 3 Saint Masters came forth from the mountain and visited each of the major sects in turn, finally bringing the situation under control. Saint Master, Lu Qing mulled over this term, understanding that those 3 Saint Masters must be extremely formidable and unparalleled experts. Otherwise, how could they so easily subdue the restless major sects? Therefore, to reassure these sects, Holy Mountain made a very important decision. Lu Qing asked curiously. The elder doctor also showed a listening expression. The 3 Saint Masters harbored care for the world, and in order to prevent those sects without ancient cultivation techniques from instigating conflicts and plunging Central State into turmoil, they ultimately decided to reveal 3 ancient cultivation methods from Holy Mountain for all cultivators to comprehend, Xuanjizi explained. Holy Mountain actually has such boldness. Lu Qing was quite surprised upon hearing this. This answer was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, after thinking it over, he felt this was indeed a good method. At least it could ensure that the sects in Central State were not so on edge. But this approach wasn't for everyone. People are inherently selfish, and it requires considerable boldness to publicly share a powerful cultivation method in one's possession. Indeed, the breadth of mind of the 3 Saint Masters is vast and magnificent, truly a model for us cultivators, Xuanjizi said with respect. By this point, Lu Qing had finally understood why there had been disturbances in other states, but Central State had yet to act. It turned out the major sects were all busy pursuing their own interests. Those innate realm experts within the sects must be fully engrossed in comprehending the ancient cultivation techniques that allow for the refinement of spiritual energy, leaving them no time to care about the troubles in other states. Of course, this also somewhat eased Lu Qing's mind. Since Central State wasn't truly in chaos yet, they could still enter. Young Master Lu, Dr. Chen, might I ask what brings you to Central State this time? Chuan Jizzy inquired. To speak candidly and not to invite laughter from my senior, Mr. Xyrui once said, after my master broke through to the innate realm, that as long as one was willing to follow the Holy Mountain's decrees, one could earn an opportunity to comprehend it. I wonder, does this promise still hold? Lu Qing was somewhat worried whether, after all these changes in Central State, that so-called opportunity promise was still valid. It's for this matter, Chuan Jizzy said, suddenly chuckling. Young Master Lu need not worry, Holy Mountain is still under the control of the three Saint Masters, and that promise naturally remains valid. In fact, not long ago, a newly advanced innate realm expert went to Holy Mountain to comprehend, and it would certainly be no problem for Dr. Chen to go as well. That puts us at ease. Lu Qing felt a slight relief. Following this, the three of them chatted idly for a while, and Lu Qing took the opportunity to learn quite a bit about the current situation in Central State. Feeling quite satisfied, and just as he was about to bid farewell to his master, he suddenly remembered something. He then asked, by the way, Elder Chuan Jizzy, I have one more thing to ask. Please, feel free. Chuan Jizzy had grown quite fond of Lu Qing after their conversation. This young man was eloquent and knowledgeable, especially his insights in martial arts, which he found quite enlightening. Today, as we entered the city, we saw the three characters, Azure Dragon City, carved above the city gate, which seemed deeply significant. Yet a guard at the city gate advised us not to casually comprehend the implications of the characters. His demeanor appeared sincere, truly cautioning us in earnest. May I ask, Elder Chuan Jizzy, do you know why a guard at the city gate? Chuan Jizzy pondered for a moment, his expression suddenly changing. Was the guard who cautioned you a young man of not great age? Indeed, the young man had a fair complexion and an extraordinary bearing, not seeming like an ordinary guard, Lu Qing remarked. That must be him. The one who cautioned you is likely the third young Master Jai from within Azure Dragon City. As for his reason, it is somewhat complex. Oh, I would like to hear the details. With your martial expertise, you must have observed that the inscriptions on the city gate contain a special atmosphere that can shake one's soul. Honestly, those characters were carved over 100 years ago by a peerless expert, well known in Central State, shortly before his impending demise. This peerless expert was a remarkable person. He lived a carefree life without a wife or children and had no successor. Over 100 years ago, knowing his end was near, he decided to leave Central State to wander. He was just passing through Azure Dragon City at that time, and while in a spontaneous mood before his departure, he carved the three large characters onto the city gate. He then left, disappearing without a trace, and never returned to Central State. Some say that during his travels, his time came, and he died in a foreign land. Others believe that in his travels, he unraveled the mysteries of life and death, stepped into another supremely profound realm, and ascended to the beyond. In any case, opinions vary, and it is difficult to discern the truth. Even we from Tangi Building do not know where that predecessor ended up, dead or alive. After Chuan Jizzy's explanation, Lu Qing finally understood the origin of those three characters. But he still had a question. But what does this have to do with the advice from third young Master Jai? When the unparalleled expert disappeared from Central State without a trace, there were various claims regarding his life or death. Similarly, the characters he left on Azure Dragon City also attracted the attention of innumerable martial artists. People claim that the inscriptions contain the inheritance technique left by the unparalleled expert. Whoever can decipher the mysteries contained therein could obtain the lifelong legacy of that unparalleled expert and soar to great heights. Once this rumor emerged, it immediately caused a commotion among countless martial artists worldwide. During that time, who knows how many martial artists came from all over to gather outside Azure Dragon City, seeking to comprehend the inscriptions and acquire the unparalleled legacy. Even the innate realm experts of the major sects in Central State moved upon hearing the news, coming to observe one after another. After all, that unparalleled expert was extremely famous in Central State back in the day. His strength was so formidable that, besides the three Saint Masters, he hardly met an opponent in the entire Central State. Everyone naturally took an interest in any legacy he might have left behind. Eventually, after many powerhouses reflected upon it, the conclusion was reached. In the inscriptions, there indeed dwelled the martial arts will of that unparalleled expert, but this will wasn't something that just anyone could comprehend. Only if one's own martial arts philosophy and path were a very good match with that of the unparalleled expert could there be the possibility of understanding a thing or two. Otherwise, even an innate realm expert, if they forced comprehension, might have their heart and spirit confused by his will, damaging their own martial arts foundation. Initially, when the innate realm experts made this public, many martial artists still refused to believe it and kept coming to try and comprehend the inscriptions. Later, as time went on, countless martial artists attempted to interpret the inscriptions, but not a single one could fully grasp the mysteries or obtain the complete legacy. On the contrary, many talented martial artists, because they forced comprehension, had their minds disturbed by the connotations within the inscriptions, and ultimately their foundations were damaged, rendering them unable to recover. At that point, everyone realized that what the innate realm experts had said was true. Not falsehoods. Realizing this gradually, the number of people coming to Azure Dragon City to comprehend the inscriptions started to decrease. In the end, rumors even started spreading again, saying that there was no legacy in the inscriptions at all. It was all just a joke that the unparalleled expert was playing on everyone. Gradually, as decades passed, the inscriptions became nearly irrelevant. Now, over 100 years later, although martial artists still occasionally come to try and decipher the inscriptions, wishing to unlock their secrets, these are still very few. Hardly one appears in a year. That exaggerated. After hearing Xuan Jizi's narrative, Lu Qing then understood why that person was referred to as a martial saint. Indeed, his level of cultivation in martial arts must have reached an extraordinary and holy realm. No wonder that third young Master Jai specially reminded the junior, Lu Qing thought, so there is such a connection with the inscriptions. Correct, but the reason why third young Master Jai reminded you probably also has something to do with his elder brother, the eldest son of Jai family, Xuan Jizi said. Oh, and why is that? Lu Qing asked. The Jai family's eldest son is also an extremely talented martial arts genius. At just 20 years old, he had already entered the internal organs realm. Such talent, even if placed throughout Central State, is considered excellent. The Jai family had high hopes for him, investing various resources in him, hoping that the family could produce another innate realm expert to consolidate their family's status. Originally, his path in martial arts was meant to be smooth and splendid. Even if he couldn't step into the innate realm in the future, he would still surely be a martial arts grandmaster, with extraordinary strength. However, just a few years ago, for reasons unknown, this eldest son of Jai family suddenly went to the city gates to comprehend the inscriptions there. And he had his mind disturbed by the martial arts contained in those inscriptions. Not only was his already greatly accomplished cultivation in the internal organs realm almost completely wasted, but even his sanity became chaotic. Every day he would stare blankly at the skyline, mute and unresponsive to anyone. This not only shocked the Jai family, but also infuriated the Jai family master. In a fit of rage, he expelled his eldest son, now nearly depleted of cultivation, from the family, and no one could persuade him otherwise. As for that third young Master Jai, it is said that he has always greatly admired his elder brother and was shocked upon hearing this. He was traveling around Central State at the time, but rushed back home, sleepless and restless for several days after learning of it. But the Jai family's eldest son, once expelled from the family, disappeared without a trace, and his whereabouts remain unknown to this day. Because of this incident, third young Master Jai even had a big quarrel with his father, and the two of them haven't reconciled yet. Hearing this, Lu Qing thought to himself that the intelligence from Tangi Building really had unique insights, even clear about these details. But he still wondered, didn't that third young Master Jai go out to look for his elder brother? Of course he had searched, Xuan Jizi said. He went out looking for 2 years, but the world is so vast. It's not easy to find one person. In the end, he searched all over the world and didn't find him. After returning to Azure Dragon City, heartbroken and disheartened, he ended up taking a minor position in the City Lord Mansion and just idled his days away. Is that so? Lu Qing suddenly realized. However, he slightly disagreed with Xuan Jizi's last statement. Idling his days away, that's not quite right. Lu Qing remembered the information he had gathered before on the third young Master Jai, a flicker of amusement appearing in his eyes. Of course, these things weren't of much concern to him, so he didn't plan to intervene. I didn't expect such goodwill from the third young Master Jai. It seems I must find an opportunity to properly thank him. Lu Qing said, by the way, Senior Xuan Jizi, my master and I have already disturbed you long enough. We still have others with us, and to keep them from worrying, we won't trouble you any further. You're leaving already. Xuan Jizi was slightly surprised. After trying to make them stay a bit longer, seeing that Lu Qing and his company were indeed ready to leave, he finally stood up to see them off. After the figures of Lu Qing and his companion had disappeared, a middle-aged man holding an abacus quietly appeared behind him. Elder, are these two the ones that Xyrui specifically instructed 2 years ago to watch out for? Indeed, I thought they would come here last year. Didn't expect it to drag on till now. But I see that both of them seem ordinary, not as mysterious as what Xyrui had said. And the relationship between the master and disciple is somewhat strange. It seems that the young master Lu is in charge. The middle-aged man voiced his doubts. Ordinary. Xuanjizi shook his head, his gaze unfathomable. These two are truly inscrutable. Not just you, even I might not be a match for them if it came to a confrontation. Elder, how could that be? The middle-aged man was shocked. He was aware of the elder's cultivation and its profound realm. Along with the mysterious secret techniques of Tangi Building, it could be said that though the elder was inconspicuous, he was in no way inferior to the supreme elders of major sects, yet he now claimed he was not a match for the two. As a mid-level member of Tangi Building with access to much information, including that on Lu Qing and his disciple, he found it hard to believe that an old man who had stepped into the innate realm just 2 years ago and his disciple could cause the elder such wariness. Nothing is impossible, Xuanjizi sighed. With the changes in the world and the revival of spiritual energy, it's destined that many such unfathomable and exceptional geniuses will emerge. Not long ago, didn't news come from the main hall stating that a disciple of the Heavenly Spirit sect, during the sect's grand competition, comprehended an exceptional sword Dao technique and swept through all his opponents. Furthermore, he, while at the peak of the internal organs realm, challenged an elder in the innate realm and barely won. And in Xyrui sect, an originally mediocre inner sect disciple, who knows what fortune he encountered, overnight entered the Dao. Starting from the early internal organs realm, he broke through several stages successively and eventually achieved the innate, stunning the entire sect. Such heaven-defying, exceptional talents, horrifying geniuses who in the past would emerge maybe once every few decades, or even a century, were rare. Now their frequent emergence indicates that under the changes of heaven and earth, those supreme geniuses who are born with providence will become more numerous. Who can guarantee that this young Master Lu isn't one of them? No, perhaps it should be said, he is one of them. Xuanjizi thought of what Xyrui had once told him, musing inwardly. Only he didn't expect that what Xyrui had said was that the young Master Lu could very likely be a person of great heavenly fate, hard to see through. But upon meeting today, he found that his master was equally elusive, extremely mysterious. Could it be that this heavenly Dao Chi fortune not only appears among the younger generation? Could it be like themselves, these old men, that they too might receive the favor of the heavenly Dao? A bizarre thought suddenly arose in Xuanjizi's mind. Master, I hadn't expected such turmoil in Central State due to the recovery of spiritual energy. It's no wonder that the other states experienced such incidents, and yet Holy Mountain did not intervene to mediate. On the way back, Lu Qing said to the elder doctor, I don't even know if our coming to Central State was right or wrong, the elder doctor said with some concern. The situation in Central State had become so unpredictable, and he genuinely worried about what might come next. Moreover, this technique that can refine spiritual energy is so precious that even major sects would fight over it. Ah Qing, it seems we need to be more cautious when we practice the qi-eating skill in the future. The elder doctor reminded. Disciple understands. Lu Qing nodded, his expression growing more serious. Originally, he believed that the major sects and the powerful families in Central State, with their deep foundations, commanded the vast majority of the world's resources. He would have thought they wouldn't lack techniques for refining spiritual energy. Now, it seemed he was mistaken. The disappearance of spiritual energy in the ancient era and the changing of heaven and earth rules had silenced the path of immortal cultivation for tens of thousands of years, causing a greater disruption and loss of cultivation techniques than he had imagined. Just this basic immortal cultivation method of qi-eating skill could incite many sects to scramble for it. If the fact that he possessed the complete legacies of two great immortal sects from ancient times were ever revealed, he would immediately become the target of envy from all forces in the world. Then, no matter how formidable he was, he would probably have to flee far away. By the way, Master, about what Xuanjizi said earlier, about the martial arts connotations in the inscriptions on the city gate, what do you think? Lu Qing asked. The elder doctor thought for a moment and replied, I didn't feel anything improper about the martial arts connotations. The senior who left the inscription must have been a carefree person. The martial arts connotations he left behind were full of leisurely intent. I gained a lot after pondering over it for a while. Lu Qing reflected thoughtfully. He hadn't sensed any danger from the inscription either. He just didn't know whether it was a misconception or if there was some other mystery to it. After returning to the inn, Lu Qing ordered a table full of dishes and called everyone out to join. After eating their fill, they all returned to their rooms to rest. Little Yan and Little Li naturally slept in Lu Qing's room, and after they had eaten, they finally felt sleepy, no longer making any fuss, and climbed into bed to rest. Lu Qing, however, wasn't tired at all. Sitting in a chair in the room, he sat cross-legged in meditation. Only when he felt that the two little ones were asleep did he quietly activate his superpower, ready to learn and comprehend the martial arts legacy contained in the inscription. Do you wish to start learning? With a slight shift in thought, Lu Qing chose to learn. The next moment, a familiar scene appeared, and a myriad of martial arts insights emerged from the depths of his mind. Lu Qing closed his eyes and silently received this vast information. A moment later, when he opened his eyes again, they held a trace of astonishment. So it turns out, the legacy left by this martial saint is so domineering. To practice this technique, one must first discard all of their cultivation and start anew, recultivating the foundation of martial arts before they can begin. The legacy hidden within the city gate's inscription was a technique known as the Great Leisurely Sword. It was a set of swordsmanship, but also a very complete technique, which could be cultivated from the Qi blood realm all the way to the innate perfection realm. It could be said to condense the martial saint's lifetime of cultivation essence and his philosophical vision of martial arts. If it leaked to the outside world, even those top-tier sects would probably be unable to resist the urge to seize it. However, the Great Leisurely Sword, named for leisure, was in fact very domineering. To successfully master it, one had to discard their own cultivation, retrain their foundation, and start all over again. No wonder Chuan Jizzi said that the eldest son of Jai family nearly wasted his cultivation and became mentally distracted after contemplating the inscription. He couldn't possibly cripple his cultivation for a technique that could only be described as decent at the innate level. Such an act would be as foolish as giving up a watermelon for a sesame seed. Of course, he didn't need to cultivate the technique, but the martial principles within the Great Leisurely Sword were still very much worth Lu Qing's study and reference. After all, this was the martial essence of a martial arts expert's lifetime, which was still very enlightening for him. Previously, Master grasped some principles from carving and felt it was similar, just extracting the essence and discarding the dross. His elder had already comprehended a complete innate domain, forming his own unique style of martial arts. Just in terms of insights into the realm, he probably wasn't much different from this martial saint. There's absolutely no need to follow in anyone else's footsteps. All he needed was to continuously absorb and integrate, embracing the strengths of hundreds of schools, to perfect his own path of martial arts. Lu Qing took a deep breath, calmed down all kinds of thoughts in his heart, and once again delved into the Great Leisurely Sword. This time, he no longer focused on the basic cultivation methods, but concentrated on the sword expositions of the martial saint, continuously absorbing and comprehending. Time slowly passed and Lu Qing remained seated in the chair. His aura, however, subtly changed. From its initial stability like a mountain, it quietly shifted towards a more ethereal and elegant direction. An hour later, Lu Qing's aura suddenly changed, turning his entire being elusive as if he existed in a second space, void and elusive as if he had vanished. This sudden change shook little Lei, who had been sleeping next to little Yan's head, awake in an instant. It quickly looked in Lu Qing's direction, and when it saw Lu Qing's figure, confusion appeared on its face. For a moment, Lu Qing seemed to have disappeared. Even his life aura was undetectable. It thought something had happened. Now that Lu Qing was vividly seated before it, little Li felt quite befuddled. "It's nothing, little Lei, I am just cultivating a technique." Lu Qing, seeing little Li awaken, quietly explained. Hearing that Lu Qing was cultivating a technique, little Li realized at once. It knew Lu Qing often practiced some peculiar and ancient cultivation methods. If that was the case, it was understandable. However, this had dispelled its drowsiness considerably, and it simply lay on the bow, watching Lu Qing practice. After calming little Li, Lu Qing continued to ponder the things he had cultivated. He extended his hand, and an invisible sword intent condensed. A sense of clarity immediately enveloped his entire body. Little Li's eyes immediately widened slightly. That was the sensation it had detected earlier when all of Lu Qing's aura had suddenly disappeared as if he didn't exist in the room. Carefree sword intent, quite interesting. Lu Qing carefully sensed his newly condensed sword intent, a hint of intrigue appearing on his face. This sword intent had just been formed by integrating some of the sword principles and insights from the Great Leisurely Sword into his own intent. Thus, he tentatively named it the Carefree Sword Intent. Due to his superpower, Lu Qing's realm insights had always been much higher than his cultivation level. Just like now, his cultivation was merely at the perfection of the internal organ realm, but he had already stepped into the realm of intent, comprehending his complete intent. His realm was higher than many who had achieved great success in the innate realm. Additionally, their intent that Lu Qing comprehended was different from that of ordinary innate realm martial artists. The intentions of an ordinary innate realm are closely related to the cultivation method and weapon they practice. For example, those proficient with the sword in the innate realm often comprehend sword intent or stick intent if they favored swordsmanship or stick techniques. But Lu Qing was different because of his superpower. No matter what martial arts he practiced, he could master it quickly, deeply understanding it and reaching a high realm. What's called the bottleneck of comprehension was almost non-existent for him. Therefore, when he initially entered the realm of intent, the intent he comprehended was also extremely special. It was all-encompassing, tolerant of myriad intents, and could evolve myriad intents. Regardless of what martial arts intent Lu Qing could absorb and integrate it into his own, and evolve it at any time. He had just absorbed some core sword principles and sword intent of the great leisurely sword, successfully evolving the inherited sword intent. No need to start from scratch and slowly cultivate the technique, tempering his chi blood anew. Martial arts in the world, though numerous and varied like carps crossing the river, countless in number in truth, they can be boiled down to 3 levels. Skill, momentum, and will are the 3 major levels in martial arts. This great leisurely sword, though considered mysterious, cannot escape this framework. Its highest realm is still the realm of sword intent, which could be evolved from my will. Lu Qing played with the leisurely sword intent that formed in his hands as his aura fluctuated in and out of visibility. A slight smile appeared on his face, and various realizations dawned on him. This time of insight and cultivation, condensing the leisurely sword intent, didn't mean much to him. He had comprehended many martial arts intentions. One more leisurely sword intent was just icing on the cake. What truly brought him great gains was using this opportunity to review his martial arts learning, deepening his comprehension of the will realm one more layer. With this, his will realm had advanced even closer to perfection. Lu Qing could feel that soon, as long as he delved into more intentions, continuously integrating them into his own will. One day his will would transform, reaching a supreme and enigmatic realm. And that realm must be the domain realm where the master currently resides, Lu Qing muttered to himself. The domain is an extremely special realm within the innate realm. Not every innate realm expert can comprehend it. On the contrary, domains are very rare, even those at innate perfection might not comprehend it. But those martial artists with innate comprehension are undoubtedly very powerful. Among martial artists of the same level in the innate realm, those who have comprehended the innate domain can almost be considered invincible. Moreover, the domain can only be realized through personal cultivation, not directly taught. Thus, even in the great leisurely sword, there is no cultivation method for the domain. It's unknown whether that martial saint ever comprehended a domain. However, Lu Qing believed it likely. Otherwise, how could that martial saint have once overwhelmed all contenders and dominated Central State, unparalleled at the time? All right, little Li, I've finished cultivating, it's time to sleep. After putting away the sword intent, Lu Qing saw little Li still looking at him in amazement and couldn't help but chuckle. The little one's understanding was still too shallow, temporarily unable to grasp these martial arts realm distinctions, hence the surprise. After extinguishing the candle, Lu Qing went to bed to rest, and little Li also closed her eyes, leaning against little Yan's head, and gradually fell asleep. The night passed without a word. The next day, early in the morning, Lu Qing woke up from his sleep. Seeing that it was already light outside, he got up and dressed. Little Yan and little Li were still sleeping soundly, so he didn't disturb them. He quietly left the room, went to the small courtyard outside, and began to limber up. Since they were not lacking money, the day before they had specially chosen a rather upscale and luxurious inn to stay in. So he and his master were actually staying in the same small courtyard. Aside from their few apprentices, there were no other guests. Lu Qing stood in the middle of the courtyard, spread out his stance, and slowly began performing the nourishing body boxing. The air surged, and a slight breeze began to blow. This set of nourishing body boxing, which Lu Qing had practiced countless times, had been cultivated to a transcendental level. Performing it was like flowing clouds and water without any hindrance, devoid of any worldly aura. After completing a full set of nourishing body boxing, Lu Qing suddenly had a sensation. His body shook, and a sense of perfection emanated from him. Lu Qing felt the changes within his body, and a wave of joy emerged in his heart. He initially thought it would take a few more days for his physical body and divine soul power to reach the state of perfection, but surprisingly, it happened several days earlier. It seemed that last night's insights had indeed been greatly beneficial to him. It also sped up the refinement of the Earth Spirit Pearl, enhancing its nurturing effects on his body even further. Thus, what was initially predicted to take a few more days for his physical body and divine soul power to reach their limits had achieved perfection earlier. With a clench of his fist, without even invoking his chi blood power, just the pure strength of his physical body alone was enough to produce a faint explosive sound from the palm of Lu Qing's hand. With my current strength, even without using the magic talisman and the Earth Spirit Pearl from my brow chakra, just with my physical power, I could defeat Mo Zhen, who has refined the blood demon body. Someone like old Lady Zheng could be killed with a single punch. Moreover, my path of cultivation complements itself. Now that the divine soul power has reached its limit again, the speed of refining the earth element treasure has also increased. It won't be long before I can completely refine it. Then my strength will once again see a significant enhancement. Lu Qing, feeling the unobstructed and surging power of his physical body from within, was very satisfied. His prolonged suppression of advancing in the realm, constantly resisting the temptation to break through the innate realm power, had indeed paid off handsomely. Now that both my physical body and divine soul power have reached the postnatal limit, next, it is time to start preparing for the breakthrough. Since listening to Xuan Jizi's description of the situation in Central State, Lu Qing also developed a sense of crisis. Central State seemed to be under control by the three masters from the Holy Mountain, but he knew this was only temporary. Once others from the major sects achieved comprehension of that ancient cultivation technique and entered a new realm, the balance would be disrupted and undoubtedly, more turmoil would arise. Thus he decided that once he entered Central State, if he still had no leads on that vague opportunity, he would immediately find a place rich in spiritual energy to go into seclusion and attempt to break through to the innate realm. Lu Qing believed that his foundation, though not unprecedented, was now so solid that it would be difficult for anyone in the present world to surpass him. With his accumulation, once he stepped into the innate realm, his strength would transform tremendously. Moreover, with many aces up his sleeve, by then, even if facing a peak powerhouse of the perfect innate realm, he wouldn't necessarily be intimidated. The early perfection of his physical body and divine soul power put Lu Qing in an exceptionally good mood. This joy was so evident on his face while eating breakfast that even Ma Gu and the others noticed it. "Ah Qing, what happened? You seem so happy," the elder doctor asked curiously. "It's nothing, just some new insights in cultivation," Lu Qing smiled and said. "By the way, master, last night I reflected on the implications of the inscriptions on the city gate and discovered some interesting things." "Oh, what is it? I'll talk about that on the road," replied Lu Qing, not revealing it immediately. The elder doctor looked around and caught on. Indeed, with many people around in the inn and guests nearby while they ate breakfast, the origins of those inscriptions on the city gate were significant. Discussing them here could attract attention. Then after we finish breakfast, let's get ready to leave. Ma Gu has already inquired from the innkeeper that Azure Dragon Pass only opens once every 7 days, and it opens at the hour of Chen. Today just happens to be the day it opens, and it's only half an hour till Chen. Hearing that Azure Dragon Pass would open soon, Lu Qing and the others hurried their eating. Once they finished breakfast, everyone went back to their rooms to pack their belongings. Soon after packing, once Lu Qing went to settle the room payment, Ma Gu also harnessed the horses to the carriage. "Let's go." As it was forbidden to ride horses through the streets of Azure Dragon City, Ma Gu had to lead the carriage by hand. The elder doctor and the others chose to walk, taking the opportunity to continue admiring the majestic scenery of Azure Dragon City. The gate leading to Central State was towards the west of the city, and while admiring the scenery within the city, Lu Qing and his group leisurely reached the city's west just before the gate opened. "Is this the Azure Dragon Pass?" When Lu Qing and his companions saw the legendary Azure Dragon Pass, their expressions were somewhat dazed. Azure Dragon City was built beside a river, and this side to the west was near the large river. Faintly, Lu Qing could still hear the sound of the river's flowing waters. Standing before them now was a massive city gate, about 10 or more zhang wide and 30 to 40 zhang high. Above the city gate were 3 large inscribed characters, Azure Dragon Pass. These 3 characters, showing signs of decay, seemed to have been eroded by wind and rain for thousands of years, carrying an ancient and profound significance. Even though there were no martial arts intentions on it, the ancient implications brought by the baptism of the years were even deeper than those 3 characters inscribed by the martial saint on the east gate. This western gate is much more majestic and atmospheric than the east gate used for entering the city, Lu Qing remarked admiringly. Indeed, it does seem more like the main gate in comparison. Ma Gu and the others nodded in agreement. There are so many people wanting to pass through the gate. Wei Zion looked around at that moment. Nearly 1,000 people gathered in front of the passport waiting to depart. Many were in groups that looked like merchant caravans, some with over 100 people. Their carriage parked there was, quite literally, inconspicuous. However, this suited Lu Qing's will just fine. Their carriage, after all, was engraved with an array, and although he had deactivated the array for now, one could still see some runes on the body of the carriage if they looked closely enough. If they encountered someone knowledgeable, it might attract unwanted attention. As everyone was waiting, suddenly, from who knows where, someone shouted loudly, immediately shifting everyone's attention. Lu Qing also turned his gaze toward the city gate direction. Ha! A coordinated shout rose, and on both sides of the city gate, more than 20 topless great Han, each grabbing a massive winch with both hands, their chi blood exploding, faces flushed red, strained as they turned the winch. Boom, boom. As the winch rotated, a crack appeared in the middle of the city gate, and the 2 gates slowly retracted to either side. Good lord, even the gate pullers are martial artists above great success in the muscle bone realm. No wonder Azure Dragon Pass only opens once every 7 days. Though they feared nothing, they were about to enter the city gate, and naturally preferred less trouble to more, with a lower profile being the better. The city gate is about to open. Lu Qing felt the chi blood bursting forth from those turning the winch, his eyebrows raising slightly. Not a single one of these dozens of great Han had a martial arts cultivation below great success in the muscle bone realm. The most powerful was already in perfect blood chi realm, just a step away from the internal organ realm. Such powerhouses in the larger states outside could easily find a small city and live very comfortably. They could start a faction and live a comfortable life. But here, they served as laborious gate openers. Indeed, this checkpoint city had profound foundations. However, the city gate was indeed very heavy. Who knows how much manpower and resources were used when it was originally constructed. Accompanied by loud shouts with the effort of the topless great Han, the city gates gradually opened to either side. At the same time, a wave of vapor came from outside, and the sound of a tremendous flow of water also instantly surged into the city. Feeling this abundant vapor, Lu Qing slightly widened his eyes. From this vapor he felt an abundant supply of spiritual energy. After half an hour more, the gates were finally fully opened by the effort of the group of great Han. At this point their faces appeared somewhat weary, panting as they rested to the side. One could imagine just how much effort it took them to merely open the city gate. The city gate is open. Those who want to pass through, line up immediately. After paying the toll, you may enter. A loud voice rang out. Following this announcement, those waiting immediately lined up quite orderly. In front of a large city like Azure Dragon City, no one dared to cause trouble. Everyone adhered strictly to the rules. Lu Qing and his group also led their carriage, lining up at the back of the queue. As many people were entering, they waited almost an hour before it was their turn at the checkpoint. "Sir, we wish to enter." Ma Gu approached and said to a Wu Wei Han sitting in front of a table, who was writing something on a ledger. 5 people in total, plus 1 carriage, Ma Gu said politely. The Wu Wei Great Han looked up, glanced at Lu Qing and the others, paused on Little Yan a moment, then looked at their carriage behind them. He then continued to write, 5 liang per person for the toll. Children are exempted, 1 liang for the carriage, 21 silver in total. Yes, sir, here is the toll we are paying. Ma Gu handed over a money pouch. The Wu Wei Great Han took the pouch, paused for a moment, weighed it, and then opened it, immediately pouring out 2 shiny silver ingots. He then took another ingot from the pouch, pinched a corner off it, and stuffed the cornered silver ingot back into the pouch, throwing it back to Ma Gu. I have always distinguished between public and personal affairs. I do not accept any excess money. Keep the remaining silver. Ma Gu took the purse with a somewhat embarrassed expression on his face. However, he did not dare to say much, and after respectfully performing a bow, he put away the purse. Lu Qing watched this scene. His gaze flickered slightly, and without revealing his feelings, his eyes lingered for a few moments on the majestic Great Han. After paying the toll for the pass, Lu Qing and the others began to leave the city. As they crossed the city gate and came to the outside, they were once again stunned by the scene before them. Outside the city gate was a huge platform that could accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time, and below the platform was a broad, majestic river. Hu Lao San's expression softened. He then turned to the silent people nearby and said with a smile, "Brother Zheng, Brother Liu, Miss Wang, I entrust Xiao Lion's safety to you all. This little girl has been pampered at home, so if she acts a bit spoiled along the way, please bear with her. Don't worry, Brother Hu." Since the 3rd young master of the Jai family has spoken, and since it's on our way, we will definitely ensure Miss Hu's safe arrival at Xuanxin sect, a magnificent and spectacular bridge, tens of meters wide, connected to the forefront of the platform, spanning across the river and almost endless to the eye. Looking at the turbulent, surging river below their feet, and the gigantic bridge across the river resembling a mighty dragon, Lu Qing could not help but exclaim. It truly deserves to be called the top pass in the world, Azure Dragon Pass. The miracle-like landscape alone was enough to make him feel that this trip was worthwhile. The elder doctor and the others were also shocked by the splendid view before their eyes. It took a while before they regained their composure. Truly, the world is vast with wonders. I used to think I had experienced much, but now I realize I was just a frog in the well, sighed the elder doctor. As for Ma Gu and Wei Zion, they were even more excited. If they had not followed Lu Qing to Central State, how would they have been able to witness such a soul-stirring, magnificent scene? "Master, let's go," Lu Qing remarked as most of the people ahead had already started crossing the bridge. The elder doctor nodded, and they began to walk forward. Such a spectacular view naturally demanded proper admiration. Lu Qing and his party decided it was better to walk across the bridge. Thus Ma Gu continued to pull the cart, and Lu Qing carried Little Yan towards the bridge. As for Little Li, who always hated water, had already burrowed into Lu Qing's arms. "Xiao Lion, once you're at Xuanxin sect, remember to focus on your cultivation diligently. If you can become a disciple of Xuanxin sect, it will be like ascending to the heavens in one step. But Daddy, the entrance examination for the disciples of Xuanxin sect is notoriously difficult. I've only just reached the perfect blood chi realm. How could I possibly pass? If you can't pass, then go find your uncle. He's an outer elder of Xuanxin sect. He will surely have a way." but Uncle has always disliked our family. How could he possibly help? Even if he dislikes us, you are still his niece. If not for him, how would your mother have died? If he dares not to help you, I will bring your mother's spirit tablet and confront him myself." As they were about to ascend the bridge, Lu Qing suddenly heard this conversation. One of the voices sounded somewhat familiar. Looking back, he saw several people standing nearby, a middle-aged man speaking earnestly to a beautiful young girl. The middle-aged man, with graying hair at his temples, was none other than the city guard who Lao San they had encountered when entering the city yesterday. Seeing his daughter still hesitant, Hu Lao San's expression darkened as he scolded, "Just remember, you must do your best to be accepted into Xuanxin's sect. Understand? Otherwise, I will disown you as my daughter. Daddy, don't be angry, I promise I will. If I fail the examination, I will ask Uncle for help." The girl hurriedly promised upon seeing Hu Lao San angry. "Just remember that." As they walked further away, and with the sound of the rushing water below drowning out the conversation, Lu Qing gradually could not hear the rest. However, he did not mind much and continued walking forward, holding little Yan. Walking on the bridge, Ma Gu looked at the surrounding scenery and couldn't help but let out an exclamation of amazement. At this moment, they had already traveled a considerable distance on the bridge. Beneath their feet rushed the surging waves of the river, at the sides, mist enshrouded, and in the distance, bathed in the morning sun that tinged the sky with orange-red, the view looked absolutely magnificent. It's said that the river beneath us stretches endlessly, capable of leading all the way to the southern seas. I wonder if it's true, Wei Zion also said. That is indeed true, the elder doctor nodded. Lu Qing, on the other hand, was sensing the spiritual energy in the space around them. He could feel that as they continued to walk forward, the spiritual energy around them was gradually becoming denser. This made him even more anticipatory about what kind of scenery awaited them once they truly entered the central state. The river at Azure Dragon Pass was immensely vast. They walked for quite some time before barely reaching the end of the bridge. Lu Qing estimated the bridge's length to be more than 1,000 zhang, which meant that the raging river at Azure Dragon Pass spanned over 3,000 meters in width. No wonder Azure Dragon Pass was acclaimed as the greatest in the world with such a natural moat. Apart from the innate realm experts who could walk on water, even martial arts grandmasters would find it extremely challenging to cross this river. Given its extraordinary breadth and rapid currents, no one knew what perils lay beneath the water. Although martial arts grandmasters had prolonged breath and great vitality, allowing them to hold their breath underwater for extended periods, it was not certain they could come and go as they pleased. Descending from the bridge, what Lu Qing and the others saw was a completely different scene. Before them stood a cliff soaring into the clouds, spanning across the land like a barrier between heaven and earth, its peak not visible to the naked eye. People standing at its base in comparison seemed as insignificant as ants. On the cliff face was a straight crack, running from top to bottom, piercing through the entire cliff as if some formidable force had split it apart. And through this crack, Lu Qing and his companions were about to pass. "Could this crack in the cliff have been made by a man?" said Wei Zion upon seeing this, his voice full of awe and wonder. "Nonsense, this cliff stretches impossibly high. It's beyond sight. How could it be made by a man? If so, wouldn't that person be an immortal?" Ma Gu was about to argue, but in mid-sentence he found himself staring, eyes wide, turning his head towards Lu Qing. He remembered Lu Qing mentioning that immortals had existed in ancient times. "Ma Gu, don't look at me like that. This crack has been here for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. How would I know about such ancient affairs? Perhaps, when we return later, we can ask the people of Azure Dragon City for more clarity." Lu Qing said with a smile. Ma Gu nodded. Indeed, though Lu Qing was learned and knowledgeable, he could not possibly be versed in all matters of the world. "Let's go. After this valley will be officially entering Central State." Because they were enjoying the view on the bridge, they walked slower, and by the time they descended, they ended up being the last ones. Even the likes of old Hu's third daughter, who initially trailed behind them, were seen by Lu Qing overtaking them halfway and moving forward. Thus there were no other people around them by then, as most had already entered the valley. The group then too headed towards the crack. Only then did Lu Qing slowly avert his gaze, suppressing the shock that had lingered deep in his eyes, and in his field of vision several phrases slowly faded away. Azure Dragon One-Line Sky. During the ancient immortal cultivation era, created by a great divine power with supreme power, a canyon crack struck through in one hit. This canyon has existed for an extremely long time, over 100,000 years. Crossing through this canyon, one can enter the Central State territory. Lu Qing hadn't told the entire truth just now. With his superpower, he had already probed for the origins of this earth-shattering crack. However, the information he had found, he could not openly share with everyone. After all, the existence of this crack dated back too far. Relics from 100,000 years ago bridged two immortal cultivation eras. It's likely that no one in the current world knew the real history behind this astonishing crack anymore. Regrettably, it was possible that because it had existed for so long, Lu Qing couldn't sense any special aura on the crack, let alone any heritage. As they entered the crack, Lu Qing and his companions were struck with amazement once again. From a distance, the crack in the cliff seemed to be very narrow, but only upon entering did they discover that it was quite spacious inside. The cliffs on either side were separated by at least 60 meters, making it not a mere crack but a wide valley. The valley was also exceedingly long. As they delved deeper, Lu Qing's astonishment grew. When they finally traversed the entire valley, his amazement had peaked. He found it hard to imagine the kind of might possessed by the great divine power from 100,000 years ago that could deliver such a heavenly blow. Perhaps only a true immortal could exhibit such earth-shattering divine skills. Finally out. As they left the valley, Magu let out a breath of relief. Inside the valley, he always felt an inexplicable sense of authority and solemnity that made him reluctant to even breathe too heavily. Now, he understood why the people ahead had moved so swiftly. Not lingering in the valleys. Because no one could bear the inexplicable pressure in the valley for too long. If one stayed too long, they might indeed have problems with their heart and spirit. Lu Qing also breathed a sigh of relief. Even with his strong heart and spirit, he had felt some pressure while in the valley. It was unclear whether it was due to some Dao rhyme left by the supreme great divine power who split open the heavens with that crack, or the innate oppressive feeling of the mountain range itself. Anyway, even with his use of superpower, he was unable to discern anything. Is this central state? Standing at the exit of the valley, Lu Qing and the others relaxed their emotions before looking ahead. They found themselves halfway up a mountain range. In the distance lay a vast expanse of land beneath their feet, a bottomless abyss with clouds drifting and birds flying by. The sight was truly refreshing and broadened one's horizons. The spiritual energy here, Lu Qing sensed the air for a moment, his eyes widening slightly. He discovered that the spiritual energy in the surrounding space was much richer than in the valley, and more than twice as concentrated as in Azure Dragon City. However, while realizing the denser spiritual energy, he also noticed another problem. That was, the range of his divine soul sensing had been greatly suppressed, where he could once sense movements several miles away. Now he could sense no more than half a mile at most. Is it due to interference from the richer spiritual energy, or is it a special suppression from central state? Lu Qing was slightly shocked and began to ponder. He knew that in the morning the power of his divine soul had once again reached its limit, and the sensing range had increased significantly. He didn't expect that upon entering central state, instead of being strengthened, he was actually being suppressed. This wasn't good news for him. No wonder it's the center of the world, blessed by nature, and a place of exceptional spiritual beauty. The elder doctor also felt the change in the surrounding spiritual energy and couldn't help but praise. Standing there for just a short while, he felt a slight improvement in the spiritual power within his body. "Master, do you feel it? Our divine soul sensing ability seems to be greatly suppressed," said Lu Qing. "Indeed, as your master, I can now sense movements only within 100 or so meters," the elder doctor also discovered. "It's uncertain whether this suppression affects everyone or only us outsiders," Lu Qing said with some anxiety. "It should not be targeting us," said the elder doctor after some thought. "I can feel that the heaven and earth rules of central state have evolved faster than those in the outer states. What suppresses us are heaven and earth rules, not something else. That's good." Hearing this, Lu Qing's mind eased up a bit. Although his divine soul power was strong, he hadn't yet stepped into the innate realm, and his sensing of the heaven and earth rules was not as clear as his master's. "Master, what is our plan? Shall we head straight for the Holy Mountain or do something else?" Lu Qing asked. "Let's go to the Holy Mountain first," the elder doctor said. "After arriving here, I faintly feel that something in the distance is drawing me to it. Judging from its direction, it should be where the Holy Mountain is located." "Master, you feel it too?" Lu Qing was slightly startled. Just now, he too had felt something in the far distance pulling at his heart and spirit. A realization dawned on him. Could it be that the great opportunity he had been sensing all along lay there? "Master, let's get in the carriage then. The region of Central State is vast, and according to the map given by Elder Xuanjizi, the Holy Mountain is still far from here." "All right." The elder doctor nodded. They had already taken in the sights of Central State. It was time to hit the road. The platform where Lu Qing and his companions were situated was halfway up the mountain, but to the left, there was a wide road leading down. After boarding the carriage, Magu cracked his whip, and the carriage began to move slowly. However, Lu Qing still did not activate the carriage's array. Central State was a place where dragons and tigers hid. The carriage's array was rather conspicuous. As they had just arrived, it was not wise to draw too much attention. The carriage gradually sped up, heading down the mountain, but just as they were getting away, it suddenly jolted. Along with Magu's cursing, the horses neighed and the carriage came to an abrupt stop. The sudden incident caused a chain reaction. Caught off guard, Little Yan and Wei Zion were thrown forward. At the critical moment, Lu Qing held onto little Yan and reached out to steady Wei Zion, preventing them from crashing into the carriage. As for little Li and his master, both with exceptional abilities, didn't need his help. "Coachman, what has happened?" Lu Qing, holding the still shaken little Yan, called out. However, before Ma Gu had a chance to reply, a voice came from up ahead. "Little bitch, I'd like to see where you can run to now. Uncle, save me. What's going on?" After calming little Yan, Lu Qing dismounted the carriage. When he saw the situation outside clearly, he was stunned for a moment. Before the carriage lay a young girl on the ground, her hair disheveled and her clothes in disarray. Blood stained her leg, clearly indicating she was injured. Further ahead stood three figures, wielding weapons and slowly advancing in this direction. Such a scene obviously couldn't scare Lu Qing. The reason he was astonished was that he had seen these people before. The girl was none other than Old Hu's daughter, and as for those three figures, they were the friends whom Old Hu had entrusted to escort his daughter to the so-called Xuanxin sect. But now, it was evident that Old Hu had misplaced his trust. Those three seemed intent on doing harm to the girl. "Little bitch, hand over the goods, or else I'll strip you naked, chop you into 8 pieces, and throw you into this bottomless abyss to feed the wild wolves," said the woman in red clothes coldly, a long whip in her hand. "It would be such a pity to just strip her bare. A pretty little thing like her should let the two of us brothers have our fun first." Another one of the two men, a burly man in gray, said with a sinister laugh. His companion, a skinny man, also showed a lecherous smile on his face. "Right, this little nymph is far too pretty to waste." They behaved as if no one else was around, seemingly not giving a second thought to Lu Qing and his company. "I don't care how you two play, but make sure the goods are intact," the red-clothed woman said with disgust on her face. "No, please don't." As the girl saw the three approaching menacingly, her face showed sheer terror and she quickly crawled toward the carriage, once more pleading with Ma Gu. "Uncle, please save me. These three villains want to kill me." "Ma Gu, what happened?" asked Lu Qing. "Young master, I was just driving the carriage when, at a turn, we almost collided with this young lady, so I had to bring the horses to a halt," Ma Gu explained. "Young master," the girl saw Lu Qing, and hearing Ma Gu's address, looked at him as if he were a lifeline, pleading with her eyes. "Boy, do you really want to wade into these murky waters?" The gray-clothed man, holding a guillotine-like broadsword, looked at Lu Qing with interest. He recognized Lu Qing and Ma Gu, having crossed paths with them earlier on a bridge. If he remembered correctly at that time, Lu Qing and his companions were all either elderly, weak, or sickly, including both old folks and children. Except for the coachman who had some ability, the others were no match for anything. The other woman in red and the slim man also watched coldly from the sidelines. Lu Qing didn't respond, instead looking over to the young girl, when suddenly a strange glint flashed in his eyes. He asked, "What is your relation to Old Hu?" The girl was taken aback at first, but then joy shone in her eyes. "He's my father, my father." "Young master, do you know my father?" "I've met him once," Lu Qing said calmly, "but aren't these people supposed to be your father's friends? Why are they trying to harm you?" "It's because watch out." The girl hadn't finished speaking when suddenly, a strong gust attacked them, and the gray-clothed man had already appeared in front of Lu Qing. With a sinister smile, he said, "Ignorant fool, let me tell you the reason." He raised the broadsword high and violently slashed towards Lu Qing. The force was so fearsome that the girl couldn't help but close her eyes, unwilling to witness Lu Qing being cleaved in half. Indeed, the next moment a scream sounded, and the girl trembled all over, fearing Lu Qing had already been split to death. But quickly she realized something was wrong because the scream didn't seem to come from Lu Qing. She hurriedly opened her eyes, and then her own eyes widened in shock, because she saw that Lu Qing, whom she had thought would be cut in half, was standing in his place, completely unharmed. Instead, it was the gray-clothed man who was now lying on the ground, shrieking in pain. Not only had the broadsword fallen from his hand, but his limbs were twisted at strange angles, and he was unable to move. What had just happened? On the pretty face of the girl, confusion was evident. Seeing the gray-clothed great hand fall to the ground and scream in agony, not only was the girl bewildered, but the red-clothed woman and the skinny man were also utterly shocked. They had not expected at all that the gray-clothed great hand, who had reached the perfect bone-marrow realm in his cultivation, would be unable to handle even a random passerby. More importantly, they had not seen clearly how Lu Qing had made his move. They only felt a blur before their eyes, and the gray-clothed great hand was already on the ground, all his limbs ruined. The two trembled as they looked toward Lu Qing, now realizing they had terribly misjudged the situation. The seemingly frail youth before them was actually a monster in disguise, his cultivation far beyond their imagination. Lu Qing turned his head in their direction. "Young hero," the hearts of the red-clothed woman and the man trembled, intending to beg for mercy, but the next moment, several whistling sounds rang out. It turned out that at some unknown point, Lu Qing had shattered their limb joints with pebbles in the blink of an eye. "Shut up." A faint voice came, causing the still screaming red-clothed woman and her companions to jolt abruptly, immediately silencing them. Even though their limbs were still in intense pain, they could only clench their teeth and endure. Not daring to make a sound. All right, you can continue speaking. Why did they want to harm you? Lu Qing looked at the girl who was staring in astonishment and spoke. Feeling Lu Qing's calm, like still water gaze, the girl shivered, regaining her composure. She glanced at the red-clothed woman and her companions, who had previously been imperiously arrogant but were now lying on the ground like dead dogs, their faces filled with terror, and she realized that she had indeed encountered her savior. Young master, these three wanted to kill me to snatch the Xungsin sect's token in my hand, the girl said. What's so peculiar about that Xungsin sect token? The Xungsin sect token I have was bought by my father for a large sum of money. With this token, one can attend the Xungsin sect's disciple induction ceremony, held every 3 years. These three wanted to steal the token to take my place in the Xungsin sect's disciple induction ceremony. Lu Qing curiously asked, the matter of accepting disciples is no small affair. Doesn't the Xungsin sect have precautions? Can anyone just participate? The girl replied somewhat helplessly. Originally, that was the case, but my father, to save money, bought a cheaper unregistered spot. This spot only has one token, and as long as you go to the Xungsin sect with the token, you are qualified to participate in the ceremony. The Xungsin sect does not inquire about the origin of the token. A strange feeling arose in Lu Qing's heart. It sounded to him as if this so-called disciple induction ceremony of the Xungsin sect was not so serious. It seemed not so much about recruiting disciples as it was about accumulating wealth. Since this spot is so important, why did your father feel safe letting you travel with these three? Lu Qing continued to ask. Who could have expected them to be such beasts in human skin? Speaking of this, the girl became agitated and glared angrily at the red-clothed woman and her companions. These three had received my father's kindness a few years ago, and in the city, they always showed great respect to my father, addressing each other as brothers, who knew they had already set their sights on the token in my hand. No sooner had we left the valley than they forced me to turn over the token and even thought. If I hadn't hidden the unique hidden weapon my father gave me and struck them unawares to escape, I might have already. The girl, still thin-skinned despite being shaken with anger, could not bring herself to speak the sordid details, but everyone could guess what she meant. Do you have any last words you'd like to say? Lu Qing looked at the red-clothed woman and her companions. Hearing this, the three red-clothed figures were terrified, beginning to plead in a mournful voice, Young hero, we know we were wrong. Please show us mercy and spare us. We won't dare, however, before they could finish their pleas for mercy. Lu Qing had already flicked 3 pebbles. The sounds of breaking air sounded, and suddenly all 3 stiffened, a blood hole appearing in each of their foreheads. Their eyes went blank and their bodies could no longer move. I didn't expect to start a killing spree just upon arriving in Central State, Lu Qing said with a shake of his head. Master Ma, throw these corpses down the cliff. Then turning to the girl, Miss Hu, can you walk on your own? The girl, still stunned by Lu Qing's decisive and ruthless methods, immediately came back to her senses. She looked at her leg, showing difficulty. My leg was whipped by that wicked woman, and it seems like the bone is broken. Let me have a look, Lu Qing said without hesitation, reaching out to touch the girl's leg. Yes, the lower leg bone is broken. It was not just the bone that was broken, the leg was also a bloody mess. That the girl had so far managed not to faint was a testament to her strong will. Miss Hu, we have medicine in the wagon. Shall I set the leg bone first and then apply some medicine? The girl's face flushed red, and she answered in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. This was because her current appearance was a bit shameful. Her clothes were disheveled, and there were other unsightly aspects. Zai, and bring down the medicine box. Lu Qing, however, did not mind the girl's disheveled state, and after calling out for the medicine box, he began to set the girl's leg. With Lu Qing's martial arts cultivation and knowledge of human skeletal structure, setting a leg bone was naturally a piece of cake. Moreover, since the girl's leg bone was cleanly broken into 2 pieces, rather than shattered, healing it was even simpler. Therefore, by the time Wei Ziyan brought the medicine box, Lu Qing had already perfectly set the leg bone. The gentleness of Lu Qing's bone-setting movement surprised the young girl, as she hardly felt any severe pain. Next, Lu Qing used wooden planks to secure the girl's leg bone, then sprinkled the antiseptic medicine on the mangled flesh. Hiss. As the antiseptic medicine touched the wound, the girl couldn't help but let out a hiss of pain. Bear with it for a moment, it will hurt less in a while, Lu Qing comforted. Young master, will a big scar remain on my leg afterward? Looking at the large patch of blood and carnage on her leg, the girl couldn't help but finally ask. Do you care about the scar? Lu Qing asked. The girl shook her head, but the disappointment in her eyes could not be concealed. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qing said, if you want it to leave no scar, it's not impossible, it's just more troublesome. Young master, you have a way, the girl asked, her face lighting up with surprise. But it requires preparing additional medicine, which means you'll have to wait a bit. Young master, it's all sorted out. Meanwhile, Magu had thrown the 3 bodies off the cliff and returned. Miss Hu, what are your plans? How about we take you back to Azure Dragon City? Lu Qing offered. I can't go back, the girl shook her head. Azure Dragon Pass only opens once every 7 days. Until then, unless something major happens, the city gates absolutely won't open easily. Now that the gates are closed, even if I returned, I'd have to wait 7 days to enter the city. Lu Qing recalled the gates he had seen earlier that required dozens of muscle bone realm martial artists to open. He knew that it was unlikely for Azure Dragon City to make an exception just based on the girl's status, but they couldn't possibly wait with the girl here for 7 days. Could this be what they call destiny? A faint, mysterious expression appeared in Lu Qing's eyes, revealing an intrigued look on his face. Since that's the case, Miss Hu, if you do not mind, why not travel with us? It's better to have someone look after you on the road, right? All right, let's continue our journey then. Miss Hu, my apologies. Lu Qing bent down, gently picked up the girl, and walked towards the carriage. Master, this lady has injured her leg and has difficulty walking. It's inappropriate to leave her alone in such a deserted place, so she will have to accompany us for the time being, Lu Qing explained as they reached the carriage. No worries, we can make some space for her. The elder doctor naturally had no objections. He had also heard what happened outside earlier. So with her cheeks blushing, the girl was lifted by Lu Qing into the carriage and seated in an inside position, after which Wei Zion also climbed in. It was fortunate that their carriage was big enough, otherwise, it would have been difficult to accommodate so many people. Elder Ma, we're ready, let's go. Open up the horses and let's try to find a town to stay in before it gets dark, Lu Qing said once everyone was seated. Open up the horses. Hearing Lu Qing's words, Ma Gu was initially stunned, but quickly, as he felt the peculiar aura emanating around them, he understood Lu Qing's intention. With a touch of excitement in his heart, he cracked the whip. The 2 horses pulling the carriage also seemed to sense something and excitedly lifted their hooves, starting to trot forward gradually. Indeed, as the carriage moved forwards, the familiar Qing-colored airflow that had been present for days suddenly appeared, wrapping around the entire carriage. Having worked together for some time, Ma Gu did not have the same problems with controlling the speed as before. Under his control, the carriage first accelerated slowly after more than a dozen breaths. It reached high speed, and protected by the Qing-colored airflow, began to move forward swiftly. All of this took place silently. The people inside the carriage hardly felt any change in speed. The girl was even less clear about what was happening outside, although there was some surprise. Lu Qing's carriage was much steadier than she had imagined, almost free from jolting. But now, her mind was not on that. At this moment, her thoughts were still caught up in the embarrassment of being carried onto the carriage by Lu Qing. Making matters worse, there was a quiet in the carriage that made her feel very awkward. By the way, Miss Hu, I have yet to ask for your given name. Lu Qing, noticing the girl's embarrassment, casually found a topic of conversation. Doesn't the gentleman know my father? The girl asked, somewhat surprised. We only had a brief encounter with your esteemed father when entering the city, hardly enough to be considered acquainted, Lu Qing said with a smile. Dr. Lu Qing, is this young lady the daughter of the city guard responsible for collecting the city entrance fee when we entered the city? It was then that Wei Zion caught on as well. So the gentleman and my father are unacquainted, the girl realized. She had been wondering when her father had met someone as impressive as Lu Qing and why she had never heard about it. Turned out he was merely a stranger who had no actual connection with her family. Despite being strangers, Lu Qing had still lent a hand to save her, making the favor seem even greater. To meet is to have fate, Miss Hu. Your encounter with us is a kind of destiny in itself, so there's no need for excessive formalities, Lu Qing said unconcernedly. The young lady's name is Zhezhai. As Lu Qing spoke of fate, the girl's face couldn't help but flush a bit, and she spoke softly. Zhezhai, Lu Qing was puzzled, but your father called you Xiao Lion at Azure Dragon Pass, didn't he? The gentleman was there at the time too. Hu Zhezhai was startled. Oh, at the time of crossing the bridge, I happened to overhear you and your father speaking. I hope you don't mind, Lu Qing explained. Not at all, Hu Zhezhai shook her head. If Lu Qing had not overheard that conversation, she might well be dead by now. She glanced at Lu Qing and lowered her head. Xiao Lion is my childhood nickname. My father has always been accustomed to calling me by that name. I see, Lu Qing realized. I should probably introduce myself too. My name is Lu Qing, this is my master. Dr. Chen, this is my sister. Little Yan, and this gentleman here is the son of the Wei family, Wei Zion. As Lu Qing formally introduced them, the girl hadn't noticed anything amiss, but the elder doctor was slightly taken aback, sensing something unusual. Greetings to you all. Hu Zhezhai, with evidently good upbringing, politely bowed, even though her leg was injured. There's no need for such formalities. The elder doctor smiled slightly, but the strangeness in his heart grew more intense. Sister Hu, does your leg hurt? Right then, little Yan looked at Hu Zhezhai's leg with concern and asked with a sweet voice. It does hurt a little, but after applying the medicine, it's not as painful. Hu Zhezhai, warmed by little Yan's concern, explained gently. With brother here, you'll recover quickly. The medical skills of brother and grandpa Chen are really amazing. You'll be all right in no time, little Yan said earnestly. Hu Zhezhai smiled, her pretty face causing little Yan to stare in awe. Sister Hu, you're so beautiful. The little one said, dumbstruck. Hu Zhezhai's face reddened, unable to help saying, you're also very cute, much prettier than your sister. Really, so I can be as pretty as you when I grow up. The little one perked up instantly at the thought. Definitely. Hu Zhezhai nodded firmly. She was not just being polite. Little Yan, with her innate charm, was clearly going to grow into a beauty. Watching the older and the younger one flattering each other, Lu Qing shook his head and smiled. Just then, a voice rang in his mind. Ah, Qing, what has happened? And why are you treating this young lady so specially? Hearing the voice in his mind, Lu Qing was not surprised. He knew that it was his master employing the divine soul sensing technique to converse with him. Such abnormal techniques were generally only used by the innate strong people with abundant divine soul power. Miss Hu is somewhat special. I wonder if master can see it. Lu Qing replied using the same transmission skill. Upon hearing this, the elder doctor turned to look at Hu Zhezhai, who was chatting animatedly with little Yan. After sensing with his divine soul for a moment, he finally noticed something peculiar. This young lady's aura seems a bit unique. The elder doctor expressed his uncertainty. Indeed, if the disciple is not mistaken, this Miss Hu is likely to be the person foretold to possess great destiny, Lu Qing said. At first, he had been quite astonished himself, and if it weren't for superpower revealing it, he would hardly dare to believe that this woman, who only had Qi blood realm cultivation, would be a person endowed with great destiny. A person endowed with great destiny. The elder doctor exclaimed in surprise, Ah Qing, are you sure you haven't seen it wrong? There should be no mistake, I am quite certain of this. Lu Qing nodded. The elder doctor had an epiphany. Of course, he would not doubt Lu Qing's words. Lu Qing possessed a mysterious heritage, knew many strange skills and techniques, and the ability to observe one's destiny, although it sounded mystical, would not be difficult for him. He finally understood why Lu Qing found the girl extraordinary. A person with great destiny was indeed rare and worth noting. Master, do you have any interest in taking on another disciple? Lu Qing asked through the transmission skill at this time. The elder doctor was taken aback. Take on a disciple. Indeed, since Miss Hu is a person endowed with great destiny, her future fortune must be considerable. If she can successfully grow up, she may become an incredible character in the future. But isn't she going to the Xyrui sect to participate in their disciple acceptance ceremony? With her destiny, I suppose she'll easily be selected, right? That's not necessarily the case. Lu Qing shook his head slightly, not to mention the so-called disciple acceptance ceremony at Xyrui sect, which I always feel is not very serious. Plus, although Miss Hu is endowed with destiny, it's not something everyone can see. More precisely, besides him, it was probably hard for anyone else to notice Hu Zhezhai's destiny. The concept of destiny itself was nebulous and elusive, although cultivation techniques included the Qi observation skill, which could observe a person's destiny and determine their cause and effect. This required a very high realm to achieve. Lu Qing did not believe that in this world, where spiritual energy recovery had just begun, there would be anyone capable of reaching such a realm. Let's wait until Miss Hu's leg heals before discussing further. The elder doctor, however, shook his head slightly. He was not too enthusiastic about taking another disciple, even if she might become a person of great destiny in the future. To him, character and virtue were more important than anything else in a disciple. In this lifetime, he felt that having Lu Qing as his disciple was already enough. Seeing that his master was not very interested, Lu Qing did not insist. In fact, he had only mentioned it casually. Whether or not the master wished to take on a disciple was up to him. Their conversation had taken place entirely through the divine soul transmission skill, so Hu Zhezhai was unaware that she was considered a person of great destiny, according to legend. Because of Lu Qing's instructions, Ma Gu had this time not held back the speed of the carriage. Wrapped in a stream of Qing-colored spiritual energy, the carriage raced along, soon overtaking the merchant caravans and travelers that had been ahead of them. Such an odd spectacle immediately caused an uproar of astonishment. What's happened? Within a massive caravan, a luxurious carriage's curtain was lifted, revealing a face as fine as jade. Reporting to the young master, just now a carriage flew past us on the side. Surrounded by a strange Qing-colored spiritual energy, it moved at an incredible speed and seemed very otherworldly. A knight in scale armor and atop a tall horse reported respectfully, yet in his eyes there was a tinge of shock. He had never seen such a scene before. What, a carriage surrounded by Qing-colored spiritual energy? The fine-faced youth was taken aback. Did you recognize the appearance of that carriage? Couldn't tell. The carriage and horses were all wrapped in Qing-colored spiritual energy, obscuring the details. I only vaguely saw that there were 2 large horses in front, and a man was driving, reported the scale armor knight. The wind-controlling chariot. Does this legendary magic artifact truly exist? And who could possess such a magic artifact and even put it into motion? The fine-faced young man murmured in disbelief. regretting deeply that he had not been outside his carriage for comfort's sake earlier. Had he been outside, he might have been able to stop that carriage and make its acquaintance. It seems my grandfather's predictions were correct. Great changes have indeed come to Central State. Even the wind-controlling chariot has appeared. There will probably be even more magical and mystical objects regaining their ancient powers. Grandfather predicted that a great opportunity will emerge in Central State. I wonder if I am fortunate enough to partake in a bit of destiny. Lu Qing was unaware that someone mistook the carriage he had modified for the ancient wind-controlling chariot, but he knew that traveling in such an ostentatious manner would surely attract the attention of some interested parties. However, he didn't care at the moment. He had realized that their most important goal right now was to reach the Holy Mountain as soon as possible. After all, those left behind wouldn't be able to catch up anytime soon. After the carriage started moving, it almost never stopped. Even their lunch was eaten on the carriage. Because the spiritual energy in Central State was so dense, the power of the array on the carriage was stronger as well. Once the carriage was in motion, not only was its speed faster than before, but even the horses seemed more at ease. However, Hu Zhezhai started to worry as the afternoon approached. "Mr. Lu, we've been traveling for so long, shouldn't we stop to let the horses rest?" "It's fine," Lu Qing smiled. "Our horses are exceptional steeds that can travel 1,000 miles in a day. This distance is nothing to them. Moreover, Ma Gu has a wealth of experience in driving carriages. If the horses were truly tired, he would let them rest." "I see. I had no idea your horses were so extraordinary," Hu Zhezhai said, finally feeling relieved. Lu Qing just smiled and didn't continue the conversation. What he had said wasn't untrue. In fact, after days of travel, the two tall horses pulling their carriage had been nourished by the array's power every day. They were already exceptional horses specifically chosen by the Wei family, and with so many days of nourishing from the power of the array, they had gradually developed a hint of spiritual nature, significantly improving their strength and endurance. Even without the enhancement of the array's power, they could run tirelessly for an entire day. It was just that they would not be as fast. Lu Qing even thought that if they continued like this, it was not impossible for the two horses pulling their carriage to eventually develop spiritual wisdom and become spiritual beasts one day. Unfortunately, the Li Hu sect's inheritance did not include a technique for rearing spiritual beasts. According to legend, that was the unique legacy of the beast-taming sect, difficult for other sects to obtain. Otherwise, he might have found a way to advance the evolution of these two fine horses. While Lu Qing was lost in thought, little Li crawled out from a conch-like small nest beside him, and still groggy with sleep, climbed onto Lu Qing's knees and laid down to continue dozing. "Little Li, you're awake. Are you hungry?" Lu Qing stroked its head. Little Li wagged its tail as a response to indicate it wasn't hungry, but its eyes remained closed. "Little Li, you've been so lazy recently, always oversleeping," Little Yan teased it on the side. However, Little Li just continued squinting its eyes, not engaging in play with Little Yan. Lu Qing gently stroked Little Li's fur. Ever since the little guy started practicing the inheritance skill in its mind, it had become increasingly sleepy. Not only did it often sleep deeply at night, but it also spent most of its daytime hours in slumber. The time it spent playing with Little Yan had decreased significantly. Yet, Lu Qing could feel the strength within Little Li growing steadily, indicating its cultivation technique was being practiced correctly. The only question was whether its propensity for sleep would grow increasingly severe, or if it would diminish once it made some progress with its technique. Hu Zhezhai curiously watched Little Li laying on Lu Qing's knees. She had seen the little beast when she first boarded the carriage, but later, when they set off, it had crawled into the conch-like nest to sleep, not even coming out for lunch. Although she was curious, she didn't feel it was polite to ask. Now seeing Lu Qing and the others speaking to the little beast and it seemingly understanding them piqued her curiosity even more. "Mr. Lu, this is, its name is Little Li. It's Little Yan's playmate and also our companion," Lu Qing explained with a smile. "I thought I saw it understanding what you were saying earlier." "That's right, Little Li can understand us." Lu Qing nodded. "How marvelous. May I touch it?" Hu Zhezhai's eyes sparkled slightly as she looked at Little Li. "I'm afraid that's not possible." Lu Qing shook his head. Little Li has never been fond of being touched by strangers. Little Li slightly opened its eyes, cast a sidelong glance at Hu Zhezhai, and then turned around to crawl into Lu Qing's embrace, continuing its slumber. "Why is there another noisy woman? Two-legged creatures really are meddlesome." Hu Zhezhai. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt as though the little beast seemed to be showing disdain for her. The carriage sped along the road, only stopping as dusk approached. "Mr. Lu, it's getting dark and there's a town ahead. Should we go there to find lodging?" Ma Gu's voice came from the front of the carriage. "Let's go in. Miss Hu has injured her leg, and it's not suitable for us to stay outdoors anymore. Besides, I want to buy some medicinal herbs to prepare medicine," said Lu Qing. Upon hearing this, Hu Zhezhai felt a warmth in her heart, and a blush appeared on her face once again. Thus, Ma Gu steered the carriage slowly towards the town, while Lu Qing opened the carriage window to look outside. As the carriage approached the town and saw the huge stone stele standing outside, he read softly, Yunlai Town. Hu Zezhai, who had been lost in thoughts, was startled by the name. Mr. Lu, what did you just say? I said this town is called Yunlai Town. The name is quite interesting. Yunlai Town. Hu Zezhai's beautiful eyes widened. Mr. Lu, are you sure it's Yunlai Town? You can see for yourself. There's a large stone stele outside the town with these 3 big characters on it. Lu Qing made room for her, and despite the injury on her leg, Hu Zezhai moved her body to look out the window. Then when she saw the huge stone stele and the appearance of the town, her eyes suddenly widened. It really is the Yunlai Town my father mentioned. But how is this possible? What's wrong, Miss Hu? Is there something amiss with Yunlai Town? Lu Qing asked after hearing her remarks. No, it's not that. I need to look at the map. Hu Zezhai, as if awakening from a dream, took out a parchment map from the bundle she had been carrying. When she saw the markings on the map clearly, she was completely dumbstruck. Miss Hu, what on earth has happened? Seeing her reaction, Lu Qing grew concerned. Even the elder doctor and Wei Ziyan were curiously looking at her. Mr. Lu, tell me the truth. After I got on the carriage, did I faint for several days because of my leg? Hu Zezhai, looking a bit dazed, raised her head and asked Lu Qing. Not at all, Lu Qing responded, puzzled. Haven't you been awake and chatting with us all the time? And didn't we just leave Azure Dragon City this morning? But if it's only been one day, how could we have traveled from Azure Dragon City to Yunlai Town, 3,000 miles away? Hu Zezhai's face was still frozen, as if her mind had been stunned by some shock. So that's what this is about. Lu Qing started to laugh, thinking it was all because of this. He had feared that something had really happened or that Yunlai Town had some problem. Haven't I mentioned before that the horses pulling our carriage are fine steeds capable of covering a lot of ground? They run fast, so it's normal for them to be a bit quicker. All right, Miss Hu, we've arrived. Let's get off and find somewhere to stay first. Little Yan, help Sister Hu down. Got it, big brother. With Little Yan's tender reply, Lu Qing and the elder doctor were the first to walk down from the carriage. Sister Hu, let's go, I'll help you. Little Yan approached the still dazed Hu Zezhai. However, her mind was still in turmoil, repeatedly going over what Lu Qing had said earlier. Indeed, Lu Qing had mentioned their carriage was pulled by fine steeds, but could covering 3,000 miles in a single day really be called covering a great distance every day? Miss Hu, I forgot to make you a crutch. Please make do with this wooden stick for now. At that moment, Lu Qing appeared with a wooden stick thick as a wrist and handed it over. Hu Zezhai took the stick, using it temporarily as a crutch, and stood firmly on the ground. She was, after all, a martial artist at the peak of the perfect blood Qi realm. Despite her broken leg, as long as she had something to lean on, she could still walk steadily. But when she looked at the 2 horses in front of the carriage, she was taken aback again. Because she saw that the 2 fine steeds, which had run all day carrying them for 3,000 miles, were now leisurely nibbling on some wild grass by the roadside, seemingly not very tired at all. Suddenly, Hu Zezhai's mind became chaotic again. Finally, when Hu Zezhai entered the inn she was staying in, her mind was still in chaos. Lu Qing, on the other hand, had chosen a room, settled his belongings, and then went to the front of the inn. Innkeeper, I have some matters I would like to inquire about. I dare not claim to teach, but what instruction does the guest have? The innkeeper hurriedly responded. To him, Lu Qing and his companions were generous patrons who not only booked the best chambers without haggling over the price. They did not even bother to bargain. In his eyes, they were indeed distinguished guests. Do you know if there's a decent medicine shop in town? I need to buy some herbs, Lu Qing asked. Are you looking to buy herbs? After pondering for a moment, the innkeeper said, in Yunlai Town we have 2 clinics. If you're looking to buy herbs, you can go to the Benevolence Clinic. Dr. Xiao of the Benevolence Clinic is a highly skilled doctor, the best reputed in our town. He prescribes medicine for the patients at a low cost and never cheats anyone. As soon as he heard it, Lu Qing understood that the Benevolence Clinic had a good reputation in town and that its herbs should be trustworthy. It's no trouble at all. After you leave the inn, turn right and keep going straight, and you should be able to see the Benevolence Clinic sign. After leaving the inn, Lu Qing followed the innkeeper's directions, turning right and heading straight ahead. Eventually, he reached the end of the street and saw the Benevolence Clinic. He stepped inside. Fortunately, there weren't many patients in the clinic at the moment, just a young apprentice dozing at the counter with his head propped up in his hands. Lu Qing stretched out his hand and lightly tapped on the counter twice. Master, I wasn't slacking off. The apprentice jolted awake and hastily spoke. Then, looking up and realizing that it was not his master but someone else who had woken him, he let out a sigh of relief. He said to Lu Qing, Sir, you almost scared me to death. I thought my master had come back. Sorry. Lu Qing showed a hint of apology on his face. He hadn't expected the apprentice's reaction to be so dramatic. It's all right as long as it's not the master who's come back. The apprentice wasn't angry and continued, Right, sir. What can I do for you? Are you here to see a doctor or to get medicine? If it's medicine you need, do you have a prescription? If you wish to see a doctor, you may have to wait a bit. My master and senior apprentice brother have gone out to make a house call, and it will probably be some time before they return. I would like to buy some herbs. Here's the list. Can the young doctor possibly gather them? Lu Qing took out a list of herbs and handed it over. Don't call me a young doctor. I haven't completed my apprenticeship yet, and I can't assume such a title. If my master hears it, he will scold me again. Apprentice continuously waved his hands, seemingly used to being reproved by his master frequently. He took the list and after looking at it, his face showed surprise. Sir, you want to buy so many herbs. Lu Qing smiled and said, we are passing travelers who also know a bit about medicine. We used up the herbs we brought with us these past few days, so we want to replenish them here. Is there a problem? Can your clinic not provide these herbs? With the other herbs, there should be no problem. But we're running low on Angelica and Astragalus. It's odd, actually. Today was supposed to be the day the medicine farmers deliver their herbs, but they're nowhere to be seen yet, the apprentice muttered, explaining as he held the list. Before Lu Qing could reply, suddenly, several people burst in from outside. As soon as they entered, they started calling out anxiously, Dr. Xiao, where is Dr. Xiao? Help us, old Wang has been bitten by a poisonous snake. The group set down a stretcher, revealing a man lying atop it, his face ashen and unconscious. His right pant leg had been cut open to reveal a thigh swollen and darkened, bound tight with a red rope. Uncle Li, what happened? How did Uncle Wang end up like this? The apprentice was startled and, setting aside the list of herbs on the counter, quickly ran out. Xyrui, why are you the only one here? Where is Dr. Xiao? Asked Uncle Li anxiously. My master and senior apprentice brother went out on a house call. They haven't come back yet. What, Dr. Xiao is out? What are we going to do? Old Wang went up the mountain to gather herbs this afternoon and was bitten by a venomous snake. He's already passed out. If we don't get him immediate treatment, he may not make it. Uncle Li slapped his thigh in agitation, filled with anxiety. He looked at the young apprentice. Xyrui, do you know how to treat snake poison? Me? No, I can't. My master won't let me treat people. Xyrui quickly stepped back and waved his hands. Uncle Li, having heard this, was not disappointed. He had only asked out of desperation, knowing well what Xyrui was capable of. Considering old Wang's condition, he knew there was no time to waste and gritted his teeth. He said to the others, let's go take old Wang to the Fortune's Blessing Clinic. Although Dr. Kaien's fees are high and he's a bit mercenary, his medical skill is still decent. Hurry, there might still be hope for old Wang. The group did not dare delay and immediately sprang into action. However, as they turned to leave, they saw a youth squatting before the stretcher, twirling a silver needle in his hand, about to insert it into the swollen blue-black leg injured by the snake bite. Young sir, what are you doing? Upon seeing this, Uncle Li was shocked and immediately moved to intervene. However, before he could approach, he felt a gentle yet invisible force in front of him, preventing him from moving any closer. The poisoned blood in this uncle's body has almost reached his heart. It must be forced out immediately. Otherwise, even a deity descending to earth would find it difficult to save him. Lu Qing didn't lift his head, his hands ceaselessly moving. In an instant, he had inserted over 10 needles into old Wang's leg, sealing the wound inflicted by the snake bite. Seeing Lu Qing's adept and decisive needlework, coupled with the strange blockage he had experienced himself, Uncle Li couldn't help but realize that the youth before him was no ordinary person. He dared not make a fuss anymore, worried he would interfere with Lu Qing's procedure. The others had also come around and held their breath, careful not to even let out a sigh, their eyes wide as they watched Lu Qing work. Seeing that they were reasonable, Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Life was of utmost importance. If these people had continued to be disruptive, he would have had to resort to extraordinary measures. Only undisturbed could he focus on saving a life. After sealing the wound on old Wang's leg, amidst the silence, Lu Qing opened old Wang's upper garments. Then his brows furrowed involuntarily. All he could see was the chest of old Wang blanketed with a bluish-black qi, leaving only the heart untouched. But the bluish-black qi was slowly seeping toward the heart, visible to the naked eye. Lu Qing knew that once this bluish-black qi covered old Wang's heart, it would be an indicator that the snake poison had fully invaded the heart. By then, detoxifying and saving the man would be much more difficult. He couldn't afford to delay, so he continued to take out a silver needle from his needle bag. Almost in the span of a breath, he inserted 18 needles around old Wang's heart area, creating an intricate needle array, completely sealing off his heart. Once the needle array was formed, the leading and trailing energies connected, and it immediately began to buzz vibrantly, casting wave after wave of silvery light. The progress of the bluish-black qi, which had been gradually creeping toward the heart, was abruptly halted. It was firmly blocked outside the needle array, utterly unable to penetrate. This miraculous scene left the onlookers, especially the young apprentice, completely dumbfounded. Having secured old Wang's heart, Lu Qing finally exhaled a breath. The patient was lucky. If he hadn't been brought in on time, or if Lu Qing hadn't happened to be there, just a little more time and the snake poison would have fully infected the heart, and he feared old Wang would have surely been doomed. Young master, is there hope for old Wang? Asked Uncle Li cautiously after seeing Lu Qing stop his work. It's hard to say. Lu Qing shook his head. The snake poison he's afflicted with is quite peculiar. It doesn't act quickly, but is particularly troublesome. You must have given him snake medicine, but it doesn't seem very effective, right? Yes, 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 Uncle Li hurriedly replied. As soon as old Wang was bitten, we gave him medicine. We thought it was fine at first, but the situation kept worsening. That's why we brought him here. Being herb gatherers, often wandering deep in the mountains, Uncle Li and his companions had considerable experience in preventing venomous snake and insect bites. Every time they went up the mountain to gather herbs, not only would they carry a medicine bag to repel snakes and insects, but they would also always be prepared with antivenom. The purpose was to be able to administer first aid promptly in case they were accidentally bitten. Moreover, it's strange. The snake that bit old Wang is a jinshi, one we commonly see in the mountains. Usually jinshi are timid and flee at the sight of humans, very rarely attacking. Their venom is not very potent, and as long as it's treated promptly, it's generally harmless. But today, the jinshi that bit old Wang didn't flee. It was very aggressive. Old Wang had just seen it when it lunged and bit him. Uncle Li rambled on, recounting the situation at that time. Hearing this, Lu Qing had a notion in mind, but knew now was not the time to inquire. Saving the man was more urgent. The young apprentice, already astounded by Lu Qing's miraculous acupuncture skills, nodded eagerly in response to his instructions. Okay, now grab the herbs. Half-leaf sunflower, half an ounce white snake flower, 1 ounce. Lu Qing recited the formula, his hands not slowing in their task. In an instant, a sharp little silver knife appeared in his hand. First, Lu Qing removed the silver needles from old Wang's leg. With a small silver knife, he carved a cross-incision on the snake bite wound. Thick black blood immediately began to slowly flow from the wound. Bring a bowl over, Lu Qing ordered. Uncle Li immediately found a large ceramic bowl used for patients taking medicine. Young master, here's the bowl. Lu Qing took the bowl and placed it under old Wang's injured leg. He then flicked his fingers and waved them toward old Wang's chest. The array of 18 silver needles instantly started to buzz again and began to tremble. As the silver needles vibrated, everyone saw that the poisoned blood at old Wang's wound started to come out at an increasing rate, dripping into the ceramic bowl. When the poisoned blood flowed out, it immediately released a stench that made everyone's head spin upon inhaling it. Lu Qing frowned and immediately said, "Step back a bit, this snake poison is no small matter. If you smell too much of it, I'm afraid you'll be poisoned too." Upon hearing this, Uncle Li and the others were shocked and quickly retreated, covering their mouths and noses. They became even more puzzled. Wasn't it just a jinshi? How could it suddenly become so formidable? It was as if the jinshi they knew was a completely different creature. Seeing Uncle Li and the others stepping back, Lu Qing, standing straight with an unchanged expression, continued to operate the needle array and forced out the poisoned blood from old Wang's body. With the continuous operation of the needle array, the poisoned blood from old Wang's body kept seeping out from the wound on his leg. Soon, the ceramic bowl was filled. This time, without needing Lu Qing's instruction, Uncle Li, with quick thinking, found a large ceramic pot and brought it over to Lu Qing, covering his mouth and nose. Lu Qing poured the bowl of poisoned blood into the ceramic pot and continued to extract the poison. In this manner, Lu Qing, under his relentless operation of the needle array, forced out 3 large pots of poisoned blood from old Wang's body, until they saw the blood flowing from his leg wound gradually turn red. This scene turned Uncle Li and the others pale. They dared not imagine that with so much blood lost, could old Wang still survive. Fortunately, their concerns were unnecessary, because as the poisoned blood continued to be forced out, old Wang's chest, which had been barely breathing, finally began to move, starting clear breathing. His swollen, cyanotic leg also reduced in swelling significantly, and the cyanosis on his face had disappeared, showing a hint of color. Just at this moment, the apprentice came out from the inner hall holding a bowl of medicine broth. Cautiously, "Young master, the medicine is ready. Give it to me." Lu Qing took the medicine, swept it with his superpower, and found that although the fire had been a bit too strong and had lost quite a bit of its medicinal properties, at least it was still usable. He administered the medicine to old Wang, helped him assimilate the power of the medicine with acupuncture, and then removed all the silver needles. At the same time, he covered the pot of poisoned blood to prevent it from spreading further. "Young master, how is old Wang now?" At this point, seeing Lu Qing was done, Uncle Li and the others approached. "The snake poison in his body has mostly been forced out by me. There are still some remnants of the poison, but after taking this medicine, he should be able to clear it completely. However, old Wang's inner organs have been severely damaged by the snake poison this time. I'm afraid it will take him quite some time to recover. In a moment, I'll write a prescription for nourishing the body. Have him take the medicine regularly, and after a while he should be able to recover." Hearing this, Uncle Li grabbed Lu Qing's hand, thanking him effusively. "Young master doesn't know, old Wang has 3 children, and his wife is disabled. The whole family of 5 depends on him for food. If he were gone, I really don't know how those orphans and widows would survive," Uncle Li said, choking up. "There's no need to be so polite," Lu Qing said with a smile. "I am a doctor, and my teacher always teaches that as a doctor, we must take it as our responsibility to treat and save the sick. This is all part of what I should do. Oh, I wonder which great doctor is your teacher, to be able to teach such an outstanding divine doctor like yourself." At that moment, a gentle voice came from outside the medical hall. "Teacher," the apprentice, excited upon hearing the voice, called out. The young apprentice exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the two who had entered from outside. "Indeed, we've returned for a while, but since we saw this young master was rescuing someone, we did not wish to disturb him." Dr. Xiao nodded, unslung the medicine box from his back, and handed it to the young disciple, curiously looking at Lu Qing. Lu Qing was also sizing up the other party. In fact, with his martial arts cultivation, he had naturally noticed someone standing outside earlier. He had just been too focused on the emergency to pay much attention, as the visitors had not disturbed his work. The two who entered were a middle-aged man and a young man. The elder one had a refined and scholarly demeanor, sporting a long beard, and seemed more a scholar than a doctor. The younger one looked honest and sincere, clearly a straightforward person. "Dr. Xiao, you're back. Old Wang was bitten by a venomous snake. Fortunately, you weren't at the clinic, and this young Master Lu incidentally saved his life. Might you see how old Wang is now?" Uncle Li, overjoyed at the sight of Dr. Xiao, hurriedly stepped forward and said, it wasn't that he didn't trust Lu Qing, but Lu Qing was ultimately too young, and having Dr. Xiao, a highly respected doctor, examine old Wang would provide more reassurance. "That's fine, I'll take a look at old Wang's pulse. Young master, you don't mind, do you?" Dr. Xiao didn't refuse and instead turned to Lu Qing. After all, this was his patient, and interfering abruptly could easily cause conflict with someone who may be prideful. "Don't worry, as my experience in treating patients is lacking, it's better to have Dr. Xiao overseeing." Lu Qing did not have any disputes with fellow practitioners and agreed willingly. Moreover, since he intervened in somebody else's clinic, he technically breached the etiquette, and should any issues arise, it could impact the clinic's business. Thus, Dr. Xiao was welcome to check the pulse, and Lu Qing was happy to oblige. Seeing Lu Qing's unreserved manner, Dr. Xiao's eyes flickered with a peculiar light, growing even more curious about his background. However, he didn't rush to inquire, but instead approached old Wang, extended 3 fingers, and felt his pulse. Dr. Xiao had been deeply shocked and curious as he had observed Lu Qing using acupuncture to expel poison blood from old Wang. Now he was eager to understand old Wang's current condition. After checking the pulse for a while, the look of surprise on Dr. Xiao's face deepened. He discovered that old Wang's pulse was now steady and strong. His breathing was smooth and orderly, definitely not resembling a patient who had just been recovered from the brink of death. Instead, he seemed like an ordinary person who had been injured and was now peacefully recuperating. "How is it, Dr. Xiao?" Uncle Li and the others looked expectantly at Dr. Xiao. Dr. Xiao released his hand and smiled. "This young master's medical skills are extremely superb. Old Wang is no longer in danger. I believe he should awake soon. That is truly wonderful." Uncle Li and the others were thrilled and once again expressed their gratitude to Lu Qing. His previous words were not mere courtesy. In his opinion, Lu Qing's medical skill was indeed exceptional. Save a patient deeply afflicted with poison and hanging by a thread, pushing all poison blood out with just acupuncture, was something even he could not achieve. Thus, he was very curious about what background Lu Qing had. For such a young man to possess such miraculous medical skills, he had never heard of such a prodigious young man in Central State before. "Young master, I have not yet asked for your esteemed name." "Dr. Xiao need not be so polite. My surname is Lu, and my given name is Qing. The situation was urgent earlier, thus I presumptuously offered help at your esteemed clinic. I hope you forgive me." Lu Qing responded with a bow as well. "Young master, what are you saying? Without your intervention, old Wang might have been in grave danger. Saving a life is of utmost importance. Why bother with such trivial formalities?" Dr. Xiao waved his hand, showing that he didn't mind at all. "By the way, young Master Lu, with such profound medical skills, may I inquire who is your esteemed master?" "My master's surname is Chen, just an ordinary traveling doctor recluse in the countryside." "Dr. Xiao, you probably don't know of him," Lu Qing humbly responded. However, his words were indeed true, as his master had always considered himself an ordinary doctor, and his description wasn't intended to belittle his mentor, Dr. Chen. Dr. Xiao's mind raced, trying to recall if there was a famous doctor named Chen in Central State. As for the traveling doctor, title Lu Qing mentioned, he naturally took it as a modesty. After all, anyone who could train such an exceptional young healer like Lu Qing couldn't be just any ordinary medical practitioner. Unfortunately, after thinking it over, he couldn't think of any prominent doctor named Chen. "By the way, Dr. Xiao, I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave now." Lu Qing saw that Dr. Xiao was very interested in his origins, but he didn't elaborate further. He merely bowed slightly, ready to depart. "You're leaving so soon?" Dr. Xiao was surprised. "Yes, I still have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer." By the way, little master, if it's possible, please try to gather the medicinal herbs listed on my prescription. I will come to pick them up tomorrow morning. Here is the deposit. Lu Qing took out a silver ingot, placed it on the counter, and immediately drifted away. However, before he left, he also took the jar of poisoned blood with him. Dr. Xiao originally wanted to detain him for a bit, but Lu Qing's movement technique was extremely formidable, seemingly unhurried, yet within the span of a few breaths, he had already exited the clinic and disappeared from view. Seeing this, Dr. Xiao could not help but realize that this mysterious young Master Lu was not only highly skilled in medical arts, but also a martial artist of astonishing strength. How come the young master left so quickly? We hadn't even paid him for the medical treatment. Uncle Li and the others were stunned by the sudden departure of Lu Qing. After musing for a moment, Dr. Xiao asked, Xyrui, what kind of medicinal herbs did young Master Lu want to buy from us? Master, the young master wanted to buy quite a few things. Oh right, he left a list. The young apprentice dashed back to the counter, picked up the list of herbs Lu Qing had given him earlier, and handed it to his master. Dr. Xiao quickly glanced at the list. All of these herbs are used to reduce inflammation and swelling, and to treat external injuries. This is a prescription for healing wounds and growing new flesh. Has someone in the young master's company been injured? After leaving the clinic, Lu Qing noticed that the sky outside had completely darkened. It seemed he had spent quite a bit of time saving a life, and he wondered if his master and the others were getting anxious. With these thoughts on his mind, Lu Qing quickened his pace towards the direction of the inn. He still carried the pottery jar filled with poisoned blood, and upon reaching a certain corner where he was sure no one was around, he flashed into a dark corner and tucked it into his Kingfang chi bag. The reason he took the poisoned blood with him was because earlier, when he forced the poison out of Old Wang, he had used his superpower to probe the origin of the poisoned blood. Just as he predicted, the snake poison in Old Wang's body was no ordinary snake poison. It was venom that had undergone a mutation and had evolved from a jin qi that had inadvertently absorbed and refined evil qi. This poison was very strange in nature. While its onset in a human body was not particularly rapid, it was exceedingly hard to get rid of. It could completely permeate a person's organs and was very difficult to remove. If it were not for his array of acupuncture points, which were no common technique, it would probably not have been so easy to force out all of Old Wang's poison. What's more, there was a terrifying aspect of the poison when it encountered blood. Its toxicity would not weaken, but gradually change the nature of the blood, turning it into a toxin similar to itself. In other words, the half jar of poisoned blood extracted from Old Wang's body now had a toxicity not much less than that of the original snake poison. Ordinary people touching it might very well fall poisoned, allowing the snake poison to invade and create new toxins. This was somewhat similar to the zombie poison in movies from his previous life, able to continuously spread. Thus, to prevent such an occurrence, Lu Qing simply decided to take all of the poisoned blood with him, planning to find a way to destroy it later to eliminate any future troubles. After pocketing the poisoned blood, Lu Qing walked silently down the road. Although he had saved a life today, his mood was not one of relief, but rather one of heaviness. He and his master had previously speculated that the changes in the heaven and earth rules might bring about more than just the recovery of spiritual energy. Along with this recovery might come various forms of evil qi, demonic qi, and poisonous gases. People like Mo Zhen from the Flowing Cloud sect had become devoid of humanity precisely because they cultivated such evil qi and demonic qi. However, the events of today made Lu Qing realize that it wasn't just people who were affected by such qi, but all living creatures in the world. For instance, if fierce and venomous creatures like snakes and scorpions came upon an opportunity to absorb and refine the evil qi or demonic qi of the world, they were sure to become even more terrifying. If ordinary people encountered them unawares, survival would be difficult. Just like Old Wang today, if he had not met Lu Qing, he certainly would have met a violent end. Xiao village is situated at the foot of the deep mountains, and who knows how many fierce beasts and venoms lie hidden in the 10,000 great mountains behind the village. If there are venomous creatures or beasts like the Jinshi that have undergone mutations and attacked the village, what then? The thought unsettled Lu Qing. Before coming to Central State, he had not realized that the changes here were so profound, catching him somewhat off guard. Based on the observations along the way, this spiritual energy recovery is clearly centered in Central State, radiating outwards to the surrounding states. Our Kang State is remote, nearly the farthest from Central State, and it shouldn't develop into a state where everything undergoes strange mutations so quickly. So there is still time, Lu Qing pondered in silence. Xiao village was the place he had lived in ever since he arrived in this world. The people of the village were also very genuine and kind-hearted, and he had long since regarded it as his hometown, so he would absolutely not stand by and watch it be destroyed. Therefore, he decided that once things were settled in Central State, he'd rush back to at least ensure the villagers' safety. With his thoughts sorted, Lu Qing slowly returned to the inn. As he entered, he saw his master and the others all sitting there, with many dishes laid out on the table. "Ah Qing, where did you go? Why have you only come back so late?" the elder doctor asked. If it weren't for the fact that he knew of Lu Qing's abilities and had learned from the innkeeper that Lu Qing had gone to buy medicine, he might have gone to search for him himself. Disciple went to look for a pharmacy to buy some medicinal materials. "I came across some matters on the way and was delayed for a while." Lu Qing brushed aside his emotions and smiled, briefly recounting what had happened at the clinic. Everyone only then learned that Lu Qing had not only gone to buy medicine, but had also incidentally saved a life. Others were not particularly moved, but Hu Zezhai, after hearing the story, looked at Lu Qing with eyes filled with admiration. She felt that Mr. Lu was indeed compassionate, effortlessly saving another life. Only the elder doctor frowned after listening to Lu Qing's recount. "Ah Qing, according to what you've said, the person was poisoned by Jin Shi. But since when has the venom of Jin Shi been so fierce?" This disciple is also puzzled, but the disciple has brought some of the poisoned blood that was forced out of the victim's body. "After dinner, master can examine it to see if there is any mystery," said Lu Qing. "Oh, you've brought the poisoned blood back. That's very good." The elder doctor's eyes sparkled. He was always extremely interested in anything related to medical science. So after dinner, Lu Qing brought a small bottle of poisoned blood to his master's room and handed it to him. "Master, this poisoned blood is very peculiar. It can gradually transform the blood of a person without diminishing its own toxicity. You must be careful. There's such a strange poison," the elder doctor exclaimed, his expression turning serious. "That's why this disciple suspects that this is not ordinary snake poison, but a malignant poison mixed with evil qi." Lu Qing shared all the information he had probed with his superpower, along with his own conjectures with his master. The elder doctor's expression finally became solemn. "Indeed, according to what you've said, it is very likely that the Jin Shi has acquired evil qi, which has caused the snake poison to mutate and become so troublesome. Master, as the world changes and all things evolve, poisons like this evil qi poison will probably become more common. In the face of such toxins, ordinary antidotes may prove ineffective. If creatures like the mutated Jin Shi become more widespread, the people of this world will surely suffer even more." Lu Qing articulated the concerns in his heart. "What you say is true." The elder doctor stroked his beard, his face showing satisfaction. "Ah Qing, by expressing such thoughts and concern for the well-being of the people, you truly embody the spirit of being a doctor." "Master flatters me this disciple does not possess such a great heart." Lu Qing smiled, for he did not have the same benevolent heart as his master. What he was mainly concerned about were just the people he cared for. "However, you needn't worry excessively. Everything in this world abides by the laws of mutual generation and restraint, the balance of yin and yang. This is the natural order of all things. Even if spiritual energy recovery occurs, it is unlikely to escape these fundamental principles. Although this evil qi poison is formidable, as you said, everything is changing, and there may well be new medicines born to counteract it. What we need to do is to discover such methods, compile them into prescriptions, and disseminate them, so that people in danger can have something to rely on, and not be left without a flicker of hope. This is the very responsibility and meaning of our existence as doctors." Lu Qing's expression grew solemn as he watched his master's seriousness. "Yes, I understand, master." "Good, then let's start by examining what is so peculiar about this evil snake poison," the elder doctor said, smiling as Lu Qing took his advice to heart. However, just as the master and apprentice were about to study the snake poison together, suddenly they felt a tremor deep within their hearts. Throughout heaven and earth, a vast and profound voice began to resonate. As Lu Qing and the elder doctor were about to study the poisoned blood, they felt this grand fluctuation of heaven and earth. First, they were startled, then expressions of shock appeared on their faces. It was because they discovered that this fluctuation of heaven and earth was identical to the heaven and earth Dao sound that had marked the beginning of the changes in the heaven and earth rules. Immediately, neither of them cared to study the poisoned blood anymore. They hastily left the room and looked up at the sky. Brother, Little Yan, holding Little Li, ran out from the room. Clearly, she and Little Li had also heard the heaven and earth Dao sound. "Mr. Lu." At this moment, Hu Zezhai, limping from his own room, appeared with a trace of panic on his face. "What is this sound? I'll explain it to you later. Let's go to the rooftop first." Lu Qing, with a grave expression, held Little Yan with one hand and supported Hu Zezhai's arm with the other. With a few leaps, they arrived on the inn's rooftop. As for the elder doctor, it was even easier for him. He casually strolled and floated up to the rooftop. The ease with which he did so made Hu Zezhai's eyes widen. She then realized that the always amiable and benevolent elder doctor was also a martial arts master beyond her imagination. The rooftop of the inn was quite flat. Lu Qing made sure Hu Zezhai was comfortably seated before he looked up at the sky. At that moment, another invisible heaven and earth Tao sound resonated, echoing through the heavens and earth. Mr. Lu this, who Zhezhai then realized that the sound she heard came from high up in the sky, her mouth agape in amazement. Silence. However, at this moment, Lu Qing did not have time to explain to her. He was observing the situation in the sky. Today was the day of the full moon. But he only then noticed how unusually clear the night sky was, and how exceptionally clear and bright the full moon was, vaguely giving off an inexplicable oppressive feeling. Seeing this, Hu Zhezhai suppressed her doubts and also looked towards the sky. Another heaven and earth Tao sound echoed. Thus, they quietly stayed on the rooftop, listening to one after another of these heart-stirring heaven and earth Tao sounds. Finally, after the ninth Tao sound echoed, tranquility returned to heaven and earth. However, the expressions on the faces of Lu Qing and the elder doctor did not relax, for they faintly felt that some sort of oppression between heaven and earth was becoming even heavier. That bright, brilliant full moon became even rounder and larger. It seemed that something was brewing inside it, wanting to break free. Lu Qing stared tensely at the moon in the sky, hoping to discern something. But this time, his normally infallible superpower failed for the first time. Although he could see the moon, he couldn't tell if it was too far away or if the moon's existence was of too high a caliber. He looked for a long time but saw no text emerge in his field of view. However, although his superpower could not extract any useful information, Lu Qing could feel that something was brewing between heaven and earth. As that strange aura brewed, Little Li and Little Yan's arms began to become inexplicably restless. Little Li, what's wrong? Little Yan soothed its head with her hand. Lu Qing was about to inquire when, suddenly, he heard excited neighing coming from the inn's stable where their 2 tall horses were kept. And faintly, from the forests near Yunlai town, the long howls of many wild animals could be faintly heard as well. Before Lu Qing could figure out what was happening, he suddenly turned his head to look at the sky. At the same time, the elder doctor also shouted, "Ah Qing, it's coming." Following the elder doctor's words, that strange aura in the atmosphere seemed to have brewed to its peak, and high above that bright moon suddenly burst into brilliance. Following that, Lu Qing saw countless dots of moonlight like falling stars descending toward the earth. This is, seeing such a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Lu Qing's eyes suddenly widened. He thought of a legend recorded in the legacy of the Li Hu sect. Seeing the descending moonlight, Little Li became instantly excited. It lunged towards the sky. It could feel that the moonlight was immensely beneficial to it. With one leap, Little Li dashed up more than 30 feet into the air. However, the moonlight, though seemingly close, was still very far from them. Thus, as expected, Little Li caught nothing and had to lightly flip and land back on the rooftop. Little Li, don't rush, just wait a little longer. Seeing Little Li back on the rooftop and wanting to leap out again, Lu Qing reached out to hold it. He then turned his head to his master. This moonlight essence is a great opportunity for Little Li. I need to try to collect as much of it as possible. Please, master, help me protect. Good. The elder doctor didn't ask further and directly nodded his head. Seeing the master agree, Lu Qing immediately sat down on the rooftop. Time was of the essence, and he could no longer afford to disguise his actions further. He reached into his chest and pulled out a palm-sized jade bottle. He then placed the jade bottle before him. The next moment his thought shifted, and from his brow chakra, the divine soul talisman, originally hidden inside the earth spirit pearl, suddenly burst out. It expanded upon meeting the wind, transforming into a huge talisman with tremendous power, putting the earth spirit pearl underneath and reclaiming the central position in the chakra space. As the divine soul talisman unfurled its power, a divine soul fluctuation began to emanate from Lu Qing's body, startling even the elder doctor. For the first time, he truly realized just how formidable the divine soul power within his disciple was. However, Lu Qing had no time to pay attention to these minor details at the moment. After activating the divine soul talisman, his hands began to swiftly form one seal formation after another. Soon, a speck of spirit light appeared between his hands, floating in the air. As the spirit light emerged, the elder doctor began to feel the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly fluctuate, converging towards Lu Qing. Centering on the spirit light between his hands, they poured into it. With a large amount of spiritual energy being absorbed, the speck of spirit light quickly expanded and with a sharp increase, transformed into a chi talisman that emitted a hazy white light and was full of mysterious aura. Go. After the chi talisman was condensed, Lu Qing didn't hesitate at all. With a forward gesture of the seal formation, the chi talisman immediately flew forward and landed on the white jade bottle he had placed in front of him. As the chi talisman settled, the white jade bottle shook violently, and the next moment, a bright light suddenly appeared. When it dimmed again, mysterious patterns had emerged on the bottle's surface. Upon close inspection, it was not difficult to see that these patterns were identical to the chi talismans Lu Qing had previously condensed. After imprinting a chi talisman on the jade bottle, Lu Qing did not stop. Instead, he quickly condensed 2 more chi talismans and infused them into the white jade bottle. Only then did he stop. wiping the sweat from his forehead and looking up at the sky with a smile. Good, I just made it in time. Fortunately, his divine soul power had recently made considerable progress, nourished by the Earth Spirit Pearl. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to continuously condense 3 spiritual energy talismans in such a short period of time. And now, all was quiet around him. Everyone was stunned by the scene of Lu Qing crafting the jade bottle. Hu Zezhai in particular was shocked speechless by Lu Qing's miraculous, almost celestial techniques, her mind going blank. Picking up the white jade bottle, Lu Qing sensed it with his divine soul power. Not bad, although it's a bit rough, it should be usable. Ow, ow. At this moment, little Li jumped onto Lu Qing's shoulder, pointing at the sky and anxiously crying out to him. It turned out that the moonlight essence falling from the high heavens was about to reach the earth. Don't worry, I'll start collecting it now. After calming little Li with his hand, Lu Qing tossed the jade bottle forward and gave a slight stir of his heart and spirit. Go. The jade bottle gently landed on the highest point of the rooftop, and the next moment, a brilliant light emitted from the bottle. Then a strange scene occurred. Within a radius of several miles, the moonlight essence that was originally scattered across the sky suddenly changed direction under the influence of some strange suction force. All of it shifted, converging towards where Lu Qing and the others were. It's really effective. Seeing this, Lu Qing was elated. He had also started with an attitude of just trying it out and had not expected it to actually work. Immediately, he no longer hesitated and urged the spirit talisman's power on the jade bottle with all his divine soul power. The next moment, the radiance of the jade bottle greatly increased, and the suction force drastically intensified. The speed of the moonlight essence's shift in the sky also sharply increased, gathering above the inn like birds returning to their nest and entering the jade bottle. Ow, ow. Little Li, seeing so much moonlight essence being absorbed into the jade bottle by Lu Qing, excitedly jumped up and down, its ears trembling with enthusiasm. The moonlight essence from the sky came quickly and left just as quickly. Soon after, the sky returned to calm, and the moon, which had once shone shockingly bright, returned to its normal appearance. However, Lu Qing could still sense that the moon seemed to have gained an inexplicable significance. Of course, this was not the time to care about these things. Seeing that the moonlight essence in the sky had all fallen, Lu Qing immediately performed a spell, and the light of the jade bottle retracted, flying back into his hands. Lu Qing took out a jade stopper and sealed the jade bottle. Ow. Little Li could hardly wait, jumping onto Lu Qing's shoulder and looking at him eagerly. Not now. If you take it right away, you'll probably sleep again until who knows when. Wait until I study it a bit more, Lu Qing said sternly. He wasn't certain that the contents of the bottle were what he had guessed, and couldn't rashly let little Li use it. Upon hearing this, little Li, although anxious, knew that it had to listen to the bipedal creature. So despite its reluctance, it agreed and dejectedly went back to little Yan's side, its tail drooping. Ah Qing, can you now tell me what exactly was going on just now? The elder doctor asked at this time. Master, our previous predictions, I'm afraid they're coming true, Lu Qing sighed and said. You're referring to. Tonight, the reappearance of the heaven and earth Dao sound indicates that the rules of heaven and earth have evolved to another stage, ready to undergo new changes. And this time the change is going to be even greater, aiming at all living creatures. If your disciple hasn't guessed wrong, the light from just now was the moonlight essence. This moonlight essence has the effect of opening spiritual wisdom and transforming and purifying bloodlines for all living creatures. Even plants, bamboo, rocks, if fated to absorb and refine enough of it, might also have the chance to transform into spirits with spiritual wisdom. Tonight, the vast moonlight essence, cascading from the bright moon onto the earth. It's uncertain how many creatures will seize this opportunity for transformation. After this event, from now on, it is likely that various exotic and spiritual beasts and medicines will gradually appear in the world. Lu Qing's speech left Hu Zezhai completely bewildered. The elder doctor, however, seemed thoughtful. So you're saying the moonlight essence just now was an opportunity bestowed by heaven and earth to all the creatures in the world. That's right. The most important effect of this moonlight essence is to enlighten the dull and to awaken spiritual wisdom in all beings. For our human race, which naturally possesses spiritual wisdom, the effects are there but not significant, Lu Qing replied. Indeed, heaven and earth are fair. The opportunities they bestow are not solely useful for the human race but are impartial towards all creatures. The elder doctor praised and didn't feel any disappointment. Master, with the second occurrence of the heaven and earth Dao sound tonight, the rules between heaven and earth must have evolved to a certain extent. Next, there will probably be even more changes. That's correct, I have already felt it. The rules between heaven and earth have indeed become more perfected. The elder doctor nodded. Being an innate strong person, he could sense the subtle changes in the rules of heaven and earth even more. Disciple has a feeling, before long, something big is going to happen at Holy Mountain, and we probably need to get there sooner rather than later. After the second heaven and earth Dao sound, Lu Qing found that the attracting force he had felt before was now even stronger. He had a premonition that if the great opportunity he had been sensing all along was really there, it would likely reveal itself before long. We will set off early tomorrow. The elder doctor, who also had his premonitions, nodded without hesitation, and Miss Hu, seeing that his master agreed, Lu Qing then turned to Hu Zezhai, who still looked utterly dumbfounded. What? Hu Zezhai came back to her senses but still appeared somewhat baffled. There was no helping it. The things she had seen and heard tonight were simply too shocking for her. She couldn't digest all of it at once. Miss Hu, originally, I wanted to heal your leg and then send you to the Xuanxin sect. But now, given the urgency of the situation, we must get to Holy Mountain as soon as possible, and I'm afraid we can't take a detour to Xuanxin sect. You're going to Holy Mountain. Hu Zezhai was startled. She naturally knew of Holy Mountain, the most sacred place in Central State. However, she didn't know that Lu Qing and the others were headed there. They hadn't mentioned it during the day. That's right, so I'd ask for your understanding, Miss Hu. Yunlai Town seems peaceful and the townspeople are kind. Perhaps you could stay here to fully recover from your leg injury, and once we're done with our business on Holy Mountain, we can come back for you. Of course, you won't have to worry about your expenses, we'll see to it. Lu Qing initially wanted to get to know this person favored by destiny, to observe what was so unique about her. But now he simply couldn't spare the thought. Upon hearing this, Hu Zezhai felt her heart and spirit become unsettled. Being level-headed, staying in Yunlai Town to heal was indeed a good choice. After all, she had also heard the conversation between Lu Qing and the elder doctor. Their journey to Holy Mountain could be dangerous. But for some reason, she didn't want to just stay behind. Finally, after struggling with the decision, Hu Zezhai mustered her courage and said to Lu Qing, Mr. Lu, may I accompany you to Holy Mountain? Miss Hu, do you want to join us and venture to Holy Mountain? Lu Qing asked. Hu Zezhai nodded. After saying this, she relaxed and looked at Lu Qing calmly. But we might encounter dangers on our way to Holy Mountain, and besides, Miss Hu, haven't you been wanting to study under Xuanxin sect? My leg is broken now, and it seems impossible for it to heal anytime soon. I surely won't be able to make it for the Xuanxin sect's disciple recruiting ceremony. Even if I forced myself to attend, I would just get eliminated. I'd rather not embarrass myself. Hu Zezhai spoke earnestly as she watched Lu Qing, so I think it's better to follow Mr. Lu to Holy Mountain to gain some exposure. That way, at least this trip to Central State wouldn't be in vain. As for dangers, traveling always involves risks. Even people as close as relatives might harbor evil intents, waiting to stab you in the back at any time. At this point, Hu Zezhai's face turned somewhat sorrowful. Clearly, the near-death experience right after leaving Azure Dragon City at the hands of the red-clothed woman in her group had greatly impacted her. So, Mr. Lu, Elder Doctor, I hope you can give me this chance to follow you. If there really is any danger that implicates you, you don't have to worry about me. This is my choice, and I will have no complaints. Observing the determination on Hu Zezhai's face, Lu Qing was startled for a moment, as if seeing the young girl before him for the first time. Suddenly, he smiled slightly. It's not as severe as all that. We were just concerned about your leg and didn't want you to overexert yourself. Well, since you wish to come with us, it would be too inhumane of us to drive you away. Mr. Lu, you agree. Hu Zezhai was overjoyed at hearing this. Yes, our carriage can indeed accommodate one more. But just so you know, Miss Hu, from tomorrow on, we will be on the road continuously, with few breaks. Be mentally prepared, Lu Qing said. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. I definitely won't complain, Hu Zezhai replied firmly. Let's head downstairs, then the commotion earlier wasn't minor, and people might come to check soon. Although the heaven and earth Dao sound could only be heard by innate realm experts and some uniquely talented geniuses. The spectacle of moon essence falling to earth was visible to everyone. The noise Lu Qing made while collecting the moon essence in jade bottle was also quite significant. It was hard to say if someone had noticed it or not. Although they weren't afraid, there was also no need to invite trouble needlessly. Taking little Yan and Hu Zezhai with him, Lu Qing and his company descended from the inn's rooftop. Fortunately, the innkeeper and the waiter were ordinary people who didn't notice anything unusual, sparing Lu Qing and his friends from having to explain. As for Ma Gu and Wei Zion, probably exhausted from the travel during the day, both were still sound asleep and weren't awakened. Miss Hu, you should go back to your room and rest early. We'll probably have to wake up very early tomorrow to continue our journey. Although Hu Zezhai was very curious, she knew this wasn't the time to inquire and obediently returned to her room. Seeing Hu Zezhai close her door, Lu Qing turned back to the elder doctor and said, Master, I need to figure out how to use this moon essence. I'm afraid I won't be able to join you to examine the poisoned blood for now. No worries, I will study it by myself. First, you go ahead with your task. The elder doctor nodded, not minding at all. He knew that if Lu Qing was being so cautious, the moon essence must be even more important for little Li than he had imagined. After bidding farewell to his master, once he got back to his room, little Li immediately came to Lu Qing, looking at him expectantly. Just wait a bit longer, be good. Lu Qing patted little Li's head and then sat beside the bed, taking out the jade bottle. Seeing the jade bottle, little Li's eyes lit up even more, and she obediently squatted next to Lu Qing waiting. Even little Yan looked curiously at the jade bottle. Brother, is the thing inside the bottle important for little Li? I can't be sure yet, let me check it first. Lu Qing held the jade bottle, but instead of opening it immediately, he extended a trace of divine soul power, examining the patterns on the surface of the jade bottle. Tonight's celestial anomaly had arrived too suddenly. Giving him no time to prepare, he had to hastily use his powerful divine soul power to forcibly forge 3 sealing talismans onto the jade bottle, allowing it temporarily to hold the essence of the moon. Otherwise, ordinary containers wouldn't have been able to contain such a miraculous creation from heaven and earth. After the examination, Lu Qing shook his head. Indeed, in haste, the container I crafted was too crude. Although it can temporarily hold the moon essence, it still can't fully secure it over time. It will still gradually leak. Lu Qing activated his superpower, Wei Wang Yupping, and looked at the bottle. The next moment in his vision, intense red light shone from the jade bottle, and several phrases floated up. Sealing jade bottle, forged by force with sealing talismans, it has the ability to retain radiant spirit liquid. This bottle has some power of a magic artifact. The forging technique is crude. There seems to be room for improvement. Seeing the phrases in his vision, Lu Qing broke into a sweat. He hadn't expected even his own superpower to deem his crafting of the bottle shoddy. With a chuckle at his own expense, Lu Qing uncorked the jade bottle. Immediately, silver light spilled out from the bottle, and a unique fragrance wafted through the air, instantly clearing Lu Qing's mind and bringing a cooling sensation to the divine soul power in his brow chakra. As for little Li, its eyes went wide, staring intently at the jade bottle. Brother, this smell is so good. Little Yan also squinted her eyes in pleasure, revealing an expression of enjoyment. It's truly worthy of being the heavenly and earthly fortune that opens up spiritual wisdom. Just by smelling it, one can feel their mind becoming clear and their thinking speed up. Lu Qing clicked his tongue in wonder and exclaimed in amazement. He held the jade bottle before his eyes and looked inside. Within, silver light shimmered, as if a small moon was contained inside. Lu Qing used his superpower to gaze for a while until, at last, a purple light of superpower emerged. Moon essence. Emanating from the rule moon, it contains a trace of rule power, an extraordinary essence that can enlighten all things in the world and assist them in opening spiritual wisdom and purifying their bloodlines. It is said that countless moon essences can be condensed into Emperor's liquid, a single drop of which can transform a wild beast into a great demon, adding 1,000 years to its cultivation. When Lu Qing finished reading the introduction about the moon essence, his heart felt some tremors. The amount of information revealed in those few lines was substantial. Firstly, the words, rule moon. Tonight's bright moon was clearly abnormal, much brighter and larger than that of any usual full moon night. Even his superpower couldn't gather any information about it. It seemed that this must be related to what they called the rule moon. Rule moon, could it be that tonight's bright moon isn't a physical entity like the moon of my previous life, but is instead manifested by the rules? Lu Qing pondered silently in his heart. He felt he understood this world a little bit more. Also, this moon essence can even be condensed. It's a pity that my cultivation isn't sufficient. Otherwise, if I could collect more of tonight's abundant moon essence, perhaps I could condense a trace of Emperor's liquid. Just a single drop of Emperor's liquid could turn a wild beast into a great demon and add 1,000 years to its cultivation. If little Li were to take it, Lu Qing couldn't imagine how strong it would become. What a pity. A sense of regret surfaced in Lu Qing's heart. However, he quickly regained his composure. One shouldn't be too greedy. Just being able to intercept so much moon essence tonight was already lucky. If he really took away all the moonlight from tens, even hundreds of miles around, that would be like taking away the chances of countless living creatures in the area, making it a questionable act. Moreover, to do such a thing overtly, who knows if it might incur the enmity of the mysterious heavenly Tao. From the warnings received from Master Chen to the appearance of someone with great destiny like Hu Zezhai, Lu Qing was somewhat wary of the will of the heavenly Tao. With this thought, he no longer felt any regret. He looked at little Li, who had been staring at him eagerly, and smiled. All right, little Li, I've checked. The moon essence is indeed fine. However, regarding the use of this moon essence, would you mind if I negotiate with you? Little Li had already shown great excitement when it heard Lu Qing say it was okay, but upon hearing his next sentence, it looked puzzled. The moon essence in the jade bottle isn't small. You probably can't absorb it all at once. I want to share a tiny bit with the 2 horses that pull our cart. Would you be willing? They work hard every day, running with us, and deserve some reward. Hearing this, little Li's face immediately showed reluctance. However, after tilting its head and thinking it over, it eventually nodded with difficulty. I knew it, little Li is the most reasonable. Lu Qing showed a smile, reached out to pet little Li's head, and then lifted the jade bottle. Come on, open your mouth wide. The moon essence, besides being contained in this specially made jade bottle, could not be held in other containers, it could only be poured directly. Seeing this, little Lee immediately tilted its head back, opened its mouth wide, and looked at the jade bottle with anticipation. Lu Qing didn't tease it, but brought the mouth of the bottle to it instead. Glug, glug. As Lu Qing had said, there was no shortage of moon essence in the jade bottle, all having condensed into spiritual liquid, nearly filling the entire bottle. After all, he had gathered it from miles around. Therefore, little Lee drank heartily. Eventually, after drinking more than half of the bottle, it felt its limit and gently pushed the jade bottle with its paw. Lu Qing timely took the bottle away and put the cap back on. How's that? Enough. Little Lee let out a light cry, her mouth naturally emitting silver light, but she was completely unaware, clumsily climbing into her little nest on the bed and falling into a deep sleep. Brother, little Lee has fallen asleep again, little Yan whispered softly. I wonder how long she will sleep this time. Lu Qing shook his head and glanced at little Yan before opening the stopper and saying, Little Yan, come, have a drink too. He had noticed earlier that the little one had watched little Lee drink so joyfully, covetously swallowing her saliva in secret. But brother, didn't you say we should save some for the horses to drink? Although she was tempted, little Yan still hesitated. It's okay, there's still plenty in the bottle, enough for those two creatures to share. Lu Qing said this, but felt somewhat relieved in his heart. After growing up a bit, the little one had started to think about things, not just longing to eat. Hearing her brother say this, little Yan finally opened her mouth. She was indeed very curious about what the moon essence tasted like. It smelled so fragrant. Lu Qing poured some moon essence into little Yan's mouth. The little one shivered for a moment, then smacked her lips a few times and started to smile. Brother, it's sweet and very cool, just like the mint candy Grandpa Chen used to make. Lu Qing. The magnificent moon essence, coveted by countless beasts and living creatures, compared to mint candy by the little one, that's really something else. He also knew that the most important effect of the moon essence was its ability to enlighten living beings, having miraculous effects on birds, beasts, insects, fish, and plants. However, for humans, who are the spirits of all things, the effect is much weaker, not to mention a genius like little Yan with a special physique. For her, the moon essence is really just slightly better than nothing, not much different from candy. All right, you stay here and watch little Lee. I'll go out for a bit and be back soon. After instructing little Yan to call out loudly if anything happened, Lu Qing took the jade bottle and left the room, heading straight for the inn stable. Hiss. Sensing someone's approach, the stable immediately buzzed with activity. Quiet down, it's me. Lu Qing emitted a soothing divine soul fluctuation, calming the horses in the stable. Yunlai Town was just a small town, and there usually weren't many travelers passing through. There in this evening had even fewer guests, just them. Therefore, in the stable, there were only their two horses. Upon recognizing Lu Qing, the two tall horses immediately calmed down. But their eyes fixated on the jade bottle in Lu Qing's hands. So you have sharp noses. Lu Qing chuckled, removing the stopper. Here, I've brought you something nice. Whoosh, when the stopper opened and the fragrance wafted out, the two horses became agitated after catching the scent. Calm down, if you keep making noise, I'll put this away and never give it to you again, Lu Qing uttered lightly. The two horses immediately fell silent and dared not stir. These past few days, being nourished by the spiritual energy and the power of the array, they had become quite understanding of human nature, managing to grasp some of Lu Qing's intentions. Still, even though they didn't move, they kept their eyes firmly on the jade bottle in Lu Qing's hands. Half for each of you, no fighting. Quite swiftly, Lu Qing fed the remaining moon essence from the jade bottle to the two horses. Having consumed the moon essence, the two horses also began to grow drowsy. You guys better not sleep for too long, we need to hit the road tomorrow. Seeing this, Lu Qing began to worry, feeling he had been somewhat inconsiderate. But it was too late for regrets now. He could only hope that these two creatures would wake up by tomorrow. Otherwise, it would delay their journey. Stowing the jade bottle in the Kingfang chi bag, Lu Qing left the stable. He returned to the room to see little Yan was leaning against little Lei, already asleep. Seeing this, Lu Qing, too, felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Tonight, he had successively condensed 3 spirit talismans in a short amount of time, which, despite the nourishment from the Earth Spirit Pearl, left him feeling somewhat fatigued. So he blew out the candle and also went to bed to rest. That night, Lu Qing slept extremely well with no dreams to disturb him. Not knowing when, in a half-dream state, he thought he heard a tender voice calling out in his mind, Ah, Ah Qing. Ah, Ah Qing. In a blur, Lu Qing heard a childish voice ringing in his mind. He thought he was dreaming, but in the next moment he felt something was off and suddenly woke up. Ah, Ah Qing, you're awake. This time the childish voice persisted, and Lu Qing knew that he wasn't dreaming, nor was it an illusion. Someone was indeed calling out to him. However, this voice was one he had never heard before. He sat up, turned his head to search for the source of the voice, and finally his gaze rested on a small figure. Then, his mouth slightly agape, he whispered, Little Lee, it's me, it's me. Little Li joyfully hopped onto his shoulder. Ah Ching, I think I can talk now. Yes, I heard you. Lu Qing nodded, but his expression remained somewhat wooden. This situation was so abrupt, even for him, that he felt somewhat overwhelmed. However, after all, he was no ordinary person and quickly came to his senses. Little Li, did you learn to talk because you consumed the moon essence? No, this isn't speaking, it's divine soul communication. Lu Qing finally noticed the clues. Although Little Li's voice resonated in his mind, its mouth hadn't moved. Little Li tilted its head and thought for a moment, then said, I'm not sure, just that after drinking the moon essence last night, when I woke up, I felt like I could talk, but when I called out to Little Yan, she seemed unable to hear me. Lu Qing was now certain that Little Li was indeed using divine soul communication, not actual speaking. Divine soul communication, unless one had extremely profound cultivation, would be heard only by martial arts experts who had similarly tempered their divine soul power. Come, let me take a look at you. Thinking for a moment, Lu Qing brought Little Li in front of him. Little Li didn't struggle, it too wanted to know what exactly was happening. Lu Qing activated his superpower and looked at Little Li. Very soon, a faint purple energy emerged from Little Li's body. Purple. Lu Qing was slightly startled and urgently scanned the information appearing before him. Mutated night spirit fox, mutated innate level spiritual beast, juvenile, female, extremely fast, razor-sharp claws capable of crushing stone and shredding anything. Having refined the beast's spirit fruit, its bloodline has evolved and transformed into an innate level spiritual beast, activating bloodline heritage. Due to consuming and absorbing a large amount of moon essence containing a thread of rule power, its spiritual wisdom greatly increased, birthing divine soul power, and further transforming its bloodline, awakening new divine skills. Dark stealth. After bloodline transformation, innate talent has also transformed into divine skills. Fur can twist space, completely merging with darkness to conceal all traces. Size as desired. After consuming a large amount of moon essence and awakening this divine skill, able to control bodily changes, size according to will. According to legend, the night spirit fox is very fond of eating fish but is naturally averse to water, forever yearning yet never catching. It's actually mutated. After reading the information appearing on Little Li, Lu Qing expressed his amazement. Moon essence was indeed a great opportunity bestowed by heaven and earth. After consuming most of the bottle, Little Li had indeed transformed. Not only had it gained divine soul power, but also awakened new divine skills. Little Li, have you awakened a new ability, like the one that allows you to enter into space? Lu Qing asked. Let me think. Little Li tilted its head, trying hard to recall. Suddenly, its eyes brightened. Yes, I think I have a new ability. Ah Qing, I'll show you. After speaking, Little Li jumped down to the ground, and a strange aura emitted from its body, its fur suddenly shining with black light. In the next moment, Lu Qing saw the body of Little Li, originally only the size of a raccoon, slowly begin to swell and grow larger. In no time, it had grown to 2 meters in height, its fur also growing longer, like real burning black flames, looking very majestic. Aura emanating from its body also doubled in intensity, giving Lu Qing a palpable sense of shock. If their room were not on the first floor, the floorboards might have cracked beneath its weight. How about that? Ah Qing, I'm impressive, right? Little Li looked down at Lu Qing with pride. Ah Qing, what's going on over there? Why is there suddenly a strong and unfamiliar aura? At that moment, the elder doctor's voice suddenly resounded in Lu Qing's mind. Master, it's nothing, I'm working on something new. I'll explain later, Lu Qing replied using divine soul communication. Having heard this, the elder doctor did not inquire further. Little Li, can you conceal your aura? Lu Qing asked. After a moment's thought, Little Li said, I'll try. It then attuned to something, and its aggressive momentum began to slowly decline until fully retracted into its body. Ah Qing, is this okay? Not bad, well done, Lu Qing nodded appreciatively. He knew that Little Li's dark stealth divine skill was an extremely unrivaled innate divine ability, capable of perfectly concealing all its traces. It would naturally not be difficult to control its aura. Little Li, can you now use another divine skill to conceal your body? After Little Li retracted its aura, Lu Qing continued to inquire. Little Li tried and then shook its head. I can't. It seems I can only use one ability at a time and not both simultaneously. But I feel that once I become more powerful, I should be able to do so. Is that so? Lu Qing pondered. It seemed that although Little Li had awakened 2 innate divine abilities, it could not use them at the same time for now. Nevertheless, given its current size, the amount of space power needed to conceal itself would obviously be immensely greater. Little Li was still only an innate level spiritual beast, so it was normal for its strength to fall short. At that moment, Little Li's body also began to shrink gradually until it returned to its usual size. Why has it returned to normal so quickly? Lu Qing expressed his surprise. He thought the little guy would show off for a bit longer. No more transforming, it's so tiring to get bigger, it's better this way. Little Lee hopped onto the bed, lay down, and stuck out its tongue, not wanting to move anymore. Does maintaining your larger size exhaust you? Lu Qing raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Yeah, it's tiring. Just now was the biggest I can get at the moment. I can only sustain it for a quarter of an hour. If I made myself a little smaller, I could last longer. It seems like your transformation divine skill, after growing larger, while your strength increases, the consumption of your stamina also greatly increases, Lu Qing realized. Plainly put, Little Lee's transformation divine skill was actually like the explosive secret techniques also used by martial artists, which could unleash greater power in a short time, but likewise, the energy consumption would also significantly increase. However, compared to them, Little Lee's transformation divine skill was much more mystical. Since it's like this, Little Lee, you normally shouldn't use this divine skill, and also don't casually tell others about it. Little Lee's previous transformation into a larger size was terrifying, leaving even Lu Qing somewhat shocked. Its transformation divine skill could definitely be used as a trump card. I got it, Little Lee said weakly. It didn't want to use such a tiring new skill anyway. And about you speaking, also keep it to yourself for the time being. Okay, Little Lee likewise agreed. After all, besides Lu Qing and Little Yan, it didn't like to bother with other people. And since Little Yan could not hear it talk for now, it will mostly just talk to Lu Qing. Brother Lu Qing, are you awake yet? Just as Lu Qing was about to say something else, suddenly Ma Gu's voice came from outside the room. I'm awake, what's wrong? There seems to be some trouble with our cart pulling horses. I'm afraid you need to come out and take a look. The horses have trouble. Something stirred in Lu Qing's mind, and he immediately said, all right, go ahead, I'll be right out. Little Lee, you rest here for a while, I'll go and have a look. After giving these instructions, Lu Qing walked out of the room and towards the stable. Arriving at the stable, he saw Ma Gu standing outside of it in a daze. Uncle Ma, what happened? Brother Lu Qing, you're here. As Ma Gu came to his senses, he quickly made way. You take a look. I don't know what happened overnight. Our two horses, they seem to have changed somewhat. Lu Qing approached and peered into the stable, and he could not help but become somewhat stunned himself. Well, the two horses had not only become a size larger overnight, but even their originally slightly gray fur had turned snow white. They looked suddenly majestic, more than 10 times over. Most importantly, both horses now sported a small white horn on their foreheads, decorated with strange patterns. Brother Lu Qing, do you see? Are these still our two horses? Ma Gu asked, hardly believing what he saw. The two steeds in the stable, seeing Lu Qing, came over and affectionately tried to rub against his hand. Lu Qing stroked their heads and nodded. Indeed, they are our two horses. Something happened last night, you and Xi, and were asleep and did not see it. Lu Qing briefly described the previous night's events, leaving Ma Gu both amazed and regretful. Amazed by the miraculous occurrence of the previous night, and regretful for having slept too deeply due to exhaustion and having missed such a spectacle. So you're saying these two horses changed like this because they drank what you call the moon essence? Ma Gu asked. Exactly, but this change should be a good thing for them. The moon essence is greatly beneficial to all living creatures. Now it seems like their bloodlines have undergone a transformation. No wonder Ma Gu had a sudden realization. This morning I almost thought our horses had run off. This morning, when he came to check on the horses, he indeed had quite a shock. If it wasn't because he drove the carriage daily and was extremely familiar with the two horses that pulled it, he wouldn't have been able to find some identifying marks on these two drastically changed fellas, and their bridles were ones he recognized. He couldn't help but wonder if some scatterbrain had switched their horses. Lu Qing laughed, stroking the heads of the two horses that nuzzled up to him, and at the same time he activated his superpower, looking over them. Soon, a rich red light of superpower emerged from the two horses. Dragon Blood Steed, a magnificent steed that has awakened a trace of the ancient dragon bloodline. Having consumed moon essence containing rule power, its lineage has undergone a transformation, awakening a trace of ancient dragon blood, greatly increasing its strength and stamina. It is said that within most living creatures in the world, there lies a trace of ancient dragon blood. Once awakened, they can receive the empowerment of dragon power. Sure enough, the bloodline has transformed. After seeing the information that emerged from the two horses, Lu Qing's eyes showed a look of surprise. He had speculated about the change in these two fellows when he saw them, but the benefits the two horses had received were a bit beyond his expectations. He had not expected them to awaken the dragon power deep within their blood, transforming into dragon blood steeds. This was a good thing. With the blessing of these two dragon blood steeds, their speed to the holy mountain could be even faster. Ma Gu, these two horses have undergone a bloodline transformation. Their strength has increased a lot, and their speed will also be quicker. Be careful when we set off, said Lu Qing. Don't worry, Lu Qing brother, no matter how fast I can control them, replied Ma Gu confidently. That was no idle boast. Over the past few days, running daily, Ma Gu was confident that, when it came to horse driving skills, he could at least be considered at a grandmaster level. Then you should get familiar with them first. These horses' spiritual nature has also increased substantially. Driving them should not be difficult. I'm going to head out, and after we have our breakfast upon my return, we'll be setting off. Last night I discussed with Master, and after we set off, we won't make any unnecessary stops and will aim to reach the Holy Mountain as soon as possible. I understand, Ma Gu replied with a solemn expression, taking it seriously. After leaving Ma Gu to familiarize himself with the 2 dragon blood steeds, Lu Qing left the inn and headed towards the Rengxin Medical Clinic. Young Master Lu, you're here. As soon as he arrived at the Rengxin Medical Clinic, he saw the young apprentice waiting at the door. Spotting Lu Qing, his eyes suddenly brightened and he hurried over. You're up so early, little master, Lu Qing said with a smile. My master instructed me to get up early and wait for you, so I have been up since dawn. Mr. Lu, I have prepared all the medicinal herbs you requested, said the apprentice earnestly. Not long after you left, Uncle Wang woke up and has now gone home to recuperate, replied the apprentice. That's good to hear. Lu Qing was relieved and followed the apprentice into the clinic, where he saw Dr. Xiao also sitting there. Dr. Xiao, you're up early too. Lu Qing was slightly surprised. I have always been accustomed to getting up early, replied Dr. Xiao gently. Did young Master Lu sleep well last night? Not too bad, Lu Qing nodded slightly. Dr. Xiao, I've come to collect the medicinal herbs I arranged for yesterday. The herbs are ready. Xiaoyi, go get the herbs for young Master Lu. Yes, master, the apprentice responded respectfully, and from behind the counter he brought out a big bundle. Mr. Lu, here are the herbs you arranged for, please check them. No need, Lu Qing took the bundle directly and produced his purse. How much is the total? You are too kind, young Master Lu. The herbs you ordered aren't expensive, and the silver you left yesterday is more than enough to cover the cost of the herbs. We actually owe you a tael of silver, Dr. Xiao said warmly. He then had Xiaoyi take out a tael of silver and handed it to Lu Qing. Safe travels, young Master Lu. Unexpectedly, this time, Dr. Xiao did not try to retain Lu Qing, but instead sent him out of the clinic politely. After Lu Qing left, a figure appeared behind Dr. Xiao. Master, why not ask young Master Lu about the celestial phenomenon last night? What exactly happened? Master, the celestial phenomenon last night. This young Master Lu must know the reason. Why not ask him for some advice? Seemingly dull and honest, the eldest disciple asked with some confusion. I have asked, but unfortunately, young Master Lu is not willing to tell us. Dr. Xiao sighed. When did Master ask? The eldest disciple was stunned. He had been listening the whole time and had not heard his master ask again about last night's events. I asked young Master Lu earlier if he had slept well last night, and he answered that he slept very well, which was already an answer, Dr. Xiao explained. Seeing that the eldest disciple was still confused, Dr. Xiao sighed again. Other people's disciples seem so quick-witted, why is mine so dull? He had to patiently explain. Some things don't need to be stated too obviously. We have already seen the extraordinary methods young Master Lu displayed on the roof of the inn last night. However, when I inquired about his sleep, he did not mention those events at all, clearly indicating that he doesn't want to discuss them in depth with us. Young Master Lu is obviously no ordinary person, and since he does not wish to disclose, why should we pry any further and make a nuisance of ourselves? The eldest disciple finally seemed to contemplate the implications. Meanwhile, the younger apprentice was completely at a loss. Master, elder brother, what are you talking about? I can't understand a thing. Looking at his even more foolish younger disciple, Dr. Xiao felt even more exhausted and said expressionlessly, it's nothing, just remember to be more alert when you sleep. Don't sleep like a pig, unaware of what's happening outside. Oh, this Dr. Xiao is quite interesting. After leaving the Rengxin Medical Hall, a faint smile appeared on Lu Qing's face. He naturally detected the probing nature of Dr. Xiao's earlier words. However, since he wasn't well acquainted with the other party, naturally, he would not easily reveal such profound secrets of heaven and earth. Moreover, since the other party had not even sensed the heaven and earth Dao sound, it was clear they were not destined to know even if he did tell them. It would only increase their troubles. Having collected the medicinal herbs, Lu Qing returned to the inn, where the others had also gotten up. After breakfast, they prepared to set off. Ah Qing, where are our 2 horses? When everyone saw the transformed appearance of the 2 dragon blood steeds, they were all astonished. Even the elder doctor was caught off guard, especially the innkeeper and the waiters, their mouths hung agape. There was no helping it after one night. The 2 horses had become so much more magnificent, they were practically like the legendary celestial steeds. Anyone who saw them would unavoidably be taken aback by their splendid appearance. Last night I gave them a bit of moon essence, and this is the result, Lu Qing said as he placed the luggage on the cart. Let's get on the carriage, everyone. These 2 horses have undergone a bloodline transformation. They should be faster now. And perhaps we'll reach Holy Mountain sooner than expected. Upon hearing this, everyone else was surprised. Their carriage was already fast enough if it could go even faster. Wouldn't it practically fly? With such expectation, everyone began to board the carriage. Ma Gu were ready. After everyone was seated, Lu Qing said. Ma Gu immediately pulled on the reins, and the 2 dragon blood steeds stepped ahead, gently pulling the carriage forward. The rhythmic clip-clop of the hooves echoed through the streets of the small town, the dragon blood steeds walking with heads held high and chests out, and the passersby couldn't help but stare in astonishment. It was early, so there weren't many people on the streets otherwise. Both sides would probably have been crammed with onlookers. Even so, as Lu Qing and his party were about to leave the town, both sides had gathered quite a crowd of curious onlookers. It seems that it won't be easy for us to stay in cities anymore, the elder doctor sighed, hearing the commotion outside. That's no problem, master. We can just do as we did before, finding shelter in the wild or in a small village. Lu Qing understood his master's concerns. The two dragon blood steeds were too extraordinary, clearly not ordinary breeds, and attracted too much attention. It was manageable now in a small town like Yunlai Town, but in larger cities, they would easily attract covetous glances, inevitably leading to unnecessary trouble. Master, you are right that young Master Lu is indeed no ordinary individual. Dr. Xiao and the eldest disciple stood at an intersection. The eldest disciple was shocked as he looked at the two dragon blood steeds pulling the carriage, having never seen such exceptional and uniquely formed steeds before. What a pity I didn't have the chance to meet young Master Lu's master and seek his medical knowledge, Dr. Xiao regretfully said. Lu Qing's medical skills were already astonishing, so the person who could teach such an outstanding disciple must be even more extraordinary. Dr. Xiao was filled with curiosity, but ultimately didn't have the chance to meet them, which was indeed regrettable. Brother Lu Qing, take note, I'm going to speed up, Ma Gu said after leaving the town, cracking his whip. At the sound of the whip, the two dragon blood steeds also began to get excited. After their bloodline transformation, they felt full of power and had been eager to run freely. Now they finally got their wish and pushed off the ground forcefully, dashing forward. At the same time, a whirlwind arose and streams of Qing-colored energy appeared, enveloping both the horses and the carriage. Whoosh. The power of the array combined with the greatly enhanced dragon blood steeds made the carriage's speed soar to an extreme, much faster than the maximum speed at which they had run before. Good grief. Despite being prepared, Ma Gu was startled by the carriage's acceleration. Had his reaction not been quick, he might have lost his grip on the reins and been thrown from the carriage. It was actually those in the carriage, like Lu Qing, who, under the protection of the array, didn't encounter any issues. Such incredible speed. The elder doctor couldn't help but show a look of astonishment on his face as he felt the carriage fly down the road like a streak of azure lightning. Master, it seems we can reach Holy Mountain a bit earlier, Lu Qing said with a smile. As for Wei Zion and Hu Zezhai, the scenery whizzing by outside the window had them staring in disbelief much earlier on. The two dragon blood steeds became more excited as they ran, their speed ever increasing, almost as if they were about to truly take flight. This forced Ma Gu to order them to rein it in, lest the speed increase any further and he lose control of the carriage's direction. In this way, under such high-speed travel, the carriage continued to make its way toward Holy Mountain, when they stopped in the evening. Lu Qing and the others looked at the map and were amazed to find they were already 5,000 miles away from Yunlai Town, and this was the result of Ma Gu intentionally suppressing their speed. Otherwise, had they run at maximum speed, they probably would have been 10,000 miles away from Yunlai Town by now. Very good at this rate. We should be able to reach Holy Mountain in no more than 3 days, Lu Qing said contentedly after checking the map. What pleased him even more were the two dragon blood steeds which, despite having run wildly all day, showed no signs of fatigue and seemed to have energy to spare. It wasn't in vain that he had given them so much moon essence. Let's rest here tonight. I'll go see what we can make for dinner, Lu Qing said. Where they stopped was a forest, and setting up a few tents would be enough to get through the night. Ma Gu and the others were responsible for setting up the tents while Lu Qing, accompanied by Little Li, caught several plump rabbits after roaming around nearby. Rabbits. Little Yan's eyes lit up upon seeing the plump rabbits Lu Qing caught. Brother, are we having roast rabbit tonight? It's been a few days since I made roast meat for you. We're in luck with these rabbits, they'll make a nice feast for our teeth. Roast meat for dinner. Upon hearing this, both Ma Gu and Wei Zion couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Even the elder doctor seemed intrigued. Originally still shocked by the fact that they had covered 5,000 miles in a single day, Hu Zezhai became curious upon seeing this scene. Wei Zion happened to be next to her, and when Lu Qing went to clean and prepare the rabbits, she asked softly, "Young Master, why is the roast rabbit made by Mr. Lu really that delicious? You all seem so excited about it." Of course, Wei Zion responded without hesitation. Dr. Lu's roast meat is the best. No, I mean everything he cooks is the best. That good. Hu Zezhai grew even more curious and also began to anticipate just how delicious the highly praised roast meat could be. Then not much later, Hu Zezhai's curiosity was satisfied. "Sister Hu, this is for you from brother," Little Yan said, holding out a plate to Hu Zezhai. On it was a freshly cut piece of roast rabbit. Looking at the large piece of golden brown, leg-included roast rabbit in front of her, and the irresistible aroma that constantly invaded her nostrils, Hu Zezhai couldn't help but swallow. The fragrance of the roast rabbit was just too rich. Hu Zezhai took the plate, Turning her head, she saw Ma Gu and the others had already started eating. With the rabbit meat in her hand being so fragrant, she no longer cared to be reserved and took a tentative bite. That bite of rabbit meat made Hu Zhezhai's eyes widen instantly. The rabbit's skin was crispy and the meat tender. The outer skin was aromatic, and the inner flesh was not only juicy but also very fresh, a delicacy unlike any she had ever tasted. No wonder Wei Zion and the others' eyes lit up at the mention of Lu Qing making roast meat. It turned out that Mr. Lu's culinary skills really were that impressive. Hu Zhezhai looked towards Lu Qing, who was still roasting meat, having an epiphany. The long-missed roast rabbit allowed Ma Gu and the others to eat with great satisfaction. After dinner, and while it wasn't yet completely dark, Lu Qing opened up the large package of medicinal herbs he had purchased at Ringxin Clinic that morning and began preparing medicine. "Ah Qing, what medicine are you planning to make?" the elder doctor asked. "I plan to make some regenerative ointment. Miss Hu's leg injury is quite severe. The usual antiseptic medicine's effects are too slow." Lu Qing skillfully prepared the medicine, then took out a medicine jar and began to concoct it. In order for the ointment to exert its strongest medicinal effects, he even dropped a bit of the spiritual liquid that he and his master had once concocted together. At the same time, the image of Lu Qing in her heart became even more mysterious and imposing. With his exceptional medical skill and unfathomable cultivation, he seemed like an immortal. Now, even his cooking had won everyone over. She truly couldn't imagine what Lu Qing was not capable of. After toiling for over an hour, Lu Qing finally finished making the regenerative ointment. When the ointment had cooled down, he scooped it into a small pottery jar and handed it to Hu Zhezhai. "Miss Hu, before you sleep each night, apply this ointment to your wound. I estimate that by the time this small jar of ointment is finished, your wound should be completely healed and should not leave any scars." She had initially thought that the scar on her leg would follow her for a lifetime. Now that she heard it could be fully restored, her heart was truly filled with surprise and delight. That night, Hu Zhezhai applied the ointment to her wound in her tent. She had thought that the ointment, making direct contact with the wound, would cause significant pain just like the antiseptic medicine. Unexpectedly, this regenerative ointment was quite miraculous. When applied to the wound, not only was there no pain, but a refreshing sensation spread, greatly reducing the original pain of the wound. That night, without the torment of leg pain, Hu Zhezhai slept very soundly. When she got up early the next day and checked the wound on her leg, she found that the wound had almost healed. Even the bones in her leg had mended a great deal. As for the pain, it was now minuscule, almost imperceptible. If it were not for the sensation that her leg bones had not fully healed, Hu Zhezhai would have doubted whether her leg had ever been seriously injured. At this point, how could Hu Zhezhai not know how precious the ointment Lu Qing had made for her was? To be able to improve such a severe injury as a broken leg by a lot overnight. Such an ointment could truly be called a miraculous medicine. Even in Azure Dragon City, she had never heard of any injury medicine that was so effective. "Sister Hu, are you awake yet?" Just as Hu Zhezhai was stunned, little Yan's voice sounded outside the tent. I'm awake," Hu Zhezhai quickly responded. "Then you need to get up quickly. Brother said that after we have breakfast, we will set off." "Okay, I'll come out immediately." Hu Zhezhai quickly got dressed and walked out of the tent, where she saw everyone was already up, and even little Li was perched on Lu Qing's shoulder, causing her face to turn red. "I'm sorry, I think I overslept." "It's okay, we also just got up not long ago," Lu Qing said with a smile. "Was last night's ointment effective?" "Very effective. I feel that my leg injury is mostly healed. Mr. Lu, your ointment is really amazing. If it were sold in the city, I think countless people would go crazy for it," Hu Zhezhai exclaimed. "That's good." Lu Qing looked at Hu Zhezhai's complexion, and suddenly his brows furrowed slightly. At the same time, the elder doctor seemed to have noticed something as well and looked toward Lu Qing. Neither master nor disciple said anything, though they exchanged glances. Finally, Lu Qing said, "All right, let's have breakfast and then we'll set off." Everyone ate breakfast quickly, then packed up their belongings and departed. As the carriage began to speed off again, the elder doctor quietly sent a message to Lu Qing. "Ah Qing, did you notice something just now?" Yet strangely, her fortune does not seem to diminish. Hearing his master's divine soul transmission, Lu Qing was somewhat puzzled. The recent change in Hu Zhezhai's aura had caught his attention. "Indeed, your master also sensed it," the elder doctor said grimly. "Miss Hu is likely to encounter very dangerous circumstances in the near future. But at the same time, a great opportunity may also come to pass for her. The intertwining of gold and black qi means that life and death might hang by a thread." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's expression also turned solemn. His master was endowed with merit light and protected by heaven, often receiving heavenly premonitions. He was far superior to him in sensing this kind of ominous premonition. If he also felt it was dangerous, the matter must not be trivial. "Master, it seems this trip to Holy Mountain is bound to bring unimaginable events. We must be careful," said Lu Qing. The elder doctor nodded. Both master and apprentice were using divine soul transmission. Thus, Hu Zhezhai was still unaware that she might soon encounter great peril. The carriage sped along, heading towards Holy Mountain. On the way, Lu Qing and the others did encounter those who, attracted by the carriage's mystical force, wished to intercept and pursue them, but under the speed of the carriage, it was all in vain. No one could catch up to the speed of Lu Qing, and his companions, those who pursued them for a short while, could no longer even see the Qing-colored current behind the carriage. And so, in a wild race, Lu Qing and his group covered another 2 days' journey. On the morning of the 3rd day, on a hillside, Ma Gu suddenly stopped the carriage. "What's wrong, Ma Gu?" Lu Qing felt the carriage stop and asked. However, he didn't get a response from Ma Gu. Perplexed, Lu Qing lifted the curtain. "Ma Gu, what happened, brother Lu Qing? Look ahead." At that moment, Ma Gu suddenly spoke up with a trembling voice. "It seems we're about to arrive at Holy Mountain." About to arrive? That shouldn't be. Lu Qing was startled. They had just checked the map in the morning, and they should still be thousands of miles away from Holy Mountain. They couldn't have traveled that far so soon. Lu Qing stepped down from the carriage to look ahead, and the next moment he too was stunned. In the far distance, a gigantic mountain, soaring into the clouds, stood upon the land. The mountain so immense that its peak was invisible, with clouds only able to waft around its waist. The entire mountain exuded grandeur and dignity, compelling an involuntary reverence and worship from those who beheld it. So this is Holy Mountain. At that moment, the elder doctor and the others also disembarked from the carriage. Seeing the awe-inspiring mountain in the distance, like the spine of heaven and earth, they were all equally shocked. No wonder it is called the center of the world. The name Holy Mountain is indeed well deserved. After a while, Lu Qing finally exhaled a long breath, slowly containing the shock in his eyes. On the road, he had imagined more than once what Holy Mountain would be like. But now, seeing it in person, he realized his imagination was far too modest. The real Holy Mountain was much more awe-inspiring than he had anticipated. This journey, even if we return empty-handed, being able to witness such a scene makes our efforts worthwhile, lamented the elder doctor. As for the others, they were still dumbfounded by shock and unable to regain their composure. "Let's go," we continue on our way. Although Holy Mountain was visible from here, Lu Qing estimated they were still at least 1,000 or 2,000 miles away. But this also highlighted the mountain's majesty. To be visible from such a distance, one could hardly imagine how soul-stirring it would be when one approached this sacred mountain. The carriage set off again, but all within remained excited. "Master, according to the map given to us by Senior Xuanjizi, there is a holy city at the base of Holy Mountain. And Tangi Building's headquarters is located there. Should we head there first?" Holy Mountain, though magnificent, was not one to be casually scaled. The rumor had it that a mysterious force on Holy Mountain made one's body heavy, with this force growing stronger the higher one climbed. Ordinary people who rashly scaled it could easily be harmed by this mysterious force. Thus, there was a decree forbidding ordinary people from approaching Holy Mountain carelessly, lest they lose their lives. Of course, this mysterious force poses little threat to powerful martial artists. Now, with the change in heaven and earth rules and the recovery of spiritual energy, who knows what new changes had taken place on Holy Mountain. Lu Qing still wanted to gather information before proceeding. "That's a good idea," agreed the elder doctor. "I wonder if Mr. Xyrui has left seclusion." Lu Qing had a favorable impression of this Tangi Building disciple with whom he had a brief acquaintance. Back in Azure Dragon City, Xuanjizi had mentioned he had broken through to the innate realm and was consolidating his realm in seclusion. If he had emerged from seclusion, with the friendship from past days, perhaps it would be easy for them to gather information. The carriage sped on, and what seemed like a distant journey of 1,000 or 2,000 miles was not much for Lu Qing and his company. In less than half a day, they would be able to arrive. As they approached the Holy Mountain, Lu Qing also felt that the spiritual energy within the surrounding space had become exceedingly dense. He was merely in its presence, and his own realm almost couldn't be suppressed, giving him the feeling of an imminent, spontaneous breakthrough. No wonder the major sects of Central State were so desperate back then, even risking life and death. Such dense spiritual energy, once refined, would not only advance one's strength by leaps and bounds, but would also surely yield great benefits. In the face of the temptation to break through to higher power, the so-called rules were nothing but a joke. Who would have thought the Holy Mountain would be like this? Fortunately, I followed Mr. Lu and the others here. Otherwise, how could I witness such a magnificent sight? Hu Zhezhai looked at the scenery flying past the window, still feeling amazed. Lu Qing turned his head to speak, but suddenly paused. Because he saw the black aura between Hu Zhezhai's eyebrows had thickened, it almost looked like a dark cloud looming overhead. Even he could see it very clearly. The elder doctor also noticed this scene, a flicker of shock passing through his eyes. With Hu Zhezhai looking like this, she clearly bore the mark of inevitable death. Could it be that her deadly tribulation was in this holy city, or perhaps even upon the Holy Mountain? "Mr. Lu, is there something dirty on my face?" Hu Zhezhai, seeing Lu Qing staring intently at her, first blushed, then immediately raised her sleeve to wipe her face. "Oh, it's nothing," Lu Qing replied, his gaze returning to normal. He smiled and said, Miss Hu, we're about to enter the holy city. Once inside, please don't wander around at will. We are strangers in this place. It would be troublesome if we got separated. Okay, Hu Zezhai responded softly. Although Hu Zezhai obediently agreed, Lu Qing's mood did not relax. The black aura between the girl's eyebrows was far too intense, and he dared not imagine what kind of deadly tribulation could make a person with such great fortune bear such a mark of inevitable death. For a time, both Lu Qing and the elder doctor felt a heavy mood set in. Thus, when they finally saw the equally magnificent holy city, neither of them was in the mood to appreciate it. Brother Lu Qing, elder doctor, I've asked around. There's no entrance fee to the city, we can just go in. Ma Gu quickly returned after gathering information outside the city gate. Then let's go in, Lu Qing nodded. He glanced at Hu Zezhai's eyebrows, where the almost cloud-like black aura was thickening, and suppressed the worry in his heart. Ma Gu drove the carriage slowly into the city. The majestic appearance of the two dragon blood steeds naturally attracted some attention. However, this was the holy city, the most bustling place in the world. Rare and unusual beasts were not uncommon here on normal days. Although the two dragon blood steeds were impressive, they didn't attract a crowd. Thus, they entered the holy city smoothly. However, as soon as they entered, certain alert individuals stationed at the city gate began taking out notebooks to record their information. Almost at the same time, not far from the city gate in a certain inn, a figure meditating cross-legged on a bed suddenly opened his eyes. A glint flashed across his eyes. I seemed to smell the scent of fate. Those eyes, with 4 pitch-black pupils, looked particularly strange. Lu Qing and his companions were still unaware of this. After entering the holy city, both he and the elder doctor felt a mysterious force within the city. It once again greatly suppressed their divine soul sensing abilities. Lu Qing, who could originally sense movements within several hundred meters, could now only sense within 100 meters, while the elder doctor was reduced to just 30 meters. For innate realm experts, such a distance could be covered in a dash of their movement technique. No wonder Xuan Jizi once said that even innate realm martial artists rarely dare to cause trouble in the holy city. This suppressive force, inside this holy city, must be the result of a very powerful array. It's just unknown whether this array has existed since ancient times or was set up by people from later generations. The history of the holy city was very long, even more ancient than many of the old sects in Central State. This majestic city, who initially constructed it, has become difficult to ascertain. Perhaps only those 3 mysterious saint masters, along with the most ancient sects of Central State, which have been passed down for thousands of years, would know its origin. After walking around the holy city for a while, Lu Qing and his group started to inquire about the headquarters of Tangi Building. Unexpectedly, the location of the Tangi Building headquarters was very easily discovered by Lu Qing and his group. Young master, are you heading to Tangi Building? A candy vendor asked enthusiastically, pointing to the west. Just follow this main road straight ahead, and when you reach the western area of the city. The tallest skyscraper with a 7-star mark on top is Tangi Building. Lu Qing paid some money and bought several candy figurines before he thanked the vendor and left. Back on the carriage, he handed the candy figurines to the bright-eyed little Yan. Master, I found out that Tangi Building is in the west of the city. That was easy to find out. The elder doctor was also surprised but quickly realized. Indeed, in Azure Dragon City, the location of Tangi Building is not hidden. We misguided ourselves, thinking that such a major sect would surely have a very secretive headquarters. Indeed, hiding in plain sight, Tangi Building clearly does not shy away from interacting with the public. Lu Qing also nodded. Then let us head over. I also sensed something just now. The jade token given by Xyrui showed a slight reaction. It's just too vague. I couldn't confirm the direction completely. Thus, Lu Qing and the others continued driving the carriage towards the west end of the city. Just as Lu Qing and his companions had left, a figure in a black robe appeared in front of the candy vendor's stall, looking puzzled. Strange, I clearly sensed the presence nearby, but now it's gone. Even with the heart demon prediction technique, I couldn't figure out the clues. Damn, if it weren't for the arrays in this broken city suppressing the divine soul sensing ability, I wouldn't need to exert so much effort. After calculating for a while and coming up empty, the black-robed figure was about to leave. Suddenly, seeing the candy vendor, an idea struck and he pulled out a piece of silver, walking over to the stall. Young man, I'd like to ask you about something, and if you answer well, this silver is yours. Upon seeing the piece of silver in the stranger's hand, the candy vendor immediately smiled brightly. My lord, whatever you wish to ask, I will surely tell all I know. Have you seen any unusual people passing by here just now? Unusual people. The candy vendor was momentarily stunned. Then after thinking for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't see unusual people, but I did see 2 unusual horses. Unusual horses. Indeed, there was a carriage that passed by here earlier. The passengers even asked me for directions. Wow, those 2 horses pulling the carriage were truly magnificent. They were at least 2 heads taller than ordinary horses and had white horns on their foreheads. I've never seen such majestic and unique horses in all my life. Horned horses. The black-robed figure's eyes flickered. Do you know where they were headed? I know, they said they were going to Tangi Building. With its title as the foremost city in the world, the holy city was extremely vast, and the roads were exceptionally wide. Even 10 carriages could travel side by side without feeling crowded. As such, there was no issue for Lu Qing and his group driving their carriage within the city, though they couldn't gallop recklessly. As they continued driving the carriage for a while, the elder doctor suddenly changed expression, pulling out a jade token from his inner pocket. Master, can you feel where Tangi Building is now? That's right, the fluctuations inside the jade token are quite clear now. The elder doctor nodded. Just then Magu's voice also came from up front. Brother Lu Qing, I see the tall building that the candy vendor mentioned. All right, let's head that way. Just as Lu Qing and his companions were approaching Tangi Building, in a towering giant tower, a young figure in a simple cloth robe, who was sitting cross-legged in front of a chessboard, engaged in a game, suddenly shuddered, his face showing surprise. He took out a jade compass from his chest, sensing the information transmitted from it. Slowly, a delighted expression spread across his face. Venerable elder with a white beard, exuding an air of immortality, asked from across Xyrui. Friends from afar bring joy to the heart. Xyrui, folding up his jade compass, replied with a smile. Oh, I wonder which young talent it is this time. The curiosity of the ethereal elder was piqued by the smile on Xyrui's face. This disciple of his, though seemingly indifferent and amiable to everyone in reality, held himself in high esteem, rarely paying regard to ordinary individuals. So he was indeed curious as to who could make his most distinguished disciple so delighted. Master should be familiar with him. He is Chen Songking, that elder from Kang State whom I've mentioned before. Oh, is it the one you mentioned who possesses the merit light, an innate realm expert? Interest immediately lit up in the elder's eyes. Exactly. More than 2 years ago, I gave Elder Chen a jade token, thinking he would come to Central State in the following year or two, but he only arrived now. He must have sensed the changes in the heaven and earth, hence coming to Central State, guessed the elder. After the changes, the spiritual energy recovery was the most drastic in Central State. Any discerning innate realm individual would certainly not want to miss such an opportunity. Perhaps I just wonder whether his disciple, the young friend Lu Qing, has come with him. Xyrui said, is that the youth who, with only a muscle-bone realm body, defeated a martial arts grandmaster from the Tiankai sect? Exactly, that youth is exceptionally talented in martial arts. I wonder if he has stepped into the innate realm after these 2 years. Xyrui recalled Lu Qing's indifferent demeanor. That young man was one of the most mysterious individuals he had ever encountered. Moreover, he was the only person he couldn't see through after taking charge of the exotic treasure. Master, Elder Chen must have already arrived nearby. I need to go and welcome him, so I'm afraid I won't be able to finish this game of chess with you. Go ahead. The situation in the city is tense right now. Having such a benevolent and strong figure around is indeed fortunate, said the ethereal elder. Xyrui thought about the recent events in the holy city and felt a slight anxiety. He felt it necessary to discuss the city's situation with the elder doctor later, to prevent him from unknowingly getting involved in the turmoil. Master, this should be the place. Lu Qing looked up at the towering tower and the 7-star symbol identical to that on Tangi Building in Azure Dragon City and spoke. I can feel it. The fluctuations received by the jade token also come from here. The elder doctor nodded. Magu asked, how should we enter? Do I need to send in a visiting card? No need. Lu Qing's expression suddenly brightened with a smile. An old friend is already coming out to meet us. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure in plain clothes emerged from the tower. Who could it be but Xyrui, whom they had not seen for over 2 years? Isn't it a joy to have friends come from afar? Xyrui's demeanor was gentler than 2 years ago, and he greeted them with a smile. Elder Chen, young friend Lu Qing, it's been over 2 years. How have you been? Long time no see, Xyrui. Elder Chen smiled. Nice to meet you, Mr. Xyrui. Magu and Wei Zion also paid their respects. Especially Wei Zion, who was profoundly respectful. He knew that if it weren't for Mr. Xyrui's intervention back then, their Wei family might have ceased to exist. Young Master Wei is here too. Xyrui was surprised to see Wei Zion. Is Elder Wei Shanhai still well? The patriarch is still robust. He especially asked me to send his regards to Mr. Xyrui. Wei Zion said respectfully. Elder Wei Shanhai is too polite. Xyrui subtly observed Lu Qing and the elder doctor. Having not seen them for over 2 years, Lu Qing had grown quite a bit taller and even more handsome, while the elder doctor looked unchanged, still that old figure. However, what truly startled Xyrui was that he could not see through the cultivation realms of Lu Qing and the elder doctor. Even when he covertly used the power of the exotic treasure, he still gained nothing. This shocking revelation was almost unbelievable to him. After all, he was now at the peak of the initial innate realm, barely a step away from the minor success realm. Let alone that over these 2 years, through constant refinement day and night, He had fully mastered the exotic treasure bestowed by his sect. Yet he could not discern the cultivation realms of the teacher and disciple duo. Was their cultivation so advanced that it was beyond his reach, or did they carry an exotic treasure on them that completely blocked his attempts to probe? Turbulence stirred in Lin Zhirui's heart, yet he maintained composure on his face, continuing to chat with Lu Qing and the others. After some pleasantries, Lin Zhirui suddenly slapped his forehead. "Look at me, getting too excited and neglecting my manners. Please, come with me inside." He then started to lead Lu Qing and the others into the tower. "Mr. Xyrui, what about our carriage?" Ma Gu asked. "That's all right." As Lin Zhirui was about to make arrangements, he suddenly noticed the carriage of Lu Qing and his group, momentarily taken aback. "Elder Chen, your horses, on the way here a few nights ago, a celestial phenomenon occurred suddenly, showering down countless beams of moonlight, and these two creatures were fortunate enough to receive two beams, transforming them thus." Lu Qing spoke with a mix of truth and falsehood. His young friend Lu Qing speaking of that unusual celestial event from a few nights ago. Lin Zhirui's gaze flickered. "Indeed, these two horses that were pulling our carriage absorbed two beams of moonlight that night, and for some reason they turned into this shape the next day. Fortunately, although their appearance has changed, their temperament has not, and they've actually grown much stronger, which has allowed us to travel much faster and save a good deal of time. In that case, these two horses have indeed encountered a great opportunity." Lin Zhirui praised, his expression returning to calm. "Rest assured, I'll have the disciples from the sect take care of it, and these divine steeds will not be treated unfairly." Following Lin Zhirui's orders, a disciple from the Tangi Building immediately wanted to come forward to help with the horses. "Hold on, we have an injured person in the carriage." Lu Qing walked to the front of the carriage and knocked on the door. "Little Yan, help Sister Hu down from the carriage." "Little Yan is here too." Lin Zhirui was even more surprised upon hearing this. However, when he saw Hu Zezhai stepping down from the carriage, his expression suddenly changed. "Young friend Lu Qing, this lady, has Mr. Xyrui noticed something?" Lu Qing asked in a deep voice. Lin Zhirui first scrutinized Hu Zezhai's brows, then gave Lu Qing a deep look. However, instead of spelling it out, he said with a somewhat solemn expression, "Let's all go inside first." Lu Qing and the others followed Lin Zhirui into the Tangi Building, but they did not notice that 100 meters behind them, a figure in a black robe was hiding around a corner. Those eyes with two pupils emitted a strange light. A person with great fortune, a body of profound yin, and that, what is that? The light of merit. This small carriage actually has many people with unique talents all at once. Could it really be that heaven is helping me? A fanatical gleam appeared in the eyes of the figure in the black robe. If he could devour those few people ahead of him, his demon body would transform to an unimaginable degree. At that time, not only would the arrays in this broken city be unable to suppress him, but he would also no longer fear those old monsters on top of the holy mountain. This matter must be planned carefully. As long as I devour these few people, I can lay the first foundation for my supreme demon foundation. The eyes of the figure in the black robe revealed madness, yet his heart was exceedingly calm. Although he spoke disparagingly of the holy city, he had to admit that at the moment, he did not possess the strength to do as he pleased within this city. Even the few old men inside the Tangi Building, he might not necessarily be able to overcome them. Not to mention those old monsters on the holy mountain. Therefore, everything had to be done in secret, slowly and carefully planned. The figure in the black robe took a deep look at the Tangi Building, gradually disappearing from sight. Lu Qing and the others followed Lin Zhirui into the tall tower, but instead of going upwards, they passed through and arrived at a large complex of buildings, eventually stopping in a secluded small courtyard. "Elder Chen, this is where this junior resides. It's a bit modest, so please don't look down on it," Lin Zhirui said apologetically. "If you're calling this place modest, then mine can only be described as a shabby hut." The elder doctor chuckled. "How can it compare? In your residence, just that plum blossom spiritual tree alone is worth more than countless luxurious houses." Lin Zhirui shook his head slightly. "So it turns out that Xyrui misses that plum blossom tea. It just so happens that I brought a lot this time, and I can brew a little." The elder doctor took out a packet of plum blossom tea he had prepared earlier. "He who knows me, Elder Chen." Having stepped into the innate realm and refined his innate body, Lin Zhirui, upon smelling the faint aroma of plum blossom tea, immediately expressed joy. He promptly went to prepare the tea set. Once Lin Zhirui had brought out the tea set, the following tea brewing process was something Lu Qing was very familiar with. He knew this task all too well. Taking over the work, he quickly boiled water, infused the tea leaves with practiced dexterity. Soon he had brewed a pot of exceedingly perfect plum blossom tea. Lin Zhirui picked up one of the teacups, took a sip, and slowly savored it as a look of intoxication appeared on his face. After a while, he let out a long sigh. "These past few years, as I've traveled the world, I've drunk countless famous and fine teas, but the one that has captured my heart the most is your plum blossom tea. Elder Chen, Mr. Xyrui, didn't you once say that when you achieved the innate realm?" You wanted to cultivate a plum blossom tea plant too, couldn't you succeed? Lu Qing asked curiously. The plum blossom tea tree in the half-mountain small courtyard was cultivated by the elder doctor unintentionally when he stepped into the innate realm by attracting the heaven and earth primordial qi. Knowing the origins of the plum blossom tea tree, Xyrui had also expressed a desire to emulate this feat and use the heaven and earth primordial qi to cultivate his own plum blossom tree when he stepped into the innate realm. Now that Xyrui had reached the innate realm, Lu Qing posed this question. Upon hearing this, Xyrui's face showed embarrassment. When I had my breakthrough, I was traveling outside, and I sensed the opportunity unexpectedly. At that time, I couldn't find a plum blossom tree in a hurry. For most martial artists, the opportunity to break through to the innate realm is something that can be met but not sought after. The inspiration comes and goes in a flash, and once grasped, few are willing to let it go. Xyrui was no exception. When he sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough, he did not hesitate and seized the moment right away. It was only afterward that he remembered the plum blossom tea tree, but by then it was already too late. That is indeed a pity, Lu Qing said regretfully. He knew how much this person enjoyed drinking tea. All things are a matter of chance, there's nothing to regret, Xyrui replied, shaking his head. This just means that I don't have that particular fortune. You're right about that, the elder doctor nodded his approval. He had always been easygoing, and he greatly admired Xyrui's mindset. Elder Chen, you flatter me. Speaking of which, why have you only now come to Central State? I thought you would have come over 1 or 2 years ago. It's quite embarrassing, really. The main reason is that this old bag of bones has been too lazy. After getting used to an idyllic life in the countryside, I just couldn't muster up the energy to go out, and so I've delayed until today, the elder doctor said. Elder, you jest. I think it's because of your nature that you never took that so-called chance to heart. If I'm not mistaken, the reason you've come to Central State this time isn't entirely because of the opportunity at Holy Mountain, is it? Although Xyrui hadn't had much interaction with the elder doctor, he knew well that this was a person of great kindness and virtue. The fact that the other party hadn't come to Holy Mountain in the past 2 years indicated that he didn't value that opportunity very highly. His sudden arrival now must have other reasons. Unfortunately, Xyrui had tried to predict them earlier but couldn't deduce anything. I'm not that ascetic, the elder doctor laughed, however. This time I came to Central State not solely for the opportunity at Holy Mountain, but indeed there are some other matters I wish to clarify. Is it about this young lady? Xyrui turned to look at Hu Zezhai, the beautiful young girl, who was listening with great interest. Was startled and didn't understand why the conversation had suddenly turned to her. That's just one of the things, yet it's also the most pressing matter at hand. Xyrui, you should be able to see the problem that Miss Hu is facing. Right, the elder doctor asked. This young lady's brows are surrounded by an invisible black aura that is difficult to dispel. This indicates she will soon face great danger, suggesting that in the near future, she will encounter something more terrible than death. Xyrui said gravely, Indeed, Ah Qing and I have also faintly sensed the calamity lying ahead for Miss Hu, only we cannot ascertain where this calamity will come from. Xyrui, do you perhaps have a way to predict it? The elder doctor knew that Tangi Building's lineage was most adept at such predictions. Perhaps Xyrui could have an inkling of the matter. What the elder doctor did not expect, however, was that Xyrui just shook his head. I can't predict it. Frankly, elder, as soon as I first laid eyes on this young lady, I had already discreetly made calculations. The result, however, was that the heavens' secrets were obscured, preventing any prediction. If even you cannot deduce it, Xyrui, then that is troublesome, the elder doctor said, frowning. Elder Chen, Mr. Xyrui, what are you talking about? I don't understand. At this point, Hu Zezhai could no longer hold back and asked. Hu Zezhai felt utterly confused upon hearing the conversation between Xyrui and the elder doctor. What does it mean that I have a dark aura and will face a great calamity? Could it be that she was destined to face a life and death ordeal in the near future? Thus, she couldn't help but ask. However, to her surprise, when she voiced her query, both Xyrui and the elder doctor turned to look at her with a hint of pity in their eyes. This only made Hu Zezhai feel even more anxious. Miss Hu, it's like this. At that moment, Lu Qing spoke up and gave her a rough explanation. The matter ultimately had to be disclosed to Hu Zezhai, and she had the right to know. However, in the explanation, Lu Qing did not say that she bore the mark of certain death, but rather that she might soon encounter a serious disaster. Even so, this was still enough to make Hu Zezhai's heart flutter in turmoil. After all, sitting in front of her were important figures she could never have imagined meeting before. If even they were troubled, how could she possibly overcome such a disaster on her own? Sensing the young girl's inner turmoil, the elder doctor once more spoke up. Xyrui, in such a case, is there no way to resolve it? Or must we simply watch the disaster unfold? Hu Zezhai immediately turned to Xyrui, looking hopeful. Ruiji pondered for a moment, then said, Destiny is fickle, ever-changing, and profound. No one's fate is set in stone, the future is uncertain. The so-called art of divining merely calculates the various possibilities of a person's future, attempting to predict a path of relatively higher likelihood. Yet, fate is filled with endless possibilities, and often a sudden thought can change one's life, throwing all future events into disarray. Therefore, Miss Who need not worry too much. The dark aura in your brow merely heralds an impending great danger, but this does not mean that you are doomed to die. As long as you're cautious and careful in the near future, avoiding risky endeavors and seek the company of those with good fortune, perhaps at a certain moment, the disaster will dissipate on its own. Hearing Lin Xyrui's words, although Hu Zezhai did not obtain the answer she most desired, she felt somewhat relieved. However, when she heard about seeking the company of those with good fortune, her heart stirred, and she instinctively looked over at Lu Qing and his companions. In her eyes that day she had nearly been killed by those despicable, cruel-hearted individuals, and it was Lu Qing and the others who had saved her. If anyone could be considered lucky, it was undoubtedly Lu Qing and his companions, her greatest benefactors. Lu Qing felt Hu Zezhai's gaze and smiled slightly. "Miss Hu, rest assured, since we're friends, we naturally won't ignore your affairs." In truth, Lu Qing was also curious about what kind of threat was so severe that it could portend certain death for someone blessed with such great fortune. Was it a person or some unknown natural calamity? Logically speaking, someone like Hu Zezhai, who carried fortune with her, should be protected by that fortune and able to turn misfortune into blessings. Could it really be that the impending disaster could subvert the destiny of someone bearing such great fortune? Comforted by Lu Qing's words, Hu Zezhai felt more at ease. She also remembered that her life had been saved by Lu Qing and his group. Had it not been for Lu Qing's intervention that day, she probably would have been a violated and dead corpse at the bottom of a cliff by now. She could say that having lived up to this point was already a bonus. With this in mind, what was there to fear? When the so-called disaster arrived, could the outcome possibly be worse than what almost happened to her that day? Considering this, Hu Zezhai's expression became calm and resolute. She stood up and gave a bow to Lu Qing. "What is it? Feel free to speak. The only thing I can do is to earnestly request Mr. Lu to agree to one thing." Hu Zezhai paused a moment before continuing with a firm tone. As Mr. Xyrui said, the future is difficult to grasp. If heaven has indeed decreed that Zezhai must face a calamity, then I shall accept it with tranquility. Zezhai knows that Mr. Lu values friendship, but what I ask is that if the calamity really is inevitable and endangers Mr. Lu, please do not recklessly risk your own safety for my sake. Let Zezhai alone bear the fate that is mine. Otherwise, if to save Zezhai's life, Mr. Lu's safety is compromised, then even if Zezhai were to survive by sheer luck, I would be forever troubled in heart. It would be better for me to accept my destiny. The courtyard fell silent. Everyone was somewhat stunned by Hu Zezhai's request, which turned out to be this. Lu Qing quietly observed the determination on Hu Zezhai's face. Suddenly, he smiled faintly. "Miss Hu, rest assured, although I am confident in my abilities, I am not reckless. If the situation truly cannot be helped, I will not act beyond my power." Then Zezhai is relieved. Lin Xyrui watched this scene, shaking his head slightly. He could clearly see that Hu Zezhai's words came from the heart. She truly did not wish for Lu Qing and the others to fall into danger because of her, but he also understood the nature of Lu Qing and the elder doctor. To watch a young girl die before their eyes was certainly not possible for them, especially since Miss Hu was someone they knew. However, he also knew that if there was any chance for the girl to survive, it most likely lay with Lu Qing and his group. After all, these two were people even he could not fully understand, and Elder Chen had an amazingly divine merit light, truly a person blessed with great fortune. But it had only been 2 years. How had Elder Chen's merit light thickened so much? Lin Xyrui curiously observed the faint golden light on the elder doctor, invisible to the naked eye of ordinary people. Compared to 2 years ago, the elder doctor's merit light had indeed become much richer. Could it be that in these 2 years, the elder doctor had done some great good deeds? When Hu Zezhai's emotions had stabilized, Lu Qing then started asking Lin Xyrui about other matters. "Mr. Xyrui, we encountered quite a few events on our way here, and also met Elder Xuanjizi in Azure Dragon City, so there are some things I would like to consult you about." "You have met Elder Xuanjizi." Lin Xyrui was somewhat surprised. Indeed, Elder Xuanjizi mentioned that not long ago, the heaven and earth Dao sound echoed throughout the lands and spiritual energy recovery commenced. Central State was rife with undercurrents, and the major sects fought each other fiercely. Later, the conflict was quelled by 3 saint masters. "May I ask, Mr. Xyrui, what is the current situation in Central State, and the conditions in the Holy City and on Holy Mountain?" Lu Qing did not beat around the bush in probing for information, but asked directly, knowing that the best way to communicate with someone as wise as Lin Xyrui was to be honest. As expected, Lin Xyrui, upon hearing Lu Qing's words, did not react negatively but fell into a quiet contemplation. After a while, he slowly said, "The situation in Central State is not good. Oh, how so? Since you have already met my elder Xuanjizi, you probably know why those two major sects erupted into conflict and fought so fiercely. Lu Qing nodded. Elder Xuanjizi mentioned that those two major sects were ancient enemies and clashed over an ancient cultivation technique, risking their blood and lives. Correct, those two major sects are indeed ancient enemies. But what truly incited them to break the rules and fight fiercely was the ancient cultivation technique that could refine spiritual energy for one's own use. Didn't Elder Xuanjizi say that, in the end, 3 Saint Masters personally intervened and produced several ancient cultivation techniques for the major sects to study, thus ceasing the hostilities? The 3 Saint Masters did produce 3 ancient cultivation techniques. However, they did not directly give these techniques to the major sects. Instead, they inscribed them on Holy Mountain for all martial artists in the world to study. Xyrui revealed something very surprising to Lu Qing. Inscribed on Holy Mountain, the elder doctor was also a bit astonished. Yes, those 3 techniques are now inscribed on the Holy Heart Cliff of Holy Mountain. The 3 Saint Masters declared that any martial artist in the world, no matter who, as long as they can reach Holy Heart Cliff, can study the techniques. As for how much they can comprehend, that depends on their own understanding and fortune. Indeed, the magnanimity of the 3 Saint Masters is truly admirable. Lu Qing sincerely praised. If it were him, he wouldn't have the courage to so selflessly gift his treasured techniques to the public. The intentions of the Saint Masters are naturally beyond our reach, Xyrui stated. Similarly, after this decision of the 3 Saint Masters was announced, it caused a sensation throughout Central State. In no time, powerful martial artists who received the news rushed towards Holy Mountain. They wanted to ascend the mountain first to study the supreme techniques. It's said that the news has gradually spread to the surrounding states as well. Who knows how many martial artists will continue to head this way? Now, in Holy City, it's uncertain how many masters of martial arts are lurking. Many of them have grudges against each other, and when enemies meet, it is natural to feel envy. These days, people in Holy City die from conflicts every day. Holy City is already subtly in a state of unrest, and something big could happen at any moment. Why is that so? Lu Qing was puzzled. They went through all that trouble to come to Holy City. Isn't studying the techniques most important? Why then do they still fight? That is because, although the Saint Masters allow any martial artist to study the techniques at Holy Heart Cliff. However, not every martial artist is qualified to ascend Holy Heart Cliff. Lu Qing's heart stirred. Mr. Xyrui, could it be that Holy Heart Cliff has some hidden secret? Indeed there is, Xyrui replied. You might have heard that ordinary people are not allowed to climb the Holy Mountain. I have heard something of that nature. The Saint Masters issued this prohibition because at the top of the Holy Mountain there exists a peculiar force enveloping all sides. This strange force not only makes one's body exceedingly heavy, but also suppresses the mind and will. Not to mention ordinary people, even common martial artists, if they rashly attempt to ascend, would find it difficult to take even a few steps. Furthermore, the closer one gets to the summit, the stronger this mysterious force becomes. In some areas, even innate realm experts cannot set foot. Holy Heart Cliff is located on the mountainside of the Holy Mountain. There the mysterious force is already very strong, and the repressive force is such that even ordinary innate realm martial artists can hardly endure for long, let alone ordinary innate realm. How could those below the innate realm possibly reach the front of Holy Mountain Cliff? Lu Qing fell silent for a while. However, he could vaguely guess the intentions of the 3 Saint Masters. The ancient techniques that allow one to refine spiritual energy must be extraordinary, and the requirements for cultivation are very high. Ordinary martial artists, even if they obtained it, would surely be unable to comprehend it. Only those talented cultivators with excellent aptitude and will, or possibly those innate realm experts whose chi acupoints have already opened, would be eligible to cultivate it. Then, Mr. Xyrui, have you ever gone to Holy Heart Cliff to comprehend the cultivation technique? Wei Zion suddenly asked curiously. I have not. Xyrui shook his head. Originally, when the Saint Masters first inscribed the technique, I wanted to go and pay homage, but my teacher said that I had just made a breakthrough, and my foundation was not stable. Rashly comprehending a deeper cultivation technique could be harmful and might easily disturb my mind and spirit, which would not benefit my path in martial arts. Thus, he advised me to settle down a bit and stabilize my foundation before going to Holy Heart Cliff. It seems that the cultivation techniques put forth by the Saint Masters must be profoundly high, for just attempting to comprehend them can disturb the mind of an innate realm expert, Lu Qing exclaimed in surprise. Of course, it is said that since the Saint Masters inscribed the technique, so much time has passed. Even though those supreme elders and powerful innate realm experts from major sects have made some gains, to this day, none has been able to break their shackles and step into a higher, inconceivable realm. This shows how difficult it is to comprehend those 3 techniques. By the way, Elder Chen, you with your profound merit light and deep cultivation, why not try to comprehend it yourself? Perhaps you might gain something. Xyrui suddenly turned to the elder doctor. So many strong members from major sects haven't deciphered the mysteries, and an old man like me with my dull talents shouldn't embarrass himself, the elder doctor chuckled. Elder Chen, you jest. If you call yourself dull, then I'm afraid we must be as dumb as pigs. Xyrui burst out laughing, finding Elder Chen still as humble as ever. He knew well that not only did the elder doctor possess merit, light, and profound fortune, but his martial arts talent was also exceptional. He could never forget, just over 2 years ago outside Kang County City Gate, the impact the elder doctor made when he intercepted Yan Kanghai using a trace of innate realm intent. At that thought, Xyrui's mind stirred, and he remembered something. Right, Elder Chen, now that you've come to the holy city, there's someone you should be cautious of. Who? Wang Kangyi. Not long ago, several supreme elders from the heavenly Kang sect of the northern border also came to the holy city. Among them was that Yan Kanghai who once had a conflict with you. It's him. Upon hearing the name Wang Kangyi, not only were the elder doctor and Lu Qing surprised, but Wei Ziyan and Ma Gu were also momentarily taken aback. To Wang Kangyi, Lu Qing and the others naturally had a deep impression. At first, they had made a considerable decision to head to the county to assist the Wei family. The Wei family was once oppressed to the verge of extinction. It could be said that Wang Kangyi was the strongest opponent they had encountered 2 years ago. Unexpectedly, after so long, they heard this name again. Word has it that after Wang Kangyi retreated in defeat from Kang County, he returned to his sect and entered into secluded cultivation, and now he has reached the early stage of the innate realm. His direct senior disciple also stepped into the innate realm half a year ago. This time, 3 supreme elders from his sect are here. If they see you again, they might deliberately stir up trouble. Elder Chen, you should be cautious. How so, now that we are in the holy city? Would Wang Kangyi dare to violate the prohibition and make a move within the city? Lu Qing asked curiously. Xyrui laughed. There's something you may not know, Lu Qing. Initially, the Holy Mountain set a ban prohibiting fighting within the city for those of the innate realm. This rule is effective everywhere. However, there is one city where this ban does not apply. Holy City. Lu Qing somewhat understood. Correct, it's the Holy City. Xyrui chuckled. You might have felt it too, Lu Qing. There's a peculiar force within the Holy City that suppresses a martial artist's power. Thus, even innate realm experts can fight without much consequence. Moreover, the Holy City has an arena for duels to the death where private feuds can be settled. If you're not aware of the Holy City's rules, you might end up at a disadvantage. I see, Lu Qing nodded. It was no wonder it was called the foremost city in the world. Its rules were different from others. However, since one can fight in the Holy City, does that mean if he accidentally kills Wang Kangyi, it wouldn't be considered a violation? A thought suddenly emerged in Lu Qing's mind. Regarding Yan Kanghai, Lu Qing didn't believe the man had forgotten the events of 2 years ago. Not to mention, he personally killed 2 of his direct disciples. Even if Wang Kangyi wasn't aware at the time, with so much time passed, he should have guessed it was their doing. With such a deep-seated grudge, he couldn't believe Wang Kangyi, known for his vengeful nature, could let it go. So this hidden enemy was better off dead. Murderous intent surged silently within Lu Qing, and Xyrui was also discreetly vigilant. Seeing Lu Qing and the elder doctor received the news about Wang Kangyi being in the city without any perturbation. Even Ma Gu and Wei Ziyan, although surprised, showed no fear. His heart trembled, speculating more about the elder doctor's abilities. Mr. Xyrui, you once said, Master had a chance on the Holy Mountain. Does that opportunity still hold? Lu Qing asked. Of course, Xyrui nodded. This opportunity was personally promised by the 3 Saint Masters, so it certainly holds no falsehood. If so, when might my master be able to visit the Holy Mountain to seize this opportunity? Technically any time, but your arrival was sudden. I need to report to the Holy Mountain and check if anyone is going to comprehend the Holy Pool recently. Then I will have to trouble you, Mr. Xyrui. Lu Qing and the others chatted for a while when suddenly a commotion arose from outside, so loud it almost reached the heavens. Mr. Xyrui, what's happening outside? Lu Qing listened for a moment, finding the clamor rather spirited and lively, and became somewhat curious. Xyrui was also listening, quickly understanding what was happening. He said smilingly, it's nothing serious. It seems to be young talents from somewhere. Once again planning to climb the Holy Mountain Sky Ladder. Climbing the Holy Mountain Sky Ladder, Lu Qing and the others were stunned. I just mentioned that the Holy Mountain has been covered by a strange force for many years, making it extremely difficult for climbers to reach the summit. At the foot of the Holy Mountain, there lies a sky ladder, rumored to lead directly to the peak. However, climbing this ladder is even more challenging than other mountain paths. Each step increases the pressure immensely. Only martial artists with solid foundations and strong abilities are even qualified to climb it. Over tens of thousands of years, countless martial artists, including innate realm experts, have attempted to climb the ladder. The most gifted among them have even managed to leave their names on the ladder. This is also one of the biggest features of the Holy City. Most martial artists coming to the holy city aspire to climb it, to see if they can make a name for themselves, or measure the gap between them and those historically famous supreme talents. Is it that magical? Listening, Lu Qing and the others became very interested. The holy mountain indeed stood as the center of the world. Even something as simple as this sky ladder was a novelty to them. Since everyone is so interested, why don't we also go and watch the excitement? Xyrui suddenly suggested, his mind stirring. Sounds good. Lu Qing too wanted to seize the opportunity to explore the mysteries of the holy mountain, so he nodded in agreement. Only Hu Zhezhi hesitated a bit, but she thought of her own situation. Miss Hu, since we can't deduce the source of your doom, why not put it aside for now? What's destined to come will always come, there's no need to worry excessively. The elder doctor comforted her. Indeed, Lu Qing nodded and added, as long as you don't stray too far from us, it's better to take the initiative to attack than to hide here. Perhaps we can find a way to avert the calamity. Upon hearing this, Hu Zhezhi felt it made sense. She knew nothing of her own calamity. Instead of living in constant fear, she might as well enjoy the journey with Mr. Lu and the others. Even if her fate was inescapable in the end, it would not be in vain to have come to the holy mountain. So she nodded lightly. I'll listen to Elder Chen's advice. Immediately under Xyrui's lead, they headed towards the north side of the city. Since the holy city was built against the holy mountain, the north side of the city was based at the foot of the mountain. So many people. When Lu Qing and the others arrived at the location, they were all shocked by the crowd gathered at the base of the mountain. There on the flat ground at the foot of the mountain, thousands upon thousands of people were gathered. More importantly, these people had strong Qi blood, and almost all were true martial artists with substantial cultivation. Such a scene stunned not only Wei Zion and his companions. Even Lu Qing, upon seeing so many martial artists together and feeling the pervasive and robust Qi blood, was somewhat shaken. Is that the legendary heavenly ladder? Lu Qing saw in front of him on the mountain wall a huge white jade-like staircase that resembled a Jiao dragon, twisting and winding upward towards the top of the holy mountain, disappearing into the clouds around the waist of the mountain, with no end in sight. Each stair was about 1 meter high and very wide, allowing dozens of people to stand on it simultaneously. This spectacle was breathtaking for Lu Qing and his companions. Xyrui was about to answer when suddenly a torrent of exclamations burst out in front. Someone is about to climb the heavenly ladder. Lu Qing and the others immediately looked forward to see a white figure leap high, eventually landing lightly on the white jade staircase. In one move, he had ascended more than a dozen steps. He was a handsome young man in white clothes, holding a white jade fan. Good, truly deserving of being one of the Central State 10 outstanding. By Xiaohua's first step has already crossed 13 steps, truly extraordinary. Immediately, someone in the crowd shouted praise. Is it him? At this moment, Xyrui let out a light yelp. Mr. Xyrui, do you know this person? Wei Zion asked curiously. Of course, I recognize him. He's quite famous in Central State. His name is Bai Bufan. He is the true disciple of the Heavenly Origin sect, with a martial arts cultivation that is quite astonishing. It is said that he has refined his divine soul power and is only a hairbreadth away from the innate realm. Among the many talented youths in Central State, he is very well known. He once confronted a master at the initial innate realm with his green jade sword technique and held his ground for 10 moves, making quite a name for himself in Central State. Additionally, his charming and dashing appearance has made him very popular among numerous female disciples, earning him a spot as one of the Central State 10 outstanding. Xyrui talked fluently, detailing the identity and background of the young man in white. However, upon hearing this information, Ma Gu and the others wore strange expressions, especially Wei Zion, who scratched his head. Central State 10 outstanding, able to withstand 10 moves from the innate realm without losing ground. Just this. He remembered the scene when he first saw Lu Qing, the doctor sparring with his family's ancestors. Later, he heard from the elder that if it came to a life or death fight, he wasn't sure he would win against Dr. Lu Qing. Not to mention, Dr. Lu Qing also knew the mysterious and unfathomable cultivation method. Thinking of this, Wei Zion felt that these so-called Central State 10 outstanding were just so-so. Compared with Dr. Lu Qing, they were far inferior, not worth mentioning at all. Of course, Wei Zion would not voice these thoughts, but Xyrui, a man of great insight, felt the odd mood of Wei Zion and his companions after he finished introducing Bai Bufan. Fortunately, at this moment, another round of cheering came from ahead. It turned out that another figure had leaped from the crowd, landing on the white jade staircase right beside Bai Bufan. It was a young man dressed in brocade. It's Sidu Jin. There's going to be a good show now. Are those two going to fight up there? They shouldn't, right? Who would dare to fight on Holy Mountain? It'd be great if they did fight. We get to see who's stronger. Immediately, someone in the crowd recognized the person's identity, and there were also those who took pleasure in the misfortune of others. Eager to watch the excitement, Lu Qing and the others looked again at Xyrui. Xyrui laughed lightly. This one is a true disciple from Heavenly Origin sect, Sidu Jin, and like Bai Bufan, he is also one of the Central State 10 outstanding, and it is rumored that these two have always been at odds, constantly competing against each other, neither willing to concede to the other. Mr. Xyrui, I keep hearing you mention this Central State 10 outstanding. What exactly does this title mean? And who is responsible for this ranking? Magu asked involuntarily. The so-called Central State 10 Outstanding is a ranking made by some meddlers, listing some of the most famous and powerful young talents of Central State together in one title. Similar rankings include the likes of the 10 Great Beauties, 10 Great Swordsmen, 10 Great Assassins, and so on. These are all rankings done by meddlers, not necessarily accurate, but those who are listed among them are definitely extraordinary. Xyrui explained. Lu Qing found this a bit strange in his heart, however he also understood. Martial artists who undergo arduous cultivation, seek fame and fortune. It's not surprising that such rankings are created. Just like the Tangi Building, didn't it also come up with something like the Hidden Dragon list? There is a list of 10 great beauties. Those who can make it onto that list must be incredibly beautiful, unlike the others, whose Zhezhai's point of interest was something else. Those who make it onto the beauty list are indeed considered top-notch beauties in the world. Some with a smile can bring forth 100 charms, making one merely seeing them once intoxicated in heart and spirit. Others are cold as frost, yet simply with their appearance, they cleanse one's heart and deter impure thoughts. And there are those who, with just a glance, can make a person lose their divine soul and willingly bow down under their hem, happy to become a servant, truly formidable. Xyrui sighed. Wei Zion and the others were filled with longing, struggling to imagine what kind of beautiful women they must be to possess such charm that a single glance could make one willingly become a servant. Seeing Mr. Xyrui like this, you must have seen the beauties on the beauty list, Lu Qing teased, noticing the fleeting look of melancholy in Xyrui's eyes. Lu Qing, young friend, you jest. Let's continue watching. Bai Bufan and Sidu Jin are not usually on good terms. This time, both ascending the heavenly ladder, I'm afraid there will be a fierce dragon and tiger battle, Xyrui said, without admitting, and smiled lightly. Lu Qing smiled slightly and didn't tease any further, looking forward. Meanwhile, the two figures on the white jade steps were also engaging in a battle of wits. Mr. Sidu, I didn't expect you to also take interest in ascending this heavenly ladder. Bai Bufan, clad in white, gently waved his white jade fan and spoke aloud. This carefree demeanor immediately drew more screams from the females below. Hearing those screams, a flash of disgust crossed Sidu Jin's eyes. However, he quickly suppressed it and also revealed a smile. It just so happens. I also wanted to come here to climb and test my own cultivation. I didn't expect Brother Bai to take the lead and ascend before me. Since that's the case, Brother Bai, seeing as we have this rare opportunity today, why don't we have a competition to see who can climb higher? Oh, you want to compete with me? Bai Bufan's gaze flickered. Indeed, you and I are both known as part of the Central State 10 Outstanding, though it's just an empty title. People still love to compare us. Comparing again and again, I've grown tired of it too. Why not take this opportunity today for a real competition? Let's see who can ascend higher on this heavenly ladder. Then it will be clear who's stronger and who's weaker. It seems, Mr. Sidu, you're quite confident, Bai Bufan said, his smile unchanged. What, Brother Bai, do you dare not? Sidu Jin said sarcastically. There's nothing I dare not. Bai Bufan closed his white jade fan and his smile faded. Fine, I'll compete with you this once. Brother Wang, Mr. Sidu, this is where you're wrong. How could you leave us out of such fun? Just as Bai Bufan and Sidu Jin were confronting each other, suddenly several figures leapt from the crowd and landed beside them. There were also a few young people with strong presences, each with a unique demeanor and outstanding appearance. One could tell at a glance that they were disciples from major sects. Sure enough, upon seeing those few people, the crowd burst into another round of exclamations. It's the other members of the Central State 10 Outstanding. What's going on? Did they agree to climb the heavenly ladder together today? Now there truly is a spectacle to watch. In the Central State 10 Outstanding, the ranking has never been in any particular order. Could it be that this time they're going to sort it out among themselves? What a trip this has turned out to be. Never expected to witness such an exciting scene. The crowd below was buzzing, stirred with excitement. On the white jade stairs of the heavenly ladder, Bai Bufan and Sidu Jin were also taken aback. You all came too. Of course, with the changes in heaven and earth, Holy Mountain being the center of the world, it's bound to be lively. How could we possibly not come? Brother Bai, Mr. Sidu, the two of you competing alone seems a bit too dull. Why not let us join the fun? It's rare for us, the 10 Outstanding, to be all together today. Why not just compete together? Not bad, those two are already ahead of us. If we don't make an effort now, I'm afraid we'll be left far behind. Is it them? I didn't expect that the 10 Outstanding would all come. This is the first time since that title came out. Seeing the figures suddenly leap up, Xyrui was slightly taken aback. They all came, Wei Zion inquired, but aren't there only 7 people up there? Aren't 3 still missing? Originally, the Central State 10 Outstanding consisted of 10 people, but half a year ago, one of them met with an accident, dying unexpectedly, naturally unable to attend. 2 others recently broke through to the innate realm and have automatically dropped off the list. So now only those 7 remain of the 10 outstanding, Xyrui explained. Advanced to the innate realm. Lu Qing suddenly looked at him with a peculiar expression. Mr. Xyrui, could it be that among these 10 outstanding, others also caught on at this moment, turning their heads to look over? Xyrui hesitated, then gave a bitter smile. Indeed, you couldn't be fooled. Friend Lu Qing, I too was once fortunately exaggerated as one of the 10 outstanding. He, I knew it. With Mr. Xyrui's grace, how could you possibly not be included? Seeing the embarrassed expression on Xyrui's face, Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh. Xyrui usually always maintained a calm and confident demeanor. It was rare to see such an expression on the face of this disciple of Tangi Building. Indeed, Mr. Xyrui, your grace is far stronger than those few above, Wei Zion also sincerely exclaimed. All right, let's stop joking about me. Xyrui's face grew a bit hot, and he quickly pointed forward. Young Master Bai and the others are about to start climbing the heavenly ladder. Lu Qing and the others looked over, and indeed, after a bit of discussion, Bai Bufin and the others had begun to ascend the heavenly ladder. Each stair of the white jade staircase on the heavenly ladder was 3 feet high. The 7 figures, at first, climbed quite easily. With a light jump, they were able to surpass more than a dozen stairs, ascending over 10 meters quickly. But after climbing more than 10 yards, their speed noticeably slowed down, and the height they leapt also decreased, from initially jumping 3 or 4 yards to later just 1 or 2. Gradually, it even became a struggle to climb just 1 step at a time. Mr. Xyrui, who do you think will win? Lu Qing asked. Hard to say. Xyrui shook his head. These few are all outstanding true disciples from the major sects. Not only have they solidly refined their foundations, but they have also forged their divine soul power. And they all possess secret skills, so no one knows who will come out on top until the very last moment. As Bai Bufin and the others were competing, at some high place in the holy city, several powerful figures were also watching this scene and discussing. Brother Q, who do you think will win this competition? One of the figures in a blue robe smiled. I think Bufin, this kid is doing well, seeing how he still seems to handle it effortlessly. It shouldn't be hard for him to come out on top, another figure said. Otherwise, I am more optimistic about Sidhu Jin. It said he has cultivated his Vajra body to iron body peak. He's only a step away from the innate realm's copper body realm. You all know that climbing the heavenly ladder, what matters most is the strength of the physical body. I think the one who can hang on till the end might be him. Another figure chimed in. Climbing the heavenly ladder indeed favors those with strong physical bodies, but don't forget, it also greatly suppresses the heart and spirit. Since Bai Bufin and they are all at postnatal perfection, even if there are differences in physical strength, it shouldn't be too great. So I think in the end, it will still come down to a battle of heart and spirit will. What's the point of us arguing here? Just watch. The real start of the pressure of the heavenly ladder is after 100 meters. Who wins and who loses? Once they pass the height of 100 meters and we see their performance, it will be clear at a glance. Indeed, the real beginning of determining the winner is after 100 meters. With that, the other figures also nodded in agreement. They had also climbed the heavenly ladder, so they naturally knew some of the conditions on the heavenly ladder. The white jade sky ladder, the initial steps are relatively easy to climb, but once the height exceeded 100 meters, the pressure above the staircase would double, becoming a completely different difficulty. Like the powerful figures high up in the city, many people in the crowd at the foot of the mountain knew this secret. So when they saw Bai Bufin and the others leap up to the next level again, someone immediately shouted, the 100th level. As soon as the words fell, they saw Bai Bufin and the others, figures suddenly sway, barely managing to stabilize. It was obvious they were somewhat unaccustomed to the suddenly increased pressure on the steps. Mr. Xyrui, is there any trick to these 100 steps? Lu Qing saw this and turned to ask. The pressure on the heavenly ladder does not increase in a uniform, gradual manner, but instead, every 100 levels, the repressive force is doubled, and with each subsequent level, the pressure increases substantially more than the previous one. For example, at the first level, the repressive force is 1. With each level afterward, it merely increases by a tenth. By the 99th level, the repressive force is only about 10 or so. But at the 100th level, the pressure doubles, becoming 20. Thereafter, although it increases by only a tenth with each level, it is based on this 20. Thus, Bai Xiao and the others are now enduring much greater pressure than before, so that's how it is. Lu Qing and his companions suddenly understood. Actually, there's another saying about the heavenly ladder. Xyrui's interest was piqued, and he continued, what saying? It is said that the first 100 levels of the heavenly ladder actually correspond to a martial artist's postnatal realm cultivation. To reach the 100th level, one must possess the cultivation of a martial arts grandmaster, which is perfection in the internal organ realm. To go further, one must refine the divine soul power to withstand the pressure. There is a saying that, for postnatal realm martial artists, crossing the 100th level and continuing to climb. Each step represents their own potential. The higher one climbs, the greater their inherent potential is demonstrated. In the future, when they step into the innate realm, the greater their achievements will be. It's no wonder Bai Xiao and the others are visibly struggling so much, yet they continue to persevere, Ma Gu remarked with admiration. It turned out that while they were chatting, Bai Bufin and his group had climbed more than 10 levels, but at this point, they began to show obvious signs of difficulty. They could no longer jump up continuously like before. Instead, they had to rest and gather their strength before jumping to the next level. Some people are falling behind. Lu Qing noticed that one person was taking longer to rest and had already fallen 2 levels behind the others. Xyrui glanced over. That's Qin Yunting from the Xunxin sect, a true disciple. His martial arts style prioritizes agility, which indeed puts him at some disadvantage when climbing the heavenly ladder. Hearing it was a disciple from the Xunxin sect, Lu Qing and the others couldn't help but glance at Hu Zezhai, because originally her purpose for leaving Azure Dragon City was to attend the Xunxin sect's disciple recruitment ceremony. Hu Zezhai also felt a bit conflicted. Although she had no relation to Qin Yunting, seeing that a true disciple from the sect she once yearned for was now lagging behind, she still felt a bit off. Mr. Xyrui, have you ever climbed the heavenly ladder before? At that moment, Wei Zion curiously asked. Of course I have, Lin Xyrui said with a smile. I grew up in the holy city since my youth, and climbing the heavenly ladder is actually a common contest among the martial artists here. Naturally, I did not shy away from tradition. How high have you climbed? Now, even Lu Qing and his companions were curious. It's rather embarrassing to speak of, but before I broke through to the innate realm, my highest was only the 171st level. 171, that's already very high, Wei Zion exclaimed. He looked at Bai Bufin and his group on the ladder, who were currently at around the 130th or 40th level, and already seemed unable to jump any higher. They needed to rest for a long time before they could barely climb to the next level. It's no wonder that among the 10 prodigies, Mr. Xyrui entered the innate realm so much earlier than those few on the ladder. The difference in their potential is indeed quite substantial. Mr. Xyrui is truly formidable. Ma Gu and the others also exclaimed in admiration. But it's just 171 levels, not worth much acclaim. Lin Xyrui shook his head. There are many prodigies under heaven, countless of whom are more formidable than I, not to mention anything else. Among the 10 prodigies, another who has entered the innate realm is much more powerful than I am. His record on the heavenly ladder stands at 189 levels. 189. Wei Zion and the others exclaimed once again. After Lin Xyrui's explanations, they already knew that ascending the heavenly ladder only got tougher the higher one went. The difference of a single level closer to the top could represent an immense gap in strength and potential, and that individual was more than 10 levels above Lin Xyrui. Their potential was surely far greater. Mr. Xyrui, according to what you said, the history of ascending the heavenly ladder dates back a long way. So over the years, which postnatal martial artist has climbed the highest? That would be, Lin Xyrui thought for a moment before saying. According to the records of Tangi Building, the highest a postnatal realm martial artist has climbed should be a warrior named Emperor Feather. Emperor Feather, correct, though that was over 1,000 years ago. Emperor Feather has long since passed away. It is said that his record on the heavenly ascension ladder was 199 levels. 199. Ma Gu and the rest were shocked. This achievement was a full 10 levels higher than the other individual among the 10 prodigies Lin Xyrui had just mentioned. Yes, and that's probably the highest level a postnatal realm martial artist can reach. Because the suppressive force at the 200th level is said to be several times stronger than that of the 199th level, even a real innate realm expert must be extremely careful to cope with it. That's beyond the limit of any postnatal realm martial artist. No one at that level can withstand that kind of pressure. In other words, that Emperor Feather almost symbolizes the limit of potential for postnatal realm martial artists. I wonder what realm this predecessor reached later on, Lu Qing asked with interest. However, to Lu Qing's surprise, Lin Xyrui shook his head. No, he did not break through to the innate realm before he died. Not entered the innate realm and died. The crowd was shocked. How could that be with the talents of this predecessor? How could he not break through to the innate? Wei Zion could not believe it. It was Lu Qing who spoke thoughtfully. Could it be correct? Emperor Feather was assassinated and died right after he ascended the 199th level of the heavenly ladder. Lin Xyrui nodded, sighing. A tall tree catches the wind. Emperor Feather showed too much potential when he climbed to the 199th level of the heavenly ladder. Without any accidents, had he been allowed to grow successfully, he would surely have become a towering figure in martial arts, an unparalleled warrior. To some ambitious figures, the mere existence of such an unparalleled genius was an error and a threat. Moreover, Emperor Feather originally came from a minor sect, not a strong background. As such, after climbing the ladder, he was discovered the very next day, murdered in the inn where he was staying. Even until now, no one knows who was responsible. Lu Qing and the others fell silent. They had not expected that the strongest genius of 1,000 years ago would meet such an end. Especially Ma Gu and Wei Zion, they were even more scared. To be honest, they had even thought of persuading Lu Qing to try ascending the heavenly ladder as well. After all, in their view, Lu Qing's strength was unfathomable, comparable to the innate realm. If he were to climb the heavenly ladder, he would be sensational, far more dazzling than the few called 10 prodigies who were struggling to climb above. But now, hearing Lin Xyrui's words, they dared not entertain the thought any longer. Well, speaking of weak backgrounds, weren't they the typical examples? Whether it was Ma Gu or Lu Qing, both could be described as independent and unaffiliated. The only one with a bit of a background was Wei Zion. But what was the Wei family in Central State? If those major sects harbored some kind of intent, suppressing them would be all too easy, so both of them no longer dared to consider it. However, Lu Qing could vaguely sense a hint of warning in Lin Xyrui's words. He did not point it out but looked ahead, suddenly saying, "They're about to decide the victor above." Hearing Lu Qing's words, everyone looked up at the heavenly ladder. They saw that Bai Bufin and the others had now taken on a completely different appearance. They had almost entirely lost their previous composed and debonair demeanor. Each of them was red-faced, panting heavily, and drenched in sweat as they supported themselves on their knees. Obviously, they had almost reached their limits. Yet, the steps where the group stood finally showed a discrepancy. Among them, Bai Bufin and Mr. Sidhu stood at the highest point. The others were behind them, but the gap was small, only 3 or 4 steps. At the very end was Qin Yunting from the Xuanxin sect. Just as Lin Xyuri had said, Qin Yunting, who excelled in light spirit martial arts, was somewhat at a disadvantage while climbing the heavenly ladder. Bai Bufin and Mr. Sidhu are now at the 165th level. Wei Zion quickly counted and exclaimed, "It seems they have reached their limits. Indeed, their potential does not match up to Mr. Xyrui." Ma Gaiu remarked in astonishment. This method of measuring potential through climbing the heavenly ladder seemed quite reliable. "Mr. Bai, do you still have the strength to keep going?" On the heavenly ladder, Mr. Sidhu's face was covered in sweat beads as he spoke to Bai Bufin. His muscles trembled, a sign that his Vajra body skill was being pushed to the limit. "Depends on whether you, Mr. Sidhu, still have any strength left." Bai Bufin's expression was also strained. His face, usually pale and refined, was now flushed red, even the whites of his eyes threaded with blood. Clearly, he had reached his limit. Yet, despite this, facing Mr. Sidhu, he still refused to show any weakness. "I do still have a bit of strength left. If I force myself, I can climb up 1 or 2 more levels." Mr. Sidhu's words caused a slight change in Bai Bufin's expression. Because he had truly reached his limit and had no more strength to ascend further. But then, what Mr. Sidhu said next took him completely by surprise. "How about we call this contest a draw? You're actually willing to settle for a draw?" Bai Bufin was stunned, scarcely believing what he was hearing. Over the years, Mr. Sidhu had always competed against him, always standing directly opposed. Now, under the watchful eyes of the public, with a great chance to defeat him right before him, he was willing to give it up. "Yes, I can indeed activate my Vajra body skill to forcibly climb 1 or 2 more steps, but doing so would surely result in a backlash from the pressure of the heavenly ladder, damaging the foundation of my physical body and further delaying my breakthrough to the innate realm. We are already behind those 2. I don't want to widen the gap over a moment of pride." Bai Bufin fell silent. He obviously knew who the 2 people Mr. Sidhu was referring to were. Truth be told, he had never paid much attention to those 2 among the Central State 10 outstanding before. After all, one was from the Heavenly Mechanism sect, skilled in the art of calculation, likely less powerful than them. The other was even more so, merely the heir of a declining sect with limited resources. His cultivation speed was bound to be slower than theirs. Therefore, his focus had always been on Mr. Sidhu and a couple of others with similar backgrounds to his own. Who would have thought, after all their competing, the first to break through would be the least conspicuous among them? Thinking this, Bai Bufin suddenly felt a sense of listlessness. "You're right, it's not worth risking our martial arts future over this petty dispute. Our focus should be on breaking through to the innate realm as soon as possible, not these trivial squabbles." "Mr. Sidhu, you've won this competition," Bai Bufin said earnestly. Mr. Sidhu was taken aback, just as Bai Bufin was about to speak to concede. Suddenly, a light laughter came from above in the sky. "Is this what they call the Central State 10 outstanding? Climbing a ladder and they are this drained indeed. My master was right. These external martial artists generally have a weak foundation, all glitter on the outside, rotten on the inside." The voice wasn't loud, but it carried far enough for everyone nearby to hear clearly. The sarcasm and mockery in it immediately stirred up a commotion. Who is that, so full of himself, to dare to ridicule the Central State 10 outstanding to their faces? Who does he think he is? Looks like there's a new spectacle to watch. People began looking in the direction of the voice. Then the next moment, everyone's mouths fell open. For they saw in the sky above, there were 7 or 8 giant birds hovering. each with people standing on their backs. The giant bird's wingspan was over 10 meters, each flap of their wings producing a loud sound of wind. Bufin and the others had initially been ignited with rage by the mocking tone of that voice, but when they saw the scene above, they too were stunned in place, and the anger in their hearts could no longer be vented. As for Lu Qing and the others, there was no need to say. Coming from remote areas, they had never seen such a spectacle. Their eyes widened in amazement, their faces full of wonder. It's them. Lin Xyrui's face also significantly changed as he exclaimed, "Mr. Xyrui, do you know them?" Lu Qing asked curiously. "I don't know them, but I recognize their origin." Lin Xyrui stared intently into the sky, speaking slowly. Dressed in cloud-water pattern robes, riding divine birds, they are from one of the 4 great secret places, Cloudwater's secret realm. 4 great secret places. Lu Qing's mind stirred. He recalled a past encounter where he had fought a direct disciple of Yan Kanghai, who had once assumed he was a disciple trained in a secret land. He had also paid attention to this information in the past. The result he got was that the 4 great secret realms were 4 extremely mysterious places, and no one knew where they were located. But every time the descendants of the secret realms appeared in the world, they would inevitably stir up countless ripples. It was said that even the establishment of the Holy Mountain was initially supported by the tacit consent of the 4 great secret realms, which allowed it to be recognized by the major sects all over the world. In conclusion, these were 4 very mysterious and powerful forces. Unexpectedly, they had suddenly appeared here. Curious, Lu Qing immediately activated his superpower and looked up at the sky. This lineup and these robes, are they people from the Cloud-Water secret realm? In the heights of the holy city, those figures with powerful presences also trembled when they saw the scene above. No mistake, that cloud-water pattern is the symbol of the cloud-water secret realm. This change in heaven and earth, the recovery of spiritual energy, could it be that even the 4 great secret realms can no longer hold back? With the people from the cloud-water secret realm here, those from the other 3 secret realms must also be close by. What do you think? Should we go up and greet them? Don't rush, let's see how things go. Besides, even if we were to go greet them, it wouldn't be our turn. While these powerful figures were discussing, a young man in brocade clothing riding on the back of a flying bird suddenly said to Bufin and others above on the heavenly ladder, "What? It seems like you're still not convinced by my earlier assessment." Everyone could tell that the voice that had spoken mockingly before was the same one. "Sir, you jest, we hold no grievances." Although Bufin and the others could not recognize the person's identity, being able to tame so many extraordinary flying birds must definitely belong to some formidable force. Piecing together from what their sect elders had discussed before, they could roughly guess. These people were probably the legendary people from the secret realms. Where would they dare show any anger? Is that so? But from the looks you had just now, it seemed quite the opposite. The young man in brocade chuckled. "Well, if I don't let you witness it for yourself, you won't understand that there are always bigger fishes out there." After speaking, the young man in brocade tugged at the reins in his hand, and the enormous bird beneath his feet let out a long cry. With a flap of its wings, it stirred up a fierce wind and swooped violently toward the mountain below. Its ferocious momentum frightened the martial artists gathered at the foot of the mountain, causing them to cry out in shock and retreat to both sides. They feared they might be struck by the giant bird's wings and have their muscles crushed and bones broken. Fortunately, the young man in brocade had no intention of harming anyone. Just as the flying bird neared the ground, his body leaped and landed on the heavenly ladder. The giant bird then suddenly flapped its wings, stirring the air current and sharply ascending back into the sky. As for the young man, as soon as he landed on the ladder, he didn't pause for a moment. With a step, his body was already soaring into the air like an arrow released from a bow, heading upwards. When he landed again on the white jade steps, the crowd below couldn't help but let out a gasp of astonishment. For this leap had crossed over 20 or more steps, a height of about 70 to 80 feet. It was nearly twice as high as Bufin's initial leap. And that was not all. After landing on the white jade steps, the young man in brocade, without even a slight pause, lightly tapped his foot and his body surged upward again. It was as if the pressure on the heavenly ladder meant nothing to him at all. This second leap, though not as high as the first, still reached a height of about 60 to 70 feet. Then when his body landed again on the white jade steps, he stomped his foot, and his body abruptly rose again. In this manner, the young man in brocade, like a nimble monkey on a sheer cliff, continuously and rapidly hopped and climbed on the heavenly ladder. Soon, he arrived at the location of Bufin and others. The young man in brocade didn't pause at all, but merely showed a disdainful smile before brushing past them and continuing to leap upwards. At this point, Bufin and the others could hardly afford to be angry, merely watching in astonishment as the young man in brocade easily surpassed them and continued upward. The crowd at the foot of the mountain was also in silence at this moment. All were stunned, watching the young man in brocade, though much slower than at the start, still climb at a formidable speed. 170, 180, 190. Although he had surpassed by Bufin and the others, the young man in brocade still managed to cross several steps with each stride. Everyone watched, eyes wide open, as he gradually approached the legendary position. Finally, when the young man in the brocade clothes landed steadily on the 200th step, his figure remained incredibly stable, and his expression calm. The crowd below suddenly erupted. 200 steps, he actually reached the 200th step. Isn't it rumored that postnatal realm martial artists can only ascend to the 199th step at most? Above that is the domain of the innate realm. Could this person be an innate realm expert? That's impossible. I don't feel the unique aura of the innate realm coming from him. The record for postnatal realm martial artists ascending the heavenly ladder was set over 1,000 years ago by Daiyu. I can't believe it was broken today. Who exactly is this person, even more talented than Daiyu, from 1,000 years ago? At a high place in the holy city, those figures with strong auras were also shocked. He really reached 200 steps and he is still in the postnatal realm. Right, that's inevitable. Otherwise, with his bold words and mocking by Bufin and the others, if he himself were in the innate realm, wouldn't it be like bullying the weak and embarrassing himself? He truly is from a secret land. The pressure at the 200th step, even for someone who has just broken through to the initial innate realm, might not be so easily endured. Yet this young man ascended so effortlessly. It seems he could even go higher. Could he possibly contend with innate realm as a postnatal being? What's so strange about a postnatal body contending with the innate realm? It's not as if it hasn't been done before by those coming from the 4 great secret lands. The heritage of the secret lands is indeed quite different from ours. Otherwise, they couldn't have covertly dominated this world for so long. In the past, people from the secret lands, though coming out to gain experience, usually 1 or 2 at most. This time, the emergence of so many from the Cloud Water secret realm, and so conspicuously, it seems the world is really about to change. It's so easy for him to reach the 200th step. On the other side, Xyrui was somewhat stunned as he watched the figure on the heavenly ladder. As someone who had climbed the heavenly ladder more than once, he naturally knew how strong the pressure on the ladder was. Especially after the 150th step, the pressure was almost reaching the limit for a martial arts grandmaster. Even for him, it was difficult step by step, slowly struggling to climb, finally managing to reach the 171st step. He never imagined that among postnatal martial artists, there would be someone who could ascend so effortlessly and even instantly reach the 200th step. Indeed, although so far away, Xyrui couldn't sense the young man's aura, but he was certain that the other person must be a postnatal martial artist. The cultivators of the Cloud Water secret realm are famously proud. They would surely disdain to engage in bullying the weaker, but knowing this only added to the shock Xyrui felt. Mr. Xyrui, it seems your information was mistaken. There are postnatal realm martial artists who can reach the 200th step. Surely, as the legend of the secret realm states, anyone emerging from there is incredibly formidable. Lu Qing said with a face full of admiration. Lu Qing, my young friend, how can you remain so composed? Seeing the admiration on Lu Qing's face, Xyrui suddenly asked. Lu Qing looked over, puzzled. Seeing such a great disparity, do you not feel a hint of despair? Xyrui said. That great disparity, are you talking about that high person from the Cloud Water secret realm? Lu Qing, seeing the confusion on Xyrui's face, suddenly understood his point and chuckled softly. Mr. Xyrui, people's talents and circumstances differ on the path of cultivation. Naturally, there are highs and lows, highs and lows. Having embarked on this path, we can't just give up cultivation because our talents are inferior to others, can we? Since that's the case, why should we trouble ourselves by always comparing with others? We cultivators need only compare with ourselves. As long as today's self is stronger than yesterday's self, it indicates that our cultivation has not been in vain. With persistence, even if we cannot catch up with those extraordinary talents for the time being, I believe that one day in the future, we will indeed encounter our destined opportunities. As they say, as heaven's movement is ever vigorous, so must a gentleman ceaselessly strive. Don't you think there is reason in this, Mr. Xyrui? After hearing Lu Qing's words, Xyrui felt a sudden jolt through his body. Lu Qing listened to this sentence, his body shaking tremendously as he murmured to himself. It seemed he was completely stunned by these words. After quite some time, he finally regained his composure, his eyes clear and bright as he deeply bowed to Lu Qing. There's no need for politeness, Mr. Xyrui. You were merely lost in the game. With your wisdom, even without my reminder, you would sooner or later have come to the realization, Lu Qing said with a smile. He had known at a glance that Xyrui was shaken by the performance of the brocade-clad young man climbing the heavenly ascension ladder and had fallen into self-doubt. This matter could be major or minor. If one became too fixated, a moment's carelessness could cause one's heart of martial arts to waver and never recover. Therefore, Lu Qing had given guidance, using the ancient wisdom of our ancestors to break through the barriers in his heart. As heaven maintains vigor through movement, a gentleman should unremittingly practice self-improvement. Ma Gu, Wei Zion, and others who heard Lu Qing utter those words felt their hearts likewise shaken. To say that their journey to the holy city, suddenly witnessing so many martial arts prodigies, did not move them would be impossible. The gap between individuals was truly immense. That feeling of despair could truly cause one to question the significance of their cultivation. But Lu Qing's earlier words had pierced through their confusion, sweeping away the despondency and reviving their spirits. Watching Lu Qing still calm and composed, Xyrui couldn't help but sigh. More than 2 years ago, when he first saw Lu Qing in Kang County, he was still a naive youngster. But now, apart from his youthful face, whether in demeanor or actions, Lu Qing had risen to an entirely different level. Even though he himself had reached the innate realm, facing Lu Qing, he still couldn't help but feel a sense of insignificance. To what extent had young friend Lu Qing's cultivation reached? The thought surfaced once again in Xyrui's mind. How about it, are you convinced? As Xyrui's emotions surged, the brocade-clad youth's clear voice rang out from the heavenly ascension ladder. Yet there was silence above and below the ladder. Everyone was looking at the brocade-clad youth, eyes filled with reverence. As for Bai Bufin and others, their complexions were pale, faces showing the colors of dejection. Big Brother, our fifth brother, still loves to be the center of attention. Above in the sky, on the back of one of those giant birds, a beautiful girl with sparkling eyes and pearly teeth chuckled. That temperament of our fifth, on the back of another giant bird, a youth with a gentle demeanor, shook his head. If he could just calm down his impetuousness, he might have already broken through to the innate realm. It's not a bad thing, our fifth brother just has this hobby. If he didn't like the limelight, would he still be our fifth brother? Besides, our cloud water secret realm has been hidden from the world for too long. Apart from some ancient sects, few people know of our existence. Now with the changes in the world, it's time to strike awe into them, lest some really think they rule this world. Another cold-faced youth spoke lightly. Indeed, before we came out, our teacher had ordered us to not only compete for opportunities, but to also make the name of our cloud water secret realm known. Fifth brother is doing well in this regard. However, the big brother hesitated a bit but eventually shook his head and said, "All right, we need to pay a visit to the 3 Saint Masters. Call the fifth brother back. I'll call him." Hearing this, the girl immediately shouted with lifted spirit, "Fifth brother, have you had your fun? Big brother is calling you back." Upon hearing this shout, the brocade-clad youth raised an eyebrow. He looked down at the people below. No one was speaking, only looking up at him with reverence. He chuckled lightly, and suddenly a sharp, bird-like cry came from his mouth. He then leapt up, soaring high from the heavenly ascension ladder. At the same time, clear bird cries filled the sky. The giant bird that had carried the brocade-clad youth, with a powerful beat of its wings stirring up the air, swiftly dived toward its master. When the brocade-clad youth leapt and began to fall, the bird was right on time to catch him securely. Then with a powerful flap, it flew high, returning to its fellow disciples' side. "Let's go." The big brother glanced down at the crowd of onlookers, stupefied, and said softly. Then the group of giant birds flapped their wings and flew towards another direction of the holy mountain. Watching that group of giant birds gradually disappear into the distance, rounding a bend, and vanishing on the other side of the holy mountain, the quiet crowd suddenly erupted into a tumult of noise. Can someone tell me, what is the background of those people? Merely playing around. That brocade-clad youth who just climbed 200 steps of the heavenly ladder was only playing around. Isn't it just for fun? Look at how easy he made it seem earlier. I feel like 200 steps were not his limit at all. He could have climbed higher if he wanted. Now this is embarrassing for Bai Bufin and the others. Who would have thought that in their moment of pride during the competition, they would have their thunder stolen by an unexpectedly emerging person of no renown, so they just left like that. Lu Qing was somewhat surprised to see the people from the Cloud Water secret realm depart on their birds. It should be to visit the 3 Saint Masters. People from the 4 great secret places always reside atop the holy mountain when they come here and do not stay in the holy city, Xyrui explained.